Chapter 1 Whatever, I'll take action. In the living room of a luxury apartment, a man and a woman sat facing each other. The man spoke in a cold tone. 1 million to break off the engagement. Faced with his cold words, the woman opposite simply lowered her eyes silently, unconsciously playing with a pen in her hand, making it hard to discern her emotions at that moment. What, not speaking now? Weren't you just on the phone asking me for 500,000? Seeing her silence, Lu Heng frowned impatiently, his face openly showing disdain. I'll give you another 500,000, just stop using the engagement to disgust me. Jiang Qiyu wasn't unwilling to speak, she was just afraid that the phrase, damn it, I hate pretentious people the most, might slip out unintentionally. Heaven and earth bear witness, last night she only said, Brother Fu, V me 50 and show your strength, casually because the tone of the person on the phone was too pretentious. Who would have thought that this guy would actually come knocking on her door the next day, even threatening to give her 1 million? Do the male leads in romance novels only care about showing off every day, and never go online surfing? Her name was Jiang Qiyu, originally an unknown stand-up comedian, but before she could achieve her comedy dreams, she was diagnosed with breast cancer. Late stage. Fortunately, she was just diagnosed and hadn't suffered yet when she was transported into the book. She entered a romance novel set in the entertainment industry that she had read before, titled The Beloved in the Palm of the Film Emperor. But unfortunately, she became the canon fodder supporting female character, who shared her name and met a very tragic end. A famous flower vase in the entertainment circle, the illegitimate cousin of a fake and real heiress. In the original work, she is the villain who gets slapped in the face, the obstacle that gets broken through. She is option E, the plan B, the bystander trampled underfoot. How should I put it? As a villain, she only hopes that this author can take turns keeping watch with both eyes when sleeping at night. Although this matter was somewhat outrageous, adhering to the positive mindset of, wherever you fall is where you settle, Jiang Qiyu quickly accepted this reality. After all, she was originally alone, and now being able to live again was entirely thanks to her lifelong balanced diet and zero waste, even breaking the electronic wooden fish through constant use. This was all what she deserved. Moreover, if she held the script, what was wrong with being the villain? It doesn't matter, she will make a move. Just as Jiang Qiyu was confidently preparing to take back everything that belonged to her, a phone call suddenly came through. Jiang Qiyu, have you caused enough trouble already? Who are you? Don't play dumb. Do you think I'll marry you just because of a verbal engagement? Dream on, you don't even compare to a single finger of Jiang Mian. Clinging to me only makes me feel disgusted. Are you okay? I get it, you want money, right? Name your price. No dude, are you really pretending? Rich bro, how about you Venmo me 50 first to see your capability? Jiang Qiyu, remember your words. After hanging up the phone, the inexplicable expression on Jiang Qiyu's face lasted only 3 seconds before she suddenly realized something and widened her eyes. This matter seems a bit off. She quickly sorted through the plot of the book in her mind, wishing she could etch every little detail onto the smoke and inhale it into her lungs. Soon she discovered a fatal problem. She was late. In the original work, this part of the plot should have appeared in the middle to late stages of the story. The canon fodder female supporting character's career, family, and love life all collapse simultaneously, and with nowhere else to turn, she uses her engagement to blackmail the male lead. As for how exactly she ends up with nowhere to turn, she is framed by the fake rich daughter's second female lead, forced to take the blame for secretly sabotaging the female lead, kicked out of the Jiang family by the old master, removed from the trust, and completely loses her qualification to inherit the Jiang family fortune. At work, she is anonymously exposed with damaging information. Accused of clinging to the movie Emperor Lu Heng, sidelining newcomers, workplace bullying, and throwing tantrums. Now her public image is shattered, scandals surround her, and she even has no roles to act in. It doesn't matter, she will have her funeral. So, adhering to the principle of being buried where she falls, Jiang Qiyu, washed up to the front page, simply chose to give up. When in doubt, take a long sleep, who cares about tomorrow? But before she could wake up naturally from this sleep, she was awakened by the arrogant man in front of her. Lu Heng, 27 years old, the hottest top-tier movie star in the entertainment industry, the male lead of this Mary Sue romance novel. He was also the original protagonist's fiancé, betrothed since childhood. Well, not for long. Jiang Qiyu. A sharp scolding interrupted her drifting thoughts, the man's tone growing increasingly cold. I will transfer you 1 million, remember you promised me. Jiang Qiyu only lazily raised her eyelids upon hearing this, What? Break off the engagement, stay away from me and Mian. What you said? She looked up, her gaze indifferent. I can't do it. You. Lu Heng's eyes suddenly sharpened, as if he wished he could tear the woman before him to pieces with just his gaze. You asked for 50, I gave you 1,000,000. Now what are you trying to raise the price? Be careful, greed can make a snake swallow an elephant. Then what should I do? Faced with the subtle threat in his words, Jiang Qiyu simply leaned back on the sofa with a calm expression and said, Why don't you call the police? Just say that I am extorting you. Looking at the man who was momentarily stunned and speechless, her narrow eyes curved slightly as she smiled and waved her hand. Just kidding. No, she certainly wasn't kidding. If she really accepted Lu Heng's 1,000,000, it wouldn't be long before the recording of their meeting today spread all over the internet. Extortion, 1,000,000. This is a serious crime. By then, she would become a legal expert nailed to the pillar of shame, never able to recover. Jiang Qiyu has always believed that no one can be completely without flaws. If you think someone is perfect, then they must be quietly acting foolishly where you can't see. And Lu Heng is exactly such a ruthless, heartless fool. Not only did he spend money behind her back to hire people to smear her, she was even willing to spend 1,000,000 just to ruin her career. How cheap. If Mr. Lu has too much money and nowhere to spend it, he could pay more taxes to the country. Jiang Qiyu's smile was sincere, as if it were truly just a friendly suggestion. Or take this money to the neurology hospital and get an appointment with the specialist. Emergency. Lu Heng was not stupid either. He immediately realized that she had seen through his plan. A flicker of panic flashed through his mind, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked at Jiang Qiyu, who suddenly seemed a bit different, and his look of disgust gradually turned into one of scrutiny. After a long while, he slowly stood up, his face still wearing the same arrogant and indifferent expression as when he first arrived. I'll be on that dating show with Mian. You better not interfere, or I'll make sure you regret it. Quietly watching his broad back as he strode away, Jiang Qiyu still leaned casually against the sofa. It wasn't until the man's figure disappeared at the entrance that she slowly withdrew her meaningful gaze and, playing with the pen in her hand, began to speak softly. What to do? I guess I just love to cause trouble for others the most. Chapter 2. Just tell me if there's any popularity or not. Jiang Qiyu really wasn't exaggerating. She was okay in most ways, except that her 99 pounds of rebellious spirit weighed as much as 100 pounds. In the past, it was because of her sharp tongue that she lost control at a company dinner where the boss forced female colleagues to drink with clients. A single sentence. If old Deng loves pimping so much, why be a boss? He might as well be a madam. Completely offended him. The script of life changed from chasing dreams in the entertainment industry to being kicked out of it. Now, after suddenly entering a book world, not only is she being scolded with fingers pointed at her nose, but she also has to deal with the mess left behind by the original owner. This makes her already unstable mental state even more precarious. Since things have come to this point and she's about to be expelled from the entertainment industry anyway, rather than wasting her mental energy on herself, she might as well go crazy and take it out on the whole world. Since Lu Heng stopped her from participating in that dating show again and again, she really had to go. In this life, she lived by 2 words: rebellion. The dating show Lu Heng mentioned was a highly anticipated love and matchmaking variety show called You Understand Love. What makes this variety show stand out among many dating shows is its list of invited guests. Not only does it feature the rising star Zhang Mian, but also the prince of love songs Zhou Shun, the wildly popular boy band idol Fang Xiubai, the trending actress Zhang Ling, and many other well-known faces in the entertainment industry. Most importantly, the show has also invited Lu Heng, the top-tier film emperor. Just the hype of Lu Heng's debut on a dating show alone has attracted enough fan attention to make this program the most watched variety show of the year. Originally, the show had also invited the original star, this popular young actress. But because she recently had some issues, the company wanted her to take a break for a while, and politely declined the director's invitation. The production team had no choice but to replace her with a female model as a temporary substitute. Now that the official announcement on Weibo has already been posted, with a perfect lineup of 3 men and 3 women, it would be difficult for her to join even if she wanted to. Thinking of this, Jiang Qiyu casually took out her phone from her pocket, found her agent Sister Chun in the contacts, and dialed the number. Hello. Sister Chun, about that dating show you declined for me before. I want to go. Do you think it's possible? On the other end, Sister Chun sounded busy, with a chaotic background. What dating show? Didn't the company tell you to take a break first? Break? Who agreed to that? I haven't even started shining for the company in my position yet, and you think I can take a break? I don't agree. There was a moment of silence on the other side. Then it seemed they moved to a quieter place before continuing. Don't try that on me, I know what you're thinking. Don't say we rejected director Jiang before. Even if we didn't, with your current reputation and popularity, forget about variety shows for now. Sister Chan was also a veteran in the entertainment industry, well-versed in the art of combining kindness and authority. After saying this, she immediately softened her tone to comfort her. Guests on these variety shows need a certain level of popularity and buzz. After you finish your next drama, the company will buy some trending topics to help you rebuild your popularity. Then you can connect for the second season. That's it. After saying this, she hung up without waiting for Jiang Qiyu to respond, seemingly following up on the performance schedule of other artists. But these perfunctory words planted a seed of guilt in some people's hearts. After hanging up, she lowered her eyes and pondered for a moment before continuing to fiddle with her phone. She opened Weibo and logged in with a verification code. In an instant, countless notifications flooded in. She casually flipped through them. They were all the usual abusive private messages. The comment section, however, was very clean. It wasn't that no one was cursing. Mainly, the company had set comment restrictions a week ago to prevent negative fans from affecting business endorsements. Jiang Qiyu clicked through while clicking her tongue in amazement. It seems that Lu Heng really has some influence in the entertainment industry. Just a few baseless rumors can stir up such strong hostility from fans towards her. If the original owner saw these insults, she might have felt sad and down. But now when she sees these private messages, only 4 big words come to her mind. Don't give a damn. Ignoring these messages, she clicked edit with her other hand, her fingers poking and tapping on the screen. Finally, she clicked send. The next second, Jiang Qiyu's personal homepage displayed a newly updated Weibo post. Jiang Qiyu, I'm back. This time the rumors that belong to me, I want to hear them all clearly. With a series of fierce moves, she then reversed and reopened the comment section permissions. After only a few seconds of silence, the phone began to flood with notification alerts. Within minutes, the comment section of that Weibo post was overrun by countless haters who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Amid endless ridicule and abuse, Jiang Qiyu saw a few comments with relatively high likes. Gentleman like Hung. I thought it was someone else, turns out it's a clingy young lady who doesn't want purity. This was obviously a fan of Lu Heng, and without thinking, she boldly spoke up below. Jiang Qiyu v. I know you don't like me, it's okay. Even a dung beetle can't push a gold ingot. Sleepy little angel. Has Jiang Qiyu apologized for bullying the new beautiful actress on set? Feeling sorry for our gorgeous beauty. Having to act alongside such a vicious pretty face. Facing Jiang Mion's protector, she struck back hard. Jiang Qiyu v. Oh my god. Is this true? It's really chilling to the core. There's no such thing as easy in the adult world. Knowing such a big secret and bearing it all alone, I respect you, a woman as strong as a rose. Heart. Has Jiang Qiyu quit the entertainment industry today? A little punk who smokes, why bother pretending to be pure? Disgusting. 2. Looking at the comment along with that blurry paparazzi photo where she seemed to be holding a cigarette between her fingers near her lips, Jiang Qiyu curled her lips. Jiang Qiyu v. I not only like smoking but also like meddling netizens. At first, only fans from various groups argued with her, but later some passersby who heard the news also joined in. Sat Pigantestin. What's going on? Did Jiang Qiyu just use her ultimate? Jiang Qiyu v. This is the situation, but the exact details still depend on the circumstances. Donkey Zaiwalang. I originally thought this sister just had a pretty face, but I didn't expect her to be this crazy in person. She really has both acting skills and looks, and both singing ability and quality. Jiang Qiyu v. Instead of mentally exhausting yourself, it's better to go crazy and exhaust others. I still say there's no need to be too normal in life. Frozen Fish War God. Jia, I heard you have capital backing you up. How much do you charge to speak on your behalf? I'm a bit short on cash lately, can it be paid daily? Jiang Qiyu, you're still young. Being short on cash now is nothing. There will be plenty more tight days ahead. For Jiang Qiyu, who was once a rebellious stand-up comedian, this level of confrontation was routine and effortless. But in the entire entertainment industry it was quite explosive. Soon, a freshly trending topic surged onto the entertainment hot search list like a runaway wild dog. Hashtag Jiang Qiyu has gone crazy hashtag. While she was passionately battling haters back and forth, her manager Sister Chen's call came through again urgently, like a fire burning her backside. Jiang Qiyu deliberately pulled the receiver away a bit before pressing the answer button. Sister Chen. Don't call me sister, you're my sister. I told you to build up popularity, and you go crazy online. Listening to the angry shouting on the other end of the phone, she just switched out to check the rapidly rising trending topics on the platform and the quickly increasing number of followers, then curled a confident smile. Just admit it, do I have popularity or not? Over there, Sister Chan was almost going crazy, panting heavily for a long time, struggling to swallow the curse words back. In the end, she only managed to squeeze out a deeply resentful curse from the back molars. Jiang Qiyu, you really deserve to die. Chapter 3. What's the difference from pooping in public? Sister Chan was indeed not wrong. She had breast cancer and really deserved to die. But she just wouldn't die. Not only did she not die, but through this chaotic celebrity crackdown on fan circles campaign, she managed to make her originally declining popularity soar again. In the entertainment industry, as long as there is a topic, you are popular wherever you go. Sister Chan, to prevent her from doing anything crazy again, immediately hurried to contact director Zhang of You Understand Love. And coincidentally, director Zhang was just thinking about reaching out to them. After all, what variety shows need is topics that spark discussion. Being able to invite a crazy and unconventional person like Jiang Qiyu who is willing to take the risk of being criticized, and can also generate more topics and buzz, how could the production team not be willing? Although filming is about to start, the 6 guests, 3 men and 3 women, have already been confirmed. But the official Weibo still announced at the last minute that a female artist will join as a mysterious guest. After the explosive rectification campaign that shook the Chinese entertainment industry, Jiang Qiyu's Weibo account was officially confiscated by the company. So while waiting for the show to start filming, she registered a secondary account with a backup number and went wild surfing the internet every day. She argued with Lu Heng's fans under the official Weibo announcement of the new drama starring the best actor. She fought with Zhang Mian's fans in the disparaging marketing accounts, arguing with his own fans in the whitewashing internet trolls comment section. In short, arguing with everyone. The main approach is indiscriminate attacks. Finally, after a whole week of peace, the highly anticipated variety show, You Understand Love, officially announced the start of filming. This is a reality show about love and life that runs both live and recorded broadcasts simultaneously. The initial lineup consists of 6 celebrity guests and 1 mysterious observer. The production team specially arranged for the 7 of them to depart from different airports and head to the love apartment together. In this apartment, everyone will live together for a month, getting to know each other with love as the premise. In addition to airing weekly highlight edits across all platforms, the show also offers a dedicated 24-hour single-person live streaming room, allowing viewers to immerse themselves in experiencing the daily lives of the celebrities. The day before the show recording, Jiang Qiyu and assistant Yu Xiaoyu arrived at the airport on time with their luggage as required by the production team. Normally, the guests only truly start when they arrive at the recording site. However, this variety show is unusual in this regard. The production team had secretly arranged the first segment of the variety show at the airport without their knowledge. Hidden cameras. Countless fans had been waiting in the live streaming room for a long time. To enhance interactivity, the bullet comments were sent in real time. Unlike the cheers and excitement in the live streaming rooms of other guests, the mysterious guest live streaming room was a blur. To enhance the variety show's effect, the production team specially applied real-time blurring to Jiang Qiyu's face, allowing the live audience to hear her voice but not see her. Such a special treatment naturally attracted a group of curious netizens, who eagerly speculated about the true identity of this mysterious guest, with the comment stream flying by rapidly. Who? In the airport waiting hall, Jiang Qi lowered her head to look at the huge white suitcase at her feet, then turned to glance at her assistant Yu Xiaoyu, who was panting behind her. Then she raised a meaningful smile. Xiaoyu, are you tired? Ah. Yu Xiaoyu, carrying a bunch of bags, was momentarily stunned by her words, then slowly followed her gaze to look at the white suitcase. After realizing what Jiang Qiyu meant, his expression suddenly changed. Sis, maybe we shouldn't do it after all? But facing the assistant's objection, Jiang Qiyu looked resolute. I'm tired. But Yu Xiaoyu wanted to say more, but under her domineering pressure, she could only reluctantly nod. All right then. This ambiguous conversation between the two was naturally captured accurately by the hidden recording device on site and transmitted to the live broadcast room. Immediately, besides the audience constantly guessing her identity, another kind of voice appeared in the comments. Who is this mysterious guest? Why do I feel like she's acting like a diva? Could it be that she wants her assistant to carry her suitcase? The assistant is already carrying so much. No princess status but acting like a princess, can't even carry one suitcase by herself. Oh. Voices of doubt continued, but no one expected what happened next. In the next moment, the mysterious guest whose face was blurred without a word lifted their long leg and sat astride the white suitcase directly. After she was seated steadily, she turned her head and greeted the assistant behind her. I'll go first, you follow. Just as she finished speaking, the seemingly ordinary suitcase suddenly emitted a loud, clear mechanical prompt. Beep beep. Welcome to use our company's electric suitcase. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Then there was a strange BGM that made my anus tighten. My heart beats because love is like a blazing fire, you're the one smiling. And I'm the crazy one, love like fire will warm the heart, I see the flames of love flickering. Sis. Yu froze in place, doing a big toe project together with the viewers in the live chat. Staring steadily at that carefree silhouette, accompanied by the enchanting music, in the bustling airport waiting hall. Riding off like a flash, leaving a long trail behind. This person. Don't say it, really don't say it. Hiss. So when she asked the assistant if they were tired, this is what she meant. Question. How is this different from pooping publicly at the airport? Is this not smelly? In just a few breaths, the suitcase, with Jiang Qiyu's agility, weaved through the crowd and disappeared from the live broadcast screen. Sis, wait for me. Ignoring everything else, Yu, left behind on the spot, gritted her teeth and resolutely hoisted the suitcase onto her shoulder, barely covering half of her face. Also imitating Jiang Qiyu's action, climbed onto the suitcase, and pressed the switch amid the astonished gazes of passers-by. Beep beep. Welcome to use our company's electric suitcase. Wish you a pleasant journey. Oh. Unexpectedly, these two suddenly pulled off such a stunt, and the camera accidentally lost their shot for a moment. But the live stream chat messages were scrolling faster and faster. The sense of immersion was too strong, and I embarrassed myself on behalf of others again. For the first time, I realized that watching a live stream also requires courage. Director, quickly switch the camera angle, or she'll run off. Just as the director frantically searched through the multiple shots to find that figure and cut the scene over, everyone realized she had already stopped the mount. Besides the assistant with a flushed face, there was actually someone standing there almost as tall as a suitcase. A little girl? Meanwhile, the assistant director monitoring the program progress backstage was shocked by the scene and immediately turned to the staff beside him to ask, "What's going on? Wasn't Jiang Qiyu supposed to have a blind person asking for directions? Where did this little girl come from?" Since there were hidden cameras, the production team naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to create buzz. They arranged actors at each guest location to play various passersby, testing their reactions to spark online audience discussions. However, the blind person who was supposed to encounter Jiang Qiyu was left behind because her little electric scooter moved too suddenly and too fast. She was ditched. And this suddenly appearing little girl was clearly not part of their plan. Seeing the staff exchange glances, the assistant director was glaring, ready to get angry, but was tugged on the sleeve. The director in charge of switching camera angles in Jiang Qiyu's live broadcast pointed at the live screen, speaking tentatively. "Assistant director, why don't you take a look first? Chapter 4, your daughter is in my hands." The high-definition camera zooms in. The mysterious guest is seen straddling a suitcase, looking down at the little girl in front of him, who is tearful and sobbing continuously. "What's wrong with you?" The book doesn't describe this part in much detail, but Jiang Qiyu also knew the plot, so she naturally thought this was a test set up by the production team. After being blocked by the little girl, she stopped accordingly. But when faced with her question, the girl just widened her watery eyes, pouted her small mouth, and timidly looked up at her without saying a word. Not to mention the awareness of prevention is quite strong. "Sis." Seeing that the child remained silent, Yu Xiaoyu, who had just arrived nearby, lowered her voice and leaned in. "This child is." Jiang Qiyu looked carefully at the child upon hearing this, then turned to Yu Xiaoyu with a serious expression and said, "Girl." Looking at the big-eyed lowly with a ponytail wearing a little dress, Yu Xiaoyu almost rolled her eyes back into her head. "You judge? How presumptuous of you." She endured again and again, not daring to speak up for the sake of her job. But to prevent this sister from saying anything else presumptuous, Yu Xiaoyu stepped forward, bent down, and gently asked the little girl in a softened voice, Little one, where are your parents? She thought she was being very friendly, but the little girl seemed frightened by her equally forward approach. Raising her head and opening her mouth, she looked like she was about to cry from fear. Wah! She had just started to open her throat and howl half a sound when, quick as a flash, a slender white hand with a faint fragrance swiftly reached over, pinching her rosy chubby cheek quickly and accurately. MMMMM. The cry that hadn't even escaped her mouth was completely blocked back like this. Bold but effective. I know you want to cry, but don't cry just yet. Looking into that child's big eyes like black grapes, Jiang Qiyu pulled down her mask with the other hand and gave a slight smile as a gesture. I'm asking you, is it because you can't find your parents? The little girl seemed to be intimidated by her, only able to blink her teary eyes and nod. Got it. Jiang Qiyu nodded slightly. She probably got separated from her parents. After speaking, he looked regretful again and comforted the little girl in a low voice. It's okay, there is no feast in the world that doesn't end. You'll get used to it. As soon as she comforted her, the child opened her mouth wide and cried even more sadly. Woo! Not only was the little girl crying loudly, but the viewers in the live stream also empathized deeply. This sister really has a way with nonsense. You know how to comfort people. First of all, your intention is quite good, but secondly, don't set off just yet. Little girl. Well said, but next time you mustn't do that. Jiang Qiyu and Yu Xiaoyu fussed for a while, but still couldn't use their limited language skills to soothe the little girl's emotions. In the end, it was the little electric scooter that took action. Carrying the child, we circled several times around the bustling airport to the catchy tune of Love Like Fire, finally calming the little girl's sorrowful mood. After a few rounds, not only did passers-by at the scene turn their heads, but the viewers in the live stream were also highly enthusiastic. I admit, this time I was really tempted. Sorry little Qianqian, I really need this thing. This suitcase might be a bit childish for elementary school students, but it's just right for a college student like me. The two of them, one big and one small, were having a great time, but it was only when Yu Xiaoyu kept signaling the time from the side that Jiang Qiyu remembered to help find the child's parents. Kid, let me test you. Do you remember your family's phone number? After playing for a while, the little girl innocently took this sister, who didn't speak very nicely but was very beautiful, as a companion. Naturally, every question is answered. Of course I remember. Really? Really? I don't believe it. As soon as she heard that she didn't believe it, the little girl's face turned red with anxiety. To prove himself, he spoke without holding anything back, almost reciting his father's bank card password. Stopping the little girl from reciting his family's safe password, Jiang Qiyu quickly dialed the number the girl provided. It didn't take long before the call was connected. Hello. Who is this? A deep male voice sounded, clearly transmitted through the phone receiver. That magnetic, deep tone involuntarily conjured an image of a well-dressed, elegant, and refined gentleman in a suit in her mind. However, Jiang Qiyu didn't have the leisure to imagine such things. She just wanted to quickly complete the program team's test, make a big fortune in the entertainment industry, then open a nursing home, hire a group of male caregivers under 25, and spend the rest of my life in peace. Because she was wholeheartedly imagining a bright future, her tone involuntarily carried a hint of urgency. She blurted out, "The daughter has been found, who will come to pick her up?" The response from the other side was a long silence. Jiang Qiyu thought the child's parent didn't understand, so she casually switched to a more straightforward explanation. "Your daughter is with me." In this silence, she realized again that her words might still be somewhat ambiguous, and immediately explained, "I hope you can understand what I mean." But the person on the other end of the phone still didn't speak. Wait a moment. To prevent the man from thinking she was a scammer, Jiang Qiyu thoughtfully handed the phone to the little girl who was fumbling by the suitcase. "Here, say something." The child was completely focused on studying this alien vehicle that could carry people and even sing. So when he saw the phone handed over, he just turned his head and crisply shouted into the receiver, "Uncle Qi." After saying that, he immediately scampered around the magical suitcase again. So it turned out he wasn't the biological father. No wonder he wasn't worried at all when the child went missing. Jiang Qiyu was half listening, half thinking, then put the phone back to her ear. "Did you hear that? We're in the A-Zone airport waiting hall." As she spoke, her eyes glanced over at Yu Xiaoyu, who was pointing at her watch, signaling her not to miss the boarding time, so she added, "Your time is running out." Then he turned his head again to look at the little girl who had already started the electric suitcase by herself and was struggling to climb up, and added, "Hurry up if you're late, I won't know where she will be." Beep beep beep. Listening to the busy signal coming from the other end of the phone, she put away her phone and made an okay gesture to Qiyu, who was fumbling nearby while supporting the little girl, indicating that everything was going smoothly. However, while she was full of confidence and well prepared, the live chat in the streaming room exploded. What exactly did this sister do before entering the entertainment industry? This accent is so authentic. As soon as she opened her mouth, you could tell she's been stepping on a sewing machine for at least 10 years. I was just watching a variety show. How did I end up as an eyewitness? Is there any relevant department investigating her? This is a serious matter. I'm not joking. Chapter 5. Uncle's slap is acceptable. Although the little girl's uncle sounded as calm as an old dog on the phone, his efficiency was undeniably fast. Appeared in the departure hall in less than 20 minutes. The person wore a coffee-colored suit and was tall and slim, like a sleek greyhound, sprinting wildly from afar. Xin. Seeing the child riding on the suitcase from a distance, he couldn't help but want to swing his two slender legs until they smoked. Rushing up close, he executed a sliding tackle, scooping up the little girl who was happily singing "Love is Like Fire" into his arms, looking as if he had just survived a disaster, carefully checking her over. Xin, you scared me to death. How could you sneak off here all by yourself? Don't you know Qi? Seeing the joyful reunion between the uncle and nephew, Jiang Qiyu immediately acted quickly to reclaim her means of transportation. At this moment, the boarding announcement for the flight was already playing over the broadcast station. She exchanged a glance with Xiaoyu, then immediately waved her hand at Lingti and said, "You two can catch up first. I still have some things to attend to on my side, so I'll just..." "Miss, please wait a moment." After Uncle Lingti confirmed that the little girl was safe and sound, he turned to Jiang Qiyu, who was preparing to make a graceful exit, and repeatedly expressed his thanks. "Thank you so much this time. If anything had happened to the child, then..." "You're welcome. Picking up a lost child is the responsibility and duty of every citizen. Since the child has been found, I will just..." Jiang Qiyu still thought this was a test set up by the production team, so after putting on a pretentious high note, she was about to turn and leave immediately. But just as she pushed her suitcase and took half a step, she suddenly felt her pant leg tighten. "Sister." Turning around, she unsurprisingly met a pair of big, watery eyes. "You better have a good reason." The little girl looked innocent, tightly clutching her sweatpants, the already loose waistband suddenly on the verge of giving way. "Sister is a good person. Xin wants to repay sister." "No need, I deserve it." "Ah. That's what you get." Her slip of the tongue was sincere and quickly corrected, but it still caused a burst of laughter in the live stream chat. "Ha ha ha. Not hard work, just a hard life. Where on earth did this show find such a character? A comedian or what? Are we sure she really doesn't know there's a hidden camera? This is too hilarious, ha ha ha. I'm starting to look forward to how she will observe the couple who understand love." Clever and mischievous Xin saw her indifferent, childlike attitude and immediately got anxious. In a panic, the little hand clenched even tighter. "Sis, don't you believe me? My dad has a lot of money." Secretly grabbing the waistband with one hand, Jiang Qiyu didn't take it to heart at all, just glanced down at the time on her phone and replied casually, "I believe you. Then tell your dad not to be too proud. My dad is already working hard." Ah. This sentence almost fried the child's CPU, but it still didn't stop her little hands from pulling tighter and tighter. Out of desperation, Jiang Qiyu had no choice but to bend down, her face serious as she began to babble nonsense. "Xin, right? Sister is asking you, do you believe in light?" Little Xin tilted her head, her eyes clear and untainted by knowledge. "Light? Yes." In a hurry to get away, she blurted out, "I'm actually a tight suit warrior from the M78 Nebula. I just received a call from the defense team and must rush to the next target immediately. No need to thank me, but if you really want to show your gratitude..." At this point, she leaned in, not forgetting to lower her voice so only the two of them could hear. "Just let your parents spend money supporting a female celebrity named Jiang Qiyu. She is my informant on Earth." As soon as these words came out, the little girl was stunned for a few seconds. After realizing, her small face immediately scrunched up like a steamed bun. "Sister, I am a child, not a big fool. I underestimated it. Tight suit warrior, ha 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 ha, tight suit warrior. I took a full 3 seconds to react. I'm so curious who this mysterious guest really is. Are there such eccentric people in the entertainment industry? This kid's answer is hilarious, ha ha ha, just young. Not low IQ, ha ha ha. These two sisters should have their own show, I love watching. The greyhound uncle behind finally couldn't hold back, stepped forward and politely bowed to her. Miss, our general manager Qi is on his way here. Please make sure to accept his gratitude in person. What general manager? Jiang Qiyu looked at the big and small figures in front of her with a confused expression. She was about to get closer and subtly signal him to stop, thinking that if they missed the flight, they would have to ask the production team to reimburse the ticket. But before she could speak, the little girl in front of her suddenly brightened her eyes and sweetly called out behind Jiang Qiyu. Uncle Qi. At this moment Jiang Qiyu had no time to care whether it was Uncle 7 or Uncle 8. Taking advantage of the little girl letting go to call someone, she swiftly leapt up and straddled the suitcase. Called out to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, keep up. Afraid that the production team would pull some tricks to delay time again, she didn't look back, her gaze firm and resolute as she pressed the start button. Beep beep. Welcome to use our company's electric suitcase. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Watching her retreating figure, Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment but quickly recovered, imitating Jiang Qiyu's action and swiftly climbed onto the suitcase. Turning to Mr. Greyhound, who looked completely confused, she gave an apologetic smile. Sorry, we're really in a hurry. After speaking without waiting for his response, she disappeared into the crowd rushing to catch their flights, accompanied by the same music. Because these two moved too fast for the camera to catch, the crew could only search for the elusive Jiang Qiyu darting around like trying to catch a mouse in each shot. The backstage director temporarily kept the camera fixed in place. The assistant director was about to cut to a text screen announcing that a mysterious guest had boarded the plane, but accidentally glanced at the live stream's comment section. Did I just see that right? Was that a top idol flashing by in the shot just now? That figure, that head-to-body ratio, that waist and those legs, HSS. Quick switch to a close-up. Is that the child's parent? In the high-definition shot, almost the moment Jiang Qiyu disappeared from the frame, a tall figure with broad shoulders and a narrow waist walked straight into view. The man's figure was strong and upright, his pure black diagonal-collared suit fitting perfectly, outlining his lean waist just right. His long legs moved straight through the crowd, his steps calm and graceful. Uncle Qi. The little girl called out again, stretching her arm out toward the man with effort. The director also quickly and skillfully zoomed in, allowing people to clearly see the handsome face that looked like a final project by Manhwa. Qiao Xinxin. The man's jawline was clear and smooth, and his sharply defined face showed little emotion, only slightly furrowed brows and a stern gaze directed down at the little one in front of him. President Qi. Seeing the man looking unwell, Secretary Zhao beside him also forgot about the two who had fled on the motorcycle box and hurried forward to smooth things over. Xinxin must have missed her parents, which is why she came to the airport alone. Is that so? Seeing Uncle Qi's face turn cold, Qiao Xinxin immediately shrank her neck, lowered her little head, and timidly nodded. Facing his little niece whose face was full of signs of knowing she was wrong, the man sighed deeply, his gaze slightly softened, raising his large, knuckle-defined hand to gently stroke the girl's soft hair. His voice was low, filled with pity and comfort. Xinxin, although Mom and Dad's eyes can't always be with you. Saying this, he paused, his thin lips curling into a chilling smile that made his hair stand on end. But Uncle's slap is okay, want to try it? Chapter 6. Are you sure this is something you can say? As soon as he said this, although Qiao Xinxin and Secretary Zhao were obviously already used to it, the viewers in the livestream truly felt the impact of the power of words. Uncle slap, ha. I feel so sorry for this girl named Xinxin, ha ha ha. I just like this kind of guy who's both handsome and a little crazy. I was wondering why there were 2 extra chopsticks in the livestream, turns out he met my type. Stop laughing, the kid is too young to handle Uncle's slap. I'm grown up now, I can take it. Whose unwanted pants are all over the bullet screen. I tripped as soon as I came in. In the shot, a tall, long-legged man was about to bend down and scoop up the little brat in front of him to take him back for a reckoning. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Qiao Xinxin immediately stepped forward and grabbed his crisp dress pants, tilting her head up and speaking mysteriously. Uncle Qi, don't be angry yet. Guess who I saw today? Who? The tight suit warrior. Really? That sister also has a super powerful mech vehicle that can disguise itself as a suitcase. She spoke animatedly, her face full of innocence and longing, completely different from the little adult who just said that being young didn't mean low intelligence. A tight suit warrior can't fool children, try fooling adults instead. Qiao Xinxin. Alright, adults won't work either. Almost the moment the man's voice fell, Qiao Xinxin's bright eyes instantly dimmed, and she hung her head in resignation. I know I was wrong. Ha ha ha. This girl has 800 scheming minds, but they're all hollow. I really don't understand you all, having no sympathy for children at all. Anyway, I never laugh at them. It's just that my teeth happen to be a bit hot and show to cool off. These uncle and nephew, plus the one who just rode the mech war vehicle to run away, you three should start a parenting show together. It would definitely be a hit. How is this parent teaching their child? Education should guide positive energy, not lead me into the hall of marriage. Oh. Just as the barrage of cheeky comments on the screen was getting increasingly twisted, Secretary Zhao, standing aside as background, suddenly had his phone ring. He said a few words and then hung up the phone, walking over to the man and whispering something. Immediately after, the two hurriedly took the little girl with the drooping eyebrows out of the live broadcast screen. The backstage director saw this and smoothly inserted a gradient animation, and the live broadcast screen quickly changed to the promotional image for the dating show. At this point, all 7 guests had boarded. The first Easter egg segment of You Understand Love ended safely without incident. But no one expected that such a simple pilot live broadcast Easter egg would spark intense discussions online. Someone recorded dramatic clips from the mysterious guest's solo livestream, edited them slightly, and posted them on a short video platform. With the marketing boost from the production team, within just an hour several strange keywords suddenly shot up to the top 10 of the Weibo entertainment hot search. Hashtag uncles slap hashtag. Hashtag how is this different from pooping in public at the airport hashtag. Hashtag who is the pure prison-style actress? Hashtag. Hashtag searching for slap uncle across the internet hashtag. These bizarre entries have overwhelmingly surpassed other guest trending topics such as hashtag Lu Heng illegitimate child hashtag Zhang Mian helping the elderly hashtag, and hashtag Feng Su by dancing at the airport hashtag, maintaining a high position on the charts. At this time, Jiang Qiyu, who had already boarded the plane smoothly and was resting with an eye mask on, was completely unaware of this. Oh. The filming location of the dating show is a seaside town far away from the city. The production team invested in renting a 4-story garden seaview villa by the seaside, which would serve as the shared living space for the guests of Understanding Love over the next month. At this moment, as dusk fell, the brightly lit living room was illuminated by countless cameras turning on simultaneously. Except for the mysterious guest whose identity had not yet been revealed, the other 6 were already seated around the round table. Hot pot ingredients were laid out before them, and familiar faces smiled and nodded, creating a relatively harmonious atmosphere. Off-camera, a large electronic screen was broadcasting the live feed in real time, with dense scrolling comments floating across it. After the 6 guests each gave a brief self-introduction, the production team issued the first ice-breaking task. Connect live with the mysterious guest who has not yet appeared. Each person asks one question, and whoever guesses her identity first will have the right to choose a room first. Premise: no direct questions about her name or works are allowed. Once the rule was announced, many netizens who heard the news started flooding the comment section even more actively. Almost all the female celebrities of similar age in the entertainment industry were brought out, and naturally, that person who recently re-entered the public eye due to going crazy was not left out. Why does the mysterious guest's voice sound like that sister who went crazy recently? Jiang Qiyu? Now that you mention it, it does sound a bit like her. As soon as her name was mentioned, fans from various camps began to react strongly. Can you not mention that freeloader sister's name? It's really bad luck. So annoying, don't force me to curse her in such a happy place. Impossible, I heard Jiang Qiyu has already been sent to a sanatorium. Oh. And at that moment, the connection to the mysterious guest was established. Hello. Her voice was accurately transmitted to everyone's ears through the loudspeaker. Although accompanied by slight electrical interference causing some distortion, people could still hear her tone clear and crisp, which naturally evoked a sense of goodwill. The 6 people in front of the camera exchanged glances, each trying to pass the responsibility, and the supermodel Song Yan, sitting at the far edge, spoke first. Then I'll go ahead and ask first. Her long hair was tied up high, giving her a heroic and sophisticated appearance. She slightly tugged at the corner of her mouth and asked, "May I ask, mysterious guest, how old are you?" Without any hesitation, the person over there answered honestly, 22. With the age confirmed, the range was significantly narrowed down, and many viewers who had guessed wrong in the comments expressed their regret. With Song Yan taking the lead, the others also began to follow suit, narrowing down the range of candidates, But the mysterious guest's answer started to become increasingly absurd. The popular young actress Zhang Ling smiled faintly and asked, "May I ask what personality type the mysterious guest thinks they have?" Answer: "Quite outgoing. I never wear a hood when I go to the bank to withdraw money." The Prince of Love Songs, Zhou Shunkai, asked, "Have you ever sung in public?" The answer: "Yes, ever since I started singing. The village calls me back to cry at funerals." At this moment, the youngest boy group idol Fang Shubai smiled. His small tiger tooth gleamed brilliantly under the lights as he asked a question everyone wanted to know. "Where did you buy your mech battle vehicle?" After a few seconds of silence, he calmly said, "I haven't received the advertising fee yet, so I can't just say." Not getting the answer he wanted, Fang Shubai was not surprised at all, his signature smile becoming even more charming. "Then I wish you an early success in landing the endorsement. Tight suit warrior." Seeing the topic drifting further off, Jiang Mian received a glance from Director Zhang and quickly spoke to steer it back. "Let me ask one." She paused, smiling brightly as she looked directly into the camera, her tone coquettish and full of confidence. "Could you please reveal what your current WeChat nickname is?" As soon as these words were spoken, the barrage of ha 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 in the comments suddenly fell silent for a moment, then was followed by a wave of praise. Mian is really smart. Knowing the WeChat nicknames among celebrities should make it easy to match them to the person themselves. Oh my god, is this what a smart, innocent and sweet person looks like? I'm really in love with it. Jiang Mian is indeed spot on, but am I the only one curious about this parachuted joker's WeChat name? Curious +1. Curious +10,086. The barrage is lively, but the mysterious guest on the other end suddenly went silent. After a long silence, finally blurted out a seemingly ambiguous rhetorical question. "Are you sure this is something that can be said?" Chapter 7 Mecha War Vehicle hits the road. "My name is Qiyu, remember it?" Jiang Qiyu waited outside for more than 20 minutes. She was asked one question after another and tried her best to answer truthfully. But Jiang Mian, worthy of being the female lead, indeed had some substance. This question immediately threw her off. She lowered her head, took out her phone, glanced at the 8 glaringly bright characters at the top of her WeChat profile, and after a long silence asked back into the call device, "Are you sure this is something that can be said? What is there that can't be said?" But little did she know, in front of the camera, Jiang Mian didn't understand her meaning at all. Instead, she thought her hesitation was because she had guessed correctly, and her smile grew even more confident. "Or is it that among us there is someone you know well, and as soon as you mention the online name, their identity will be immediately exposed?" Jiang Qiyu wasn't really afraid that her online name would reveal her identity. After all, she was going to appear on camera anyway, but it was this online name. During the past few days surfing the internet at home, she had casually changed the original owner's artistic WeChat name to the one she had used before. There was nothing wrong with using this name privately, it was just a bit hard to take seriously in refined circles. But she tilted her head to look at the assistant director, and seeing that he didn't seem to object to her speaking, she shrugged accordingly. "Then listen carefully, my WeChat name is quite long." Bringing the recording device close to her lips, Jiang Qiyu spoke without any hesitation, enunciating each word clearly. "My name is spear dipped in shit, poke anyone and they die." As soon as these words were spoken, there was complete silence both on-site and off-site. Even the usually lively barrage temporarily quieted down. The 6 guests who had been in a harmonious atmosphere were all petrified, and the only lively thing on the entire table was the hot pot. The first to react were still the netizens. She said, "What the hell is her name? Family. Are those the 8 words I'm thinking of? Is this even something that can be said? This isn't an airdrop at all. This sister is here to launch a love reality show air raid, right? I guessed her online name would be as dramatic as she is, but I didn't expect it to be this dramatic." A light laugh broke the deathly silence around the round table. Fang Shubai, holding back until his ears turned red, couldn't help himself. Ahem. Seeing everyone's eyes turn to him, he could only clear his throat a couple of times to hide the corners of his mouth twitching upward, then quickly picked up the shattered 8-piece word he had dropped on the floor and began to smooth things over. "Well, this, Teacher Spear, you didn't answer my question just now. Can I ask a different one now?" After speaking, he looked at Director Zhang, who was also wearing an awkward expression behind the camera. After receiving a nod of approval, Fang Shubai faced the camera and flashed a dazzling smile. May I ask what requirements teacher Changmao has for finding a partner this time on the show? As soon as he finished speaking, the comments section erupted once again. Teacher Spear haha goddamn teacher Spear haha. What does this question have to do with guessing the identity of the mystery guest? Could it be that Bye-Bye? No. Bye-Bye just started and is already launching an attack on the mystery guest? Bye-Bye, you're still young, mom doesn't approve of this marriage. But Jiang Qiyu, sitting in the outer area, didn't think that much. Since others asked her, she naturally answered truthfully. Find someone who doesn't like to speak ill of others. Upon hearing this, Fang Shubai's perfect smile faltered for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. He suppressed his smile, furrowed his brows slightly, and asked in confusion. Why? I like to talk too much. When two people are together, there has to be one who accumulates virtue, right? Emotional control completely offline. After Fang Shubai asked the second trivial question, the identity of this spear teacher still remained unclear. Now only one person was left unasked. At this moment, everyone's gaze unconsciously turned to the man sitting upright in the center. The undisputed main star of this dating show. The movie Emperor Lu Heng. Lu Heng's persona in the entertainment industry has always been that of a cold and noble highland flower. A lofty recluse untouched by worldly affairs. Now such a self-proclaimed aloof immortal, when faced with this very charismatic teacher Changmao, naturally felt an immense sense of disgust in his heart. At this moment Jiang Qi happened to see the fleeting look of disgust on this person's face through the large screen outside. She slightly squinted her eyes and spoke before Lu Heng could formulate his question. You've asked so many questions, but only teacher Jiang Mian just now hit the nail on the head. Jiang Mian, suddenly being soothed, looked up. Which point? Among those present, there are indeed people I am very familiar with. As soon as these words were spoken, the 6 people around the round table instantly perked up, each beginning to recall when they had met such a great Buddha figure. At that moment Lu Heng, who had been silent all along, suddenly seemed to remember something, his expression momentarily stiffening. At 22 years old, tone-deaf, with a personality he found extremely unlikable, coupled with this person's almost insane behavior. Almost instantly, the name that he found both extremely annoying and very familiar came to his mind. He lowered his eyes, suppressing the disbelief in them, slightly furrowed his brows and asked in a deep voice, "What is your relationship with that person?" Jiang Qiyu had been waiting for him to ask this. In the outer area where no one else could see, she grinned and answered with a smile. "We grew up together since childhood and are very close." As she spoke, she deliberately paused, then added another sentence. "Oh right, even family members are very close." Just this seemingly ambiguous sentence set off alarm bells in Lu Heng's mind. The Jiang and Lu families have been close friends for decades, their relationship absolutely intimate. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arranged a marriage contract when the younger generation was still children. This mysterious guest turned out to be Jiang Qiyu. In his view, Jiang Qiyu ignored warnings and went to great lengths to appear on this show, with the purpose of obstructing his pursuit of Jiang Mian, even threatening to publicly reveal their marriage contract. Seeing Lu Heng's expression change instantly, Jiang Qiyu smiled slyly outside the venue. She has no other virtues. She holds grudges and has a twisted sense of humor. I'm not saying this for any other reason, just purely to give that old rascal Lu Heng a bit of discomfort. All right. Just as Lu Heng's CPU was spinning wildly, about to overload, the director's off-screen voice sounded at the right moment. Now that everyone has asked their questions, can anyone guess the identity of the mysterious guest? The living room remained silent. The others furrowed their brows, frantically searching their minds, while only Lu Heng, sitting upright, looked somewhat uneasy. Even if he had guessed Jiang Qiyu, he would never say it out loud. Seeing that no one had an answer, Director Zhang raised the megaphone and announced, "Since no one has been able to guess the identity of our mysterious guest, next, let's invite her to appear." As the director finished speaking, a familiar tune suddenly sounded from outside the living room. "My heart beats because love is like a blazing fire, you are smiling. And the crazy one is me, love like fire will warm the heart, I see the flames of love flickering." The living room door opened, and a person dressed in casual youthful attire rode in slowly on the mech battle vehicle that had gone viral across the internet. The visitor approached, swung down from the vehicle, and smiled at the live broadcast camera with a look that was 30% friendly and 70% casual. With calm composure, they clasped their hands together and said, "Riding the mech battle vehicle on the road, my name is Qiyu, remember it. Chapter 8, what was before is before, now it's perverted. Jiang Qiyu? Are you teacher Spear?" Two surprised voices rang out simultaneously, and almost everyone showed astonishment at her appearance. The large screen's barrage was even more chaotic. What? Teacher Spear is actually Jiang Qiyu? What kind of magical start is this? At first, I just thought this mysterious guest was a bit crazy, but I didn't expect them to be a real lunatic. The production team is stirring things up. Thanks for the invite, I'm disgusted. What is the production team doing? Can just anyone appear on a dating show now? Wasn't there a rumor a while ago that she was throwing herself at Lu Heng? Could it be that she's chasing after Lu Heng again this time? So disgusting. I'm here to watch our Heng Shui interact with me on Bao, not to watch Jiang Qiyu with this clingy sister. Am I the only one who thinks this sister is quite pushy? People are such strange creatures. Once they form a fixed stereotype about someone, no matter what that person does, they instinctively dislike them from the start. Even if there was a fleeting liking before knowing their identity, the moment the identity is revealed, it rebounds into an even stronger aversion. Jiang Qiyu had already anticipated this. She didn't even glance at the barrage of comments, left her suitcase aside, calmly greeted everyone, and then walked forward to take a seat. Not to mention the production team really knew how to pick people. Among those present, almost half had grudges against her. The female lead, Jiang Mian, had long been deeply offended by the original owner. The second female lead, Jiang Ling, was the mastermind behind inciting the original owner to get her kicked out of the Jiang family. As for the male lead, Lu Heng, it was even more obvious. His gaze at her was as if he wanted to devour her alive. What kind of battlefield is this? Jiang Qiyu has a one-sided crush on Lu Heng. Lu Heng and Jiang Mian are a screen couple, and Fang Su actually shows interest in teacher Changmao's spear. Suddenly I feel this variety show is going to be very entertaining. Now I understand why they brought Jiang Qiyu in as a surprise guest. The production team really knows how to stir things up. The atmosphere at the table was tense, and Jiang Qiyu, who was in the middle of it, felt it deeply. However, she has always been open-minded about making enemies with others. Now that being kind to people and making friends everywhere, she would naturally experience many separations and losses in her old age, which would be very painful. But if in her youth she offended one person every day, and in her old age she could gain a bit of happiness every day, why not? Under the eyes of either disgust or scrutiny, Jiang Qiyu calmly took her seat without blushing or flinching, but her gaze remained fixed on the hot pot boiling and bubbling in the center. Aya, the color of this hot pot. Let me taste it and see what's going on. Just as she picked up the utensils beside her, ready to get started, someone suddenly spoke up and interrupted her action. Teacher Changmao, nice to meet you. She turned her head and suddenly met a pair of bright crescent-shaped smiling eyes. Fang Shubai. This year, the 20-year-old boy group idol, for some unknown reason, joined a dating reality show during the peak of his career. In the original story, he didn't have many scenes and was just a good-looking background character. But today he was very different from the taciturn character in the original story, showing an unusually enthusiastic demeanor. As soon as Jiang Qiyu settled down, he couldn't wait to start a conversation. You just said you grew up with one of yous. Who was it? Fang Shubai originally just wanted to casually find a topic to chat about, but unexpectedly accidentally stepped on someone's tail. As soon as these words came out, Lu Heng's already unpleasant expression darkened even more, and he couldn't help but curse silently in his heart about how this kid always hit a sore spot. But Jiang Qiyu became even more interested when faced with his warning gaze, calmly meeting his eyes and lightly curling her lips into a provocative smile. This, of course, is. She looked directly at Lu Heng without hesitation, speaking softly amid his increasingly darkened expression. My dear cousin Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling and Jiang Mian, who was stranded outside, are paternal cousins with Jiang Qiyu, sharing the same grandfather. Their second uncle, Jiang Xinian, who died young, was Jiang Qiyu's father. Due to some secret old matters, Jiang Qiyu, an illegitimate daughter, was taken back by the Jiang family and raised together with the switched-at-birth fake heiress Jiang Ling. Saying they grew up together from childhood is absolutely true. However, to the guilty Lu Heng, these words sounded like a threat using the marriage contract against him. Qiyu. Although Jiang Ling's heart was full of twists and turns, when her name was mentioned in front of the live broadcast camera, she immediately responded with a kind smile and playfully joked in a familiar manner. Really, you came on the show and didn't even let me in on it. Meanwhile, Fang Shubai, standing beside her, widened his eyes in surprise upon hearing this. Are you really relatives? How come I've never heard of it before? Hearing him ask this, Jiang Ling naturally prepared to use her usual set of innocent-sounding words, silently pouring black water onto Jiang Qiyu. But before she could speak, Jiang Qiyu, who had already seen through everything, cut her off. Well then. She was putting meat into the boiling pot while seemingly unintentionally answering first. Actually, strictly speaking, we two aren't really relatives. Jiang Ling was switched at the hospital back then and has no blood relation to the Jiang family, so of course they aren't relatives. The speaker was deliberate and the listener was attentive. In a moment of panic, Jiang Ling almost flipped the plate in her hand. Qiyu. She had gone to great lengths to get old Master Jiang to agree to keep the truth about the real and fake daughters a secret. To outsiders, she was still the wealthy heiress and socialite of a prestigious family. If Jiang Qiyu exposed this, her image, her reputation. Facing the puzzled gazes of everyone and Jiang Qiyu's half-smiling, half-smirking look, Jiang Ling could only smile awkwardly and try hard to change the subject. Qiyu, you didn't used to be like this. In her impression, her cousin had been spoiled rotten by the family since losing her parents at a young age, pitifully foolish. So how come now? She's so difficult to deal with? As soon as she said this, everyone present immediately recalled some of the rumors about Jiang Qiyu outside. Green tea, trophy wives, diva acts, and the recent viral meltdown incident, combined with the mysterious guest series of dramatic behaviors. Which one is the real truth? Cousin, isn't your perspective a bit narrow? Facing everyone's puzzled and probing gazes, Jiang Qiyu's eyes remained fixed on the fish roe shrimp ball she had just put in her mouth, and she spoke calmly and unhurriedly. As the saying goes, reputation precedes you, both good and bad. What was before is before, now it's perverted. Ah, it is now. Because of her words, the comment section was flooded once again. For rhymes, I'll share half the cake of the rap circle with you. Was her slip of the tongue intentional or accidental? The earlier one, I guess it was intentionally accidental. It feels like she's the only one at the whole table who's really here to eat. Has Jiang Qiyu completely changed her path? Going for the eccentric celebrity persona? Seeking attention? As long as she doesn't come near Shan Hengshui, no one cares if she really goes crazy. Chapter 9. Rough words, but not without reason, yet these words are just too rough. The ice-breaking dinner in the first segment ended after Jiang Qiyu, and the others cleaned up the battlefield like a swarm of locusts. And as the mysterious guest whose identity was not guessed, she naturally gained the right to choose a room first. Carrying her massive mecha battle vehicle, Jiang Qiyu did not hesitate to choose the top floor. No other reason. The top floor not only offers a wide view and is less likely to be disturbed, but also has a small open-air garden. So beautiful. Although the other guests had various thoughts because of her arrival, everyone was part of the same circle, so on the surface, the room allocation began in a peaceful manner. Love Apartment has a total of 4 floors. Lu Heng naturally chose the second floor, which was the farthest from Jiang Qiyu. Zhou Shun and Fang Xubai, to avoid suspicion, also chose the second floor. Jiang Mian, of course, was not magnanimous enough to turn around and live next door to someone who always opposed her, so she chose a room on the 3rd floor. As for Jiang Ling, although she was jealous in her heart of Jiang Mian, who had taken away her status as the young lady, she still sweetly smiled and chose the room next door to her in order to maintain her position in the Jiang family. Song Yin naturally saw through the clues. Although she was tempted by the open-air garden, she still assessed the situation and followed to live on the 3rd floor. Thus, the boys lived on the 2nd floor, the girls on the 3rd floor, and Jiang Qiyu lived alone on the top floor. With the apartment rooms temporarily settled, the production team gave everyone an hour to quickly pack their luggage. Seeing this outcome, while the guests were busy tidying up their rooms, the viewers in the comments section began eagerly shipping secret couples. Ah, they did it on purpose, they definitely did it on purpose. Heng Shui lives in 201. Mian lives in 301. I'm really shipping them. At first the couple was too shy to say it, so they secretly sprinkled sweetness by, I live upstairs from you, you live downstairs from me. Right? Lu Minyan is real. The couple is locked. I swallowed the key. Besides the original on-screen couple Lu Heng and Jiang Mian, netizens also spontaneously started pairing various obscure and unlikely ships. Am I the only one who thinks Zhou Shun and Jiang Ling are a great match? They seem to have such compatible vibes. Zhou Shun and Song Yan are the perfect match, right? One is a prince of love songs, the other a cool and fierce supermodel. Love it. What about teacher Chang Mao? Who pairs with our teacher Chang Mao? Jiang Qiyu? Haven't you seen how everyone is excluding her? I don't need to say more about her reputation in the circle, right? Of course teacher Spears with Fang Xubai, a neurotic female celebrity and a younger puppy boyfriend. Take our bye-bye away without asking. Don't you feel guilty shipping any CP? I was mentally prepared for bye-bye to join the dating show. If it's someone else, I'd rather it be teacher Spear. What kind of CP are these two? Changbai Mountain. Ship them, ship them. Changbai Mountain is a bit too cold, right? Since it's a ghost ship, why not call it White Spearwoman? Ha ha ha, the CP name can be obscure, but it can't be weird, sis. Oh. An hour passed quickly, and the time barely reached 9:30. The production team then organized everyone who had tidied up to sit on the living room sofa, and gave each of the 7 people present a phone sponsored by a brand. Off camera, Director Jiang took a megaphone and began introducing the phone's functions to everyone. Everyone's phone had a communication and social app specially developed for the show, You Understand Love. Donglian app. Guests could make calls, video chat, send messages on it, and also share their lives and feelings in the love friend circle, similar to WeChat and Weibo. The most crucial point is that the use of this software is completely open and transparent. All information, communications, and the circle of friends can be displayed in small windows within the live broadcast screen. In addition to enhancing the immersive interaction with the audience, it also ensures that private communications between guests are not missed. Besides this, the Donglian app also has several relatively unique features. First, the mutual liking between guests is calculated based on the frequency of their chats. Second, at the end of each evening's event, a pop-up will automatically appear, allowing the phone holder to assign crush points to other guests except themselves. Guests with high crush points will enjoy special treatment in subsequent sessions. In addition, there is also an anonymous feature. Each person has 1 chance per day to send an anonymous confession, allowing them to send a love message to their crush as a secret admirer. Neither the audience nor the recipient will know the identity of the secret admirer. Only the admirer can choose whether to reveal themselves. After this introduction from the production team, everyone nodded in understanding while holding their phones. The moment Jiang Qiyu got the phone sent by the production team, she immediately went to the App Store and quickly downloaded several popular games. How can anyone not go crazy after not playing games for a month? She didn't come to the dating show just to annoy Lu Heng. Mainly, she knew the show would become a huge hit, and as the holder of the script's golden finger, it would be a waste not to cash in. Even if she eventually leaves the industry with regrets, she has to make money first to enjoy her later years. While Jiang Qiyu was enjoying a wonderful retirement life and showing off the after-dinner fruits with a small fork, Director Jiang started announcing again with a small megaphone. Next up, the first episode of Understanding Love Night Talk begins. Understanding Love Night Talk. As the name suggests, it means everyone sits around together at night after eating and drinking, chatting casually. First, to deepen the guests' impressions of each other. Second, to gather more footage to include in the highlight reel. With that, Director Jiang introduced tonight's discussion topic. What do you think a real person is like? Starting off with such a philosophical question, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Answering well will naturally leave a good impression on everyone. But if you don't answer well, it will be embarrassing. Song Yan, as always straightforward and decisive, was the first to raise her hand and answer. I think a person whose words and actions are consistent is at least genuine. Zhou Shun pondered for a moment before responding as well. When it comes to judging a person, hearing is unreliable, seeing is believing. Fang Shubai blinked twice and pulled out some nonsense literature. I think, as long as a person is not fake, they are quite real. Zhang Ling then glanced subtly at Jiang Mian beside her, her tone still kind. Being real means not being hypocritical, not using a perfect mask to package oneself. Jiang Mian, however, did not detect any hidden meaning in her words and curled the corners of his lips seriously, saying, I think it's sincerity, sincerely treating everyone. As for Lu Heng, who loved to show off the most, he waited for a long time. Seeing Jiang Qiyu calmly not speaking, he put on a cold, ethereal expression and looked at Jiang Mian without any hesitation. I think it's very beautiful. As soon as these words were spoken, except for Jiang Mian, who was slightly stunned, the bullet comments that were originally discussing the topic instantly exploded. Ayua. The direction he's looking at, is he looking at Mian Mian? Right. Is Heng Shuai talking about real people being beautiful, or, she is beautiful? Lu Mian fans are celebrating the new year. I'm totally hooked. Lock these two down for me. The believer has done good deeds all her life. My one and only Liu Mian must be real. If you ask me. Just as the CP fans were celebrating the new year, the barrage of comments in full swing, a calm and steady voice sounded, breaking the lingering ambiguous atmosphere in the room. The shoes you bought for thousands of yuan might not be genuine. The handsome guys and beautiful girls you see online might also be products of technology and skill. And even the phrase, I love you, someone says might not be sincere. Jiang Qiyu paused for a moment, then calmly spoke amidst the stunned and speechless gazes of everyone. But the idiot you encounter, no doubt about it, he is truly an idiot. Teacher Changmao, I never agreed when you quit the literary world back then. Although the words are rough, the reasoning isn't bad, but isn't this a bit too rough? Others come to dating shows to be ambiguous, and you come to a dating show to be presumptuous, huh? Chapter 10. In life, it's normal to encounter idiots. The first episode of Understanding Love Night Talk ended just like that. Neither awkward nor smooth. The sweet and explosive CEO romance trope that Lu Heng's entire team had been brainstorming all day was completely ruined by just a few words from Jiang Qiyu, killing the atmosphere. Angry, he immediately declared that after a long day of travel, he wanted to go back to his room and rest. With the movie star saying this, the others naturally didn't insist any further, and everyone dispersed at once, heading back to their rooms. By evening, the big live streaming room would be divided again into 7 individual live streaming rooms. Other guests naturally remembered why they were here and began taking out their phones to log into the Donglian app, to set up their profiles and manage their personas. Some even started sending greeting private messages to each other. The app chat window was displayed in real time in a small box in the live broadcast room, and the fans began to enjoy their own sweet moments from these polite, tentative exchanges. Meanwhile, while everyone downstairs was actively engaging in business, exchanging goodnight greetings and flirtatious private messages, the top-floor live broadcast room was unusually quiet and peaceful. Jiang Qiyu returned to her room and finished washing up, then contentedly lay down in the rocking chair by the huge floor-to-ceiling window. She casually picked up the phone distributed by the production team on the table and went over the usage rules and functions in her mind, but she couldn't remember. Then she just calmly opened the game. Viewers crouching in Jiang Qiyu's livestream could only see her using an 8x scope to take down opponent after opponent, hiding in the grass to survive wave after wave of the shrinking play zone, and looting one backpack after another by following right behind others. But there was no sign of her opening the app at all. What exactly is Teacher Changmao doing? Playing PUBG. What is she here for? Waiting for the show crew to assign a partner. Until 11 p.m., when Jiang Qiyu was hiding in the final toxic zone of the game, the screen suddenly froze, and a pink heart-shaped pop-up uncontrollably appeared. Welcome to You Understand Love. Please guess Jiang Qiyu. Choose the guest you want to give a heartbeat score to. Looking at the character who died from poisoning behind the pop-up, Jiang Qiyu took a deep breath and calmly clicked on each guest's avatar to give a score. Lu Heng 0. Zhang Mian 0. Zhou Shun 0. Song Yin 0. Feng Shubai 0. Zhang Ling 0. If she could choose for herself, she would also write a big 0 under her own avatar without hesitation. Mental patients are instantly cured upon seeing this, exclaiming that Teacher Changmao is the real lunatic. Teacher Spear, you know how to keep things balanced. Just finished working overtime. My current mental state is about the same as Jiang Qiyu's. I'm going to mess you all up. After finishing these, Jiang Qiyu naturally had a premonition of what the barrage of comments would be like. She looked up, casually found a camera angle and grinned at the lens. Don't ask. Just know that it's about creating some bumps in their otherwise perfect and beloved life journey. Let these handsome men and beautiful women also understand, life is never smooth sailing. That night, as expected, that explosive stupid is real remark, which shook the entire Chinese entertainment industry, along with her all-zero neutral stance, once again topped the trending searches. At the same time, hashtags like hashtag Lu Heng is very beautiful, hashtag Jiang Mian sincere, hashtag Feng Shubai nonsense literature hashtag, and others also appeared together on the trending list. The live broadcast of You Understand Love exploded completely on its first day. With the identity of the mysterious guest revealed during the show, online discussions about Jiang Qiyu have become even more intense. Some say she is vulgar and unbearable, some curse her for seeking attention, and of course there are those who meet her for the first time and think she does whatever she wants, carefree and spontaneous. That night, in the top-floor office of the Qishir Group's A City branch building. But the idiot you met, no doubt about it, he really is an idiot. At this moment, the secretary was holding a tablet, carefully reading aloud the trending text content to the boss in front of her, word by word. The man leaning lazily with his eyes closed on the boss chair was none other than the unexpectedly viral slap uncle from the internet. His long eyelashes cast a small shadow under his eyes. Under Secretary Zhao's gaze, he gently lifted his eyelids. What are you thinking? Secretary Zhao placed the tablet on the table in front of the man, slightly frowning as if in thought, and analyzed seriously. President Xi, it's like this. Although this sentence sounds reasonable at first, it doesn't hold up to real-world scrutiny. For example, the last sentence. I feel like I've never encountered an idiot in my life. That statement is too absolute. But Qiyu just gave him a cold glance and said lightly, in life, it's normal to encounter idiots. Secretary Zhao frowned even more tightly. But before he could finish his dialectical argument, the man leaning back in the swivel chair suddenly sat up straight, his tone serious and solemn. If you feel that life has been going smoothly all along, chances are you yourself are the fool. Just as Secretary Zhao hadn't yet realized the change in his social status, Qiyu slowly extended his knobby fingers and lit up the darkened screen. Looking at the woman feasting at the hot pot gathering trending on social media, a subtle emotion flickered in his eyes. Secretary Zhao. I'm here. Call back that director just now. Was his surname Zhao or Li? Just tell him I agreed. The office fell into silence. Qiyu's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he turned to look at Secretary Zhao, who was at a loss and motionless. It's like this, boss. Secretary Zhao raised his hand to wipe the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and grinned as he replied. That dating show director, his surname is Jiang. So. Also, the way you scolded him this afternoon was pretty harsh. I underestimated it. As the first episode of You Understand Love began live streaming, this phenomenal dating show started dominating the trending searches. On the second day after the premiere, the official Weibo account once again released news that shocked the entire internet. The show will once again welcome a second surprise guest. This newly added male guest did not adopt the mysterious guest suspense format like Jiang Qiyu. Instead, his identity was directly announced by the official Weibo with a very high profile. The general manager of the Qishir Group's A-City branch, and also the son of the chairman of Qishir Group, a leading enterprise in S-City, the sole heir of the Qi family, Qiyu. And he is the slap uncle, who quickly went viral across the internet due to his looks after accidentally appearing in a shot at the airport. A super rich second-generation heir, a tall handsome guy, and unique parenting insights, top-tier buffs all stacked up. As a result, once posted on Weibo, it sparked a frenzy of discussion among countless netizens. What do you mean slap uncle? President Xi is only 25 years old. Call him slap brother. The officially announced photo is so strange. It's neither the domineering CEO style nor the cool and handsome style. No wonder I went crazy after looking at it for a while. In this life I must date someone like this. In this life I must date someone like this. In this life I must date someone like this. In this life I must date someone like this. I hope you won't go too far. Your repeated verbal abuse towards my husband has already constituted sexual harassment. As his wife, I can no longer tolerate it. Please stop this bottomless behavior immediately. And also consider my feelings. Chapter 11. Who's eating shit in the kitchen? The second day of the dating show live broadcast. Jiang Qiyu was woken up early by the program team's announcement. She closed her eyes, quickly tidied up, then stretched and went downstairs. When she reached the first floor, she found that everyone else had already finished their makeup and hair styling, and were energetically gathered around the semi-open kitchen. Except for the first meal when they arrived at the apartment last night, for the next month, unless there are special occasions, everyone must make their own food. Zhou Shun and Song Yan were working together to figure out how to add an egg to instant noodles. Lu Heng, holding a cup of pure strong Americano, stood seemingly casually beside Jiang Mian, watching her spread jam on toast. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling took a frozen steak from the fridge and, pretending to be innocent, inserted herself between the two. Hungo Mian, do you want to have steak for breakfast? Fang Shubai held an egg alone, his expression hesitant. Watching these young masters and misses in the kitchen, who never do any chores, clumsily yet adorably making breakfast, Jiang Qiyu just felt a headache coming on. Just as I was about to turn my head and go outside for some fresh air, I was sharply called out by Fang Shubai. Teacher Changmao, good morning. I rolled my eyes inwardly, always feeling that this form of address had a somewhat indescribable flavor. Teacher Changmao. Fang Shubai came out from the semi-open kitchen, holding an egg in his hand and giving her his signature smile. Want to have breakfast together? Jiang Qiyu glanced at him, then looked somewhat uncertainly at the egg in his hand. Just eat this. Fried egg. You made it. Don't worry. Fang Shubai shook the egg in his hand confidently. I've watched the tutorial. Disbelief. No matter whether Jiang Qiyu believed it or not, she couldn't let down the child's earnest effort. She graciously sat down at the dining table and fiddled with her phone for a while. Before long, 2 plates of vaguely outlined, black and yellow mixed things, which she wasn't sure could be considered food, were pushed in front of her. This is Fang Shubai, who had fried an egg, even seriously wrapped on a little bare apron, looked both cute and gentle. His round puppy eyes stared at her without blinking. Quick, try it. I made the fried egg following the tutorial from the show. Jiang Qiyu instantly widened her eyes upon hearing this. In his expectant gaze, she slowly turned her stiff neck and looked down at the solid substance on the plate in front of her. Her face showed little expression, but in her heart, the original story's plot flashed by like a whirlwind. Only after confirming that the original owner had never offended the egg killer before, did she barely swallow her saliva. Have you tried it yourself? Fang Shubai seemed to understand her concerns and earnestly explained. Teacher Changmao, this fried egg may not look good, but the taste is definitely fine. You should try it. Under his enthusiastic invitation, Jiang Qiyu still smiled awkwardly, picked up some of the edge that didn't look burnt with her chopsticks, and put it into her mouth. How is it? Does it taste okay? Facing Fang Shubai's sincere eyes and expectant expression, Jiang Qiyu deliberately put down her chopsticks and looked at him. Fang Shubai, has anyone ever told you that you're good at cooking? Well, not yet. Fang Shubai scratched his head a little embarrassedly. This is my first time cooking. If you like it, then you should never do it again. Huh. To prevent her words from lacking persuasiveness, Jiang Qiyu spoke again with a serious expression. The fried egg you made is somewhere between tasty and awful. What is that? Tastes awful. People say cooking should have color, aroma, and taste all together, but Fang Shubai cooks. Color, aroma, and taste all abandoned. As soon as Jiang Qiyu said this, the viewers watching their side in the comment section started laughing uncontrollably again. I'm laughing so hard, ha ha ha, although Bai Bai is really cute, your fried egg is indeed unacceptable. Fang Shubai, 2 years since debut, scandal. Fried egg. Teacher Changmao. Well done, let's just pretend I never ate it this time. But don't make it again in the future. Just as Fang Su was about to give up on his culinary display, his hopes completely dashed in Lu Yan's cold eyes, and he was hanging his head. Zhang Ling, who had been dismissed by Lu Heng with just a few words, seemed to notice that the camera was focusing more on this side, so she came over with a smile and said, Qiyu, Xiaobai really put a lot of effort into this, burning 4 or 5 eggs in the process, just to make you a loving breakfast. You mustn't let his kindness go to waste. She emphasized the words loving breakfast heavily, implying both that Fang Su had wasted ingredients and that Jiang Qiyu was being ungrateful. Zhang Ling had always had this kind of personality since she was young. Seemingly smooth and kind, but every word carried a subtle sting, neither soft nor harsh, making people uncomfortable without being able to pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Jiang Qiyu, on the other hand, was completely different. She wasn't very bright, so she was much more straightforward. Then you can have it. As soon as Jiang Qiyu pushed over the burnt piece, Zhang Ling's face immediately turned green, and she kept waving her hand. No, it's not good. This was specially made for you by little brother Xiaobai. Forget it. Seeing Zhang Ling's expression full of evasiveness, Fang Shubai felt even more hurt. He picked up the plate of the fried egg, which lacked color, aroma, and taste, and said forlornly, I really have no talent in this area, better to pour it out. Jiang Qiyu quietly watched his desolate and lonely back, sighed deeply, and still decided to go to the kitchen herself to make something barely edible to fill her stomach. When it comes to cooking skills, she was best at ordering takeout, but as a former grassroots performer, cooking instant noodles was still an essential life skill. However, as soon as she entered the kitchen, she was drawn by a strange and pungent smell. Who in their right mind eats stinky tofu so early in the morning? As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Heng, who was originally rolling up his sleeves to cut cheese while constantly trying to show off his biceps and jawline from different angles, immediately froze. The knife in his hand involuntarily veered off course. Ah! Zhang Mian, standing beside him, immediately exclaimed, Big brother Lu, are you okay? Jiang Qiyu looked over following the sound. Damn, the little pinky nail had a long cut, and that old Lu Heng seemed afraid it would heal too quickly, gripping his left hand tightly and squeezing out 2 drops of blood. While everyone was frantically searching for the first aid kit, the barrage of comments immediately erupted with accusations against Jiang Qiyu. Why is Jiang Qiyu's mouth so sharp? It's all her fault that our handsome Heng got hurt. The clingy sister probably just wants to startle us to get our handsome Heng's attention. I feel sorry for Heng being entangled by such a woman. Can Jiang Qiyu just get lost from Donglian? Her role in this show is clearly to disgust the audience, right? Amidst the chaos, none of the seven noticed the living room door opening. A clear and magnetic voice cut through the noisy commotion, carrying a hint of disdain as it sounded in everyone's ears. Who's eating shit in the kitchen so early in the morning? Chapter 12 Snail. Kid. After a brief and chaotic round of introductions, everyone finally understood the identity of this unexpected guest. The eighth guest to suddenly appear in Donglian Kong. The eldest young master of the Qi family, Qiyu. For a moment, the long-awaiting netizens were excited, and the barrage went wild. Qi's graphic design still needs some practice. How come the photo doesn't look as good as the person at all? Finally seeing the legendary slap uncle. He's so handsome it's unfair. It's a loss for the Chinese entertainment industry that he never debuted. Stop fangirling. I heard Qi Deshao came on the show mainly because he values the market heat of understand love, using it to promote himself and do some marketing. Capitalists are just capitalists. Capitalist? Marketing himself? Even more love. Qiyu looked around and finally saw the source of the pungent smell on the cutting board in the kitchen sink. A piece of cheese extremely ugly and covered with mold spots. Dressed in a well-tailored haute couture suit, tall with long legs and outstanding temperament, he stood out even among a group of celebrity guests. But the slight furrow of his brows at this moment weakened the lofty aura surrounding him considerably. Qiyu raised his hand to cover his nose and looked at the moldy cheese on the cutting board. What is this thing that smells so bad? With this sentence, everyone present focused their gaze on the cutting board and could smell the odor more clearly. To help the viewers on the bullet screen truly empathize, Jiang Qiyu thoughtfully used a metaphor to describe the smell. It's like the smell of a stinky sock worn by an athlete for 10 days, thrown into foot bath water and stewed on high heat for 3 days and nights until the liquid is reduced. Upon hearing this, everyone except the cheese owner Lu Heng subconsciously nodded slightly. This metaphor was vivid and specific, making everyone feel even more nauseous after hearing it. Teacher Spear, you really understand metaphors. After hearing this metaphor, I finally realized that what Teacher Spear said about stinky tofu was actually quite mild. Oh my god, what is actor Lu doing? You guys don't know anything. This is a special kind of cheese from abroad, you bunch of hillbillies. If you don't understand, don't bark like a dog. Do you know how to respect others or not? At this moment, with his finger already bandaged with a plaster, Lu Heng's expression was honestly not very good. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he walked to the cutting board, picked up the knife he had just used for the blood sacrifice, and carefully repositioned that ugly-looking thing. This is French blue cheese. Although it looks unpleasant on the outside, once you cut it open. Saying this as if to prove his taste, he raised the knife and cut the cheese in half, then confidently showed everyone the cross-section of the blue cheese. Qiyu glanced at it, then immediately curled his knuckles under his nose. Cutting it open makes it even more disgusting. Lu Heng had always had a smooth and successful life. He had never been subjected to such blunt slander before. His face immediately turned green, and just as he was about to explain the origin and development of blue cheese, attempting to wrap it in a chocolate coating for his dad, Jiang Qiyu, standing beside him, spoke up. I know this cheese. Looking at the mold spots all over it, she casually dumped the burnt fried egg into the trash and said seriously, delivering a fair judgment. I suggest everyone try it first before making a conclusion. Just adding a little to a vegetable salad can make it taste really bad. Beside him, Zhang Ling saw Lu Heng struggling and couldn't help but try to defend him and show off. Actually, you need to savor this slowly. At first, you might find it unpleasant, but later you'll realize. It tastes like shit. And it's even more expensive than shit. It's clear that young Master Qi is not an insider. He leaves no room at all and doesn't give any face to actor Lu. Ha ha ha, I have no manners, I'm laughing first. Ha ha ha, I have no manners either. This slap brother looks like a high-class handsome guy. So why does he sound so different when he opens his mouth? Young Master Qi's mouth, this contrast, I love it even more. What's going on? After such a critique, Lu Heng's face turned even greener. He endured it again and again, barely maintaining his cold and aloof movie star persona in front of the live camera, then looked at Qiyu with a face full of disdain. We're making breakfast right now. I didn't know young Master Qi was coming. Would you like to join us? Although the Qi family has always been based in S-City, Lu Heng, who grew up in a city, had also often heard about him within their circles. From a young age, he caused trouble and got into fights. Before graduating high school, his father had him sent abroad, and only in the past 2 years did he return to take over the Qi family's branch in a city. Such a spoiled rich kid who has always had everything handed to him probably doesn't even know how to use natural gas. Although it was still unclear why he suddenly appeared on a dating show, and it wasn't appropriate to confront him directly, Lu Heng was confident enough to make this hot-tempered and unrestrained young master lose face. But Qiyu, having heard his words, did not respond immediately. He quietly looked around, noticing the instant noodles in the pot were almost overcooked, several burnt eggs in the trash can, an unfrozen steak, a dry slice of toast spread with jam, and a piece of blue cheese emitting a sour stench. The handsome brows gradually furrowed into a shallow chan shape. Living here for a month, are you planning to eat only this? Upon first meeting, Qiyu, in an effort to show the little composure he had left, circled the word feed around his mouth before swallowing it back. No choice, the production team doesn't allow others to help. Fang Shubai, still wearing a little bare apron, leaned against the wall and shrugged. Ordering takeout is not allowed either. Otherwise, Lu Heng slightly curled his lips. Is young Master Qi skilled in cooking? Sensing this person's inexplicable hostility, Qiyu did not indulge him at all. Not exactly skilled, but at least I wouldn't cut shit in the kitchen to eat. Lu Heng wanted to say something else, but saw Qiyu stride towards the refrigerator. He casually opened the double-door fridge and, after seeing the abundant ingredients inside, nodded slightly. Then, without saying a single unnecessary word, he lifted his hand to take off his neatly pressed suit jacket, glancing sideways at the person holding a small milk pot, about to cook instant noodles. Do you want Chinese or Western food for breakfast? Jiang Qiyu answered truthfully without hesitation. Chinese. Then, a black coat with a faint cool fragrance was inexplicably handed to her. Take it. Forced to leave the countertop, everyone could only stand dumbfounded to the side, watching the man in the kitchen who was busy to the point of flying but skillfully managing the chaos with ease. His white shirt sleeves rolled up, revealing well-defined forearms, a dark apron half-tied around his waist, head bowed as he seriously chopped vegetables, beat eggs, kneaded dough, and cooked pancakes in one smooth flow. Fang Shubai manually closed his jaw, but still couldn't hide the look of shock on his face. He is. Jiang Qiyu swallowed as she caught the aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. Snail's Kid. Chapter 13. Turn large intestine? Large intestine sashimi. Vegetable and egg pancake, fried eggplant pockets, tomato and egg noodles, shrimp and egg custard. Soon, one after another, Chinese breakfasts accompanied by rising steam were served on the table. Compared to Fang Shubai's surrender in color, aroma, and taste, the skills of this newly joined irritable old guy are explosive even within the entire cooking circle. Pause on Monday, I'm going to eat. I'm not joking. Handsome, rich, sharp-tongued, and can cook? All the buffs are stacked. To be honest, looking at these dishes he made, he doesn't look like a second-generation rich kid at all. They're really homemade. Damn it, I haven't eaten breakfast yet. In this life I must date someone like this, in this life I must date someone like this, in this life I must date someone like this, in this life I must date someone like this. With the last dish of tofu soup served, Qiyu casually took off the apron tied around his waist and sat down at the main seat that everyone had deliberately left open for him. Seeing their eager expressions, he just slightly twitched the corner of his mouth, then waved his big hand. Everyone, start. Mine. Save me a piece of the egg pancake. Don't grab. Move. The 7 of them had been busy in the kitchen all morning but hadn't eaten anything. Their stomachs were already empty. Now, seeing such a table full of delicious and aromatic dishes naturally made their mouths water. The others were still somewhat restrained in front of the camera, eating at a leisurely pace. Only Jiang Qiyu and Fang Shubai, after being struck by the black charcoal fried egg, treasured this heavenly food immensely. Delicious. Swallowing the crispy outside and tender inside egg pancake, Fang Shubai sincerely expressed his respect to the snail god sitting leisurely at the head of the table sipping soup. Brother Qi, your cooking is just too good. I'll give you full marks for the whole month. Please take care of me. Qiyu calmly put down the spoon without even glancing at him. Sorry, whatever I raise from a young age always dies. Jiang Qiyu finished the soup in one gulp, then looked over with a sheepish grin. Mr. Qi, life is short, have another bowl. Can you really bet like this? You should take some medication to reduce your bet, and take care of yourself. Though saying this, Qiyu still ladled half a bowl of the remaining fresh vegetable and tofu soup from the basin for her. Song Yan and Zhou Shun ate tomato and egg noodles while not forgetting to take the opportunity to praise this suddenly arrived male mom. It's really thanks to President Qi's timely arrival. Otherwise, the rest of us would have gone hungry. Jiang Mian and Jiang Ling each held a bowl of shrimp and egg custard, looking beautifully radiant. After eating halfway, Jiang Mian noticed that Lu Heng's expression looked somewhat unpleasant. "Brother Lu, why aren't you eating?" Innocently, she thought Lu Heng only liked high-end but somewhat low-class French cuisine like blue cheese, and wasn't very interested in the visually and aromatically appealing Chinese food in front of him, so she considerately showed concern. "Is it not to your taste?" "Ah no." Having been slapped in the face with a loss of face, Lu Heng finally came to his senses, pursed his lips at Jiang Mian's concerned expression, and awkwardly used his chopsticks to pick up an eggplant box in front of him and put it in his own bowl. Then he looked at Qiyu, who hadn't even directed his gaze at him. I didn't expect Qi Xiao, who studied abroad from a young age and had a heavy academic workload, to still learn such a skill. It's nothing. Although the Lu family is considered a prominent family in City A, the heir apparent of the Lu family is Lu Heng's older brother. Qiyu, the prince of City S, really doesn't regard Lu Heng, the movie king who wields great influence in the entertainment industry, as much of a figure. Hearing this, he casually waved his hand and replied cheekily, "If you like, next time I'll make you the 9-turn large intestine. Guaranteed authentic flavor." Pfft. At the entire dining table, only Jiang Qiyu couldn't hold back and let out a chuckle. The original work had very little description of a character like Qiyu, and there was no bizarre operation of him appearing on a dating show. She originally thought this was just a small bug caused by her butterfly effect, but who knew this true domineering CEO was not only so irritable, but also had 5G internet speed. Interesting. After finishing the music, she saw everyone looking at her, and she nodded seriously in agreement. "I think Emperor Lu's taste does indeed suit this dish better. Since he likes cheese that tastes like stinky socks, the 9-turn large intestine with sewage sauce should be no problem at all." Lu Heng was now extremely wary of Jiang Qiyu, fearing that this woman, who might go crazy to chase after him and force her way into a dating show for attention, would come clinging again. Seeing her echo him, his expression immediately darkened slightly, and he refuted her in a mild but pointed way. "People who don't know me usually don't understand my taste. I actually prefer colder Japanese cuisine." "Got it." Jiang Qiyu nodded immediately to show she understood. "Actor Lu prefers large intestine sashimi. I don't." Lu Heng, who had inexplicably developed a taste for heavy flavors, was about to retort when Qiyu, calmly eating, glanced lightly at Jiang Qiyu and casually said, "Respect everyone's taste, just enjoy your meal." With just one sentence, he shut down the rebuttal that hadn't even been spoken, firmly defining the taste preferences of this aloof Buddhist top-tier movie star. Having been reprimanded, Jiang Qiyu was not annoyed and still looked at Qiyu with a playful smile. Then, "President Qi, will you still cook lunch?" Qiyu leisurely finished the last sip of soup. "Depends on my mood." He didn't agree, and Jiang Qiyu didn't insist. He clicked his tongue and looked at the almost empty dishes on the table, then suddenly turned serious and spoke to everyone. "Did you feel that?" Fang Shubai was holding his stomach, calculating how much extra exercise he would need later. Hearing her say that, he immediately perked up. "Feel what? We have something dirty here." Even in the daytime, her deliberately lowered tone couldn't help but send a chill down one's spine. Jiang Mian braced herself and asked, "What dirty thing?" But to everyone's surprise, Jiang Qiyu calmly extended her finger and slowly pointed toward the dining table. "Dirty bowl." Just as the 7 people excluding Qiyu were cleaning up the battlefield like a whirlwind, the barrage was already in an uproar. "Dirty bowl, teacher Spear, you really understand dirty things. Ha 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 ha. 9-turn large intestine sashimi, General Manager Qi and teacher Spear, you guys really understand sarcasm. This young Master Qi is truly a capitalist, really lacking manners, bullying others just because they don't understand internet memes. Am I the only one who feels that Uncle Slap and teacher Spear have a fated connection? Who still remembers it was her who found little Xin at the airport? Jiang Qiyu is really shameless, trying to cling to handsome Hung but failing. Now seeing someone richer, she's eagerly trying to latch on. Did you notice that Uncle Slap just gave his own coat to Jiang Qiyu? And even asked her what she wanted to eat? What is this, the budding of a CP couple? What status does the Qi family have? A third-rate actress like Jiang Qiyu, who isn't very famous and has a bad reputation, wants to climb into a wealthy family? Dream on. After breakfast, the production team gathered everyone together and announced the person with the highest heartbeat score from last night. Lu Heng, with 329 points, was elected first, and at the same time, announced the first task that the guests need to complete this afternoon. Each group changes outfits and shoots a couple's photo shoot. Chapter 14. The warlord of Nansuan bullies my old man helplessly, forcing me to dress as a lowly. This couple's photo shoot is divided into 2 themes, ancient and modern. 8 guests paired up in twos to form temporary partners for the first episode of CP promotional photos for Donglian. Because Lu Heng ranked first in the heartbeat value yesterday, he earned the priority to choose his partner and the theme for the outfit change for the couple photoshoot. That old fox Lu Heng had long set his sights on Jiang Mian, this little lamb, and naturally chose her on the grounds that they had acted together before and had better chemistry. Only Zhang Ling was left standing behind them, watching eagerly, pretending to nod and smile. This morning Zhou Shun and Song Yan, who had bonded over instant noodles, naturally exchanged a smile and effortlessly teamed up with a tacit understanding. Ilu Mianyan is real. Ilu Mianyan bullies the whole world. Heng Shui always firmly chooses Mian Mian. Is this love? Shunyan CP scores big. After the two teams were decided, only Jiang Qiyu, Zhang Ling, Fang Shubai and Qiyu, who had a face that said, "What kind of stupid task is this?" remained on the field. Since last night with Teacher Spear, Fang Shubai had shown great interest in the unpredictable Jiang Qiyu. So this time, he naturally came over to Jiang Qiyu's side and said with a warm smile, "Teacher Spear, how about the two of us team up?" Meanwhile, Zhang Ling, seeing this, immediately acted quickly and rushed toward the isolated Qiyu. She gently brushed her hair aside, shyly leaning close to the handsome but clearly ill-tempered man, her exquisitely made-up eyes blinking slightly, her tone coy. "President Qi, may I call you Brother Yu?" Qiyu saw her looking as if she was itching all over, and slightly frowned to politely decline. "I advise you not to. Otherwise, I don't know what I might say. Every time we encounter such a battlefield, the barrage is very excited. Ah, I hold the banner for the White Spear. Who dares to be their enemy? Teacher Changmao must take good care of our little bye-bye sob. I still ship the big intestine CP. No. Have you forgotten the suit jacket by Daming Lake?" Honestly, Zhang Ling really gets overshadowed when standing next to Qiyu. I always knew she was bland, but I didn't expect her to be this bland, being outshined by a man. Although Qiyu thought these tasks were ridiculous, since he had already come this far, he had no choice but to follow the rules. He didn't even hesitate for a second between the remaining two female guests and quickly made his choice. "You." Just as she was about to take the initiative to invite the relatively normal tight-suit warrior to team up, she sharply noticed Jiang Qiyu smiling and waving at the boy standing in front of her, then resolutely walking towards her. He raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat pleased. Quite on point. Seeing Jiang Qiyu already approaching, Qiyu, without suspicion, was about to reluctantly nod in agreement, but he saw that the person didn't even glance at him. Just walked right past. Instead, he stood in front of Zhang Ling, who had just been rejected after trying to strike up a conversation, and was still a bit embarrassed and angry. At this moment, Jiang Qiyu had no time to care about young Master Qi's inner drama. After standing still, she grinned at the recently snubbed Zhang Ling. "Cousin, since the production team didn't say we have to team up as male and female, then I'll team up with you." The moment these words were spoken, everyone present except her instantly widened their eyes, did not understand, and was greatly shocked. Those present could more or less tell that these two cousins were not close in private, so why did Jiang Qiyu now take the initiative to team up with Zhang Ling? Suddenly awakened, acting out deep sisterly affection? That shouldn't be. As the invited guest, Zhang Ling was just as surprised as anyone else. Others might not understand, but she was very clear about the situation in her heart. Back then, she had firmly insisted in front of her grandfather that it was Jiang Qiyu who framed Jiang Mian, causing Jiang Qiyu to lose control and make a scene at the Jiang family, which ultimately led to her grandfather announcing the severance of ties. Now Jiang Qiyu must be seething with hatred towards her. How could he possibly take the initiative to step forward and help her out in this way? Zhang Ling's heart was pounding anxiously, but she didn't notice her arm being taken and linked by someone. Jiang Qiyu then posed in front of the camera, showing a deep sisterly bond. "I've already thought of a makeup style that suits both of us perfectly. Everyone look forward to it." Meanwhile, the White Spear Girl and the large intestine faction in the livestream room, after receiving her wink attack, also put aside their differences and shook hands in reconciliation. She can't please everyone, but she can choose to displease everyone. I couldn't help but ponder. Is Teacher Spear really here to clean up the fan circles? Okay, I accept. The battle between White Spear and Big Intestine is still undecided. Looking forward to the next showdown. What weird CPs are you all shipping? Hurry up and form teams, so you don't hold me back from watching Lu Mianyan. Just like that, Jiang Qiyu successfully teamed up with the baffled Zhang Ling, while the two confused lone men had no choice but to join forces and perform together. These two absurd pairings, precisely because of their ridiculousness, made netizens extremely eager. Soon the 4 pairs of partners had each chosen their own themes. Zhou Shun times Song Yan ancient times. Lu Heng times Jiang Mian modern times. Jiang Qiyu times Jiang Ling ancient times. Qiyu times Fang Shubai modern. The 2 main shooting locations are both studios in the garden on the first floor. And for costumes, 2 vans were generously brought in, offering dozens to hundreds of modern and ancient outfits to choose from at will. Most importantly, this time the guests have no makeup artists or costume designers to assist them. They need to complete the entire makeup and styling by themselves. Time 1 hour. The mission officially began. As soon as the starting signal was given, Jiang Qiyu dragged the awkward-faced Jiang Ling straight into the dressing room. Zhou Shun and Song Yan, who also had an ancient theme, naturally did not want to fall behind. The 2 hurriedly squeezed into the makeup room. The atmosphere with Lu Heng and Jiang Mian was much more relaxed. The 2 first huddled together to discuss the style, then leisurely went in together. In the end, only Qiyu and Fang Shubai were left, and they exchanged a glance, both simultaneously seeing 4 big characters in each other's eyes. No will to live. Oh. Time passed by second after second, and the viewers in the comments section were all flooding the screen with their anticipated pairings. Finally, when the timer reached 45 minutes, the curtain of the dressing room moved. Song Yan and Zhou Shun looked like noble lords and ladies who had traveled through time from ancient times, walking out hand in hand. The man was handsome, the woman gentle and graceful, a perfect match. The live comments erupted with wild cheers. After the 2 showcased themselves in front of the camera, they immediately entered the studio to shoot a series of photos. Soon, around the 50-minute mark, the curtain of the dressing room moved again. Slender fingertips parted the curtain, and then a handsome face with well-defined brows and sharp features appeared in the frame. The black suit Qiyu often wore was replaced by a crisp, military green Republic of China Army uniform, with matching army trousers carefully tucked into black knee-high boots. In his other hand, he held a wide-brimmed hat, and just standing there, an unrefined bandit aura seemed to emanate from him. The innate aura of a superior being surrounding him, combined with this outfit, was truly striking. He was seen striding out alone, his slightly furrowed sword-like eyebrows adding a touch of roguishness to him, while also signaling that the man's patience was about to run out. Qiyu waited outside for about 30 seconds before he couldn't help but turn around and urge the person still lingering inside. "Tisk, dawdling like that. Hurry up and come out." Soon the hanging curtain moved again. After a long pause, as if to build up his own courage, Fang Shubai's voice came from inside, complaining in tone. "The warlords of Nansuan bully my old self, forcing me to cross-dress as a lowly." Then a hand wearing a white lace glove slowly lifted the curtain. Chapter 15. Just say whether you can attract both men and women. At this moment all the staff present held their breath. From behind the curtain, a figure slowly emerged, wearing a Western-style dress with a puffy skirt, a white lace veil hat on the head, and a head of yellow curls, exceptionally enchanting and charming. A man. Yes, man. Although Fang Shubai has a delicate appearance, he does not look effeminate. Although he is now fully armed and does not look unpleasant, there is still an indescribable sense of strangeness. The audience was also moved by his selfless and dedicated spirit, and they all responded with laughter. "No, I mean praise. May I ask who this beautiful lady is?" "Bye-bye. I have sacrificed too much for this show. Bye-bye. If Mr. Qi threatens you, just blink your eyes. Little brother, it's just a job. No need to risk your whole life for it." Under normal circumstances, Fang Shubai would rather die than submit, but he really couldn't resist because Brother Qi had given him so much. A week of ordering privileges, no cuisine restrictions. For someone who can turn eggs into chemical weapons, this was an almost deadly temptation. "Stop laughing, hurry up and go." He was still wearing his own shoes, looking down to hide his face as he took quick, small steps, recklessly trying to drag the curious Qiyu into the studio. But at the same time, something happened that caught everyone completely off guard. "Why-ya-ya-ya-ya." A loud, high-pitched, full-bodied but somewhat offbeat Peking opera singing echoed from the dressing room. The sound stunned everyone on the spot. Even Fang Shubai forgot to cover his face with his hand. All eyes focused on the curtain of the dressing room. Qiyu frowned and clicked his tongue. "What's all that shouting? You scared me." Then they heard Jiang Qiyu's voice from inside. "Family, are you ready to enjoy our group's unisex outfit style?" The live comments naturally heard her voice, and the focus gradually shifted from the Lolita Fang Shubai. Teacher Spear is quiet, so she must be up to mischief. Hey, you in front. Take some sedatives to calm down. I also think she's not holding back anything good. Kind of curious about what's going on. Curious +1. Hearing her say that, Qiyu and Feng Shubai weren't in a hurry to go in either. They simply stood aside, waiting to see the all-around stylish outfit she mentioned. Jiang Qiyu didn't hesitate either. After speaking, she raised her hand and pulled the curtain open. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. The bullet screen went blank. She wore a bright red headscarf tied around her head, a shiny red silk belt around her waist, and a simple outfit with red on top and black below. Definitely not attractive, barely recognizable as traditional costume. But if it were just these, it still wouldn't be enough to intimidate the whole audience. The most shocking thing was that she was holding something in each hand. This. Feng Shubai struggled to regain his voice, trembling as he pointed a finger clad in a lace glove at her. What is this? Oh, this. Jiang Qiyu looked down at the antique-style wine jug in her left hand and the ghost-headed knife nearly half a person's height in her right, grinning widely with a carefree smile showing all 8 of her teeth. This is the finishing touch for this unisex outfit. Even if it's a fashion item. Family, I thought she would just mess around. But I didn't expect her to completely kill it. Unisex. Just going all out like that. In a way, she really did manage to captivate both men and women. Besides a 6, I can't speak any other language. Why isn't Zhongling coming out? Are these two having a feminine showdown? After introducing her fashion items, Jiang Qiyu turned back. Seeing that her partner was still lingering behind the curtain, reluctant to show up, she immediately hung the wine flask on her waist and pulled the person out in one go. Originally thinking their endurance had reached its limit, the staff present were still startled a second time. Zhongling's outfit was not as flashy as Jiang Qiyu's. Instead, it was very plain. Only it was a bit too plain. She appeared wearing a pale white undergarment, her long hair loose, almost covering half of her face. And the two most unique fashion items are a huge Cho character circled on the chest, and a long strip prop taped to the back. Based on this outfit, it's not hard to guess that this is the death warrant used by prisoners when they are taken to the execution ground. The details so detailed. I am willing to call today's costume change task a form of contemporary performance art. To reiterate, Jiang Qiyu is not here for a parachute drop, but for an airstrike. Everyone pay attention, this is not a drill. Thanks for the invitation. I got so immersed that I already imagined myself as a commoner watching the execution at Kaishaku. Zhongling suddenly pulled out, looked even more embarrassed than Feng Shubai just now. She tried hard to cover her face with her hair and hide behind Jiang Qiyu, all the while cursing her silently in her heart. Actually, an hour ago, as soon as Jiang Qiyu went in, she started fiddling with some props. She then picked 2 sets of relatively ornate Tang-style high-waisted Ruchuan dresses from dozens of Hanfu outfits. She kept a pink set for herself and secretly, when no one was paying attention, used scissors to cut the blue strap down to just 0.5 millimeter, barely still connected. With this kind of Hanfu, as soon as the tie breaks, the whole garment would fall off. If her cousin made a fool of herself in front of the live broadcast camera, she would definitely cry and beg to leave the show. And then she wouldn't have to worry about what she might say that shouldn't be said. But who knew that plans couldn't keep up with changes? Just as she finished, Jiang Qiyu came charging out of the props room with a steel knife, her smile sinister as she forced her to change into this prison uniform. Feeling the strange gazes coming from all directions, Zhongling only felt that the clothes on her body were especially scorching. She hated it. Feng Shubai beside him covered his mouth with his hand, and with his whole outfit, he looked charming and lovely. So this is what you meant? He looked at them in shock. Attracting both men and women? This is just too. Upright arrow. Jiang Qiyu raised her hand to interrupt him, shook her head and said seriously, setting everything else aside, just tell me if it can be killed or not. Can it? Seeing his face full of doubt, Jiang Qiyu steeled her heart, took down the wine flask hanging at her waist, and without another word, suddenly tilted her head back. Tun. She took a big gulp of the water she had poured down her throat, puffed out her cheeks, and signaled to everyone with her eyes to watch her perform. Then she raised the ghost-headed knife in her right hand, sinking her breath into her dantian. Poof! The fine mist not only sprayed onto the blade but also drenched the people huddled behind her. Ah! Zhongling, who had been sprayed all over her face, immediately jumped out from behind her, unable to hide the anger in her eyes as she pointed at Jiang Qiyu, ready to confront her. You really are. Cousin, don't be angry. Jiang Qiyu smiled and wiped her mouth, showing a typical tough and cheeky expression. I did it on purpose. I just wanted to tease you, my friend. Zhongling held her breath and didn't come up, her face turning bright red from holding it in. She shook her hand fiercely and stormed angrily towards the studio. She really didn't want to embarrass herself by following her anymore. Sis, wait for me, cousin. Friend. Seeing her leave, Jiang Qiyu quickly grabbed a knife and followed after her. A prisoner was striding ahead briskly, while an executioner was chasing fiercely behind, holding a knife. The scene was indescribably terrifying. As they passed by Qiyu and Fang Shubai, Jiang Qiyu even took a moment to greet them. How am I? Am I cute? You are ridiculous. Qiyu glanced at her coldly, barely hiding the smile at the corner of his lips. Jiang Qiyu stopped and slightly frowned, putting on an act. Brother, how can you attack someone's taste? A deeper smile appeared in Qiyu's eyes, and his tone slowed. It's not that I want to attack your taste, it's your taste that attacked me first. Chapter 16. The life of Mouse is also a life. After the previous 2 rounds of escalating chaos, Lu Heng and Zhang Mian, who dragged their feet and made their grand entrance at the last moment, failed to bring any visual impact to the audience. The 2 came out full of confidence, but the real-time feedback on the big screen was quite different from what Lu Heng had expected. In the bullet comments, aside from a small number of fans praising the pair and fangirling, everyone else was discussing whether Fang Shubai sacrificed more or Zhang Ling gave more. As for why no one mentioned Jiang Qi, it was because everyone unanimously agreed. Playing with this kind of thing that can't be shown on stage, other celebrities might feel ashamed and furious, wishing they could bury their heads in the ground, but Jiang Qiyu was different. She truly loved playing. After everyone had been busy in the studio for a long time and had taken enough shots, they were sent off to remove their makeup. On the way, Zhang Ling and Fang Shubai even left afterimages behind as they ran. Only Jiang Qiyu leisurely held a wine pot and a machete, going around watering friends crossed out, selling swords. When removing makeup, the staff informed that there would be a public interaction session for the friend circle in the evening, so they encouraged the guests to enrich their content and interact more with other guests during the remaining afternoon time. After removing makeup, it was free time. Fang Shubai complained that he was too embarrassed to face anyone and hid away, while Zhang Ling, also unwilling to face everyone's gaze, went back to her room to rest. Jiang Qiyu happily carried half a watermelon upstairs to play shooting games, grandly declaring, I need to rest well during the day because I still have to sleep at night. The others also dispersed throughout the apartment, each spending their hard-earned leisure time in their own way. Qiyu, who had not yet chosen a room, carried his high-end suitcase, neither able to sing nor carry passengers, lacking in features but tens of times more expensive than Jiang Qiyu's mecha vehicle, and directly checked into the top floor. Unlike the others, he kept his own phone in addition to the one issued by the production team. This was so that during breaks in the recording schedule, he could remotely handle some company affairs. He had been paying attention to this program since its initial planning. The reason he remained cautious before was that the new social platform product from the Qi branch had not yet fully taken shape. It was only after Donglian aired for a day and successfully topped the trending searches, generating massive discussion, that his proposal was officially approved by the Qi headquarters board, and preparations to invest and take shares began. However, by an unfortunate coincidence, right at the moment of the additional investment bidding meeting, because his brother's good daughter Chao Xinxin was feeling homesick, she was called to the airport by a baffling kidnapper's phone call. He missed the chance to become an investor and, by a twist of fate, ended up appearing on camera and becoming an overnight sensation. When the show's director contacted him, Qiyu had just hung up the phone from that old man in S-City. Unable to control his long-suppressed bad temper, he spoke somewhat harshly to director Zhang, perhaps more than somewhat. The reason he changed his mind and graciously decided to personally participate in this dating show. Firstly, he was interested in experiencing some of the clever design ideas of the Donglian app firsthand. Secondly, naturally, he also saw the potential for this show to become a phenomenon-level variety program. These three, after organizing some current experiences and feelings about the Donglian app, Qiyu looked up towards the floor-to-ceiling window. At this time, the sky was nearing dusk. In a very romantic open-air garden pavilion, a delicately designed swing basket gently swayed. From the angle of his room, the front of the swing basket was not visible. Only a section of fair, slender calves could be seen below, swinging back and forth at will. Tisk! For no reason, Qiyu slightly frowned, paused for a moment, and then casually picked up the remote control on the table. Beep! The blackout curtain slowly closed, also blocking the figure who was slowly approaching the hanging basket. In the open-air garden, Jiang Qiyu was comfortably sprawled in the hanging basket, holding her phone with a serious expression. Jiang Qiyu. The 8-time scope she had just licked and hadn't warmed up yet startled her with a sudden voice, causing her to flinch and slip, exposing herself and getting shot at the same time. Still immersed in the pain and anger of death, she looked up and saw a face smiling with hidden daggers. It was Jiang Ling. She had already changed out of her regular clothes, holding a glass of milk in her hand, and gave Jiang Qiyu a fully businesslike smile. Qiyu, ever since the two of us sisters met, we haven't found a chance to avoid the cameras and have a proper chat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu slightly raised her eyebrows, turned off the screen, and slowly sat up straight, looking at Jiang Ling with a teasing expression. What? You want to pour it on me too, my friend? Qiyu. Jiang Ling's face stiffened, but she still gently put down the milk in her hand. I know you're still upset about that matter, but I had my reasons for doing what I did. Saying this, she sat down on the chair beside her, showing a forced smile. You don't understand me, I don't blame you. Then I thank you. Faced with her shameless skill, Jiang Qiyu almost laughed out loud. Qiyu, you also know my identity. Seeing that her usually soft-eared and simple-minded cousin was indifferent to the weakness tactics she used before, Jiang Ling sighed and continued. No matter what, you are Grandpa's biological granddaughter. Even if you made a mistake out of momentary confusion, Grandpa will soon calm down. I'm different. If it were me. Seeing her in a self-pitying mood, about to pour out her grievances, Jiang Qiyu was annoyed, waved her hand and said directly, Cousin, let me be blunt with you. What? Speak plainly. Without blushing or skipping a beat, Jiang Qiyu calmly changed her words and said, What exactly do you want to do? Just say it directly. Finish talking and hurry up, don't interfere with my parachuting. Jiang Ling choked a bit, and didn't bother to play the victim anymore, directly saying, Qiyu, I know you came to participate in the show for Hengge. You two have had an arranged marriage since childhood, but now he. Seeing Jiang Qiyu remain silent, thinking she had been persuaded by her words, Jiang Ling added more intense details, smiling bitterly as she shook her head. Speaking of which, ever since, our lives have become a complete mess, who else can we blame? The words she didn't say were clear in Jiang Qiyu's mind. This was a trick to use her again to deal with Jiang Mian. Fine, you can't fight the female lead yourself, so you're encouraging this little mouse to step forward, huh? A mouse's life is still a life. Feeling the malice from the world's #2 female lead, Jiang Qiyu mouse version, immediately went crazy on the spot. Cousin, you're right, but I think the zombies that escaped 6 train cars and train to Busan still couldn't escape the human hearts in one car. What does this mean? This means 1 car is stronger than 6 cars. King of Kings ham sausage jelly. I want Jilyang. Chi. What? Your life is a complete mess? No worries. When I grow up, I want to be a Zizalong jelly. Astronauts are so happy. Giving me my beloved grandpa and grandma. Looking at the person in front of her who suddenly started acting wildly without any reason, Jiang Ling finally understood. Then, with a face full of frustration at her own inability to make her understand, she raised her voice to scold her, trying to awaken the love and longing for Lu Heng hidden deep in Jiang Qiyu's heart. Jiang Qiyu, have you ever thought about what exactly you and Brother Heng are to each other? Consider me just unlucky. She still wouldn't give up, clutching tightly with both hands. What about those good times you had before? Jiang Qiyu paused for a moment, then after some thought, continued confidently. You can't beat me, this is seaweed. Chapter 17. Shitalanya, there are many kinds of spicy in this world. Jiang Ling came with a belly full of schemes, and Jiang Qiyu sent her away with a belly full of resentment. When it was all calculated, no one ended up losing out. By evening, she was very considerate, scratch that, sycophantic, and took the initiative to help young Master Qi wash the vegetables, successfully earning a 3 dishes and 1 soup meal that made Fong Su Bai tear up. After dinner, it was time for the show's usual reserved segment, Understanding Love Night Talk. And today's program was the public sharing of the Love Friends Circle in the Donglian app. Everyone sat around in the living room, looking at the large electronic screen in front of them, which displayed all the Love Friends Circle posts they had published from last night until today. Yesterday, Zhou Shun uploaded a photo of his room with the caption, A Wonderful Shared Rental Life. Song Yen posted a mirror selfie with the caption, Looking Forward. Zhang Ling took a photo of the night view outside the window, captioned, A gentle breeze blows, and all the beauty will come unexpectedly. Fong Shubai posted a purely text-based message. Met a very interesting friend. When this picture was displayed on the big screen, Fong Shubai instinctively looked up at Jiang Qiyu. But he found that person's eyes were unfocused. Clearly their mind had already drifted away and they weren't paying attention. He grinned heartlessly, then turned his gaze back to follow the big screen. Jiang Qiyu circle of friends was posted this morning, the picture showing a table full of various Chinese breakfasts, accompanied by the caption, "Food is as gentle as love." And Lu Heng not only instantly liked her post in the friend circle, but also immediately followed up with a photo of the garden scenery, captioned, "What is seen is gentle and beautiful, what is done does not betray youth." By the time this was shown, the bullet comments were almost completely dominated by Lu Heng and Jiang Qiyu ship fans. Is this the time difference that young couples play with? You're both on a dating show and still sending secret signals to each other. Stop being so gentle and beautiful. Just give me intense happiness. Ah, I'm fake? Illuminion can't be fake either. I'm obsessed. Are you two even considering the fans at all? The fans are about to be turned into CP fans by your showing off. Oh. And Qiyu, who only arrived here the next day, had no activity in his friend circle. The big screen only briefly showed his blank friend circle. From last night until now, everyone's friend circles have only posted a few scattered updates or none at all. Except for Lu Heng's copywriting that piggybacked on Jiang Qiyu to stir up CP talk, which caused a bit of a reaction, the others barely made any waves. Jiang Qiyu's friend circle was specifically placed by the production team to be shown last. As for the reason, whoever gets poked by a spear smeared with shit dies. The first pure text love circle of this morning. There are many kinds of spiciness in this world. Mild, medium, extra hot, and she only said half of it, and while everyone was still puzzled, the big screen immediately showed her second message. Image. A piece of blue cheese that has been cut. Spear dipped in poop pokes whoever dies. Smells terribly spicy. Lu Heng immediately turned a dark face. Image. A bowl of vegetable tofu soup seen to the bottom. Spear dipped in shit. Whoever it stabs dies. Fragrant and spicy. Qiyu raised an eyebrow slightly. Image. A selfie taken at a dressing room wearing a bright red executioner outfit from a deadly angle. Spear dipped in shit. Whoever it stabs dies. Beautiful and spicy. Jiang Ling's face turned green. Image. A photo taken in the rooftop garden, showing a radiant smile with the sea view in the background. This photo, which is still fairly normal and perfectly beautiful, was captioned, "Me and the sea." Finally, there was a photo taken in the rooftop garden with Jiang Ling, who had a forced smile all over her face. Caption. "If you can't stand me, you can scold my sister. I'm already like this, what good can my sister be?" Then she replied below herself. "After scolding my sister, you can't scold me anymore, okay?" Jiang fake cousin Ling's face turned even greener. Jiang real cousin Mion's expression was also not very good. Truly worthy of being spear teacher. Just a few simple posts on social media can ruin everyone's good mood. My perspective was too narrow. I take back what I said before about spear teacher coming to clean up the fan circles. This lady is here to clean up the entertainment industry. Take your 7 kinds of spicy and get out of there. I'm not joking. By the way, are Jiang Ling and Jiang Qiyu really sisters? How come they look so different? The comments were full of joy, but Jiang Ling wished she could just eat her alive right then and there. In front of the camera, she could only force a faint, very reluctant smile and say to Jiang Qiyu, "Qiyu, your circle of friends really posts quite a lot." Song Yan was also a bit stunned and said, "Qiyu, your desire to vent is actually quite strong, huh?" Zhou Shun and Fang Shubai nodded along. Their words were tactful, but translated directly from Chinese to Chinese it actually means, "Why do you keep talking nonsense every day? Do you all think I talk too much?" With one sentence, she hit the nail on the head of everyone's thoughts. Jiang Qiyu didn't feel there was any problem at all and spoke with a completely calm face. "Friends, what I post may just be a circle of lovers to you, but to me it's madness. Posting a bit of madness every day brings a little more peace to my heart." Everyone was silent, only Qiyu slightly shook his head, rarely giving a sincere and earnest admonition. "Anything could harm you." Jiang Qiyu then grinned at him heartlessly. "Afraid of dying?" All the friend circles of the contestants have been displayed. Next, the production team announced. Guests will give each other likes, and whoever receives the most likes will gain a privilege in tomorrow's session. Undoubtedly, this rule is extremely unfriendly to Qiyu, but for Jiang Qiyu, who treats the friend circle like a memo and posts frequently, it is undoubtedly a stroke of genius. Soon the results came out. Jiang Qiyu made up for the lack of quality with quantity. Even if she liked each of her own posts once, she was almost guaranteed to win. At first, not knowing this rule, everyone just posted one picture on Weibo as usual, and no one expected that this chatterbox would get lucky like a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Facing everyone's sincere or insincere congratulations, Jiang Qiyu smiled with a grin that showed teeth but not eyes. One huh? At night, after returning to her room and washing up, Jiang Qi, who was still parachuting, shooting, looting and hiding, unsurprisingly received another heart value pop-up from the Donglian app. The second forced pop-up froze the screen, but she was much calmer and seriously clicked on each person's avatar to rate them. Lu Heng, birth 0 points. Jiang Mian, the female lead, can't afford to provoke so better to avoid 0 points. Zhang Ling, she has trypophobia and is afraid of people who are too scheming 0 points. Zhou Shun, not familiar 0 points. Song Yan, quite fair 10 points. Feng Shubai, nice person but has some issues with their mind 20 points. Qiyu? When it came to this guest who appeared in addition to yesterday's, Jiang Qiyu hesitated for a moment before giving a score of 0, then recalled his exquisite culinary skills. This is worth 50 points. Then I thought about how he verbally attacked my taste earlier today, and that definitely counts against him. Under the gaze of the live stream audience, Jiang Qi, after hesitating for a moment, marked a score on Qiyu's score sheet. Slowly she gave a 6. Chapter 18. Is this girl a total clingy type? That night, the official Weibo account You Understand Love immediately released the CP promotional photos of the 4 pairs from the daytime group. Once the photos were published, both viewers who had watched the live broadcast and those who hadn't went wild. Several keywords surged into the top 10 trending searches overnight. Hashtag Jiang Qiyu, irresistible to both men and women. Hashtag spear teacher, the executioner is stunningly beautiful. Hashtag Qiyu, the most handsome warlord. Hashtag Feng Shubai, is this really something I can watch without paying? Hashtag Iluyan perfect match. Hashtag pleasant CP traveling through time. Several days of trending topics have made the already highly anticipated dating show explode again, attracting even more viewers to flock to the live stream and stay tuned, just to witness teacher Changmao's bizarre moves live on site. The character setting of Jiang Qiyu also successfully transformed from a green tea, clingy, and vicious type to an undefinable comedic woman. No one expected that the beneficiary of this dating show so far would actually be Jiang Qiyu, this parachuted guest whose reputation was completely ruined. Of course, she herself did not anticipate this either, because she is now happily enjoying her rights as the victor. Early in the morning, before the dew had even dried, everyone was called up by the program team's broadcast. Gathering the 8 people in the garden, the program team began to announce the first event of the morning. Morning run. Everyone jogged around the designated route once, and only after everyone finished could they go have breakfast. The 8 of them all changed into sportswear and lined up in a row at the apartment entrance. Handsome men and beautiful women, combined with the beautiful seaside morning scenery, they formed a truly stunning sight. Unlike the other guests who were seriously warming up, Jiang Qiyu, as the winner of last night's friend circle game, happily climbed onto her mecha vehicle. Originally, the production team had prepared bicycles, but Jiang Qiyu said she came prepared, so they switched at the last minute to her electric suitcase that had gone viral online. Teacher Changmao, you really have great privileges. Feng Shubai was dressed in light-colored sportswear, and before he had time to fix his hairstyle, he tied it back with a bright yellow headband, making him look youthful and energetic. He approached Jiang Qiyu and kept examining her mech battle vehicle that had gone viral online, his gaze clearly full of envy. If I had known, I would have posted more on my social circle yesterday. Today's activity is an outdoor live broadcast, and the viewers in the live room also saw this scene through the cameraman's lens. I said it a long time ago, Teacher Spear's mech tank is a white bait trap. Is this the little white brother who just woke up this morning? So cute, I want to pet him. Did the merchant come to ask Teacher Spear to endorse or not? Hurry up and post the link. Oh. Jiang Qi calmly straddled the suitcase, only raising her hand to gently pat his shoulder, her face full of earnest sincerity as she said, "You're still young. When you reach my age, you'll understand that exercise is actually a kind of enjoyment." Really? Feng Shubai looked at her somewhat skeptically. Of course. She nodded seriously. It's just that I'm not the type to seek pleasure. Zhou Shun, who was warming up, heard this and came over, smiling as he joined the conversation. You just don't get it. Every time you're in a bad mood, you go exercise. After sweating it out, you'll find that you. Before he finished speaking, the man beside him, who had turned his black windbreaker into a fashion runway show, leisurely took over the conversation. I realize not only is my mood bad, but my physical condition is even worse. Qiyu looked at Jiang Qiyu, with her slender arms and legs resting on the suitcase. The black baseball cap concealed the fleeting mockery in his dark eyes, his tone slightly teasing. Faced with his sharp tongue, Jiang Qiyu didn't take it to heart at all. Instead, she nodded along like a tough piece of jerky. Not exercising will only make my physical fitness worse, but exercising will lower my moral standards. After speaking, she gave him a bright smile, then decisively pressed the switch on the mech battle vehicle. Beep beep. Welcome to use our company's electric suitcase. Wishing you a pleasant journey. What followed was the addictive BGM that went viral on short video platforms. My heart beats like love on fire, you're the one laughing. And I'm the crazy one. Watching her stylish figure speeding away like the wind, Feng Shubai slowly gave a thumbs up. Teacher Changmao is approachable, and she really has rhythm. Qiyu then slightly squinted his eyes, his thin lips slowly forming a somewhat gentle curve, his voice calm and low. I think it still hasn't been properly adjusted. Seeing that the person riding the mecha war vehicle was almost out of sight, the other 7 also quickened their pace to follow. As everyone did some simple aerobic exercise, they chatted and laughed with each other. In the livestream chat, fans from various camps put aside their disputes to support their idols, showering praise and admiration, creating a peaceful and pleasant atmosphere. But the scene didn't last long before the BGM, which had gradually faded away, became clear again. Love like fire will warm the heart. I see the flames of love flickering. From the sound, it seemed to actively return and gradually approach them. Friends. From a distance, they saw the person on the suitcase waving to everyone. The few exchanged glances, all seeing the same confusion in each other's eyes. Even Qiyu slightly raised an eyebrow the moment Jiang Qiyu's figure appeared. How did they come back again? Since when did this person become so conscious of the collective? That shouldn't be. Soon, each person arrived with a box, and the newcomer smiled kindly. I thought about it, we are all a team, and no one should be individualistic, so I decided to come back and run together with everyone. Actually, she only remembered halfway through. This scene was mentioned in the original work, where during a morning run, Zhang Ling deliberately tripped Zhang Mian so they could both pretend to fall. As a result, Lu Heng stepped forward and without a word, gave a princess carry, refusing to put Zhang Mian down no matter what. By the time they returned to the apartment, the wounds on her legs had already scabbed over. This was one of the iconic scenes in the book. She came back just to get a close look at the excitement. Eating melon gossip is human nature. Jiang Qiyu was no different when encountering such an abnormal human being. So she rode the mech war vehicle, keeping a close but not too close distance beside Zhang Ling and Zhang Mian, her eyes fixed tightly on Zhang Ling, afraid of missing any move. But even as everyone was almost about to finish the entire course, Zhang Ling showed no intention of making a move. Actually, it's understandable, being stared at so intensely by someone who seems to come with their own BGM, no one would dare act rashly. But Jiang Qiyu was completely unaware of this. She anxiously scratched her head, puzzled why Zhang Ling still hadn't made a move. With a big gesture, the suitcase in her hand moved closer to the two. At that moment, Zhang Ling, who was annoyed by being closely watched, finally couldn't hold back. She found a blind spot of the camera and bit her teeth. Suddenly, she stretched her right foot toward the front wheel of the mech vehicle. Bang! Damn! Smack! Ah! Ouch! Alright. The suitcase was just tripped by Zhang Ling's outstretched foot, and Jiang Qiyu quickly jumped off the suitcase before losing balance. But in the fluster, she accidentally stepped on Zhang Ling's foot, which hadn't been pulled back in time, and lost her footing, falling onto her butt. Zhang Ling, whose foot was stepped on, screamed and before falling, instinctively grabbed the clothes of Zhang Mian beside her. Zhang Mian reflexively steadied Song Yen next to her. Caught off guard, Song Yen stumbled, and the three of them fell to the ground simultaneously. The team of Donglian joggers instantly fell into chaos. Jiang Qiyu sat on the ground in a daze, glanced at the mech war vehicle beside her that, though fallen, was still persistently singing, then turned her head to look at the trio of women who had collapsed not far away. With a greatly shocked expression, she muttered to herself, "This girl. Is she some kind of troublemaker?" Chapter 19 Idiot. The incident happened in the blink of an eye. Jiang Qiyu, who got herself involved while watching the commotion, scrambled up from the ground, rubbed her sore buttocks, and limped over to the three people who were in awkward positions. Just as she was about to reach out and pull the person away, suddenly, a figure rushed over with a stern scolding. "Get out of the way." That person forcefully bumped into her, causing her to stagger back a few steps, and she almost fell on her backside from losing her balance. Fortunately, a hand appeared behind her, firmly grabbing her arm to steady her, preventing this unlucky bystander from getting hurt a second time. She looked up at the figure that suddenly appeared like a mad dog. There stood the so-called aloof and ascetic top actor, now crouching beside Jiang Qiyu with a concerned expression, carefully supporting her body. It was as if the person before him was not a human, but a fragile Tianshan snow lotus. Just as described in the original work, his brows were tightly furrowed, his face unable to hide the worry. "Mian, how are you?" After receiving Jiang Mian's response, he showed his full boyfriend strength by lifting her into his arms like a princess. Then with a cold and fierce gaze, he looked at the vicious female supporting character standing nearby, lowering his voice with an icy tone. "Miss Jiang, even if you're joking, there has to be a limit." The only difference from the original work was that the vicious female supporting character changed from Jiang Bemeso Ling to Jiang Unlucky. At the same time, because of this sudden accident, the live stream room was about to explode. "Ah, Hung is so handsome and domineering protecting his wife. He really made me cry. I originally thought Jiang Qiyu had stopped causing trouble, so why is she still so despicable? Can't stand us Mian, so she resorts to underhanded tactics. Scoundrels will always be scoundrels. It must be because Hang Shui has been close to Mian these days, and she's gotten jealous. The green tea bitch tried to interfere but failed, so now she's angry and ashamed. Can't you see how Hang Shui treats you? Yet you keep throwing yourself at him." "No, was I just seeing things? Jiang Qiyu didn't even touch Jiang Mian just now, everyone fell down, so why blame her? Isn't that a bit targeted? I also think we can't blame teacher Chang Mao. Maybe it was just an accident, the barrage of insults was way too harsh." "It's not like that, bro." Hearing him say this, Jiang Qiyu almost burst out laughing, her face full of surprise as she met his grim gaze. "Is your mental state still normal right now? Victim blaming? Are you okay? In this situation, even Doi would have to cry for her a couple of times, right?" But Lu Heng did not speak again. He just looked at her deeply, then firmly hugged the ear-tipped, slightly struggling Jiang Mian in his arms and strode toward the apartment. Standing behind Jiang Qiyu, Qiyu used one hand to lift the suitcase that had fallen to the ground, then looked at the bewildered person and spoke calmly. "Are you dumb from the fall?" Jiang Qiyu didn't respond, but casually pulled off the recording device on her body. She glanced at the figure walking away briskly while holding Jiang Mian, then turned to look at the calm-faced man beside her. "What do you think his background is?" As soon as she finished speaking, Qiyu calmly took off the microphone on himself. Looking at the pretentious and hurried figure not far away, he raised an eyebrow and casually uttered two words. "Idiot." As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Qiyu immediately showed a sincere expression and slowly nodded. "I don't know who invented this word, but I'm somewhat grateful. I don't know when it started, but idiot and fool have carried a hint of indulgence and ambiguity. Even when saying baka, it sounds like a form of coaxing. Only dumbass remains full of hostility, clearly judgmental, and very durable." After this accidental incident, the production team very considerately canceled the task segment scheduled for this morning. They allowed the injured guests, especially Miss Tripwire who brought it upon herself, to take a short rest and continue in the afternoon. As for the few who were uninjured, under the organization and leadership of a teacher with the compound surname Chang Mao, they borrowed a set of traditional Chinese 4-player board game props from the production team, which test intelligence, finger dexterity, and memory, suitable for all ages. Jiang Qiyu, Zhou Shun, and Song Yin sat around a square table, all three looking seriously at Fang Shubai, who was smiling somewhat awkwardly. "Song Yin, do you know how to play mahjong?" Fang Shubai. "No." Zhou Shun. "Then did you bring money?" Fang Shubai. "I have it." Jiang Qiyu. "Come to the table." At first Fang Shubai, who didn't understand the rules, was repeatedly defeated by the three, but once he slightly understood the game rules, the newbie protection period immediately took effect. "Haha, I won again." At Fang Shubai's 13th tile draw, the tile was again a Kong replacement draw, and the other three immediately became enlightened. Song Yin shook her head. "Actually, this game isn't that fun." Zhou Shun agreed. "Indeed, we should also go prepare lunch." Jiang Qiyu swore to the heavens. "I, Jiang, will never tolerate gambling and drugs." After speaking, she inadvertently glanced at one of the bolded comments on the living room big screen. "Teacher Chang Mao, why don't you mention Huang at all?" She then swore again in this very posture. "Under the heavens, I, Jiang, will never tolerate gambling and drugs." Oh. The joyful morning quickly passed. Song Yin and Jiang Qiyu were lively and energetic. Jiang Mian only had a small scrape on her elbow, and it was almost healed before the first aid kit was even brought over. As for Zhang Ling, who had been the loudest after being examined by the doctor, It was confirmed that her foot was fine, and she could proudly return to work after some rest. A minor incident passed, fortunately. No one had any problems, and Director Jiang relaxed and began to proceed with the next steps. Form a team. Jiang Mian frowned slightly. Play games. Jiang Qiyu's eyes lit up. The production team had downloaded a recently viral battle royale mobile game onto each guest's phone. The 8 guests were divided into 2 teams of 4, and the team with the last surviving members, or the last one to die, would be the winner. The winning team would receive advantageous support in tomorrow's task. Since several guests had never played this game before, the production team gave everyone 30 minutes to get familiar and prepare. After the production team finished explaining the rules, Jiang Qiyu lowered her head to look at the app she used most on her phone, grinning silently. Isn't this just a coincidence? Chief. Just as she was basking in the secret joy of having predicted the final exam questions correctly, a slightly hesitant and gentle voice sounded. She saw that Jiang Mian had somehow come up beside Qiyu, who was busy fiddling with his phone, and with a slightly awkward smile she softly tried. Can we team up later? As soon as she said this, several people present were stunned. Especially Lu Heng, whose face was already long, now stretched even more like a donkey that had been trekking through the desert for 3 days and 3 nights. The bullet comments immediately exploded. Oh my god, in the morning Heng the handsome hero saves the beauty, and in the afternoon the beauty has someone in her heart? What kind of battlefield is this? Oh my god, the tough but soft-hearted domineering CEO times gentle and cute little white rabbit. Why is this pairing so addictive? Being obsessed with everything will only harm you. Mian obviously just saw Qiyu playing games well, okay? It was just for the task. You all are really overacting. Taking Heng Shui away. Our best actor is not only handsome but kind-hearted, okay? No binding. Sure, a battlefield, good to watch, love to watch every day. Chapter 20 Princess Elsa and Half-Dragon Service. For a moment, the gazes of everyone present quietly shifted more or less, and the atmosphere gradually began to become somewhat subtle. But facing Jiang Mian's sudden friendly gesture, Qiyu showed no emotion, only looking up at her indifferently. Before he could speak, someone nearby saw the situation and stepped forward. Brother Yu. Jiang Ling appeared, holding her phone, quietly stepping between the two without showing any emotion. She linked arms affectionately with Jiang Mian and smiled sweetly at Qiyu. Neither Mian nor I have much gaming experience, so we wanted to ask Brother Yu to guide us. As soon as she said this, not only did the people present fail to grasp the situation, but the viewers in the livestream were also left confused. Where did this Jiang Ling suddenly come from? 2 women fighting over 1 man. No way, I've always thought Jiang Ling and Mian had a good relationship. Could it be that Jiang Ling likes Mr. Qi but is too shy to say it herself, so she let Mian say it? The truth is out now. I told you since the show started Mian and Qiyu hardly interacted. How could she suddenly be interested in him? You can't be sure about that. Who still remembers Jiang Mian's circle of friends? Could it be a meal that seals love? How could this be? The more I think about it, the more terrifying it is, truly terrifying. Others might not understand, but Jiang Qiyu clearly sees through it. According to the current plot development, Jiang Mian should still only have admiration and respect for Lu Heng as a senior. The small spark of love has not yet been ignited. And Qiyu, such a high-quality young man, standing here, is indeed much better than that nearly 30-year-old Lu Heng. Although Jiang Ling had always been somewhat vaguely inserted between Lu Heng and Jiang Mian before, she did not particularly like Lu Heng. She just couldn't stand to see Jiang Mian doing well. Jiang Mian's appearance not only took away her proud status as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, but also stole the favor of the Jiang family members. She wanted to take away the things Jiang Mian liked. This was Jiang Ling's revenge. Although because of Jiang Mian's protagonist aura, all the things she did ultimately became ineffective revenge. Now, as soon as Jiang Mian showed favor to Qiyu, Jiang Ling indeed couldn't wait and rushed forward. Seeing Qiyu's indifferent expression and lack of response, she didn't feel awkward. Instead, she naturally picked up her phone and showed the screen to him. Here, look at the game ID I just created. To ensure fairness in the game, the production team required everyone to participate using newly registered accounts. Jiang Ling held her newly registered account and continued talking to Qiyu. Brother Yu, what's your name? Let's add each other as friends. Qiyu squinted before clearly seeing the game ID on her screen's data panel. Little Rabbit Princess? He slightly curled the corner of his lips, his expression calm, but the words he spoke made everyone present pause in surprise. What a coincidence, my name is Princess Elsa. L. S.A. M.M. Qiyu nodded calmly, without the slightest embarrassment, and said firmly, Aisha. Zhang Ling's usual sweet smile stiffened slightly, then she gave an awkward laugh. I didn't expect brother you to be so girlish. Pfft. She hadn't finished speaking when Jiang Qiyu beside her couldn't hold it in any longer. She glanced at the friend request that popped up on her game interface, then looked up just in time to meet that person's half-smiling, half-serious gaze. Raising her eyebrows, she asked sincerely, How much Elsa? Qiyu smiled. See one, kill one. What? Fang Shubai, who was busy fiddling with the beginner's tutorial nearby, scratched his head in confusion. What did he miss? It wasn't until the production team cast Qiyu's phone screen into the small window of the live broadcast room that everyone saw the 4 glaring characters on the data panel. Love-killing princess. I finally understood what these two were playing at with their riddles. Love-killing princess. Just kill her outright like that. I almost forgot he's the uncle who raised his niece with slapstick. President Qi, haha, you really shouldn't be so funny. What's going on? Have you been infected by Teacher Spear? Family, don't say it. Uncle Slap and Teacher Spear really make a good match. The big intestine CP sounds too awful for me to say. I strongly demand to rename it Long Ear CP. I second that. I second that +1. Being interrupted like this, even the rather slow-witted Jiang Mian and Jiang Ling could tell that Qiyu had no interest in teaming up with them, so they didn't press the matter further. At this moment, Fang Shubai, who had just clumsily completed the newbie tutorial in the corner, approached Jiang Qiyu with a bright smile. Long Spear teacher, what's your ID? I want to add you as a friend. Jiang Qiyu didn't hide anything and generously showed him the account interface where she had already finished the newbie guide. At the same time, the backstage director also switched to her phone screen. Next to a female character with a fierce look and a watermelon rind on her head, the data panel clearly showed the game ID as AAA Funeral Half-Dragon Service. This? Fang Shubai scratched his head again. What does half-dragon service mean? Jiang Qiyu shrugged. Take care of the killing, not the burying. Ha ha ha, what a half-dragon. Even a little more wouldn't be like Teacher Changmao at all. Bye-bye, you really didn't need to ask that. What kind of ivory could Teacher Changmao possibly spit out? Don't leave yet. I suspect you're a hater of Teacher Changmao. Take my sword strike. Oh. The bullet comments were full of joy, and soon everyone was ready for the pre-match preparations, moving on to the actual team formation phase. Jiang Qiyu, Grudge Edition, slightly narrowed her slender eyes. Looking at Lu Heng, whose expression had been somewhat off from the beginning, then at Jiang Mian, who now looked a bit awkward on the other side, next quickly glancing at the tripwire, and finally resting her gaze on Qiyu not far beside her. She propped her chin on her hand, her eyes darting among the 4 of them, as if pondering something. But before she could reach a conclusion, a clear and slightly deep voice sounded by her ear. What are you looking for? Her train of thought was interrupted, and Jiang Qiyu had to put away her wise look, pursing her lips and making something up offhand. You don't understand, drawing a Z with your eyes looks very cunning. It's a required skill for us actors. I took some time to hone my acting skills. After a moment of silence, Qiyu used his rich linguistic repertoire to give a profound critique of her performance. Didn't see any acting skills, more like a weasel stealing chickens. Vivid, and it rhymes. Hearing this, Jiang Qiyu immediately gave him a glare and promptly used a skillful comeback, turning his own words against him. So good at rhyming? Take some medicine to calm down, will you? After speaking, he lowered his voice again and extended an invitation to team up. General Qi, do you have a military support sentiment? I'm a 4-year veteran of elite nuclear strike. Seeing that Qiyu remained silent, she paused and then spoke again. I have an idea that no one will be happy with. This time, Qiyu showed no hesitation at all. Explain in detail. Chapter 21. Anytime, anywhere, supercriminals committing crimes against the wind. Using the few wits she had, Jiang Qiyu came up with a brilliant idea. After getting Qiyu's approval, she rushed over to Jiang Mian without a word, firmly blocking Lu Heng, who was trying to come over and talk, and gave her a crooked smile. Do you want to join our team? Jiang Mian was first taken aback, then tentatively asked with some uncertainty. You? All of you? Yes, we. Jiang Qiyu extended a finger pointing to herself, then turned sideways to point at the indifferent Qiyu behind her and the grinning Fang Shubai, saying, How about the 4 of us team up? With Jiang Qiyu suddenly stepping into this chaotic grouping, the chat exploded with even more excitement. Oh my god, what kind of hellish chaos is this? I really don't understand Teacher Spear's move here. What's Jiang Qiyu, this green tea, trying to do again? She's not going to use the game to bully our Mian, is she? Isn't it rumored that Jiang Qiyu and Jiang Mian don't get along? What's this sister causing a fuss about now? Am I the only one who noticed that President Qi didn't agree to Jiang Mian and Jiang Ling's invitation just now, but didn't deny teacher Changmao's invitation at all? I'm shipping this. Can you stop shipping everything? Maybe President Qi originally wanted to team up with Mian, but just didn't get a chance to say it earlier. What nonsense are you all shipping? The real deal is White Spear Girl. Actually, Jiang Qiyu had no intention of getting involved in any kind of battlefield drama. With her simple mind, she simply couldn't think that far. She was just holding a grudge. Since that old guy Lu Heng was so eager to team up with Jiang Mian, how could she not step in and interfere after the sarcastic remark he made this morning? As for Jiang Ling, that damn obstacle, the only reason she didn't want to team up was simply because killing teammates would result in system punishment. Thinking of this, Jiang Qiyu's gluteus maximus ached faintly, and she squinted dangerously at Jiang Ling beside her. If she doesn't beat her in the defense today, no matter how tightly she guards herself. Jiang Mian looked hesitant, her gaze toward Jiang Qiyu carrying a faint sense of caution. This couldn't be blamed on her either. After all, the previous Jiang Qiyu always looked down on her in various ways, and now suddenly asking her to team up was hard not to arouse suspicion. Thinking this, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the man behind Jiang Qiyu. But on the other hand, just as she was hesitating, Lu Heng beside her couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up directly. Jiang Mian. Jiang Ling naturally did not want her to be paired with Qiyu, and also wanted to stop her. Mian. The two spoke almost simultaneously, but before they could finish, Fang Shubai, who had received a signal from Jiang Qi's eyes, cut them off. Sister Jiang Mian, just join our group. Don't worry, we definitely won't let you die so early. Jiang Mian pressed her lips together, quietly avoiding Lu Heng's gaze, and then unintentionally meeting Qiyu's eyes, quickly lowered her gaze, her eyes shimmering slightly, and gently nodded. Well, all right then. She nodded slightly on her side, while Lu Heng and Jiang Ling's expressions almost simultaneously fell. However, in front of the cameras, the two could only temporarily suppress their emotions, and formed a group with Zhou Shun and Song Yan. Soon, according to the production team's instructions, the group members sat facing each other as per their teams, and the game was about to begin. Before starting the game, following variety show conventions, the production team asked each team to come up with a slogan to shout out during the official parachute jump, to be used as material for the highlight reel in post-production. This small matter was naturally no problem for Jiang Qiyu, who needed to take oral antihypertensive medication. However, after hearing her slogan, the three teammates all had somewhat indescribable and awkward expressions. Soon they each controlled their own characters and entered the main map. AAA Funeral Half-Dragon Service quickly found Love Killing Princess, Funeral Love by Xiao, and Gingerbread Man who kept spinning in place. 4 people formed the aka Kill Without Burying squad. Once both teams were formed, they entered the game simultaneously. In this game, each time you enter a map, 100 players are randomly matched into the same battle map. Players need to gather supplies, defeat other players, and avoid the poison zone. Surviving until the end means victory. Before the parachute jump, Lu Heng and the others shouted their slogans in a standard manner, which sounded quite spirited. When it was Jiang Qiyu's turn, Jiang Mian looked at her hesitantly. How about we discuss it a bit more? There's no time, shouted out. At her command, Fang Shubai, who was first in line, immediately spoke to the camera, shouting their slogan with full vigor. Anytime. Any place. Super criminals. Committing the crime against the wind. You really are spoiling her. Ha 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 ha. Damn super criminal, you really know slogans. I carry the banner of aka killing but not burying. Let's see who dares to be their enemy. Oh. As the two groups finished their slogans, everyone controlled their characters to jump out of the aircraft. The guests were all fully focused on the game, and their respective battle scenes were projected and enlarged on the live stream window. The audience also felt as if they were right there in the action. Wow, Manager Chi's luck is insanely good. Starting off by picking up a sniper rifle. Didn't expect Heng Shuai's acting to be so amazing, and his gaming skills so good. Drooling PR. Song Yan is such a beautiful lady. Bai is so cute. The way she's focused on picking things up is adorable. No, Jiang Ling does pick up quite a few items, but why don't you heal your teammates? Teacher Spear Charge. The teacher practices shooting seriously every night, all for the sake of reclaiming the dignity lost today. In fact, it wasn't just the viewers in the chat spamming messages wildly. Jiang Qi also felt like her ears were being bombarded non-stop. Teacher Spear. I picked up a bottle of drink. Save it to heal yourself. Teacher Spear. I found a crowbar. Take it for self-defense. Teacher Spear. I found a roll of bandages. Then use it to wrap your own mouth. Teacher Spear. What now? Where do you wrap the bandage to cover your mouth? There was more than just Fang Shubai among the logistics soldiers. Jiang Mian was also quietly picking up items nearby. Whenever he found something that looked good, he would run over to Qiyu and silently put it down before continuing to pick up more items. The other squad was unclear, but the division of labor in the aka Kill But Don't Bury team was very clear. AAA Funeral Half-Dragon was responsible for carrying the melee gun and fighting head-on against the constantly appearing enemies, while also throwing some taunts to further damage his already precarious reputation and draw more aggro. Love to Kill Princess was responsible for hiding behind cover, using a scope to take cold shots at enemies, clearing potential threats for that half-dragon. Zong AI by Xiao and Gingerbread Man were responsible for struggling to stay alive within a 3-meter radius of their teammates. From time to time, they also had to endure mixed verbal abuse from the princess and the half-dragon. Jiang Mian, holding a gun, was chased around wildly by someone wielding a frying pan. Qiyu shot the opponent dead with one shot, puzzled by their tone. Are you a Buddhist? Why didn't you kill? Fang Shubai panicked and dropped to the ground when targeted, and after Jiang Qiyu killed the attacker with a burst of gunfire, she sincerely advised. Next time you drop down, try to choose a hillside surrounded by trees facing south. The feng shui of the graveyard is better that way. Just as the four of them were working smoothly together, moving bit by bit toward the center of the map with the shrinking poison zone, an unexpected event occurred. Bang! Jiang Qiyu was suddenly shot and fell to the ground, the direction of the enemy unknown. Chapter 22. Emperor Lu, what a coincidence, taking a nap here? As she fell, a piercing howl suddenly sounded in her ears. Teacher Changmao. Now knocked down, Jiang Qiyu could only roll nearby to the cover and signal to Fang Shubai, who was rushing over. Get down quickly. She was sure that if Fang Shubai recklessly charged over, he wouldn't have the chance to choose the graveyard on his own. Fang Shubai was really skilled at gaming. From start to finish, he only cared about 3 things. Embarrassing himself. Embarrassing his teammates. Might as well embarrass myself in front of the other side. So stupid. She was in a position with cover, and Fang Shubai was still some distance away from her, so she probably wouldn't be targeted again by the sniper hiding in the shadows for the time being. But in the current situation, there were no teammates who could come to support her, and the scene fell into a stalemate for a while. Soon, the poison zone began to shrink again. They had to move to the safe zone as soon as possible to avoid bleeding to death in the toxic mist, but under the current circumstances, Jiang Qiyu sighed deeply and cursed her bad luck in her heart. She was about to turn to Qiyu and tell him to take the 2 burdens and retreat first. I might have to. The conversation was abruptly cut off halfway because she accidentally caught a glimpse of Qiyu's game screen. This kid. He held it in for so long without saying a word, and quietly equipped an 8x scope. At this moment in his sniper scope, a faint figure suddenly appeared. It was the player who had just been hiding in the shadows trying to sneak attack. Jiang Qi immediately seemed to be injected with adrenaline upon seeing the situation, regaining her fierce fighting spirit. She turned her head and said solemnly to Qiyu, who was fully focused, I bet my life on this with you. Please don't let me lose. After saying that, she resolutely controlled the game character's broken body. Like a warrior cutting off his own arm, determined despite his disability, he crawled out of the cover bit by bit, then began twisting, dark crawling, wriggling, darkly writhing, rolling, intensely crawling. And this seemingly suicidal, brain-damaged behavior actually baited the enemy sniper. Without suspicion, the man immediately poked his head out of the dilapidated building upon spotting the target, ready to finish off the dying Jiang Qiyu with a shot. Just as it was said and done at this very moment. Bang! A bullet shot swiftly from above a dilapidated tall building in the distance. The bet was right. Shit! As the opponent fell to the ground, Lu Heng, who had originally looked confident, suddenly changed his expression and whispered to Zhang Ling beside him. I've been shot, come help me quickly. Qiyu, feeling quite pleased after the successful shot, holstered his gun casually and glanced at Lu Heng with a light smile. Actors really have strong bodies, they can just lie down and sleep. Seeing this situation, Jiang Qiyu immediately guessed who the little scoundrel hiding in the shadows and shooting cold arrows at her was. Thinking this, she also looked at Lu Heng, who was sitting not far away with his brows tightly furrowed, dangerously narrowing her eyes. Teacher Changmao. At this moment, Fang Shubai rushed over to Jiang Qiyu, who was lying on the ground, and helped her up. Jiang Qiyu looked down at the map and said, "Thanks, good brother, I owe you a favor. If there's anything you need, just say it." Fang Shubai thought she was talking to him, while providing first aid. He gave an embarrassed chuckle. "Since that's the case, can Teacher Changmao play games with me from now on?" After a full 3-second pause, Jiang Qiyu controlled the character to stand up and turn to reply to him. "Then I owe you 2 favors. Shrinking circle, retreat." Seeing the poison circle on the map getting closer, Qiyu interrupted their conversation and immediately stood up, ready to withdraw. "You guys go ahead." Jiang Qi, taking medicine to replenish her blood while watching the shrinking poison circle on the map, said faintly, "Sister still has grudges." Then without another word, she headed straight for the location marked by Qiyu. Fang Shubai, holding a crowbar, stood frozen in place with a puzzled expression. "Brother Qi, what is she doing? Going crazy?" After saying that, Qiyu didn't hesitate at all and turned to run towards the shrinking poison zone. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu, who had transformed into the most beautiful reverse runner, unsurprisingly encountered Jiang Ling, who was struggling to run back on the road. "Jiang Qiyu, Before she could speak, she was riddled with bullets by a half-dragon charging straight at her. After licking the box, Jiang Qiyu still remembered to look up at the scowling tripwire and gave her a very cheeky smile. "Cousin, why do you leave as soon as I arrive? Is there something going on at home?" Having sworn revenge for a past grievance, she shifted her perspective and inadvertently saw a figure about to bolt away at full speed. Jiang Qiyu. Zhou Shun controlled the character as it jumped up and down, while looking up and giving a sheepish smile to the woman with the sinister grin. "Kill her, then just don't kill me, okay?" Bang! A headshot. Jiang Qiyu sneered at the frustrated Zhou Shun. "Ha! No delay, just a casual thing. Ha ha ha, just a casual thing. Teacher Spear has gone mad. Ha ha ha, Teacher Spear, you really understand sarcasm. This attack power is something I acknowledge." Silently sneaking into the old factory where Lu Heng was, she didn't see Song Yan on the way. It seemed she had gone ahead to escape the poison first. She was taking drugs while running, pushing forward relentlessly, and soon found Lu Heng on the top floor, in a near-death state, still waiting for his teammates to rescue him. Slightly adjusting her perspective, Jiang Qiyu looked down at the character Lu Heng in front of her and greeted him warmly. "Emperor Lu, what a coincidence, taking a nap here?" Hearing her sharply sarcastic remark, the struggling character Lu Heng immediately froze. Putting down his phone, he raised his eyes and glared fiercely at the woman opposite him, who looked smug and self-satisfied. "Miss Jiang, why aren't you running from the poison yet? Be careful or you'll be knocked out soon." Bang! The response was the sound of gunfire coming through the earphones, and the bleak game screen. Who said Teacher Spear was the one chasing after Lu Heng? I'm the first to disagree. Have you ever seen someone go after their crush so straightforwardly? Don't be ridiculous, everyone knows Jiang Qiyu, this green tea, is always chasing after our Henggu. Who knows what act she's putting on this time? If Zhang Ling hadn't run too far and failed to pull Lu Heng back in time, who knows who would be lying on the ground now? Don't love Sister Dao Tai too much. If you can't have it, you just want to destroy it. Huh? You. Besides the curses and attempts to defend Lu Heng from his fans, netizens who like Jiang Qiyu all started celebrating wildly in the comments. Social spear sister, foolish and wild. As expected, the spear dipped in shit. Stab anyone and they die. I'm standing right here today. Let's see who dares to be an enemy of Teacher Spear. Hey, look, we've dealt with Lu Heng, so why isn't Teacher Spear leaving yet? Hiss. What is she doing? In the game screen, Jiang Qiyu, who had just avenged a great grudge, casually took another bottle of medicine, then without hesitation clicked on the action icon. The first funeral of actor Lu. There's nothing much to give you, so I'll give you a ethnic dance. As soon as the words fell, the female character in the game screen, wearing a bulletproof vest and baggy shorts, began that contorted dance of limbs. Sick. Real graveyard rave. Teacher Spear, are you dancing a ethnic dance or a thug dance, hey? Chapter 23 Funeral Services Half-Dragon or Wild Lying Flat Little Reptile. But soon Jiang Qiyu could no longer laugh. Because after she finished that provocative thug dance, the poison circle had completely spread over. Watching her health rapidly drop, she shouted, "My life is over," while taking medicine, then grabbed a vehicle and crazily sped towards her teammates. Just as she was about to reach her teammates' location, she suddenly heard Fang Shubai sitting beside her speak in a deep voice. "Teacher Spear, can I ask you a question?" Jiang Qiyu was driving while half-heartedly responding. Let it go. An AK-47 has a range of 400 meters. You tell me if I stand 401 meters away, can I catch the bullet with my bare hands? She almost crashed the car, stealing a glance at the person with a serious face and said, "Wait for me a moment. I'll try it on you when I get there." Feng Shubai was silent for 2 seconds before putting down his phone. "No need, I just tried it, and now I'm already asleep." Jiang Qiyu arrived just before Feng Shubai was shot by his opponent, but it was still too late. She could only hear his last words in her ear. "Teacher Spear, you're here. It's nothing, I'll hang up first. Just go with peace of mind." She was not vague at all. After silently mourning her teammate for half a second in her heart, she switched to the same AK-47 to avenge him, then looted 2 boxes without any psychological burden. Over there, Qiyu also quickly dealt with the opponent, and Zhang Mian, who had been following her closely, almost made it to the final circle just as Feng Shubai said at the beginning. "Comrades, the super criminal is back again." With pockets full and a big smile, Jiang Qiyu cheerfully went around to the other side of the building to meet up with the two of them, only to see Zhang Mian sitting on a motorcycle parked right in front of Qiyu. "Brother Yu, I found a vehicle, hurry and get on." The three of them locked eyes, and the scene suddenly became somewhat awkward. In this game, a motorcycle can carry a maximum of 2 people at a time. But now, especially since this is a dating reality show, whether Qiyu should get on the motorcycle and leave Jiang Qiyu behind to become a pair of desperate lovers with Zhang Mian has become a popular and dramatic highlight for the audience. Yu Mian fans are ecstatic. "Teacher Changmao. Should I leave then? Bai Zhan has fallen, and Spear Teacher has lost his home. Well, choose any punishment you want, but don't kill me with the white spear blade. What the heck are those ahead? Slap Brother might not get on the car, okay? I'll carry the banner for Long Ear." Oh. And just as the 3 CP fan groups were fighting over whether Qiyu would get in the car or not, Jiang Qiyu interrupted this smoke-free dispute. Because those with smoke arrived. Everyone saw Jiang Qiyu's game screen shift its focus. Then a small, cute, oval-shaped object grew larger and larger on the screen. It was a grenade. "Run!" Boom. Good news, no need to worry anymore about whether Qiyu will get on Jiang Mian's car. Bad news, they were all caught in one sweep. Jiang Mian put down the phone and looked at Qiyu, smiling regretfully. "What a pity we died together." Qiyu ignored her and instead turned to look at the person beside him who was silently seething with anger, narrowing his eyes dangerously. "It was you who brought this on, wasn't it?" Just this one sentence was enough to amuse the originally chaotic barrage of comments, and netizens immediately started joking along. Whose father is this, whose husband, and whose son? There is no such thing as easy in the adult world. Respect to you, a man as strong as steel. Ha ha ha, it was you who led the Huang army here, wasn't it? Jiang Qiyu, you should go abroad to avoid this for a while. This is not a small matter. I hope the country will establish a special task force. This is a serious matter, I'm not joking. Faced with his accusations, Jiang Qiyu darkened the screen and gritted her teeth. There are 2 types of people I hate most when playing games. One is teammates who reveal their position, and the other is teammates who blame me when I reveal my position. It's okay. Qiyu also didn't bother arguing with the blatantly hypocritical dog, raising an eyebrow with a calm expression and said, "Being able to mess things up is also a kind of skill. Keep it up, useless thing." Damn it. The comment section immediately flooded again with a burst of laughter. Finally, in a harmonious atmosphere, the game battle ended. Although no one managed to win the chicken dinner, Song Yan still became the last player to fall, thanks to her luck as the chosen one and her extraordinary ability to hide in the grass. The situation successfully reversed, and the team whose first 3 members died won the final victory. And just as they were happily high-fiving each other in celebration, Director Zhang's voice suddenly came through the loudspeaker in the living room. "My sincere advice is for everyone not to be too happy too early. All the tasks we did today were actually just pre-match preparations." Pre-match preparations. As soon as the production team said this, the audience became excited. What kind of task is it that requires such pre-competition preparation? Everyone present was very eager, but only Jiang Qiyu suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Oh no, she almost forgot. Next up, we begin our first official outdoor mission for You Understand Love, the real-life Battle Royale. Tonight, all the guests will head to the Battle Royale site together to participate in a 3-day real-life survival game. As long as you don't quit halfway or get killed by an opponent and survive until the end, you will win a mysterious grand prize. After Director Zhang finished speaking, the entire living room fell into a deathly silence. Actually, it's not the guest's fault for being silent. Even some fans find it hard to accept. No, who in their right mind could come up with such a program flow? Friends, isn't this a dating show? I thought I had switched to a military channel. Program planner, come out. I promise I won't hit you. Of course, aside from some fans feeling sorry for their idols, most viewers are still somewhat looking forward to it. Actually, if the production team can ensure safety, I'm quite looking forward to it. Looking forward +1. Just imagine. A lone man and woman, tender feelings on the battlefield, sparks flying amid gunfire and bullets. It would be so captivating. Hiss ha hiss ha. The sisters ahead are saying you should say more. I love listening. So exciting. Just after hearing Director Zhang's words, Fang Shubai was a bit stunned, but since he was the youngest guest and hadn't really experienced the harshness of society, once he realized what was going on, he immediately clapped and praised. Teacher Changmao, are we going to play real-life CS? Jiang Qiyu, looking utterly desperate, was being pulled by the arm by him. She shook her head as she looked at the excited, silly, scratch that, innocent young boy. No, it's to send you to transformation plan, to turn you from the popular idol Fang Shubai into the soldier Su Sanduo. I am Su Sanduo and you? Me. She weakly pointed to herself. I went from a semi-comprehensive funeral service to a little crawler lying flat in the wilderness. Chapter 24. I am a little mouse, 300 grams is all I have. Real-life battle royale. The main focus is on escape and kill. The production team collaborated with the Special Forces Training Institution to borrow a vast uninhabited island. At the same time, 20 well-trained Special Forces instructors will enter the area together with everyone. Everyone is equipped with an infrared sensor device, and as soon as they are hit by the training infrared gun, they will be eliminated on the spot. These guns and other supplies are scattered in various corners of the deserted island, and the guests need to find them on their own. Of course, the coaches also have guns, and if a guest is shot by a coach, they will also be eliminated on the spot. Therefore, they not only have to chase and guard against each other in this deep mountain forest, but also contend with those well-trained professional coaches. Such a challenging start made many viewers exclaim how exciting it was. It also made the guests nervous, constantly questioning themselves. Do I really need this job? Of course, the answer didn't matter. Because that night, the guests, having packed their bags, boarded the bus to the Battle Royale venue with anxious hearts. Upon arrival, the production team arranged for them to rest briefly at a local guest house, as they had to get up early at 4 o'clock the next day to enter the mountain. Since there were no live broadcast cameras at their current location, the live stream was switched to relay the footage from each of their phones. As usual, Lu Heng exchanged some simple greetings with Jiang Mian every night, and took the opportunity to remind her to be extra careful the next day. However, even these polite and ordinary words were picked apart and analyzed by their CP fans, who enjoyed the sweet moments. Zhou Shun and Song Yan also often chatted and said goodnight to each other on the Donglian app, and this visually pleasing CP also brought on a wave of anti-smiles. Jiang Ling posted a photo of the sunset she just took in the car on her circle of friends, with the caption, "Today's dusk is exceptionally brilliant. The streetlights along the entire street and I are both chasing after the footsteps of the setting sun as it gradually fades away." And today Jiang Qi, who rarely saw any gunfire due to the game's backstabbing, noticed it with sharp eyes and couldn't help but comment below, "Selling swords. So lucky to see Kuafu in the friend circle today." Then Jiang Ling immediately deleted this dating circle on the spot. Jiang Qiyu clicked her tongue, feeling it was boring, when suddenly a message notification popped up in the chat window. Even more so, "Teacher Spear, you're not asleep yet." Spear covered in shit. Asleep. What's more, Sister Qiyu, this is my first time playing real-life CS. Can you take me along tomorrow? Spear dipped in shit. Whoever it pokes dies. Spear dipped in shit. Whoever it pokes dies. Once you've seen the vast ocean, no other water will do. Now you want to make things difficult for me? What's more, Sister Qiyu, let's form an alliance tomorrow. I'll listen to everything you say, just don't leave me behind. What's more, the direction your finger points is my battlefield. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it stabs. You punk, you playing hard to get. After a pause, Jiang Qiyu thought of the supplies scattered everywhere tomorrow, so he changed his words. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it stabs. Fine. Then I swear I won't leave you behind tomorrow. Even worse. What if you abandon me? Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it stabs. Then I'll just keep swearing. After saying this, Jiang Qiyu stopped paying attention to Fang Shubai, and instead clicked on another person's profile picture. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it stabs. Are you there? No reply. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it stabs. Ignoring me? Still no reply. Jiang Qiyu was not discouraged and directly unleashed a killer move. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it pokes. Ignore me, it's fine, your coldness is -8 degrees, but my thermal pants are very sturdy. Seeing the chat box above change to the other party is typing, she anticipated Qiyu's words in advance. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it pokes. I've developed immunity to the sedatives, want to talk to you about something. You? Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it pokes. President Xi, tomorrow we should be taking the same boat to the island, right? As the saying goes, wearing leather pants over long johns must have a reason. The main reason Jiang Qiyu sought out Qiyu was because, according to the original story, this live-action CS mission was fraught with difficulties and twists. Although it was a key moment for the romantic development between the male and female leads, it was a bit unfriendly for someone like her, who was just cannon fodder. If I remember correctly, tomorrow the 8 of them should enter the deserted island from 2 entrances according to the teams formed in today's game. Tomorrow's task is an individual battle. They can choose to go together or each go their own way. But since she is a dead weight, and has to bring along Fang Shubai, another dead weight, the 2 of them still have to cling to Qiyu's strong support to feel secure and relax. Otherwise they would always worry about unexpected incidents. As for Jiang Mian, if all goes well, she will be trapped together with Lu Heng, and their relationship will quickly heat up. Not, then it won't go well. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it pokes. Today our AK, kill but don't bury cooperation is quite tacit. As soon as she said this, Qiyu over there almost immediately understood what she meant. Inside the room, the man who had just finished showering hadn't dried his hair yet. A few damp strands hung over his forehead, partially covering the faint smile in his eyes. Qiyu pressed his lips together, his slender fingers typing quickly on the screen. Didn't you say during the day that you hated teammates like me the most? Spear stained with shit kills however. Who said that? How could you say that about yourself? It's truly chilling. Absolutely outrageous. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it stabs. I really can't stand this kind of thing. Here's the deal, I'll send you the payment code in a moment, you transfer me 200. Although it's not much, it's a token of goodwill. I hope you can get through this difficult time. I really admire your determination and courage to generously face death. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it stabs. President Xi, don't be fooled by my indifferent attitude towards you on the surface. Actually, I've said a lot of bad things about you behind your back. Withdrawn. Spear dipped in poop kills whoever it pokes. President Xi, don't be fooled by my indifferent attitude towards you on the surface. I've actually said a lot of good things about you behind your back. Rose. You, for example. Spear dipped in poop kills whoever it pokes. Spear dipped in poop kills whoever it pokes. For example. Handsome, long legs, cooks delicious food. Basically my idol and dream lover. If you ask me how much I love you, I can only answer 300 grams. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it stabs. Everyone thinks 300 grams is the weight of a heart, but no one knows I'm just a little mouse and 300 grams is my whole being. Saying these, Jiang Qiyu had no mental barrier at all. As a former professional stand-up comedian, she could recite these lame jokes almost by heart. Not to mention a few compliments, she could even flatter non-stop for 3 days and nights without repeating a single line. But Qiyu across from her was truly impressed by her shamelessness, immediately furrowing his brows with the expression of an old subway passenger staring at their phone. Alright, seeing your words, no matter what sins I had before, they are all wiped clean now. Jiang Qiyu didn't care at all, baring her teeth and continuing to type. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it pokes. What about tomorrow? As long as you stop saying those stupid things, whatever you say goes. Chapter 25. We are young and fearless. I am the calf and you are the newborn. Early the next morning, the production team woke the 8 people who were still asleep. They were asked to change into specially made infrared sensing combat suits and helmets. Although the combat uniforms were not as exquisite as the guests' private clothes, a star is still a star, and even dressed like this, their charm was hard to hide. In addition to the infrared combat uniforms, the instructor also issued each person a huge military backpack. Of course, the backpacks of Lu Heng and the other 3 were filled with supplies, enough to sustain them for a day without finding scattered provisions on the island. However, Jiang Qiyu and the others did not receive this privilege because they lost the game. Besides simple mountain climbing first aid tools, there was nothing else in the bag. After everyone had put on their gear, the instructor began to introduce the rules and precautions for this deserted island survival game. As Jiang Qiyu said, the 8 of them would be divided into 2 groups based on yesterday's game teams, and assigned to 2 speedboats, landing on the island from the south and north directions respectively. This operation was a real individual battle. Besides having to face occasional ambushes from 20 instructors hidden on the island, the guests also had to be wary of their companions nearby. The level of stimulation skyrocketed. This time, due to the special environment, the production team will also use cameras placed on the guests and drone aerial shots to conduct multi-angle live broadcasts. With everything ready, the 8 people were divided into 2 groups and boarded a speedboat heading to the uninhabited island. Teacher Chong Mao. Facing the rising sun on the eastern horizon, Feng Shubai wore camouflage combat gear, with 2 camouflage patches neatly painted on his left cheek, adding a unique vitality to his originally youthful face. He placed his hand on his brow and looked toward the distant deserted island, tugging on Jiang Qiyu's sleeve beside him, his tone betraying his excitement. Teacher Chong Mao, is that our battlefield over there? Jiang Qiyu, still a bit dazed from waking up too early, lazily glanced in the direction he was pointing and replied listlessly, "Your battlefield, my mass grave." Feng Shubai didn't care about her attitude at all, and still enthusiastically exclaimed, "So exciting! Once we land on the island, are we going to find weapons to fight the NPCs?" Humph. Just as he finished speaking, he heard a snort from the instructor at the bow of the boat ahead. The instructor had dark skin and a rugged appearance. He raised his eyebrows and sized up these delicate big stars from head to toe, then grinned. "I'm not saying this to be harsh, but after you get to the island, if you can guarantee making it through 3 days under those guys without being eliminated, consider yourself lucky." Those 20 coaches were all experts in the organization, and trying to get any advantage under their watch. Difficult. Feng Shubai was not stubborn at all, and the instructor's words immediately felt like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, completely dousing the excitement and enthusiasm in his heart. He shrank his neck and cautiously approached Jiang Qiyu's side, naturally wrapping his arm around hers. "Qiyu, don't forget what you promised me yesterday." "Don't worry." After his commotion, Jiang Qiyu regained her senses and discreetly pulled her arm away, then patted his shoulder earnestly and said, "Don't be afraid. As the saying goes, a newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. If we stick together, we can definitely take them down." These words were like a shot of adrenaline. After hearing them, Feng Shubai immediately perked up, confidently clenching his fist. "Sister Qiyu, with you saying that, I feel much more at ease. Today, the 2 little calves will definitely achieve victory." 2. But Jiang Qiyu shook her head, raised a finger, and pointed to herself. "I'm a calf." "Ah. What about me?" Facing his clear and foolish eyes, Jiang Qiyu smiled faintly. "You." Just as she was about to speak, a low voice with a hint of teasing suddenly came from behind. "You are a newborn." The conversation among the 3 was broadcast word for word to the live stream room through the audio devices each of them wore. "Ah. Help Longear CP, can you 2 act like normal people? Are these 2 here to join a dating show, or to perform a comedy skit? Why are they always finishing each other's lines? Ha ha ha, only the world where Bye-Bye gets hurt has been achieved at White Spear Girl. Come quickly to protect the best newborn calf CP in our whole world. I love the way these 3 interact, double chef ecstasy." The 3 of them were joking and laughing on the boat, scratch that, playfully teasing each other, inevitably leaving Jiang Mian, who was sitting at the back, feeling neglected. But she really couldn't interrupt their conversation, so she could only sit aside and chuckle softly a couple of times. However, her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Qiyu, whom she hadn't seen for over a month since parting from the Jiang family. She seemed somewhat different from before. The speedboat was fast, and before long, during their conversation, they arrived at the northern shore of the deserted island. The instructor put them down and told them that if they were shot dead by someone within 3 days, they should come here on their own, and someone would come to pick them up. At the same time, this also signaled the failure of their mission. After saying this, he briefly reminded them of a few precautions, then without hesitation, he stylishly turned the speedboat around and left. The 4 of them stood empty-handed, each carrying their own light hiking backpack, looking at each other in confusion. "You go." Jiang Mian looked at Qiyu with hopeful eyes and spoke softly. Of course, she didn't want to be left behind right from the start, but the message she had finally mustered the courage to send to Qiyu last night had gone unanswered, forcing her to worry about her current situation. After receiving her desperate look for help, Qiyu merely shifted his gaze to Jiang Qiyu beside him without a trace of emotion, subtly raising his eyelids. But Jiang Qiyu didn't think so much about all the twists and turns. She turned to Feng Shubai beside her and said, "AKA kill without burying, our slogan is." Fang Shubai was very responsive, immediately stepped forward and stood in a fairly standard military posture, shouting loudly, "At any time." Jiang Mian understood immediately and quickly followed up. "Any location?" Jiang Qiyu puffed out her chest and raised her head. "Super criminal." After speaking, she turned her head to look at the man whose face clearly said, "Don't go crazy," her eyes sparkling. But unexpectedly, Qiyu just gave her a cold glance, then strode away without looking back toward the shadowy bushes. The three who were left behind stood stunned for a second, then hurriedly scrambled to catch up. "All right." Qiyu was tall with long legs and big strides. Jiang Qiyu finally caught up to his pace and reached out to grab the strap of the man's hiking backpack. He clearly said yesterday that whatever he said would be final, so why did he change his mind today? Walking so fast. Could it be that this guy intends to run off on his own? In a panic, she began to speak without thinking. "You don't keep your word, tomorrow you'll turn into a bastard." Meanwhile, Qiyu, who only wanted to escape the mentally exhausting meeting just now, paused for a moment and looked down at the fair little hand tightly clutching the strap of his bag. Raising an eyebrow slightly, he spoke casually. "Let go." Hearing him speak like that, Jiang Qiyu became even more flustered. She couldn't help but tighten her grip and looked up at him with a charming smile. "President Qi, we're on the same team. You have to say the slogan for me to trust you. Otherwise, I don't feel safe." Before she could finish speaking, she saw a large, knobby hand cover hers. The man's knuckles were slender, and the pads of his fingers bore the calluses left by years of working out. With a gentle and skillful motion, he slowly pried apart the delicate fingers clutching the strap of her backpack, and in the moment she was slightly stunned, he pulled the strap free. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Jiang Qiyu felt that the large hand wrapping around her palm slightly tightened for an imperceptible moment. Then it released without any hesitation. At the moment their hands parted, she heard the man's slightly helpless voice, mingling with the faint earthy scent of the deserted island. Committing a crime against the wind. Chapter 26. In a few days, he'll become a stinky kid. Jiang Qiyu had actually long had a detailed and thorough plan for this real-life battle royale. Her plan centered on one word: survive. If things go smoothly, once enough supplies are gathered in the early stage, we can find a safe place to barely survive for 3 days later on. Things don't go smoothly. If it doesn't go smoothly, then just go back the way we came, lie down on the speedboat and head straight back to the feast. That's what she thought, and that's what she did. For the entire morning, Jiang Qiyu was like a busy yet foolish groundhog, frantically searching for supplies in the wild jungle. Sniper rifle? Dagger? Throw them to Qiyu. Ignition device? Tent? Throw it to Fang Shubai. A blanket? First aid supplies? Throw it to Jiang Mian. Compressed biscuits? Put them in your pocket. Small pot? Pocket it. Instant food? Pocket it. Chocolate, stuff it in your mouth. Of course, she's not such a selfish person. When mealtime comes, she'll naturally take it out with a look of regret and share it with her comrades. The process sounds simple, but in reality, it was extraordinarily tough and arduous. Because they encountered enemy attacks 3 times in one morning. I don't know if the coaches received hints from the production team, but they didn't strike them directly. Instead, they pretended to make some noise deliberately for them to discover. Then both sides launched a life-or-death chase. For a whole day, they were deliberately chased by those well-trained coaches until they were exhausted and running around in a mess, looking utterly disheveled. Actually, the ones who were mainly in a sorry state were the 3 of them. As a qualified big leg, Qiyu seemed to have a cheat code after getting that highly realistic infrared sniper rifle, instantly transforming into a wild island battle wolf, a world-class soldier king. Despite being ambushed and pursued by 3 consecutive coaches, he was still able to skillfully command the 3 of them as bait, while hiding in the shadows himself and successfully counterkilling 2 coaches. Really? So cheap. In the end, the 3 of them were chased around like chickens all day, looking disheveled and dirty, while Qiyu remained neat and well-dressed, as if they were from 2 different worlds. I can't go on. The short hairs on Fang Shubai's forehead were soaked with sweat, and he lay on the ground in a starfish position, completely limp and motionless, weakly waving his hand at everyone. I really can't walk anymore. I'm just going to sleep here today. Seeing this, Jiang Mian also went weak in the knees. Her originally delicately made-up face was now almost smudged, and she collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily, looking utterly exhausted. Jiang Qi simply sat cross-legged on the ground without any hesitation. She looked up at the gradually darkening sky, tilting her head back to gaze at the only person still standing. I suggest we find a place to stay overnight. After a whole day, although Qiyu was not as disheveled as Jiang Qiyu and the other three, the hours of tense concentration had already drained his energy. He remained silent, looking around. Apart from the dense thickets, there was no unusual movement. The four had been winding their way deeper into the island throughout the day, and now they were far from the island's outskirts. The sky gradually darkened, and if he didn't quickly find a safe place to set up a tent, the night would probably be rough. After a moment of hesitation, he raised his hand and pointed toward the denser thicket to the east. Over there. After saying that, he was about to lift his foot and walk, but suddenly felt a tightness in his leg. Qiyu obediently lowered his head and unsurprisingly saw a dirty little face. Brother. Quick and nimble, Jiang Qiyu grabbed his pant leg, looked up and gave him a bright smile. Can't stand up anymore. The man paused, then sighed deeply in resignation and grabbed the hand she extended, pulling up the lump of broken clay slumped on the ground. You. Seeing this, Jiang Mian also reached out her hand to him, but before she could call out, Qiyu turned his head and walked toward that puddle of broken clay on the ground. Standing next to Fang Shubai, who seemed boneless, Qiyu lifted his foot and kicked his leg, his tone somewhat impatient. Get up, let's go. The person on the ground showed no reaction at all. Jiang Qiyu, showing camaraderie, raised her hand to pull Jiang Mian up, then walked over to Fang Shubai and kicked his other leg. You kid really asleep? Sister Qiyu. This time President Fang Shubai finally showed some reaction. He tilted his head and looked at the three people standing around him, weakly trying to raise his hand. I really can't take another step. You carry my faith, continue. Continue walking down. After speaking, the hand that was raised halfway in the air fell heavily back down. Jiang Qiyu really couldn't stand it anymore and gave him another kick. Stop acting. If you keep going, your future as an actor will be a dead end. Most boy band idols choose to go solo when they get older, becoming singers or actors. Judging by what he just did, his path as an actor was clearly a dead end. Just as the scene was getting intense, Fang Shubai immediately revived on the spot, upon hearing this, and raised his hand again. Qiyu, I really can't get up, give me a hand. Looking into his eyes full of smiles, Jiang Qiyu returned a gentle smile in kind, then lifted her leg and stepped straight over his side. Then you kid just sleep here. Anyway, in a couple of days you'll become a stinky kid. Fang Shubai, who was rejected, still didn't give up and turned to look at Qiyu on the other side. Brother Qiyu. But before he could finish speaking, Qiyu, also with his arms crossed and a look of indifference, turned and walked away, his tone full of a strong sense of detachment. It's okay, you'll be back in 7 days anyway. I'll bring 2 incense sticks to see you then. All right. Fang Shubai watched Jiang Mian, who was also leaving swiftly, and immediately turned over and got up, afraid of being left here to fend for himself. He hurriedly chased after her. Qiyu Jia. Spear teacher. Wait for me. The daylight gradually faded to the west, and the deserted island, which had been bustling all day, returned to calm once again. At night, all those who had not been eliminated unanimously chose to rest on the spot, giving each other some breathing room. Jiang Qiyu and the other 3 found a relatively dry and safe clearing, tidied up the surroundings a bit, and then used the fire-starting tools collected during the day to light a small fire. This task was said to be as difficult as reaching the heavens, but in fact the production team had not set it to a hellish level of difficulty. Everyone has gathered quite a few drop-off points in various locations, with all kinds of tools and food supplies fully stocked, so there is no shortage of materials for the time being. However, right now, the 4 people who are well-fed and can still do simple washing with water have encountered a problem that is neither big nor small. There is only one tent, which is fairly large, and although 4 people can barely fit in if they squeeze together. But how to squeeze in and who should share with whom has become a tricky issue. Chapter 27. I can bow and scrape for the powerful. The 4 of them looked at the tent set up before them, exchanging glances that were somewhat awkward. The production team had prepared plenty of food, weapons and other supplies, but the tents were pitifully few. They had searched all day and only found one large tent among the many drop points. Although the weather was warming up now, the temperature difference between day and night on this deserted island was still huge. If you recklessly sleep outside for a whole night, you might not see any problems on the surface the next morning, but in reality the person would have been gone for quite some time. Therefore, this tent must be shared for sleeping. As the 4 of them exchanged awkward glances, the comments section had already started to heat up. Ah, sure, a battlefield. A battlefield, sure, so good to watch. Love watching it. This dating show is great. While others are still holding hands, my CP is already sleeping together. What a pity. Kansi Mian. Earlier, didn't it seem like Ilu Mian had no intention of breaking up? Mian even avoided suspicion, yet they still forced it. Why argue? You guys just don't understand the joy of my white spear, long ears and double support. Double fan ecstasy. Shipping a CP can't be twisted. All long-eared CP pure love warriors stand up. The live stream and the scene were like fire and ice, the four of them looking at each other, and in the end Fang Shubai spoke first. Qiyu, how about we sleep? When he caught Jiang Qiyu's terrified gaze, he paused, scratched his head and continued. I said, how about we two sleep in the middle? Two men and two women, no matter how much they try to avoid suspicion, there will definitely be a pair of opposite sexes sleeping next to each other. Qiyu has big thighs, so it would be unfair to make him uncomfortable. So Fang Shubai voluntarily took on this task. He wasn't very familiar with Jiang Mian, so he took the initiative to invite the quite familiar spear teacher. As soon as these words were spoken, besides the barrage of white spear female CP fans celebrating wildly, the three people including Qiyu also looked at him with various expressions. Why are you all looking at me like that? However, Fang Shubai was thick-skinned enough not to notice at all. He turned his head to look at Qiyu, who was standing calmly behind Jiang Qiyu, wearing a self-sacrificing smile. Brother Qiyu, rest assured, when I sleep I absolutely. Before he could finish, the man who had been calm suddenly interrupted him lightly. I'm afraid of the cold. Not snoring, huh? Qiyu repeated again. I'm afraid of the cold. The blanket is for you, Brother Qiyu. I'm still cold. I'll hold you. Qiyu gave him a sharp look. Get lost. This isn't okay either. Fang Shubai frowned in confusion, hesitated for a moment, then spoke again to test the waters. Then, you sleep in the middle? This time, Qiyu didn't hesitate at all and immediately accepted his suggestion. This works too. Jiang Qiyu, who had been listening for a long time, almost rolled her eyes back into her head. If you want to sleep in the middle, just say so. Are you Qin Shi Huang? Do eunuchs have to guess your thoughts? Problem. Jiang Mian, who had been silent for a long time beside him, pursed her lips and after much hesitation was about to speak. Then It was just that her voice was soft, and before she could finish speaking, Fang Shubai interrupted her with a loud shout. He glanced at Jiang Qiyu, then at Qiyu, his puppy-like eyes staring wide. So Brother Qi and Sister Qiyu, you two are just. What do you mean? Jiang Qiyu immediately raised her hand to signal. I'm not afraid of the cold, my firepower is strong. Before she could finish, she suddenly felt her collar tighten, and the unfinished words twisted in her throat, completely changing her tone. Upright arrow. With the inertia caused by the sudden pulling force, her whole body was lifted and pulled back 2 steps like a little chick, uncontrollably bumping into a solid and warm chest. That's just right. At the same time, a man's slightly hoarse voice sounded from above. Teacher Spear, let's sleep together. At this moment, the bullet comments were already overwhelmed with screams. What did he say? What did he say? Is this something I can hear without spending money? I'll be the banner bearer for long ears. You two go to sleep. I'll stand guard over your love tonight. May I ask, in which direction should I kowtow to find someone like this? Naturally, Jiang Qiyu, who was at the scene, had no idea what the CP fans were imagining. She was momentarily stunned, then realized that this kid Qiyu was treating her like a warm water bag. Damn it. She freed her collar and looked back at the man behind her, whose eyes held a faint smile, but was suddenly blinded by a flash. By now the sky had darkened, and the flickering firelight cast shadows on his sharply defined face, the clear jawline more fluid than her lifeline. Jiang Qiyu couldn't help but swallow hard. To be honest, Qiyu's looks are outstanding even in the entertainment industry, where handsome guys are everywhere. However, Jiang Qiyu is not someone who lets her values be dictated by appearances. Faced with such a man's invitation to sleep together, she showed the composure of a virtuous woman who remains unmoved. She firmly shook her head and seriously demonstrated her cultural refinement. How can I bow and scrape to serve the powerful? It would rob me of my joy. Upon hearing this, Qiyu merely raised an eyebrow, his narrow eyes slightly squinting, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable threat. Are you sure? Jiang Qiyu's appearance as a chaste and virtuous woman lasted only 3 seconds before completely falling apart. The only output to this team was 2 mocking laughs, once again showcasing his dialect roots. I can bow and scrape to serve the powerful, I can. One's value shouldn't be dictated by appearances, but when necessary, values can take a walk on their own. And so the four entered the tent one after another in the order of Fang Shubai, Qiyu, Jiang Qiyu, and Jiang Mian. The only sleeping bag was given to Jiang Mian by Jiang Qiyu, who was indeed more resilient to the cold due to a stronger metabolism. Although the temperature on the deserted island at night was low, the four, cramped in this small tent, somehow felt a faint warmth amidst the cold night. Soon, everyone fell into silence along with the darkness. Jiang Qi lay stiffly between Jiang Mian and Qiyu, covered with a thick blanket. Only after listening carefully until their breathing gradually steadied did she relax her tense nerves and cautiously turn over to face Jiang Mian. Uncomfortable. So she tiptoed and turned back again. As I turned my head, I suddenly met a pair of jet-black sparkling eyes in the darkness. Damn! Jiang Qiyu was so startled that she almost screamed, glaring hatefully at Qiyu, then prepared to turn back. But just as she opened the blanket, someone pressed her back down. Immediately after, the faint breathing gradually drew closer, the clean and warm breath gently brushing her cheek. The man's deliberately lowered voice was hoarse, like a gentle night breeze whispering by the ear. Go to sleep. If you move around again, I'll kick you out. Jiang Qiyu didn't mind at all. She also lowered her voice and replied with a slightly shy smile. This is what you asked me to sleep. Sleep yours. Chapter 28. You two are both idiots, is that okay? All right. Jiang Qiyu was not polite at all. She was also extremely tired and originally just wanted to go to sleep quickly, but because of various reasons, she thought she would wait until they all fell asleep before going to bed herself. But since Qiyu was so enthusiastic, she didn't want to refuse, so she immediately found a comfortable position and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight poured in through the transparent skylight above the tent, and the slightly damp air made the tip of the still sleeping person's nose feel cool. Jiang Qiyu gradually regained consciousness, rubbing her slightly sore nose with her eyes closed, but instinctively felt the strange gaze around her that was hard to ignore. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw Jiang Mian, who had just woken up, staring at her unblinkingly from above, with an expression that was somewhat indescribable. Qiyu Jia. She lowered her head upon hearing this, and at her feet sat Fang Shubai cross-legged on a blanket, looking at her hesitantly as if about to speak. At this moment, Jiang Qiyu's mind was still a bit foggy, and seeing the situation, she could only instinctively wave her hand at the two of them. Morning! But just as she finished speaking, something terrifying happened. A painful and somewhat suppressed voice sounded beneath her. Jiang Qiyu, get down. As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Jiang Qiyu tremble all over, but even the netizens who could only hear the guest conversation through the audio equipment became excited. Family, did I hear that wrong? Qiyu told her. To get lost? Get lost from where? What happened yesterday? Did anyone stay up all night here eavesdropping? I was working on the plan all night yesterday, and only heard Qiyu quietly curse Jiang Qiyu more than 30 times, and Jiang Qiyu didn't retort once. Since no one is clarifying, does that mean I'm spreading rumors? The second day of the real-life battle royale. Well-fed and well-rested, Jiang Qiyu picked up her backpack again, her face full of sycophantic eagerness as she trailed behind Qiyu, whose face was now slightly pale and sullen. Qiyu. Brother Qi. President Qi? Seeing the man with a cold face and silent, she couldn't help but pout and quietly defend herself. Yesterday, I was the one who Zhudong said I wanted to sleep next to you. You wanted to sleep close to me and I even let you sleep first. You insisted I sleep first. This matter can't be entirely blamed on me. Jiang Qiyu is a good person in most respects except for one thing. She is very particular about her bed when sleeping. But her particularity about the bed is a bit different from others. For others, being particular about the bed means they can't sleep well when they change beds, which only harms themselves. For her, being particular about the bed means she sleeps extremely restlessly when she changes beds, which only harms others, while she herself sleeps like a log. Yesterday, Qiyu was elbowed 8 times, punched more than 10 times and kicked over 20 times, yet he still couldn't get a full night's sleep. In the end, there was no other way. To prevent her from disturbing others, Jiang Qiyu, who has no sense of boundaries, had to keep her eyes open alone until dawn. Jiang Mian and Fang Shubai's peaceful years were all because someone was bearing the burden for them. In the end, it was Qiyu who carried everything alone. He lowered his eyes to look at the person beside him who was chattering away, making excuses for himself. Qiyu let out a long sigh and said earnestly, "If you know your situation, you should buy yourself some sleep aids in the future." Jiang Qiyu's eyes lit up. What kind of aids? Restraint straps used in psychiatry. After speaking, Qiyu strode away without hesitation, turning his back and leaving in a hurry. He was now filled with regret, deep regret. He wished he could go back in time and slap himself awake from last night. If he had known that Jiang Qiyu would turn into a freak while sleeping, he would rather freeze to death outside than choose to sleep next to her. On the second day of the deserted island, the sense of crisis was even greater than on the first day. The remaining dozen or so instructors seemed to have completely let go, no longer restrained or pretending to chase them, but truly attacking with guns raised. Fortunately, Qiyu had foresight, and on the first day, he led 3 people to push deep into the jungle, using the dense foliage as cover, which allowed them to avoid wave after wave of ambushes from the shadows. Relying on Qiyu's keen observation and quick reflexes, they not only found a large bag of supplies enough to last them for the remaining 2 days. They also ambushed and killed a coach who tried to sneak attack them during the journey. The other team was not so lucky. They unfortunately encountered 3 coaches attacking them together on the morning of the second day. Not only was Zhang Ling, who was physically weaker, eliminated after falling behind the group, but the others were also chased apart and lost contact with each other. Meanwhile, the aka Peaceful Times Kill Without Burying squad, having received ample supplies, decisively adopted Chief of Staff Jiang Qiyu's plan. Survive. They no longer searched for supplies everywhere but focused entirely on moving deeper into the deserted island. They prepared to find a place to hide, ready to lie down comfortably, and enjoy the leisurely picnic time for the next 2 days. Just as they were cautiously moving forward, Qiyu, who was at the front, suddenly raised his hand. Wait! Everyone immediately crouched down and held their breath. Jiang Qiyu pricked up her ears to listen, but only faintly heard what seemed to be the sound of an argument coming from ahead. The few exchanged glances, then decided to quietly sneak over to the place where the arguing voices were coming from to check the situation. As they slowly approached, the sound of the argument grew clearer. You say that again. You idiot. She's not. You're the idiot. And it was only after hearing exactly what the 2 people ahead were arguing about that everyone's expressions froze. Especially Jiang Qiyu and Jiang Mian. If I heard correctly, the 2 people who were tearing into each other earlier are probably fans of the 2 of them. And the content of their argument was very simple. Can you stop disgusting me? Jiang Qiyu, that green tea, only knows how to bully the gentle and kind Jiang Mian. If I ever meet her, I'll definitely take her out with one shot. This is hilarious, talking like you're some sharpshooter old lady. You're a second-rate loser who can't even hit the target, struggling with abortions and still want to fight? How our Qiyu is doing is none of your damn business, and besides, I'll shoot you first. Come on, who's afraid of who? I want to show you, you idiot, that even a missed shot can kill that green tea bitch. Then I'll shoot your White Lotus goddess dead. That whiny brat is just annoying to look at. Idiot. You idiot. Just as the 2 were arguing fiercely and about to roll up their sleeves and fight, a clear voice with a faint smile suddenly sounded. Let's be fair and each take a step back. At the moment they reacted and reached for their guns, they found 2 black gun barrels aimed squarely at their hearts. Immediately the bushes shook. A figure nimbly crawled out from inside and stood in front of the 2 with a bright smile. You 2 are both idiots, how about this? Chapter 29. Thank you, traitor hero. Half an hour later. The 2 groups, who were supposed to meet as enemies, completely turned their hostility into mutual admiration at the Fan and Idol's joyful island meetup. Since the fans on both sides were rivals, the scene naturally formed 2 distinct small fan gatherings. A slightly chubby man with a simple-looking face couldn't hide his excitement. He carefully held the hand that Jiang Mian extended and spoke with an emotional tone. Hello, Jiang Mian. I am a member of your fan support group. I really love your portrayal of the purple cloud fairy. Jiang Mian's smile was gentle and just right. Even if she were on a deserted island with no one around, she would still exude the aura of a pure goddess. Thank you for your support. I am very honored. Here, the 2 were having a pleasant and friendly conversation, while on the other side, the fans were boiling with excitement, starting to act wildly everywhere. This fan looked quite young. Rather than a coach from a special training institution, he seemed more like a dark-skinned athlete still in school. He bared a set of white teeth, gripping Jiang Qiyu's hand tightly and shaking it up and down vigorously. Teacher Chong Mao, I really like female celebrities like you. Although you don't have much, you just radiate an inexplicable confidence all over. Jiang Qiyu was almost shaken dizzy by him, swaying 3 times before barely standing steady. Then she frowned, adjusted her hat, and said in a displeased tone, You brat, I'm giving you face and you treat me like a shoe insole? No, no, I really am your fan. The sports student fan quickly explained upon hearing this, his heart excited and afraid she would misunderstand him. His mind went blank, and he immediately lowered his body to kneel on one knee. He looked up, full of heroic spirit, staring at Jiang Qiyu's face, which was full of "what are you trying to do?" expression. Teacher spear you. Or my God. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Jiang Qiyu fiercely snatched her hand back from that kid's grip, and to avoid shortening her lifespan, she quickly stepped aside to dodge him. Then she spoke with full confidence. I have looks and a coat, a foreign appearance, intelligence and hemorrhoids, and when I speak I spit. Liking me is a wise choice. Keep liking me from now on, got it? The man grinned even wider, stood up, dusted himself off and said cheerfully. Understood. The two men who had been ignored for a long time on the side had already put away their pistols. Looking at the two pairs of fans and idols with completely different styles in front of them, they silently exchanged glances, each seeing an indescribable speechlessness in the other's eyes. Meanwhile, the live stream viewers watching all this through the drone camera above everyone's heads were also filled with joy at this moment. Teacher Spear, I asked you to prove yourself, not to confess. Why are you telling everything? Tomorrow's trending topic forecast. Hashtag Jiang Qi meets hemorrhoids. Hashtag. I took over fiercely. At this moment my envy of these two guys has reached its peak. School's on pause, coach, I'll go. Whether or not to chase stars doesn't matter. Mainly I want to experience survival on a deserted island. Jealousy has blinded my eyes. I also want to hold the hand of the beautiful Mian Mian. The reason Jiang Qiyu organized this fan meeting was actually for her own purpose. The main goal was to incite defection. No way. After hearing her words, the fans of Jiang Mian, who had been feeling elated, immediately became alert, as if they wanted to shake their heads like rattles. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if your goddess Jiang Mian begs you, it won't work? Jiang Mian won't work either. The fat man set his face firmly, looking like a loyal minister and martyr. You don't need to say any more. We will not help you spread false information to divert others. Before he could finish showing his spirit of defiance to the death, he heard an excited voice from a companion beside him. Pause work, I'll be the traitor. The determination on the fat man's face instantly turned into astonishment, glaring at him with a look of bitter disappointment. This was all live-streamed. Aren't you afraid the instructor will punish you when you go back? Not afraid. The young man who looked so passionate just smiled at him, baring his teeth, and shrugged indifferently. At worst, I'll quit and go back to the mountains to herd cattle. Hearing this, Jiang Mian hesitated and said, Is it that serious? Then forget it. We can't let you lose the job you depend on just to win the game. Jiang Qiyu beside her also nodded. Thank you, traitor hero, but there's no need to be too kind. This matter of theirs could be done or not, but if it ended up harming someone and causing them to lose their job, that would really be a serious offense. Just as she was awakening the little remaining conscience within herself, she heard that person chuckle. That's not really the case. My family owns 3 mountain peaks and has over 2,000 cattle. So you're a rich second generation, huh? I hate you. Very loudly. Since the day I was born, not being a rich second generation, I have nothing to say to this world. Humph, you brat, don't be too arrogant. My dad is already working hard. Viewers in the live stream were wildly hyped up by his comment about having over 2,000 cattle. On site, Jiang Qiyu just rolled her eyes and then signaled Feng Shubai with her eyes to deal with the uncooperative little chubby guy. First, to prevent him from leaking information, and second, to make it easier for him to explain things to the instructor. Turning to look at the traitor, who was even more excited than himself, he raised his hand to signal. Prince Nyo Nyo, please begin your performance. Then, everyone saw the tall, muscular Prince Nyo Nyo pull a walkie-talkie out of the back pocket of his pants. Pressing the button, he began to wildly demonstrate. Calling nearby teammates. The enemy has 4 people. Heavy firepower. Deep in the deserted island, I am being suppressed by firepower. The fat guy is already down, urgently requesting teammates to come and support. After receiving responses from 7 or 8 teammates, the traitor hero Nyo Nyo Prince quickly reported the current location to the enemy. Jiang Qiyu and the others, who had already found their positions and hidden in the ambush points, all set up their guns, waiting for the unsuspecting coach to enter the ambush circle, to launch a decisive counterattack on them. Chapter 30. Don't get angry easily. The bull prince in the middle of the open field took his stance, and before long, the originally quiet bushes began to rustle with strange sounds. Rustle, rustle. The four hidden in the shadows gradually tensed up. Even the Nyo prince lying in the middle pretending to be dead couldn't help but secretly open one eye to cautiously observe. The sound of leaves being brushed aside by something grew closer and closer. Rustle, rustle. Until everyone could see with the naked eye, visible disturbances began to appear in the bushes in one direction. At that moment, bang! It was the simulated gunfire from firearms. Qiyu immediately furrowed his brows and looked towards the hiding spots of the others, only to find that the other three all had confused expressions. The gun of Prince Nyo had long been voluntarily handed over by him, so it was obvious who fired that shot. The four people in the shadows almost simultaneously turned their heads toward the direction of the newcomer. A familiar face appeared there. It was Lu Heng. Fuck. Jiang Qiyu almost cursed it out loud. That old bastard Lu Heng really knows how to be annoying. At such a critical moment he just had to come out and cause trouble. You hit me? And the Nyo prince, who was taken away by that sudden gunshot, looked utterly incredulous. He still lay on the ground, struggling to raise his hand, trembling as he pointed at the indifferent Lu Heng, his voice breaking with sorrow. I'm going to give your movie 1 star on Dubon. But he was still somewhat smart. Even though he was shot dead, he didn't expose the four people hiding in the shadows. He just lay on the ground with lifeless eyes, and as Lu Heng mercilessly stepped past him, he grabbed his ankle and howled to the sky in a tone full of grief and anger. You crushed the star-chasing dream of a pure mountain village boy. You owe me. Just as Prince Nyo sacrificed himself to entangle Lu Heng, Qiyu decisively made a gesture to the people hiding in the shadows to retreat immediately. Their plan to wait for the opportunity was ruined by Lu Heng, and those coaches might appear at any time, so it was better for them to take this chance to leave. And Jiang Qiyu looked at Lu Heng, who was entangled with Prince Nyo. A nameless fury suddenly flared up in her heart. Just as she was gritting her teeth, ready to secretly shoot this jinx from the shadows, a scream pierced the sky. Ah! Brother Lu, watch out behind you! Jiang Qiyu was so frightened that her hand trembled, almost throwing the gun away. Whose old rooster has turned into a spirit? Looking back as expected, it was Jiang Mian. And her shout completely disrupted the tense situation unfolding before them. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Heng didn't hesitate for a moment, and immediately rolled on the ground to dodge the 2 gunshots from the bushes. The coach has already arrived. Seeing this, the dying bull prince immediately pointed in the direction where Lu Heng was. Brothers, he's over there, avenge me, why ya. This sudden turn of events made Qiyu, who had originally planned to retreat, bend down again, skillfully aiming his sniper rifle at the 2 figures in the bushes. He didn't want to save Lu Heng either, but if he didn't take action to deal with the newcomers, more coaches would probably arrive, making it difficult for them to escape. Jiang Mian's scream had already revealed their location. Turning around and running now would either expose their escape route or cause them to be scattered by the coaches, neither of which would end well for them. They had no choice but to take a risky gamble. The 2 coaches who arrived first were very cautious, moving slowly to flank behind the cover where Lu Heng was hiding, one on the left and one on the right. At the critical moment when his position was about to be exposed, bang! An infrared laser beam descended from the sky, accurately hitting the chest of one of the instructors. At the same time, his companion decisively pressed the walkie-talkie. There's an ambush here. At this moment, Lu Heng, who was blocked behind the bunker, also took advantage of the chaos and shot the remaining person in the head. Retreat quickly. Qiyu hit his target with 1 shot, immediately retracted his gun, and quickly retreated. The others also had no time to hesitate and immediately retracted their guns and ran away. Lu Heng watched the backs of the 4 people sprinting away wildly, hesitated for a moment, then quickly followed. The Prince Nyo, still standing in place, only managed to see Jiang Qi's fleeing figure in distress, but even so, it couldn't dampen his enthusiasm for chasing stars. He jumped up from the ground, hopping and waving his hands continuously. Mousie! Mousie! You must be happy after leaving me, Mousie. And just after the 5 left, several agile figures arrived at the scene almost simultaneously. They kicked over the traitor who was trying to cling to them to buy time, then immediately chased toward the mountains deep within the deserted island. Meanwhile, having temporarily escaped danger, Feng Shubai ran while frequently glancing back at Lu Heng, pouting and complaining softly. We had planned to succeed, but it's all his fault for suddenly showing up. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the people walking together to hear. Jiang Qiyu, who shared the same thought, immediately nodded vigorously. I really dislike people who have no sense of boundaries. With the two of them saying this, Lu Heng's expression naturally turned unpleasant, while Jiang Mian, wiping the sweat from her face, spoke up on his behalf. Brother Lu didn't mean it. After speaking, seeing the awkward atmosphere among everyone, she smiled and smoothly changed the subject. Luckily, Brother Yu's shooting was accurate, otherwise we would have really been in danger just now. You still know what to say. Feng Shubai, upon hearing her speak, immediately recalled the scream that had revealed their location just now. He pursed his lips and muttered quietly, "If it weren't for Sister Jiang Mian's scream, we wouldn't have ended up like this." Feng Shubai. But before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by Lu Heng's stern glare. Lu Heng, who had originally fallen behind everyone else, strode forward and shielded Jiang Mian, whose face was full of embarrassment and grievance, glaring at Feng Shubai with a hostile expression. "This matter is because I was unaware of the situation. Please do not take your anger out on an innocent person. You." After all, Feng Shubai was just a 20-year-old youth, and being scolded like this by Lu Heng instantly ignited his temper. Without a word, he immediately raised the gun in his hand and aimed it at him. "You two got us hunted down, and now you think you're in the right?" Seeing this, Lu Heng naturally wouldn't just stand there foolishly. As Feng Shubai raised his gun, he also lifted his weapon, aiming at his infrared receiver. Jiang Mian seemed frightened by the scene before her, and immediately stepped forward to grab Lu Heng's arm in front of her. I'm sorry everyone, let's talk this through calmly. It really was my fault just now." But she immediately fell silent halfway through her sentence. In front of her she faced the dark muzzle of a gun. At some unknown moment, Jiang Qiyu had raised a handgun, and was pointing it directly at Jiang Mian's forehead without any concealment. I was saying. She tilted her head slightly at the man with the sullen face, her tone indifferent. "Since you admit your mistake, at least learn to bear the consequences of doing wrong. Right? Jiang Qiyu." Lu Heng spoke each word deliberately, his gaze at her as if he wanted to devour the woman before him alive. "You better give me." Bang! Ah! Before he could finish his harsh words, a powerful force suddenly struck the back of his knee. Caught off guard, Lu Heng was kicked from behind, stumbling and nearly falling to the ground. He rolled on the ground and was about to turn around to counterattack, only to come face to face with a finely crafted small handgun. Qiyu, who had been silent the entire time, lightly withdrew his leg and raised the gun, aiming it at the stunned Lu Heng. "Don't get angry easily. When you do, you can't help but show your true skills. That way, others will know your true skills." He lazily swung the gun, his tone even more openly disdainful. Artur Ribel. Chapter 31. I can die, but the entertaining spirit lives on. Seeing things develop to this point, Feng Shubai, who had been high at the start, gradually sobered up. He slowly put down his gun and tentatively spoke to the four who were still in a tense standoff. "How about we keep running for now?" At present, everyone had only temporarily shaken off those trainers, but if more and more people moved in this direction, there was no guarantee they wouldn't be targeted again. At this time, the sun was gradually setting in the west, and it was time to find a place to rest. Just as he finished speaking, a strange sound coming from inside a body broke the tense atmosphere completely. Gurgle. Under the sharp gaze of everyone, Jiang Qiyu awkwardly smiled, put away the gun and rubbed her stomach. Since things have come to this, why not eat first? The audience watching the entire scene through the drone's camera also breathed a sigh of relief and began to share their thoughts. "We didn't say anything wrong. How can you still act like the victim after causing trouble? It seems like you have some serious illness. Does Lu Heng have clairvoyance? He knows your plan? Ridiculous. Help, why is Slap Brother so handsome? He gives such a sense of security, and it feels like he's always on Jiang Qiyu's side. Not to be biased, but Jiang Mian usually looks gentle and harmless, so why does she feel so useless here? Our spear teacher is still the most handsome. Jiang Mian really shouldn't be so absurd. Is this female rivalry mentality? The two of them just have completely different personalities, why force a comparison? No female rivalry here. I'm just low quality and simply stepping on the saint a bit." The livestream chat was in an uproar, but the 5 people who had just been at odds on the deserted island no longer seemed interested in fighting. Although Jiang Qiyu had just shot Lu Heng, this was not really a wilderness survival situation after all. The drone overhead was still live streaming. If she made a move now, it was obvious how Lu Heng's fans would curse her. Rather than bearing the blame and letting him lie back comfortably, it was better to keep him for now and have him act as bait tomorrow, being chased around like a rat. In the evening, to evade the coach's pursuit, The 5 of them took advantage of the dusk and climbed directly to a low hill in the middle of the deserted island, crossing a stream to reach halfway up the mountain. After deciding on a resting spot, what Lu Heng pulled out instantly brightened Qiyu's eyes, who had originally looked at him with some disdain. Although Lu Heng was annoying, the only comforting thing was that he brought something Qiyu had been searching for all day long. Another tent. After eating and drinking his fill, he gave Jiang Mian a meaningful look, then shook his head and was the first to enter the tent for a nap. Having gone 2 days without sleep, combined with such intense exercise, even an Iron Man was starting to feel overwhelmed. Jiang Mian, who caught his gaze, blushed and lowered her head, carelessly overlooking the deep warning and pity contained within it. In the early hours of the next day, before dawn, Jiang Qiyu was shaken awake by a desperate shaking. Opening her eyes, she saw Jiang Mian sitting beside her, looking exhausted. Cough? Well. Separating things clearly, she really couldn't control her sleeping. Just as Jiang Qiyu was about to apologize to her, she suddenly sensed that something was wrong with the surroundings. Jiang Mian didn't bother to blame her for her abnormal behavior last night and gestured for her to look up at the skylight above the tent. It's raining outside. Jiang Qiyu seemed to suddenly remember something, immediately got up, found the hat she had kicked far away, put it on and stepped out of the tent. By this time, a light drizzle had already started outside. She raised her hand, letting the raindrops fall into her palm, while quickly recalling the original story's plot during this time period in her mind. In the original work, it did rain on the 3rd day of the deserted island trip. It was precisely because the rain kept getting heavier that Lu Heng and Jiang Mian were trapped on the island for an entire night. But if her memory was not mistaken, the rain was clearly recorded as starting in the afternoon of the 3rd day. And now before dawn, how could it suddenly come so much earlier? It's raining. A hoarse voice belonging to Qiyu sounded from behind, and Jiang Qiyu immediately turned around, looking at him with rare seriousness. Wake everyone up, we need to leave here quickly. The rain came fiercely and unusually strangely, giving Qiyu almost no time to be puzzled. While the two were talking, it seemed to rain even more heavily. Jiang Mian followed her out, frowning as he looked at them. The tent is starting to leak, the tent can't be used. At this moment, the remaining 2 also crawled out from the large tent. Fang Shubai used the hat he hadn't had time to put on to shield his head, speaking urgently. Why don't we find a place to take shelter and wait for the rain to stop? Otherwise, it will be hard to distinguish friend from foe in the rain. And what if we accidentally hurt our own people? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu turned to look at Fang Shubai, who was still holding on to some useless idle thoughts, and said calmly, "Don't worry about things that haven't happened yet. Live in the moment, and first worry about what's right in front of you." Ah! Except for the absent-minded one, the other 3 quickly began to realize that something was wrong. They were now halfway up a mountain on a deserted island. If the rain wasn't heavy, abandoning the tent and traveling light would pose no problem at all. But the problem lay in the rain. The weather on the sea island changed rapidly, and no one could predict how the rain would fall or how heavy it would be. Qiyu looked at Jiang Qiyu, who had a serious expression. After frowning and locking eyes with her for a moment, he decisively made a decision. Drop everything and go. Today is already the last day of the deserted island survival game. Even without supplies, they can hold out until someone comes to pick them up. But if they delay their descent because of these supplies, that would be dangerous. Before Fang Shubai could figure out the pros and cons, Jiang Qiyu just tucked a pistol into her waist and quickly followed Qiyu, who was leading at the front while searching for chocolate. Lu Heng also stayed at the back of the group, protecting Jiang Mian. Various supplies, backpacks, ignition devices, and mess kits were left by the 2 tents on the mountainside. Qiyu held a compass and led the way at the front. The group, accompanied by the increasingly heavy rain, carefully made their way down the mountain, stepping cautiously. But as the saying goes, it's easy to go up the mountain but hard to come down, especially in the increasingly intense rain. The slippery roads and unclear directions caused considerable difficulty for their journey down the mountain. After stumbling along the muddy mountain path for a long time, the group still couldn't find the way down. The rain, just as Jiang Qiyu said, was getting heavier and heavier. If they weren't all wearing waterproof quick-dry training gear, they would probably be almost unable to move by now. Wait! Qiyu's steps suddenly came to a halt. Jiang Qiyu's eyes were barely open. She wiped her face and asked him loudly, "What's wrong?" "There is a piece of good news and a piece of bad news." "What is it?" "The good news is we found the stream we passed by when we went up the mountain. Bad news, it's standing right in front of you." Qiyu turned sideways, blocking her view with his body. "See how much he looks like before." Ahead, There was a river that had become unusually turbulent due to the heavy rain. Seeing this situation, Jiang Qiyu subconsciously twitched the corner of her mouth, her tone unusually confused. Bro, at a time like this you're still telling hell jokes? I can die, but my sense of humor won't die. Chapter 32. Now it's fixed. No longer courting death. Are you going to die or not? Jiang Qiyu gave Qiyu, who still had the mood to joke at such a moment, a sharp glare, then turned to look at the other person behind. Qiyu Jia. Unlike the carefree Qiyu, Fang Shubai couldn't stand it at that moment. He grabbed her arm tightly and spoke tremblingly. Today we won't. Through the anxious curtain of rain, she could barely make out the expression on his face, but she could clearly hear the trembling in his voice. Reaching out to gently pat Fang Shubai's shoulder in a comforting gesture, Jiang Qiyu kindly reassured him. If the king of hell wants you dead at midnight, how could he let you live until dawn? Life and death are destined. Try to accept it. Can't we try a little harder? Then you die at the second watch. Catch him off guard. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, as if her trash talk had come to life, a muffled thunderclap suddenly exploded in everyone's ears without any warning. What followed was an even more overwhelming downpour of wind and rain, and the river blocking everyone's path seemed to grow even more turbulent. We can't wait any longer. Looking at the increasingly surging and rushing water surface, Qiyu frowned slightly and spoke calmly. Cross the bridge. Ah. Fang Shubai looked at him with a face full of disbelief, then turned his head to look at the suspension bridge not far away, almost submerged by the river. It was a simple suspension bridge made of rusty chains and a few wooden planks. On the way up the mountain, he had even asserted that if a few more people jumped on the bridge a few times it might just break. But now in his eyes that wooden bridge, constantly shaking under the impact of the rushing water, was precarious in the stormy weather. That really fits what Sister Qiyu just said about being caught off guard. Are you really going to go over from above? Wouldn't Ergung just die then? Trying to boost the GDP for King Yama, huh? Brother Qi, this absolutely can't. Just as he wished he could shake his head off, Qiyu, who was the first to suggest crossing the bridge, had already taken the lead and stepped onto the bridge of helplessness with one foot. Are you serious? Jiang Qiyu also expressed doubt about this. Although the river channel was very narrow, it only took a few steps to cross the bridge, but the current was too turbulent. If one misstepped or a wooden plank broke, it was very likely to be swept away by the raging river. She stepped forward a few paces and stood beside Qiyu, looking up at the increasingly intense storm, her tone serious as she said, How confident are you? The man only lowered his eyes to look at her, then slightly curled his lips and answered evasively, Do you believe me? Jiang Qiyu did not hesitate at all. I don't believe it. Qiyu was not surprised by her answer at all. He shook his head with a smile and reached out to tug at the iron chain submerged under the water. Then he bent down and explained in her ear. This is a specially reinforced military-grade suspension bridge built by the training institution, with load-bearing capacity and materials far exceeding those of ordinary suspension bridges. There's no problem. Although this wooden bridge currently looks like it's on the verge of collapse in the wind and rain, its stability is absolutely enough to support a few people crossing. Unexpectedly, he knew this. Jiang Qiyu glanced at him with some suspicion and met his gaze. How do you know? Nothing. Qiyu shrugged, his tone casual. I used to go looking for trouble a lot when I was abroad. No wonder he's so skilled with a gun. Turns out he's really a battle-hardened returnee? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu raised her hand and gave him a 6 gesture. Just as she was about to step back and watch him perform, she suddenly felt a tight grip around her waist. She looked down and saw a leash, neither long nor short, securely fastened to her waistband. Instinctively clutching the rope at her waist, she looked up and met a pair of wet, jet-black eyes. Cold raindrops dripped continuously from the man's long eyelashes, and those black eyes were filled with a misty smile, as if carrying some kind of magical power that left her momentarily speechless and stunned. Qiyu raised his hand to tighten the safety leash between their waists again, his deep voice blending with the overwhelming sound of the rain as it reached her ears. Don't worry, I've fixed it now, no more courting death. Wait. Only then did Jiang Qiyu realize what he was about to do, and immediately reached out with both hands to tightly grasp the rope, then spoke to him again to confirm. Are you sure I won't get hurt? No, it won't. Do you swear? I swear. What if something happens? Tisk. Qiyu was originally short-tempered, and now his patience was completely gone. Without warning, He suddenly yanked the safety rope and then raised his hand to catch the staggering figure falling into his arms. Caught off guard, Jiang Qiyu was pulled headfirst against his solid chest. Before she could react, she felt the slight vibration of the man's chest and his slightly magnetic voice whispering in her ear. "As long as I'm here, you won't die." "Not even half dead. Then you go by yourself." Qiyu immediately changed his mind, reaching out to undo the knot at her waist, but the next moment, a pair of fair little hands tightly grasped his. Jiang Qiyu then played to her survival principle of, "I can bow and scrape for the powerful," tilting her head and smiling awkwardly. "Hey, whatever you say." Lowering his gaze to glance at her, Qiyu didn't argue further, then looked up and waved to the three people not far away. "Pull out the safety ropes at your waists and fasten them to each other. Everyone will cross the bridge in 2 groups, one after another. The length of the tether is limited, and with 5 people connected, their movements are restricted. It is safest for 2 to 3 people to be tied together when crossing the bridge." After saying this, he did not hesitate at all. He stepped onto the suspension bridge plank submerged under the water and reminded Jiang Qiyu behind him, "Follow my steps." The bridge looked shaky from the shore, but when Qiyu actually stepped onto it, it steadied. "Be brave, Yu. Don't be afraid of difficulties." Jiang Qiyu shouted twice to encourage herself, steadied her nerves and boldly followed behind him, wading through the water step by step toward the opposite shore. Standing on the turbulent river surface, surrounded by the pouring rain cascading down, faint calls came from behind her, but she couldn't hear them clearly due to the heavy rain. At this moment, the whole world seemed to consist only of the broad back within reach ahead, and the concerned glances the man occasionally cast back as he paused. Last step, jump over. Having safely reached the other side, Qiyu turned around and reached out both hands to Jiang Qiyu, who was still standing on the last plank of the suspension bridge. "Don't be afraid, I'll catch you." Without Qiyu's weight pressing down, the suspension bridge began to sway slightly. At this moment there was no way back. Jiang Qiyu, without hesitation, released the chains with both hands and slightly crouched, preparing to leap towards Qiyu. Here comes the little flyer. And in this flash of lightning, a piercing scream suddenly came from the other side of the river, shattering the eardrums. "Ah!" She was startled by the sudden piercing scream and suddenly slipped underfoot. "Oh no, this time I'm really in deep trouble." Dizzy and spinning, her mind went blank. With her eyes tightly shut, she instinctively reached out and waved her hands wildly, trying to grab something. She did manage to grab something, but it was a bit soft. Not sure, feeling around some more. And just as her hands began to absent-mindedly grasp, a slightly angry voice sounded overhead. "Jiang Qiyu, if you don't want your claws, I'll chop them off." Chapter 33, Crystal Pendant. "Jiang Qiyu, if you don't want the claw, I'll just chop it off." Since she didn't really want to become disabled for the time being, she rationally took her hand away from Qiyu's chest. After smiling sullenly, she still didn't forget to lower her head and mutter softly, "Cheapskate, what's wrong with me touching you?" Qiyu stood up and pulled her up accordingly. Hearing her whisper, his hand unconsciously tightened, his tone slightly dangerous. "What did you say?" "I say, Brother Qi, you really are reliable. Our comradeship is truly unbreakable." Looking at the woman in front of him, her face covered in rainwater and her body caked in mud, still grinning broadly and laughing, Qiyu couldn't help but curve his brows slightly and say calmly, "Then you are mistaken. Ah. Our comradeship can only be described as delicate and unbreakable." Jiang Qiyu was about to say something more when her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the opposite bank of the river. Originally, there were 3 people standing opposite, but now only Feng Shubai remained standing in the same spot. That sharp scream, like an old rooster possessed, was undoubtedly Jiang Mian again. But now, for some unknown reason, she suddenly collapsed. From this angle, all that can be seen is Lu Heng sitting on the ground, holding her and shaking her continuously. Feng Shubai beside them was also anxiously stomping his feet. It seemed the situation was not looking good. Jiang Qi frowned, placing her hands around her mouth in a trumpet shape, shouting across to the other side, "Feng Shubai, what's happening?" Although the rain was torrential and deafening, the river was not very wide, so they could still hear each other when shouting. Soon Feng Shubai replied to her. "Qiyu sister, Jiang Mian suddenly fainted." She was perfectly fine, how could she suddenly faint? Just as Jiang Qiyu was puzzled, she saw Lu Heng on the opposite shore suddenly scoop up the person who had fainted to the ground, and Feng Shubai's voice immediately followed. "Qiyu sister, we can't get across. Brother Lu said we need to find a place to take shelter from the rain first." Qiyu, who had been silent all along, suddenly frowned upon hearing this and shook his head in disapproval. It's too dangerous. With such heavy rain, staying on the mountain is too risky, which is why he insisted on leading everyone down the mountain. However, Lu Heng seemed to have completely ignored Qiyu's words. Holding Jiang Mian in his arms, he turned and started walking back. Looking at Fang Shubai standing helplessly on the riverbank, Jiang Qiyu shouted at him. Can you cross by yourself? Fang Shubai looked down at the swaying suspension bridge, his head almost spinning like a propeller. I can't. Jiang Qiyu was not surprised at all by this, and immediately shouted at the top of her lungs. Then stick close to them, don't lose them. She wasn't worried about Jiang Mian and Lu Heng's safety at all. In the original story, these two were also trapped on the evening of the third day, and their feelings quickly deepened in the face of danger. They were safely rescued by the staff the next day. This torrential rainstorm, which seemed like a crisis, was actually a helping hand. Although this time there are some differences from the original, the male and female leads still happen to meet by chance. As long as Fang Shubai sticks close to them, there shouldn't be too much trouble. She stood by the riverbank watching Fang Shubai turn and chase after Lu Heng. In the atmosphere of the heavy rain, a strong sense of camaraderie welled up in her heart, and she couldn't help but shout to him. Xiaobai, no matter what, you must remember. Fang Shubai's footsteps paused for a moment, as if waiting for her next instruction. But Jiang Qiyu only brewed up strong emotions and didn't think of what to advise at this moment. Then she shouted. Don't worry about remembering anything. Just remember this. You must remember. Smack. After saying that, the back of her head received a slap, neither too hard nor too light. Qiyu's voice came with a hint of impatience. Don't worry about others for now, worry about yourself first. She held onto her hat and turned her head, but only saw the man's back as he turned and walked away. Immediately, she stopped pretending to be deeply moved by their brotherhood, and, leaving the petrified Fang Shubai on the other side, hurried after him. Lu Heng and Jiang Mian have the protagonist's aura, but the two of them aren't so sure. If you don't want to get into trouble in this torrential mountain flood, you still have to rely on the former leader of the death-seeking team. Qiyu and Jiang Qiyu, each holding a compass, carefully made their way down the mountain through the pouring rain, following the path they had come from. Originally, they planned to meet up with the other instructors on the deserted island. The special training organization must have built a shelter somewhere on the island. But they hadn't gone far when they were forced to stop by the large areas of standing water at the foot of the mountain, making it difficult to judge the depth. They had to temporarily halt their steps. Fortunately, they found an unattended supply drop nearby, where they located some edible supplies and a small tent. Using the materials they had on hand, the two of them built a temporary rain shelter on a cliff with no trees around and relatively high ground. Although this makeshift shelter was cramped and dark, with drafts everywhere and rain leaking in from three sides, it was still better than them wandering through the jungle like fools in the pouring rain. Just now they passed a very deep puddle. If it weren't for Qiyu's sharp eyes and quick reflexes pulling her back, Jiang Qiyu might have been left behind here today. The wireless camera is broken. Momentarily relieved, Qiyu began checking the equipment on her body. The wireless cameras used by the two for live streaming and positioning had somehow stopped working, leaving only the wireless audio devices with faint indicator lights still on, reminding that they were still functioning properly. Pinching the small microphone and shaking off the water stains on it, Qiyu's voice was dull. Not sure if this thing even has positioning. Because of the sudden heavy rain, the uneven terrain outside must have puddles of varying depths. To ensure safety, they could only wait here temporarily for now, waiting for the rain to ease, or for someone to come to the rescue. Looking through the transparent square window of the makeshift rain shelter, outside the heavy rain was still pouring down. He said without much emotion, I don't even know when those people will find us. It's okay. But Jiang Qiyu was not the kind to worry easily. Upon hearing this, she reached out and gently patted the man's shoulder, softly comforting him. The production team has probably already contacted the rescue team to start searching on the island. You're quite. Qiyu turned his head, about to mock her for her ignorance, but his gaze suddenly met those unusually bright eyes in the dim environment. TSK. Forget it. He pressed his lips together, hesitated for a moment, but still withdrew the cold gaze, not denying her words. Just as he was about to look away, his attention was suddenly caught by a glimmer somewhere. Qiyu frowned, the slight softness that had just risen in his heart instantly collapsed. Seeing the disdain in his eyes, Jiang Qiyu became unhappy and immediately frowned, glaring back. What kind of look is that? The man raised an eyebrow and instead of answering, asked back. Are you cold now? What, are you afraid of the cold again? Not really, I just wanted to remind you to wipe it off. Jiang Qiyu immediately sounded the alarm in her mind, inevitably recalling all sorts of borderline videos. She scooted aside a bit and looked at Qiyu with a face full of righteous indignation. What do you mean? Seeing her face full of defensiveness, Qiyu felt that both his taste and character were being greatly questioned, and he looked back with a strange expression. In a teasing tone. Your crystal pendant is leaking. Chapter 34. Only this young. Jiang Qiyu was almost broken by his words about the crystal pendant. Carelessly rolling up his sleeves, he wiped his nose, grumbling stubbornly as he did so. This is the crystallization of my wisdom, do you understand? Achoo! Before she could finish speaking, she involuntarily let out a huge sneeze, causing Qiyu to frown again. She knew she was in the wrong. Although she didn't admit it verbally, she still instinctively turned her head away. After being soaked in the rain for a long time and still wearing drenched clothes, it was no surprise that she had caught a cold. With this in mind, she somewhat conscientiously propped herself up and shifted slightly outward, creating a small distance between their previously closely pressed bodies. But as soon as she moved just an inch away, those little movements of hers were noticed by Qiyu beside her. What are you twisting for? Jiang Qiyu paused her movement to move outward, then reached out a hand to cover her mouth and nose, a muffled voice coming through her palm. I think I caught a cold, stay away from me. She hadn't finished speaking when the distance she had just barely moved away was instantly closed again. Even closer than before. A strong and broad chest, radiating warmth, gently pressed against her. The man held her in a possessive embrace that left no room for refusal. With his chin resting on the top of her head, Jiang Qiyu couldn't turn around. She could only bend her neck and pat him with her hand. Bro, although I know I'm incredibly charming, you'd better hold back a little. Halfway through speaking, Qiyu's hand came around from behind, flicking her forehead with his fingers, neither too hard nor too soft. If you don't want to freeze to death, then shut up. The man spoke, his warm breath fully spraying onto her neck, flowing down along the raindrops dripping from her hair into her collar. The sensation of cold and heat instantly sent a tingling feeling from the side of her neck all the way behind her ear. It truly made Jiang Qiyu, who was still struggling slightly, fall silent immediately. She paused for a moment, and the image of Qiyu's face, so handsome that just a few seconds on screen could quickly blow up the trending searches, flashed through her mind. After quickly weighing the pros and cons in her mind, she came to this conclusion. This move was not a loss. Thinking of this, she immediately relaxed her slightly tense waist and back, and comfortably leaned her body into his embrace. Outside the canopy, the rain poured down heavily, but inside this small temporary shelter, a faint warmth gradually arose. The two had fought side by side for 2 days, and due to various unexpected events, they were forced to be trapped together in this small ambiguous space, leaning on each other for warmth. A single man and a lone woman, dry wood and blazing fire, ready to ignite at any moment. Achoo! Although Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu are now in a small space together in an ambiguous posture, their conversation is truly puzzling. Can you keep it down? I just thought I got struck by lightning. Big brother, is this something I can control? Haven't you heard the saying that there are 3 things a person cannot hide? Coughing, poverty, and sneezing. Do you understand? I really can't keep Vladimir Nabokov's coffin lid down anymore. What curse? Who's cursed? You. Nonsense. When I was a kid, I spent 20 yuan under the overpass to have a master tell my fortune. What did he predict? The master said I only have 1 life. Then I spent another 20 to have it done again, so now I have 2 lives. Hiss. Qiyu gasped, now extremely curious about what exactly was going on in the head of the person in his arms. He was about to speak when Jiang Qiyu, who had anticipated this, immediately raised her arm and accurately covered the man's mouth behind her with her small hand. One of us don't speak. The heavy rain outside showed no signs of letting up anytime soon, and the two of them chatted intermittently like that. Almost all the time Jiang Qiyu was speaking wildly and imaginatively, while Qiyu occasionally responded or made a sarcastic remark. Her topics hardly have any depth, and there may be little connection even between 2 consecutive sentences. But Qiyu, who was usually impatient, actually listened to every word, and even managed to respond appropriately at times. They talked back and forth, and by the end, neither knew who stopped responding first, who calmed their breathing first. Just like that, shoulder to shoulder, head resting against head, they nestled together and fell asleep. Gradually waking up, Jiang Qiyu felt as if her neck was being crushed like a roast chicken, and a weight as heavy as 1,000 gold pieces pressed on her head, making her dizzy and short of breath. After great effort, she managed to shake Qiyu awake. She didn't have time to wonder why she hadn't mutated while sleeping, as her attention was immediately drawn to the scene outside the canopy. She excitedly tapped on Qiyu's forearm and spoke with difficulty. "The rain is easing." As soon as the words fell, not only did Qiyu look at her with surprise, but even Jiang Qiyu herself was a bit stunned. Who is speaking?" She immediately realized what was happening, covering her slightly burning throat with both hands, and hoarsely shouted, "Baoan, my throat! My throat!" How did it happen that after waking up, her lively little nightingale had turned into the village's wandering husband duck? Qiyu ignored her dramatic act and went straight to action. With one hand supporting the back of her head, his large palm accurately touched her smooth forehead. Feeling the heat radiating from his palm, his expression darkened. A slight fever. She had been out in the rain since early morning and then engaged in intense exercise. It was inevitable that an ordinary person would struggle to endure it. He used to frequently participate in extreme sports abroad and was physically strong, but Jiang Qi couldn't really handle this weakling. Although she was just resting in his arms after sleeping, she inevitably came down with a fever. Qiyu frowned deeply, lowering his eyes to look at her slightly flushed face caused by the fever. After a pause, he raised his hand and began unbuttoning his shirt. Hey, what are you doing?" Jiang Qi, upon seeing him, immediately began to undress without a word, then stretched out her hands to cover her eyes, only to quickly spread her fingers apart again. Her eyes continuously scanned the man's already open collar, lingering on the exposed collarbone and the slender waist wrapped in short sleeves. She silently repeated to herself, "Might as well take a look," while trying to cover it up, only making it more obvious. "You must not ruin our pure comradeship, although I know I am quite attractive, but you, upright arrow." Qiyu quickly took off his windproof combat suit, then pulled the hood over Jiang Qiyu's head, effectively blocking her restless eyes from darting around. "Put it on properly, so no one outside will say I let you die." Hee. Jiang Qiyu was not surprised either. She gave an awkward laugh and readily wrapped the oversized coat around herself. After putting it on, her gaze involuntarily shifted toward someone. She had always thought this guy had a good figure and looked good in any clothes, but looking closely today there really was something about him. Noticing her gaze growing more and more bold, and her eyes drifting lower and lower, Qiyu was not annoyed. He just slightly curled his lips and spoke openly. "What? Want to see more? Is there such a good thing?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu immediately grinned widely and nodded vigorously. "Okay. This is just a little." Qiyu's mouth stiffened instantly, muscles tensing, and he slowly squeezed out a sentence from behind his molars. "What did you say?" "Things, huh?" Chapter 35. Arigatami Yang-Yang-san. The desire to be beautiful is something everyone has. At my youthful age full of vigor, this is only natural. Jiang Qiyu stuck her head in front of the sullen Qiyu, and gave a very sycophantic, toothy smile. Seeing that he still didn't speak, she continued to defend herself. "Qigu, try looking at it from another perspective. Wouldn't you want to look if I took off my clothes now?" Qiyu glanced at her, the two words clearly written on his face. "No." Hearing him say this, Jiang Qiyu slowly shook her head with a calm expression. "You're just saying that out of anger, I don't believe it." Qiyu's eyes twitched sharply at the corner, and he deliberately lowered his voice to say harshly in her ear, "Don't force me to slap you in such an inappropriate place again." As soon as the words fell, even the air grew silent. Jiang Qiyu immediately made a zipper gesture over her mouth, showing she knew when to keep quiet. Qiyu was about to continue resting with his eyes closed when he heard a rustling sound beside him. He was about to tell her to behave. When he opened his eyes, he saw a chocolate bar already opened right in front of him. Behind it was a face with eyes flushed with a sickly redness but a smile that was firm and bright. "Do you eat chocolate?" At that moment his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The originally quiet space instantly erupted with blaring alarms, deafeningly loud. Qiyu quickly realized that this trip to the deserted island might not just be an adventure, but rather, enchanting encounter. An enchanting encounter. No. Who is speaking? It was obvious that Jiang Qiyu also heard that heart-wrenching sound coming from afar. The two exchanged a glance and quickly realized what was happening. It's Feng Shubai. Now that the rain had lessened, it was estimated that the production team had found the rescue team and followed the location to come. They didn't have time to think about anything else. They quickly unzipped the makeshift rain shelter and rushed out. Accompanied by the roaring sound of breaking through the air, they looked up. In the distant sky, a helicopter was rapidly approaching this place. Jiang Qiyu looked up, waving continuously until the helicopter above them stopped precisely overhead. Fully equipped rescue personnel, wearing harnesses for fast roping, slowly descended from above. She glanced sideways at her companion, who also wore a relaxed expression, and with a bright smile and cheerful tone said, "Finally saved." Upon hearing this, Qiyu lowered his gaze towards her, also slightly curling the corners of his lips. "I told you you won't die." As soon as he finished speaking, a rather familiar chocolate bar appeared before his eyes again. "Are you eating chocolate now?" Accompanied by the deafening sound of the helicopter blades cutting through the air, his eyes curved slightly, and he raised his hand to take it. "Sure, I'll have some." Soon, the rescue personnel quickly descended beside the two, firmly securing the rescue ropes to them. Jiang Qiyu was slowly hoisted into the air. She waved her hand at Qiyu, who was still below. "Forgot to tell you, I accidentally dropped that chocolate on the ground just now, and I picked it up for you to eat." The rescue worker looked horrified as the chocolate bar in the cold-faced handsome guy's hand was instantly crushed. Swallowing nervously, he tentatively said, "It's okay, we'll send you up to find her soon." Qiyu looked up at the figure swinging their legs leisurely in midair, then slowly glanced sideways at the rescue personnel. "Please hurry up." Over here, Jiang Qi met the helicopter, and was immediately embraced tightly by the extremely anxious Fang Shubai. "Sister Tap, I would never see you again," sob. He himself was still in that dirty state, looking like he had just been rescued. "Stop, don't speak for now." Jiang Qiyu pushed him away with some disdain, then raised her hand to pat the child's shoulder and explained, "Bad luck." Then, without waiting for him to continue pouting, he immediately changed the subject and asked, "Where are Jiang Mian and Lu Heng?" They were rescued by another helicopter. Fang Shubai's emotions came quickly and left just as fast. Seeing that Sister Qiyu was fine now, he felt relieved. Wiping his face and composing himself, he began to complain. "Sister Qiyu, you don't know, we found a cave to take shelter from the rain, and Brother Lu was really worried about Sister Jiangmian, but what?" He scratched his head and spoke hesitantly. "I don't really know how to say it, it's just that Sister Jiangmian. She seemed to be scared anyway. She became a bit strange after waking up. Being scared is normal when encountering such an accident." Jiang Qiyu had no other thoughts and casually replied with a few words before stopping. In the blink of an eye, she happened to meet Qiyu's cold and stern gaze. "Brother Qi." Fang Shubai greeted him with surprise, but Jiang Qiyu gave an awkward laugh and shamelessly waved at him. "Handsome, what a coincidence, you're flying too." Qiyu gave her a displeased glance but didn't argue about the chocolate bar that had fallen to the ground, quietly sitting on the other side beside her. While waiting for the rescue team to arrive, everyone sat together and left the mysterious deserted island on the rescue helicopter. Perhaps it was the first time riding a rescue helicopter. With the heavy burden lifted from his heart, Fang Shubai became unusually talkative, persistently chatting with the drowsy Jiang Qiyu. In the end, it was still Qiyu who spoke up, telling him who lacked tact to shut up. He firmly pressed that almost smoking hot head onto his own shoulder, leaving no room for refusal. Meanwhile, Fang Shubai looked at Jiang Qiyu, who was quietly leaning on Qiyu's shoulder with her eyes closed, resting. After a long while, he seemed to finally understand his own position. The excited expression on his face from riding a helicopter for the first time gradually faded, and his tone became desolate. "All right, you guys, I finally get it." Qiyu glanced at him sideways. "What do you understand now? Used to be called a backup, then a simp, last year a sucker, and this year? What will they use this year to describe a deeply affectionate handsome guy like me who is despised?" At this moment, feeling dizzy, Jiang Qiyu quietly rested her head on Qiyu's shoulder without even opening her eyes, nudging to find a more comfortable position. She answered calmly, "Boiling sheep." Fang Shubai almost cried out loud, dramatically trembling his finger as he pointed at the gloating Qiyu. "What about him, is he your pleasant goat?" Jiang Qiyu, upon hearing this, opened her eyes just a slit, tilted her head to look at his anguished face, and lightly shook her head with a smile. "Not really." "Then I can rest assured. He is the antelope prince." Just as she finished speaking, she heard a light laugh from above. Then, the man's slightly teasing deep voice sounded. "Arigatou Mianjiang-san." Chapter 36. Old pervert times pervert square root. TCH downright arrow. The three got off the helicopter and were rushed to a nearby hospital for a full medical examination, but even after getting into the ambulance, Fang Shubai still muttered that sarcastic phrase, "Arigato me yang-yang-san." In response, Jiang Qiyu's reply was even more concise and forceful. "Don't think I'm quiet because I have nothing to say. I just don't want to bother with you." At this point, all guests and coaches have been rescued. Although the unexpected incident during this deserted island trip was unforeseen, fortunately, there were no casualties. The production team immediately issued an emergency statement after the few of them were successfully rescued, informing fans that the guests are in good condition, and announcing that due to force majeure, the live broadcast of You Understand Love will be suspended for 3 days. To appease fans' emotions, they also announced that 3 days later, the knowledgeable guests will jointly start an interactive live broadcast and randomly select highly liked questions from the official Weibo comment section to answer during the live stream. Once this news was released, combined with the show's crisis management, it successfully calmed the fans' anger towards the production team and successfully shifted the focus of the discussion to questions for the celebrity guests. Meanwhile, as the popularity of the hashtag contestants stranded on deserted island declines, several other related topics have suddenly surged to the top of the entertainment trending searches. Hashtag Qiyu still so young hashtag Jiang Qiyu, hidden old pervert hashtag members of Donglian clash on deserted island hashtag Yiluyan, true feelings revealed in adversity hashtag Fang Shubai boiling sheep hashtag. These peripheral terms related to understanding love quickly dominated Weibo's trending searches, maintaining high popularity. After the sudden heavy rainstorm, although the drone and wireless cameras were unable to broadcast footage properly, the audio equipment was still functioning normally. This accident touched the hearts of countless viewers and fans, so even though the live stream was pitch black, the number of concurrent viewers still broke the historical record. All their conversations were leaked. At first, everyone was worried about their situation, but now that their safety has been confirmed, these conversations, which were recorded in full, have been edited and shared like mushrooms after rain across major short video platforms. The variety show You Understand Love instantly saw its attention and topic popularity multiply several times due to this unexpected natural disaster. Fans of each CP were also having a huge argument online. At this moment, Jiang Qiyu, who had already recovered and was full of energy, was happily scrolling through Weibo on the phone returned by the production team. Just as she was about to open a video posted by fans about Lu Heng and Jiang Mian, the door of the hospital room was suddenly slammed open from the outside with a bang. "Sister Yu!" A piercing wail sounded, and she immediately looked toward the door with a face full of terror. There, her long-unseen assistant Yu Xiaoyu was running toward her with tears in her eyes. Fortunately, she was quick-eyed and quick-handed, immediately flipping off the bed to dodge this little landmine that came like an airstrike. "You brat!" Jiang Qiyu looked at Yu Xiaoyu, who had missed the catch and was lying face down on the bed, still visibly shaken. "See, I didn't die on the deserted island. Trying to finish me off. Huh? You Jia." Yu Xiaoyu struggled to pull her head out from under the blanket, her messy hair sticking up as she looked up at her. "Sis, are you okay?" After several confirmations that Jiang Qiyu was indeed unharmed and a full body checkup report showed she was perfectly healthy except for a slight heatiness, Yu Xiaoyu finally felt relieved and entrusted her with the task for this trip. "Sister Yu, this is the new password for your Weibo account. Sister Chan said to first send a selfie to let your fans know you're safe." Such a small matter was nothing to Jiang Qiyu, who could easily post over 60 moments in a day when she was free. She quickly logged into her main account, which she hadn't used for a long time. Even though she was mentally prepared, she was still shocked by the overwhelming flood of notifications. Wow, how did the followers increase so much? She was a bit surprised, picked up her phone, casually took a selfie from an angle that wasn't too dead on, and then clicked to edit her Weibo post. At that moment, she suddenly remembered the entry about herself she had just seen on the trending search, pursed her lips, and without thinking began typing intently. "Yu Jia. What are you writing?" Just as Yu Xiaoyu finished speaking, she heard a notification from her phone. A person she follows closely had posted a new Weibo. She clicked it open, and a Weibo post with rapidly increasing reposts, comments, and likes came into view. At Jiang Qiyu. "Recently there have been rumors saying I'm an old pervert. I'm here to clarify, I'm not old." The attached picture was exactly the selfie Jiang Qiyu had just taken. Scrolling down further, there were swarming fan comments. "Filial warrior. Spear teacher. I'm so glad you're not gone. Long ears you bow." Quickly tell me if brother slap is small or not. This is very important to me. Jiang Qiyu's crystal pendant. I would never let my son marry a woman like this. I'm afraid my son would suffer. But I can marry her because I'm not afraid of hardship. Spear teacher, my life's dark lamp. I've followed the teacher for a long time. Almost throughout my entire middle school. How should I put it, I'm quite grateful to you. Without you I might not have gotten into high school. Yu Xiaoyu knew she couldn't control this audacious sister. So she quietly put away her phone and spoke leisurely. Yu Jie, the company leaders are all very worried about you this time. Worried about me? Jiang Qiyu, who had just lain back down on the bed, couldn't help but let out a snort at these words. They weren't really worried about her. They were just concerned that the cash cow, who had barely returned to the public eye, might run into trouble. It's true. Seeing that she didn't believe it, Yu Xiaoyu explained again. Sister Chan is probably already on her way. On her way. Hearing that something was a bit off, Jiang Qiyu put down her phone and squinted slightly as she looked at her. Where are you going? Coming here. What? Upon hearing this, she immediately sprang up from the bed, hesitated for a moment, then began to reach out to undress. You, sister you. Looking at the confused Yu Xiaoyu, Jiang Qiyu spoke in a rare serious tone. Xiaoyu, quickly go handle the discharge procedures for me, we need to leave immediately. Seeing her urgent expression that didn't seem fake, Yu Xiaoyu was even more baffled. She scratched her head and asked, Go. Where are you going? Back to City A. Jiang Qiyu was avoiding the agent not for any other reason, but mainly because the production team had given a 3-day break. Her topic was currently trending, and those shameless capitalists in the company were surely already itching to sharpen their knives against her. If Sister Chan caught her, she wouldn't get a single day off in these 3 days. She was a patient who had just narrowly escaped death, not a bonded laborer working for capitalists. If not now, then when? Just like that, Yu Xiaoyu muddled through, secretly helping her get discharged without telling anyone, and then muddled through again, disguising herself to come to the airport with her. Bought tickets for the most recent flight, the two of them just took off directly, fleeing all the way from the filming location of the dating show back to City A. They had just left when their manager, Sister Chan, arrived at the hospital. And as expected, she found no one there. While Sister Chan was contacting the production team and everyone was frantically bombarding them with calls, the two runaways had already successfully gotten off the plane. After exiting the airport through the VIP channel, Jiang Qi intended to remind Yu Xiaoyu not to reveal their whereabouts and disturb this hard-earned vacation. The phone in her pocket suddenly rang. She had thought it was Sister Chan, who had been blocked by her and had changed her number, calling again. Just as she was about to hang up, she was suddenly drawn to the somewhat unfamiliar note on the phone screen. Grandpa. Chapter 37. Put aside things you can't understand for now. Seeing her expression turn somewhat strange after hanging up the phone, Yu Xiaoyu stepped forward at the right moment to show concern. Sister Yu, what's wrong? Putting the phone into her pocket, Jiang Qiyu frowned slightly and said, I think I need to go home for a bit. She almost forgot that tomorrow was the old master of the Jiang family's birthday. In the original work, the male and female leads also immediately returned to City A to attend Grandpa Jiang's birthday banquet, after the deserted island trip ended. At the banquet, Lu Heng unilaterally broke off his engagement with Jiang Qiyu, and publicly announced the official pursuit of the Jiang family's true daughter, Jiang Mian. The original owner only found out about this a few days later, but no matter how much she came to plead, the old master did not see her, nor would he go to Lu Heng to demand an explanation on his behalf. But this time I don't know what came over him. Previously, it was old Master Jiang himself who kicked the original owner out of the house in front of everyone, declaring a complete severance of ties. Now, he personally called her, naming her specifically and demanding that she attend tomorrow night's birthday banquet? This old man. Something's not right. But this is fine too. It's a good opportunity to break off the engagement with that old brat Lu Heng. Otherwise this thing would always hang over me. It's just bad luck. Yu Jie? Seeing her slightly dazed, Yu Xiaoyu waved her hand in front of her eyes. So are you going back to the apartment or home now? Neither. Coming back to her senses, Jiang Qiyu shook her head slightly and looked at her mysteriously. We're going to the mall. Ah. Since she was going to attend her grandfather's birthday banquet, Jiang Qiyu couldn't show up empty-handed. So as soon as she left the airport, she grabbed Yu Xiaoyu and headed straight to the mall they had visited last time to buy the same things they had bought before. Then she directed the sales clerk to wrap the mech battle vehicle, which had gone viral online, in a huge gift bag. She even tied it with a bow. After finishing all these tasks, she went straight back to her place and also gave Yu Xiaoyu a break. In the evening, just as she finished tidying up and was lying in bed idly playing games, a friend request suddenly popped up. Even more so, you really are a talent. I like making friends with talented people. Added you reject it. Her hands were faster than her brain. Without thinking, she clicked reject. Soon that person sent another friend request. Even more so, Mei Yang-san, please accept. As expected, this person was Feng Shubai. She paused for a moment and casually clicked accept. As soon as we became friends, the message came through immediately. Even more so, Qiyu Jia, why did you run away from the hospital? I had to find so many people just to get your WeChat. Seeing him ask like this, Jiang Qiyu pouted and didn't answer, instead asking back. Spear dipped in shit kills anyone it pokes. What did you do today? What's worse, filming commercials? Don't even mention it, my agent really squeezes every opportunity, only gave me 3 days off, and I had to rush to 4 appointments. Whoever the spear of shit pokes dies. It's because of this. What's worse? It has to be teacher spear. What's worse? By the way, how's your health? Is your cold better? Spear dipped in poop kills whoever it pokes. It's okay now, how about you? Even more so. Don't worry, I'm pretending to be strong. Even more so. So touched, Sister Qiyu is having a fever herself but still thinking about me. Jiang Qiyu frowned and casually replied to him. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it stabs. Just a matter of typing. Even more so. Even more so. I'll pretend I didn't hear that this time, but don't say it again next time. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it stabs. Definitely next time. After chatting with him for a while, waves of drowsiness began to wash over her. Jiang Qiyu replied with a good night, then casually tossed her phone onto the bedside table, snuggled into the soft bedding, and quickly fell asleep. Perhaps it was because she had been on edge all day these past few days on the deserted island that she slept extremely soundly this time. When she woke up again, it was already noon the next day. Old Master Zhang's birthday banquet was in the evening, so she wasn't in a hurry. She ordered takeout and continued lying on the bed scrolling through her phone. By chance, she saw the video she hadn't gotten around to opening yesterday. Driven by curiosity, she casually clicked on it. The video showed the part where, after encountering a storm on a deserted island and Jiang Mian suddenly fainted, the two groups separated, focusing on Lu Heng and Jiang Mian's side. They also got water in the camera, so only the sound of their conversation could be heard. The fan who shared the audio even thoughtfully added subtitles. Amid the pouring rain in the background, Lu Heng's voice was the first to be heard. Mian, how are you feeling? It seems that Jiang Mian had regained consciousness. And just at that moment, Jiang Mian suddenly began to breathe rapidly, seeming somewhat agitated as she spoke. Lu Heng. How is it you? Lu Heng's tone was urgent. Mian, it's me. You suddenly fainted just now. Are you okay? Is there any part of your body that feels uncomfortable? Jiang Mian was still a bit agitated. Don't touch me, don't touch me. Lu Heng. Alright, I won't touch you. Mian, relax, it's okay now. Feng Shubai. Sister Jiang Mian, it's us, we're here, don't be afraid. Jiang Mian paused for a long time, her tone slightly puzzled. Feng Shubai? Feng Shubai immediately responded. Yes, it's me, Sister Jiang Mian, you're awake. You really scared us just now. It seemed that only now Jiang Mian was gradually calming down, her tone becoming more composed. Perhaps because she had just regained consciousness and was still dazed, she became somewhat silent, seeming a bit absent-minded in response to their concerned questions. After that came Lu Heng's meticulous comfort for her, interspersed with Feng Shubai's voice. After watching this video, Jiang Qiyu slightly frowned. She always felt that something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. Fortunately, she wasn't the type to dig too deeply. If she couldn't figure something out, she just set it aside for now. Maybe by tomorrow she wouldn't even remember it. Putting this matter aside, Jiang Qiyu got up to wash and freshen up. After the delivery arrived and she had a simple lunch, she watched a drama while putting on a light makeup, then changed into a decent outfit that wasn't too flashy. After hesitating for a moment, she took out an exquisite and slightly ornate necklace from the jewelry box at the bottom and wore it around her neck. At Old Master Zhang's birthday banquet, besides the Zhang family members, some social celebrities who had business dealings with Zhang Corporation would also be invited. As a granddaughter who was driven out of the Zhang family, she shouldn't dress too flamboyantly, but she also couldn't look too shabby. After everything was settled, Jiang Qiyu drove to the hotel where Old Master Zhang was hosting his birthday banquet. She wanted to see exactly what the Jiang family was up to. Chapter 38. The The Birthday Banquet Chronicles. As the newly appointed head of the prestigious Jiang family, a well-known aristocratic family in city, Old Master Jiang is also a prominent figure in this circle. Naturally, the scale of his birthday banquet would not be small. At the most luxurious hotel in City A, he spent a large sum to book the largest banquet hall on the top floor. This top-tier luxury hotel operates on a membership basis, is not open to the public, and only hosts very large-scale banquets and gatherings. Jiang Qiyu deliberately timed her arrival, but by the time she got to the hotel entrance, it was already packed with all kinds of luxury cars, like a car show. A casual glance revealed that only one car caught her eye, a brand-new pure black Maybach. She didn't know much about cars, but the license plate on this one was truly eye-catching. Beijing A886 SB. Whose good person has such a provocative license plate? Kind of want it. But she was just thinking about it and didn't take it to heart. Handing the car keys to the attendant who came to receive her, Jiang Qiyu only gave her name before being respectfully led by the greeter to the entrance of the banquet hall. Uncle Lu, this is my gift. Handing the huge wrapped box to Uncle Lu, the Jiang family butler in charge of reception at the door, Jiang Qiyu ignored the fleeting twitch on his face and turned to slip into the venue with the crowd. Her gaze swept around the vast banquet hall, and when she saw a table in the corner, her eyes instantly brightened. Then she walked straight toward that table of richly adorned wealthy ladies, whose average age was at least 50 and all looked unfamiliar. She sat there looking honest, eyes on the nose and nose on the heart, but in reality her ears were almost stretching 2 miles long. Sure enough, when you eat at someone's house, you gossip about that family. This group of aunts and rich ladies were no exception. Have you heard? Old Master Jiang kicked his second daughter's girl out of the house. How come I haven't heard about this? This matter has spread all over the circle. How did that girl anger the old master? Humph. Do you know that the Jiang family publicly acknowledged that granddaughter who had been lost outside a few months ago? Yes, just like their Jiang Ling, and she's a celebrity too. It's because of this precious granddaughter. I heard that the second son's family and the newly acknowledged eldest son's family are fighting over a man. The old master favors the eldest son, and coupled with another disgraceful method, he angrily severed ties directly. Snatching a man. But hasn't that girl from the Lao heir family been betrothed to the Lu family's little grandson since childhood? Yeah, isn't it exactly this man she's snatching? Then this matter. Can't really say who's being unfair. Sigh. These things all come down to old Master Jiang's word. Whoever he favors is right. I tell you, girl. Several middle-aged women were chatting enthusiastically when they suddenly noticed that the girl who had been silent since she sat down was gradually leaning over, her face almost resting on one of them. One of the women raised her eyebrows and looked her up and down with a wary expression. I don't recognize you, are you? Ah. Caught eavesdropping, Jiang Qiyu didn't blush at all. She sat up straight, calmly smoothed her clothes and said calmly, I'm so-and-so's little someone. Who? Just that someone. Jiang Qiyu was just about to make up a name on the spot, then cozy up to the ladies to inquire about the Jiang family's recent situation and be prepared. But before she could speak, a slightly intimate female voice came from behind her. Qiyu, you're finally here. She frowned slightly, turned her head, and looked in the direction of the voice. There was Jiang Mian, whom she hadn't seen since they parted ways after the shipwreck on the deserted island. Now, dressed in a light-colored haute couture dress, she was warmly and eagerly heading straight towards her. Jiang Mian. Jiang Qiyu was momentarily a bit confused. Wasn't Jiang Mian usually avoiding her? Why was she now the one rushing to greet her? Although she didn't understand the source of her enthusiasm, since one shouldn't strike a smiling face, Jiang Qiyu naturally smiled back and waved at her. What a coincidence. Hearing her words, the dignified and poised Jiang Mian's smile seemed to freeze for a moment. Then she slowly walked over beside her and said with a smile, Qiyu, you really know how to joke. We're all here to attend Grandpa's birthday banquet. How is that a coincidence? As soon as she finished speaking, the wealthy ladies couldn't sit still, their eyes wide as they looked at the modestly dressed girl beside them. Grandpa. Seeing this, Jiang Qiyu smiled broadly at them in response. It's me. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian, after politely greeting the few ladies who looked embarrassed, naturally took Jiang Qiyu's hand in hers. With a face full of sisterly affection, she scolded her. Why did you come so late? The whole family was waiting for you. The whole family? Who is family with whom? Before Jiang Qiyu could react, Jiang warm and hospitable Mian, who suddenly changed his attitude for some unknown reason, affectionately pulled her over to the main table where the Jiang family was seated. Old Master Jiang had only 2 sons in his lifetime. The second son, Jiang Qiyu, who was Jiang Qiyu's biological father, died young, while the eldest son, Jiang Shifeng, inherited the Jiang family business. As the current head of the Jiang family, Jiang Shifeng had many children. Besides his 3 sons, each with their own merits, he also had an adopted daughter, Jiang Ling, and a recently acknowledged biological daughter, Jiang Mian. His branch of the family flourished, whereas the prematurely deceased Jiang Qiyu had only one unmarried daughter, Jiang Qiyu. And the original owner, due to various reasons since childhood, developed a very unpleasant personality, making her widely disliked in the Jiang family. More than a month ago, she was even kicked out of the Jiang family by Old Master Jiang because of a conflict with Jiang Mian, and even her trust within the family was suspended. Now that the old man had taken the initiative to call her, could it be that he wanted to reconcile with her? To mend their broken family ties? With this thought, Jiang Qiyu glanced past the various expressions of the Jiang family members at the table and finally fixed her gaze on the old master of the Jiang family, taking the initiative to greet him. Grandpa. But to her surprise, when the old master saw her, his already wrinkled face immediately tightened even more, and he let out a cold snort through his nose. Humph. All right, she misunderstood. Knowing that old Dang had no intention of showing deep grandfather-grandchild affection, Jiang Qiyu felt much more at ease. She immediately shed the stiffness she had just felt and confidently took a seat in the empty spot. And when Jiang Mian saw old Jiang's indifferent expression, she somehow got the wrong idea and started to entertain some unnecessary thoughts. She smiled at Grandpa Jiang, then stood behind Jiang Qiyu and gently patted her shoulder, as if trying to ease the atmosphere. Qiyu, today we finally have a day off. And it just so happens to be Grandpa's birthday banquet. How about this? You pour Grandpa a glass of wine to apologize, and there's no misunderstanding in our family that can't be resolved. Pour wine. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu immediately turned her head in surprise to look at Jiang Mian, about to say something, when she heard Grandpa Jiang, who had just been in a bad mood, speak again. Minmin, if you hadn't begged me, I would never have allowed her to come here. The old master paused, then continued in a cold tone. Shameless scoundrel who framed my cousin, you have no right to pour me a drink. Old Master Jiang had never liked Jiang Qiyu, precisely because this child was not born to the daughter-in-law he favored, and he had always found fault with Jiang Qiyu since childhood. If it had been someone else, hearing these words might have made them burst into tears and flee on the spot. But who is Jiang Qiyu? She has no parents, no heart, no lungs. She is the eldest alongside Tian Lauda, and she has never been afraid of any elder since childhood. Hearing Old Master Jiang's words that pierced straight to the heart, she only slightly curled the corners of her lips. She relaxed her body against the back of the chair and raised her hand to push the wine set in front of her. Her tone carried a hint of nonchalance. All right, you have the qualifications, then pour me a drink. Chapter 39. This project is good, I invested. As soon as she said this, although her voice was not loud, the impact it caused was indeed significant. Not only were Jiang Mian, Jiang Ling, and her 3 brothers stunned, even their father Jiang Shifeng, the current chairman of Jiang Group, was taken aback. Could it be that Jiang Qiyu was about to turn the world upside down? How dare you speak to the old master like that at his birthday banquet? Just as Old Master Jiang was about to slam the table with glaring eyes, Jiang Qiyu spoke up first. I know you're very angry right now, but please don't lose your temper. Everyone is watching. Jiang Shifeng's expression nearby was also unpleasant. He looked at her with a stern face, his voice heavy with warning. Qiyu, it's been over a month since we last saw each other, and you're becoming more and more unruly. Jiang Qiyu was not stupid. It wouldn't do her any good to embarrass the Jiang family in front of everyone, so she immediately smiled and picked up the wine set in front of her. She grabbed the bottle she had already set her eyes on, the 50-year vintage 53-degree sauce-flavored Feitian Mitai in the center of the round table. Pouring wine into her own glass, she cheerfully said to Old Master Jiang, Grandpa, I was just joking with you earlier, please forgive me. Today, I'll punish myself with 3 cups as a way to make amends to you. After speaking, without waiting for anyone else at the table to stop him, he tilted his head back and downed the cup of baijiu, which was even more precious than gold, in one gulp. Coincidentally, Jiang Qiyu didn't have many other hobbies. In his spare time besides playing games, he liked to savor some good white liquor. This was a 50-year vintage collectible Maotai. How could he not drink a few sips to prove his apology to Old Master Jiang? After finishing a glass before others could react, she filled another one and drank again. Pour again, drink again. Pour again. Wait. When she was about to pour the 4th glass, The old man really couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly waved his hand to stop her. It's not that I'm worried about her drinking hurting her stomach. It's mainly that I feel sorry for myself for not having a sip and yet letting her finish half a bottle of the collector's edition all by herself. This wine can't be bought now, even with money. After her outburst, the matter of pouring the wine was muddled over and forgotten. At the old master's birthday banquet, no one wanted to expose family scandals. Just now Jiang Qiyu drank 3 glasses of baijiu in a row. Although the aroma of the liquor lingered in her mouth, her throat did feel a bit burned. Fortunately, the hotel's serving speed was quite decent, and the dishes were good too. She ate to her heart's content, but there was always someone looking to cause trouble. While praising Jiang Mian in front of the old master, Jiang urged Jiang Yuan didn't forget to find a contrast to put her down. Mian has a great figure and looks, and even her personality is so gentle. I think this sister is perfect in every way, unlike some people. Feeling the eyes of the crowd on her, Jiang Qiyu casually reached out and grabbed a boiled prawn. It doesn't matter, I have a good appetite. Seeing her tough demeanor, Jiang Yuan rolled his eyes. Teach, what a thick-skinned person. But Jiang Qiyu showed no sign of anger upon hearing this. While peeling the shell, she looked up and smiled at Jiang Yuan. Yeah, that's why we're sitting at the same table for the banquet. I'm thick-skinned and you have a sharp tongue, same difference. You say that again. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to retort, she immediately smiled and changed the subject, asking casually like relatives chatting. Second cousin, I remember you studied financial management in college, right? So what if I did? TSK, what a pity. Jiang Qiyu calmly put down the half-peeled shrimp, wiped her hands and said regretfully, you should have gone to an agricultural university. With your mouth, second cousin, if you just pucker it up and stick it in the ground, the crops wouldn't even need fertilizer. You. Just as he was gritting his teeth, ready to strike back, a magnetic voice with a hint of amusement suddenly sounded from behind. Second young Master Zhang's mouth is so sharp? If you say a few more idle words, wouldn't that save the trouble of using paraquat? Several younger people who were paying attention here all turned toward the voice, only to see a handsome man exuding an air of nobility standing cheerfully behind Jiang Qiyu's chair. The newcomer stood with arms crossed in a relaxed posture, his gaze toward Jiang Yuan filled with an arrogant and mocking superiority. He raised an eyebrow slightly and spoke derisively. This project is good, I've invested. Second young master, feel free to contact me anytime. Qiyu. President Qi? Jiang Mian and the eldest brother of the Jiang family spoke at the same time. Just as Jiang Qiyu was about to turn around to look, a man's slightly teasing chuckle sounded overhead. Only 2 days apart, and you've already let yourself go so much? After saying this, Qiyu did not stay but immediately turned and walked toward old Master Jiang seated at the main seat. Jiang Qiyu watched his upright back silently, only slowly blinking. He also came to attend the birthday banquet? But she only thought about it for a moment before her attention was quickly drawn to another figure dressed in a suit. Grandpa Jiang, I wish you blessings as vast as the East Sea and a life as long as the South Mountain. Old Master Jiang, who was chatting with Qiyu Han, was even more delighted to see the newcomer and cheerfully waved his hand. Xiao Heng is getting more and more handsome, come over quickly. Lu Heng arrived. He saw that Qiyu beside him was also somewhat surprised, but still greeted politely. Without even glancing at Jiang Qiyu, he talked with old Master Jiang while occasionally shifting his gaze toward Jiang Mian beside him. Jiang Mian, however, kept her eyes straight ahead, not responding to his gaze at all, and even seemed somewhat evasive. Lu Heng, however, did not notice the unusual expression on her face. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with old Master Jiang, he went straight to the point. Grandpa Jiang, besides coming today on behalf of my father to wish you a happy birthday, there is another matter on which I would like to seek your approval. The old master was quite amiable. Xiao Heng, just tell me what it is. Grandpa, about the engagement between Jiang Qiyu and me. At this point, he glanced toward Jiang Qiyu for the first time, then quickly looked away. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a clear female voice from the table suddenly interrupted. Grandpa Lu Heng. Brother Lu probably means to say. Jiang Mian, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up at this moment, his tone firm, as if he had already made a decision in his heart. The engagement between him and Qiyu has also reached the time to be fulfilled. Oh? At these words, not only was Lu Heng stunned into speechlessness, but the other party involved, Jiang Qiyu, also looked equally bewildered. No, how could this girl be like this? She didn't want to get caught in the rain herself, and before leaving she even tore up her umbrella. Right? You better not sleep too deeply at night. Chapter 40. You don't think you're the only one who can record, do you? Min you. Facing Lu Heng's incredulous gaze, Jiang Mian's eyes grew even more resolute, and the previously expressionless face gradually revealed a relieved smile. 23-year-old Jiang Mian might be tempted by the hurt in Lu Heng's eyes now, softening and wavering. But she, at 32, would not. Jiang Mian was reborn. On that deserted island drenched in heavy rain, she miraculously returned to her 23-year-old self. She had a chance to start over. In her past life, her marriage felt like a prison, with a husband who didn't understand her, rebellious children, a career collapse after shifting her focus, and the constant fear of betrayal by her partner. Those moments that completely shattered her pride are still vivid in her memory to this day. So she made up her mind that she would never let herself live as a caged bird dressed in fine clothes again. The price of Lu Heng's love was too high. She didn't want it anymore. With this thought, Jiang Mian looked even more determinedly at old Master Jiang and seriously suggested, Grandpa Qiyu and Brother Lu were childhood sweethearts. Now that they have fulfilled their marriage as agreed, it also fulfills second uncle's wish. I bet your sixth uncle's hummy melon. Jiang Qiyu swallowed the words that were about to slip out, slowly stood up and smiled calmly as she spoke. What a coincidence, I came here today to talk about this matter as well. Lu Heng, who had been stunned beside her, saw her stand up and instinctively thought she was going to agree to the marriage proposal, immediately scowling and glaring angrily. Jiang Qiyu. But before he could finish speaking, Jiang Qiyu interrupted with a slightly raised voice. Today, I also ask all the uncles and elders here to witness that I officially accept the proposal of the second young master of the Lu family, Lu Heng, and dissolve the verbal marriage contract between us. When she said this, she deliberately raised her voice, causing everyone in the banquet hall who hadn't been paying attention to this side to turn their gaze over. Then with a smile, she looked at Lu Heng amidst the shocked gazes of the Jiang family. Second young master Lu, previously, for my dear cousin Jiang Mian, you rushed into my house and offered 1 million to get my consent to break off the engagement. What nonsense are you talking about? Ignoring Lu Heng's angry retort, she dramatically clutched her chest and continued. I have seen how you feel about your cousin. Nowadays, there are very few men like you who are mature, steady, and deeply devoted, so. Saying this, Jiang Qi turned to look at Jiang Mian, who was equally shocked, and slightly curled the corners of her lips. I've decided to make way for this earth-shaking love, and voluntarily step aside to let you two be together. Hear the applause. After saying this, seeing no one responded, she didn't feel embarrassed. She applauded herself, about to finish her speech and take her seat, when she heard Lu Heng snort coldly in a deep voice. Jiang Qiyu, what kind of trick is this? Everyone in the Jiang family knows that it has always been you clinging to me since we were young. He paused, glanced at Jiang Mian without leaving a trace, then continued to scold sharply. Have you gone mad after being kicked out of the house by Grandpa Jiang? How dare you publicly slander my relationship with Miss Jiang Mian? Although he didn't know why Jiang Mian would bring up the marriage between him and Jiang Qiyu on her own, given the current situation, admitting that he wanted to pursue Jiang Mian was clearly no good for either of them, so he could only grit his teeth and deny it. After a moment of shock, Jiang Mian quickly recovered and immediately showed a hurt expression, biting her lip and lamenting. Chew. How can you slander me like this? Seeing this, their second brother Jiang Yuan, feeling heartbroken for his sister, couldn't sit still and suddenly slammed his hand on the table. What the hell are you going crazy for, you bitch? Jiang Heng, the eldest brother of the Jiang family, also stood up angrily, his face cold as he looked at the target of everyone's blame. Jiang Qiyu, causing trouble at Grandpa's birthday banquet, slandering Lu Heng and Mian Mian, what exactly are you trying to do? For a moment, everyone around cast questioning glances at her, and some hushed whispers gradually began to spread. Who in the circle doesn't know how desperately Jiang Qiyu used to chase Lu Heng? How come she's suddenly ready to let go now? What else could it be? If she can't have him, she'll destroy him. And she's so vicious as to throw dirt on her own cousin. Exactly. No wonder old Master Jiang wanted to kick her out of the Jiang family before. Seeing that she had already become the malicious woman in everyone's eyes who destroys what she can't have, Jiang Qiyu showed not the slightest panic. She had long anticipated that Lu Heng wouldn't admit it, but she wasn't stupid either. No one would believe empty words, but if, facing the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Jiang Qiyu only slightly curled the corners of her lips. Then, crossing her arms, she looked at Lu Heng with a teasing expression, her tone calm and unhurried. Second young master Lu, if you can talk, then speak properly. If you can't, then go sit with the dogs. Speaking, she suddenly pulled out an ordinary-looking pen from somewhere, her smile growing even wider. Also, you don't think you're the only one who can record, do you? As soon as she finished speaking, she pressed the end of the pen. Click. Then the sound, accompanied by a rustling electric current, yet clearly identifiable, came through. I will transfer you 1 million, remember you promised me. What? Break off the engagement, stay away from me and Mian. I can't do what you're asking. The voice from the recorder wasn't loud, but it was enough for the onlookers nearby to hear clearly. In an instant, the crowd erupted in uproar. No one expected that Lu Heng had already been involved with Jiang Mian for a long time, and even went so far as to pay off his fiancée to keep her quiet. After listening to the recording, the quickest to react was actually Jiang Mian. She looked equally shocked, swaying her body 3 times, and stared at Lu Heng in disbelief. Brother Lu Yu, how could you have such thoughts? Now she could no longer care about anything else. The most important thing was to clear herself of suspicion. Although she was not naive before, and had once enjoyed the special treatment from the best actor Lu Heng, savoring the unspoken ambiguity between her and this dazzling, almost brother-in-law. But at this moment she could not admit it. If she admitted it, it would be difficult to get rid of Lu Heng in the future. Thinking of the frustrations of her past life, she couldn't help but shiver, tears flowing uncontrollably. Here, the 3 sons of the Jiang family were busy comforting their beloved sister, while over there, old Master Jiang and Jiang Shifeng both looked green with anger. The most important thing for a wealthy family is face. Now in front of so many prominent figures, the Jiang and Lu families have lost all their dignity. They didn't care who was right or wrong in this matter, but their looks toward the instigator Jiang Qiyu were filled with even more hatred. Old Master Jiang said nothing, cast a disappointed glance at the sullen-looking Lu Heng, and was helped to his feet by the butler as he left the table. Jiang Shifeng, who remained at the main table, looked at Jiang Qiyu with a dark expression and spoke in a deep voice. The engagement was arranged between the Jiang and Lu families, and since your father has long since driven you out of the Jiang family, this engagement naturally has nothing to do with you, nor do you have the right to interfere as you please. This was exactly what Jiang Qiyu wanted to hear. At that moment, she felt a sudden lightness all over and was about to thank this nominal uncle. Before he could even speak, a slightly lazy sneer was heard. Didn't expect to see such a melodramatic old-fashioned wealthy family plot from the late last century here in city, a family engagements, being disowned, these feudal remnants. The man's eyes sparkled, filled with an arrogant smile as he looked at Jiang Qiyu, slowly shaking his head with a teasing tone. In the Qing dynasty, you'd at least be a member of the plain yellow banner, right? Chapter 41 One Punch, he goes to the underworld. This birthday banquet ended in an extremely disgraceful manner. Apart from Jiang Shifeng and the eldest son Jiang Heng, who were still seeing off the guests, all the Jiang family members left early. Jiang Qiyu didn't lose out at all. She gave a mech war vehicle as a gift and then casually took the half bottle of Feitian Maotai left on the table. Just as she was holding the Maotai, worth more than gold, close to her chest while waiting downstairs for the designated driver, a sinister voice suddenly came from behind her. What exactly is your intention? This sudden question startled her so much that she almost dropped the bottle. Jiang Qiyu turned around and unsurprisingly met Lu Heng's dark and fierce eyes. She rolled her eyes dramatically and retorted. Who are you, and what is your purpose for coming to Earth? You. Lu Heng was momentarily taken aback, then continued to look at her with a cold glare. Jiang Qiyu, no matter what you do, you will never catch my attention. Whatever plans you have, I advise you to stop targeting me. After hearing his brain-dead words, Jiang Qiyu was left speechless, unable to find the right words to respond for a moment. She could only frown and show disdain as she said, if you have the means, go find an old Chinese medicine doctor to treat it. I don't think Western medicine can fix it. Humph. Lu Heng didn't get angry but laughed instead. He stepped forward, closing the height gap between them to intimidate Jiang Qiyu, his tone an unmasked threat. You used to be able to blackmail me with the engagement, but now that Uncle Jiang has publicly announced that you are kicked out of the Jiang family and you treat Mian like this today, even if I don't take action, do you think your 3 cousins will let you off so easily? What's wrong? Getting closer, the scent of perfume on Lu Heng made her head ache. Jiang Qiyu slowly took a step back, but her momentum did not diminish in the slightest. They still want to hire someone to assassinate me? Do you think that just because you made a scene today, no one will be able to deal with you in the future? Seeing her look completely unconvinced, Lu Heng shook his head. Jiang Heng has quite a few connections in the entertainment industry, And with the Jiang family's influence in City E, as soon as he speaks up, do you really think you'll have any roles to act in afterward? At these words, Jiang Qiyu's expression instantly froze. Seeing this, Lu Heng naturally thought she realized the seriousness of the matter, and was about to threaten her to hand over the recording, but instead, he heard her frown and look at him with a strange expression. How do you know I didn't plan to continue acting? Jiang Qiyu, this person, not only has few advantages but quite a few flaws. She sings off-key, dances awkwardly, and is prone to breaking character while acting. In her past life, she couldn't afford to be an extra on set, and among a group of quiet corpses, she was the only one laughing with twitching shoulders like a zombie about to mutate. So, from the very beginning, she never intended to continue acting. She wasn't that ambitious. She planned to stay in the entertainment industry as long as she could, and if she couldn't make it anymore, she'd just leave. The life motto Jiang Qiyu lived by was a concise 3-word phrase. Can't die from it. Good riddance. Then don't live at all. She once owed 800 on Huabei and still dared to slam the table in front of industry big shots. So how could she now be afraid of the Jiang family setting traps for her? Besides, hasn't that idiot Lu Heng set traps for her plenty of times before? She gave Lu Heng a look as if he were an idiot, and just as she was about to turn and walk away from him, her arm was suddenly clamped tightly by him. Lu Heng, wary of the recording in her hand, applied considerable force and spoke in a harsh tone. You'd better hand over the recording, or I definitely won't let you off easily. Jiang Qiyu just nodded seriously and said, anything else you want to say? I can just edit your original audio into a meme video and sell it to the fans. You. Realizing she might still be recording, Lu Heng fell silent and gritted his teeth, but the grip on her arm unconsciously loosened a bit. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. TSK big cities sure have a lot of news. Attending a banquet not only lets you see high society gossip, but even actors are doing a renaissance of the arts. As he spoke, Qiyu strode over in 3 or 4 long steps to stand between the two. With an absolutely dominant gesture, his large palm tightly gripped the wrist, forcing him to let go. Then, feigning surprise, he glanced at Jiang Qiyu, and then looked toward Lu Heng. Isn't this actor Lu? And this is... Jiang Qiyu still tightly gripped the bottle, shook her arm, and seriously began to babble nonsense. He got angry and humiliated after failing to woo me. He might want to fight me. I was just about to lie down and watch the car. Jiang Qiyu, stop talking nonsense. Lu Heng growled a warning, then clenched his fists and looked at Qiyu, who suddenly intervened. What does this mean, Qi Xiao? Qiyu shrugged. Nothing much. Just a little something, you know what I mean? Pfft. Jiang Qiyu was amused by his rugged appearance. Her eyes curved as she quietly leaned in and lowered her voice. Thank you, thoughtful hero. Given the nickname, Qiyu didn't mind and nodded to confirm his identity. It's nothing. And beside him, someone who was eager to discuss serious matters was so frustrated by the two, who ignored him and babbled nonsense that his face turned green with anger. Finally, he gave Jiang Qiyu a deep look, snorted coldly and turned to leave. Jiang Qiyu clenched his fist at the figure leaving in anger, but just after swinging twice, the tightly clenched hand was lightly tapped by someone. Why are you hitting me? Qiyu did not answer and immediately lifted his leg to walk outside. Upright arrow. The person left behind didn't even think and immediately chased after him. Isisia, wait for me. The man was tall with long legs. She had to jog just to barely catch up after a few steps. Jiang Qiyu hurriedly followed his pace, and before she could speak, she heard Qiyu's cold tone say, How much do you think your chances of winning against Lu Heng are? As soon as she heard this, she immediately caught the meaning behind it. While trying to keep up with his pace, she gave a sheepish laugh. Don't be fooled by Lu Heng's tall and strong appearance. Those kinds of celebrities build their muscles by taking protein powder. It's all dead muscle. No real strength behind it. Oh. Hearing her say this, Qi Yusua stopped walking, crossed his arms, and looked at her with a slight raise of his eyebrows. What do you mean? For example, he punched me once, and although I died, I still refused to accept it. You really deserve to die. Qiyu gave her a wry smile, then turned around and left without any warning. Hey. Jiang Qiyu shamelessly continued to follow him, casually picking a ready topic. What about you? How does your win rate compare to his? The man paused for a moment, then replied nonchalantly. It's about 50-50 between him and me. 1-9? Who's 1 and who's 9? I'm 1, he's 9. So modest? That's not like your style. Facing her doubt, Qiyu just slightly curled the corner of his lips, His low, dry voice carried by the gentle night breeze into her ear. One punch from me, and he's 6 feet under. Chapter 42. Late at night. Let's talk about adult topics. You should find an old Chinese medicine doctor to help you get some treatment. Faced with his excessive confidence, Jiang Qiyu was momentarily speechless. Just as she was about to say something else, her phone suddenly rang. Yes, right at the door here. Waving to the late-arriving designated driver, she then looked at Qiyu with a beaming smile. Mr. Qi, the designated driver is here. Shall I give you a ride since it's on the way? But the invited man only raised his eyebrows slightly and casually shook the car keys in his hand at her. No need, I drove here. Secretary Zhao was assigned to Qiao Xinxin by him, so recently he has been driving himself. Jiang Qi's expression immediately turned serious upon seeing the situation. Drink, don't drive, drive, don't drink. At the banquet, he clearly drank wine when toasting old Master Zhang's birthday, so how could he still be driving under the influence now? A driver's 1 drop of alcohol, 2 lines of tears from loved ones. President Qi, think twice. Faced with her advice, Qiyu showed no sign of being persuaded, just shrugged and said matter-of-factly, didn't drink, just pretending it's plain water. How come this person came to celebrate the birthday with no sincerity at all? Jiang Qiyu, not suspecting anything, glanced at the designated driver who was rushing towards her on a foldable electric scooter, and waved to Qiyu. See you again on that show. Qiyu didn't say much and turned to walk towards the parking spot. Miss, are you the one who called the designated driver? She turned around at the sound and immediately saw the designated driver in a blue vest standing behind her. Ah yes, it's me. Although Jiang Qiyu had been drinking, she had a good tolerance and did not appear drunk at the moment. She smiled and took the keys out of her pocket to hand to him. My car is parked just. She pointed in the direction of her parking spot, but before she could finish speaking, she saw a pure black Maybach slowly approaching. Although the car obviously looked expensive, what stunned her was the somewhat familiar license plate number. Beijing A886SB. Not only her, but even the designated driver beside her also expressed his amazement with a strange expression. This car, not to mention in the country, even abroad it's rare to see one like this. How did it get such a license plate? Their points of focus were different, but both unconsciously gave the Maybach a respectful glance. The extremely flashy and ostentatious car quickly drove past the two, but for some unknown reason, it braked and slowly reversed back. Stopped in front of them. Seeing this situation, Jiang Qiyu immediately had an answer in her heart. Such a flashy car, paired with such an arrogant license plate. If it's not that person, then who else could it be? As the car window rolled down, sure enough, Qiyu's delicate and three-dimensional handsome face appeared in the driver's seat. Let me know when you get home. Leaving just that one sentence, there were no other extra actions. Before Jiang Qiyu could respond, he pressed the accelerator and sped off. Jiang Qiyu stood in place, speechless, watching the Jing A886SB drive away. She was sure this guy did it on purpose. The designated driver beside them didn't expect the two to actually know each other, so he could only smile awkwardly. Miss, your friend is quite a character. Jiang Qi, who was inexplicably tricked by the license plate, couldn't help but frown and shook her head in displeasure. What friend? I don't know them. Once on the bus, feeling thoroughly defeated, she held a 6-figure bottle of liquor in one hand and took out her phone with the other to open Moments and edit a post. Good news, the driving test policy has been relaxed. Not only people but animals can also drive now. I was just scolded by a dog that can drive. Not long after posting on Moments, she quickly received quite a few interactions. Even more surprising. Teacher Changmao, what's going on here? Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it pokes. Saw a dog that can drive, sharing it. I am Xiaoyu. Sister Yu. Be careful wandering outside late at night. You might get filmed, hurry back. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it pokes. On the road. A handling script, commercial performances and celebrity endorsements. Qiyu, why did you block your agent? The company has a new artist ethics training tomorrow. Can you come to support? When she saw this message, she was momentarily stunned before remembering that this idiot username belonged to the vice president of their company. Without any hesitation, she immediately replied below. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever. I don't have to participate, right? I don't even have morals, so where would my professional ethics come from? She sat in the back seat, busy staring down at her phone the entire way, completely oblivious to the occasional glances the driver in the front kept casting at her through the rearview mirror. Until they safely reached the destination, the designated driver brother seemed unable to hold back any longer. He stopped the car and turned to look at her. Miss, may I ask boldly, are you that? Jiang Qiyu was not flustered at all, smiling faintly as she finished his unfinished sentence. You mean to say I look like that top trending, stunningly beautiful national goddess Jiang Qiyu, right? The master didn't expect her to say that and was momentarily stunned, then quickly waved his hand. That's not quite the case. But Jiang Qiyu didn't listen and, opening the car door, spoke to herself. I know, I specifically spent 2 million to make it look like her, so it seems normal. 2 million? Yes, she has been my idol since I was a child. She showed no sign of hesitation or nonsense, and earnestly explained to the somewhat bewildered designated driver. I remember the first time I learned about Jiang Qiyu. I was just a 17-year-old high school boy. Time flies, and now she is a mother of 2 children. Seeing that she was prepared to have a heartfelt conversation about life, the elder brother immediately opened the car trunk and quickly unloaded his electric scooter. He hurriedly bowed to the transgender mother who had endured many hardships, then quickly rode away in a panic. Watching the driver flee in embarrassment, Jiang Qiyu slowly shook her head and muttered to herself. When people are out, their identity is what they give themselves. Just like that, Jiang Qiyu, having successfully achieved her goal of breaking off the engagement, happily went upstairs clutching the half bottle of Maotai she had managed to retrieve. But as soon as she entered the house, before she could even change her shoes, her phone rang again. She took it out and saw it was an unknown number. After a brief hesitation, she answered the call. Hello. There was no sound from the other end of the phone. Jiang Qiyu frowned, brought the phone in front of her to confirm it was still connected, then put it back to her ear. Hello, who is this? Just as she thought someone had dialed the wrong number and was about to hang up, a familiar voice carrying a faint electric buzz sounded. You didn't save my number? Qiyu. She was somewhat surprised. How did you know my phone number? The man breathed heavily and said irritably. You called me yourself. After his reminder, Jiang Qiyu finally remembered that the uncle of the little girl who got lost at the airport was this person. Qiyu didn't dwell on the number issue either and spoke again. Have you arrived home? Yes. After he finished his concise question and was about to hang up, Jiang Qiyu immediately seized the opportunity to peddle her sword. President Qi, it's late at night. How about we talk about some adult topics? The man was puzzled, his tone rising at the end. Although he knew she was definitely full of nonsense, he patiently waited for her to finish her silly talk. Thinking he had taken the bait, Jiang Qiyu immediately gave a sly smile and lowered her voice to discuss adult topics. What time do you start work tomorrow? Really didn't hold in the fart well. Chapter 43. Silly netizens versus silly guests. Regarding that late-night adult topic, Qiyu ultimately still did not respond, leaving her only a string of cold busy signals. But even so, it still allowed Jiang Qiyu to feel like she had won a round. Her mood so good that even her howling in the shower became unusually melodious. After finishing her washing up, she happily lay on the bed, paused for a moment, then picked up her phone from the bedside and found that string of numbers she had completely forgotten in the call log. Create a new contact and save it. The next day at noon, she was unsurprisingly woken up by Yu Xiaoyu, who knew the door code. The two of them quickly ate a little to fill their stomachs and then headed straight to the airport. The 3-day vacation seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, and the contestants of You Understand Love all finished their other schedules and rushed to the recording site of the show. By 7 in the evening, all the guests had arrived. The live Q&A session, which countless netizens had been eagerly awaiting for 3 whole days, was about to begin. As soon as the live stream started, countless netizens who had been waiting for a long time flooded in all at once, and the barrage of comments that had been held back for days resumed with full force. As the number of viewers in the live room soared, after the 8 people greeted each other and waved to the camera, Director Zhang took the megaphone and announced, "The live Q&A session is officially starting." As soon as he finished speaking, the small window in the live broadcast room began scrolling through various messages carefully selected by the production team. These were all viewer comments posted by netizens in the program's Weibo comment section, and private messages over the past 3 days. Soon, the scrolling of messages stopped, and one comment was enlarged for display. The first question is from a fan named Wailu Minyan. I want to ask Heng Shuai, when everyone was trapped on the mountain, were you more afraid or more worried? This is actually a topic that has recently become quite popular among fans of the Lu Mianyan CP. The original quote is like this. During the 10 or so minutes she was unconscious, were you afraid of the storm closing off the mountain, Or worried that she might not wake up safely? The production team deliberately chose a way of phrasing that could stir up discussion without being too explicit. Once this question was raised, even those present who hadn't actively followed the story could somewhat tell who this concern was about. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to Lu Heng, who was being questioned, and to Jiang Mian, whose expression looked somewhat unnatural. Upon hearing this, Lu Heng instinctively looked at Jiang Mian, only to see her subtly avoid his gaze. A trace of hurt flashed in his eyes, but he immediately adjusted his mood and looked at the camera, speaking each word deliberately. More afraid, probably. As soon as he said this, the CP fans in the comment section immediately lost their composure, but before they could start wailing, Lu Heng added another sentence. Fear can't bring someone back safely. I'm shipping them to death. If Lu Mianyan isn't real, then I am. Lu Heng said this. Doesn't it count as a public confession? You two have a kind of love that doesn't care about anyone else's well-being. Of course the husband would be worried when the wife faints. Oh. While the CP fans were celebrating wildly, Jiang Qiyu, sitting to the side, happened to glance at Jiang Mian, who was receiving everyone's blessings. She saw that the hand hidden by her side was clenched tightly, the force so strong that even the knuckles turned slightly white, as if she was holding back something. Then the audience comments continued to scroll. Everyone was asked about some topics that fans have been paying attention to recently, such as Fang Shubai's Fei Yangyang, Jiang Qiyu's crystal pendant, and just how big Qiyu's really is. Various CPs were flying around, and the bullet comments were screaming wildly from time to time. Responding only to pre-selected comments cannot fully reflect the interactivity of this live broadcast. Later on, the production team even added a special segment on the spot. The live room will open a connection, randomly inviting several netizens to interact online with the guests. As soon as this segment started, the audience became even more excited, with the chat filled with messages all saying, "Pick me, pick me, pick me." Soon the first netizen connection was established. After several emotionally charged confirmations, the netizen finally calmed down and began to ask the guests present. Hello everyone. I mainly came up here to ask General Manager Qiyuqi. The only person without much of a fan base was singled out. Qiyuqi raised his eyebrows in surprise but still replied casually. Please go ahead. So well, I've been saving money for a long time to buy a house. Recently I found one with a fairly reasonable price, but the lighting in the house isn't very good. I just wanted to ask Mr. Qi. The netizen's tone grew excited, and by the end, his voice was somewhat off-key. Could you sponsor me $1 million to buy one with good lighting? After hearing his question, everyone present suddenly had a black line above their heads and exchanged glances. I know your show team doesn't have a script or backstage manipulation, but the randomly selected viewers don't need to be that outrageous, right? What kind of question is this? This is a live broadcast room, not a wishing well. Listen to what kind of things are being said. But Qiyu remained calm and unhurried. Faced with this silly question that could have caused a live broadcast accident if it happened to someone else, he just slightly curled the corners of his lips. Then he looked straight at the camera, his tone calm. You leave early in the morning before dawn to earn the mortgage, and only come home in the dark at night. What kind of lighting do you want? Can you even see the light? Wah. Wah. The first netizen who failed to make a wish left empty-handed. After a brief attempt to smooth things over, the production team cut off the connection with the wishmaker who had broken their biggest rule. Then the second person was quickly connected. It was amazing that the second randomly selected person also chose to ask Qiyu. Mr. Qi, from the perspective of you capitalists, I leave for work at 7 in the morning, finish at 5:30 in the afternoon, work part-time at Heideleo at 6, and finish at 10 at night. Do you think I am hard-working? Qiyu raised his eyelids slightly and slowly shook his head. You count as a laborer. The second netizen once again left the stage with regret. Then came the third, finally a female, and her question was directed at Jiang Qiyu, who was idly picking his feet nearby. Teacher Spear, hello, I just want to ask a question. Absolutely no offense intended, maybe I'm mistaken, or perhaps I'm hallucinating. Regardless, out of a great spirit of exploring the essence of the universe and a pragmatic pursuit of truth, I ask you, will you marry me? Faced with such an obviously fan-flattering question, Jiang Qiyu showed a very serious expression. She lowered her eyes and thought for a moment, then answered earnestly. If I marry you, would you be willing to go poop at the doorstep of someone I hate in the middle of the night for me? Aye. Chapter 44. You're not going to have any dirty thoughts about me, are you? In the end, this netizen failed in their romantic pursuit, due to having too high a personal standard. The following live connections became even more uncontrollable. Aside from a few normal fans here and there, almost all were silly netizens just there to mess around. Netizen A. I've seen online that Dubai is a tourist paradise for the wealthy. I'd like to ask teacher Chongmao what they think. Jiang Qiyu shrugged ambiguously. Dubai is a place for sad rich people, while happy people usually go surfing in Hawaii. Netizen A. Then where do happy poor people go? She paused, her tone heavy. To work. Netizen A. Poor and sad. Working while feeling heartbroken. Netizen B. Mr. Chi, if a heating patch is stuck on the fridge, does that count as cooling or heating? Qiyu showed little expression. I'll count you as mentally challenged. Netizen C. Teacher Spear. I've found a huge loophole that could collapse the entire math department. Jiang Qiyu raised an eyebrow, quite interested. Go ahead, tell me. Netizen C. 2 times 0 is equal to 0, 3 times 0 is equal to 0, so 2 is equal to 3. Netizen C. I hereby declare the fourth math crisis has begun. Almost got twisted up by him, Jiang Qiyu rolled her eyes without hesitation. Your mom equals female, I equals female, so. Netizen C. I declare the fourth math crisis resolved. But besides the jokers, there were also some who genuinely wanted to come and share their confusion. User D. Teacher Spear. I'm now a senior in college and have been slacking off in the dorm for a long time. I'm sure I won't pass the graduate exam. Should I still take it this year? Jiang Qiyu looked serious. Of course you should go. Even if you don't pass, you can lower the national cutoff score so that those who can pass will get in. User D. I understand. Teacher Spear has the welfare of the world at heart. User E. President Xi, I inherited a pig farm. There are now more than 300 piglets here, but I don't know how to raise them and am afraid I'll kill them all. What do you think I should do now? After a moment of thought, Qiyu immediately demonstrated his professionalism as a capitalist. Selling pet pigs, publicly claiming they won't grow up. And if they do, they can be returned, supporting free replacement with a new pig. Netizen E. President Xi. You are my god. In this live stream, Qiyu and Jiang Qiyu's moments were almost overwhelmingly brilliant. One was sharp-tongued, the other was wild, and together they managed to interact with the live audience in various ways for several hours. The number of viewers in the live room kept rising and stayed high. This live broadcast once again pushed the popularity of Donglian to another peak. The interactive live session ended very late, and everyone was exhausted and dizzy. After finally wrapping up, they immediately went back to their rooms to rest. Since they wanted to let the content of today's interactive live session ferment a bit, the production team decided to pause the 24-hour live stream footage for the night and resume normal broadcasting early tomorrow morning. Fans were wailing everywhere, but the celebrity guests who could finally breathe a sigh of relief naturally felt at ease. However, this had no effect on Jiang Qiyu. After the director announced the end of the event, she rushed to the elevator at top speed. Feng Shubai hadn't even reacted yet. Watching that person fleeing as if escaping for their life, he was a bit puzzled, so he turned his head and looked at Qiyu with a confused expression. Brother Qi, what's going on with Sister Qiyu? Hard to say. Qiyu raised his eyelids slightly. Maybe people have urgent needs. That does seem quite urgent. Besides these two paying special attention to her, there was also a pair of deep eyes quietly observing her without leaving any trace. Jiang Qiyu, however, knew nothing about these things. After battling with silly netizens for several hours, she felt uncomfortable all over, and needed to quickly take a hot shower and lie in bed to recover. Just as she finished washing up and was about to lie down for a good sleep until dawn. Knock knock. The door was suddenly knocked. Although she was a bit puzzled about who would come knocking in the middle of the night instead of sleeping, for the sake of group unity, she reluctantly opened the door. You better have a reason. Qiyu. What surprised her a little was that outside the door was Jiang Mian, smiling with a gentle expression. She appeared without makeup, dressed simply, seemingly having just finished washing up, and stood at the door greeting her warmly. Qiyu, coming to see you so late. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest? Jiang Qiyu, however, didn't know what politeness was and nodded sincerely. You're quite annoying. Caught off guard by her, Jiang Mian's expression didn't change at all, still holding a faint smile. Then do you mind if I come in and talk? If I mind, does that mean you won't talk? Finally, Jiang Qiyu stepped aside to let Jiang Mian enter the room. To be honest, although she didn't care about the progress of the relationship between the male and female leads, she was still somewhat curious about Jiang Mian's recent change in attitude towards Lu Heng. According to the original plot, Jiang Mian should have already sealed their love with a kiss in the cave on that deserted island. So how could she say such things at old Master Zhang's birthday banquet? Moreover, if she wasn't mistaken, her feelings towards Lu Heng seemed to have changed overnight from innocent affection to a subtle avoidance, even disgust. Although they say a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean, her change of attitude was just too fast. Could it be that something extraordinary happened when the two of them were trapped in the cave? Thinking this, she looked at Jiang Mian, who didn't treat her as an outsider at all and just plopped down on the bed, her eyes showing a faint trace of gossip. Qiyu. Suddenly, Jiang Mian looked up at her, her gaze equally filled with intense scrutiny and inquiry. After organizing for a long time since her rebirth, she realized that the time she was reborn into was slightly different from what she remembered. And the only difference was with the person in front of her. Jiang Qiyu. In her past life, she had gone to great lengths for Lu Heng. But now she not only agreed to break off the engagement, she also showed no trace of attachment to him. So, Jiang Mian thought for a long time before reaching a conclusion. Perhaps she is not the only one who has been reborn. After much hesitation, she still wanted to come and talk to her alone. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but murmur softly. This time, why didn't you choose him again? Who is it? Faced with her probing, Jiang Qiyu, whose mind was completely blank, didn't catch the meaning behind her words at all. He just pursed his lips in a strange way, then reached out and waved his hand in front of her. Are you sleepwalking? Seeing that she had no intention of admitting it, Jiang Mian also put away her probing and slowly shook her head. Nothing. Then she raised her face with a smile again, looked up at the person standing in front of her, and said seriously, I came today to tell you that after spending some time together, I have developed a good impression of brother Yu. However, Jiang Qiyu was not surprised at all upon hearing this and nodded calmly. I'm not surprised by this, but did you go to the wrong room? Saying that, she raised her hand and pointed in the direction next door. He's next door. Of course I know. Jiang Mian's smile deepened, but the expression on her face gradually became sharp. I will interact with him more in the upcoming shows. You have no objections, right? What do I care about your objections? Saying this, Jiang Qiyu suddenly seemed to realize something, immediately furrowing her brows and looking at her with a face full of vigilance. You wouldn't be thinking anything shady about me, would you? Chapter 45. There's really no need for that, right? You wouldn't be thinking anything shady about me, would you? The more she said it, the more she found it believable herself. If Jiang Mian really liked Qiyu, she could have just gone to knock on his door right now. Why would she specifically come to confess to her in the middle of the night? And then tell her not to mind it, hissing. No, this is all wrong. The more Jiang Qiyu thought about it, the more twisted her thoughts became, and the expression she looked at Jiang Mian with gradually changed in tone. Jiang Mian's expression on the opposite side was even more unpleasant. In her view, if Jiang Qiyu had truly been reborn like herself, then her decision to give up on Lu Heng and instead approach Qiyu would be perfectly reasonable. After all, 10 years later, the person in charge of the Qi family is practically an all-powerful figure in high society. Jiang Mian revealing her interest in Qiyu was actually a way to provoke her into exposing her identity as a reborn person. Seeing the increasingly strange expression on Jiang Qiyu's face, and her seemingly drifting thoughts, Jiang Mian found it hard to keep calm. Qiyu. She pressed her lips and got up from the bed. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Jiang Qiyu was completely immersed in her mistaken belief of being truly attractive to both men and women. Seeing Jiang Mian stand up, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back in fright, her panic on her face utterly unhidden, almost dropping her phone in the process. And seeing her look, unsure whether she was genuinely clueless or just pretending, Jiang Mian simply gave up on probing and slightly curved the corners of her lips to explain. I'm really quite fond of you, Go. But since you two have been close recently, I wanted to come and confirm with you. She paused, then looked directly into Jiang Qiyu's eyes, speaking in a calm and serious tone. I want to know, what is the relationship between you two now? What relationship? Hearing this, Jiang Qiyu, who had been overthinking due to feeling good about himself, finally realized. This Jiang Mian really sees herself as a romantic rival. She let out a long breath, then her eyes flicked, revealing a spiteful move that harmed others but benefited no one. So this is what you meant. Facing Jiang Mian's intense gaze, Jiang Qiyu suddenly changed from avoiding her just now to stepping forward and grabbing her arm, speaking warmly. You like Qiyu, right? You should have told me earlier. I'll help you. You. Jiang Mian was a bit overwhelmed by her sudden enthusiasm, and the calm smile on her face became somewhat stiff. You'll help me. Of course. Jiang Qiyu, acting righteously, patted his chest and leaned close to her with the look of a close brother. Then tell me, what do you like about Qiyu, so I can treat it accordingly. She didn't expect him to ask like this. Jiang Mian, who originally came today to test and actually didn't like Qiyu, was momentarily led by the nose. But since the conversation had come this far, she could only grit her teeth and say, Yugu is very handsome, also very capable, very very good at taking care of people. It's normal to like him, right? What you said makes sense. Jiang Qiyu nodded with a look of being enlightened. Then, under Jiang Mian's puzzled gaze, she slowly raised the phone she had been holding, grinned slyly into the receiver. Did you hear that clearly? Handsome, capable and caring. President Qi. For a moment both Jiang Mian and Qiyu, who was receiving the confession through the phone, fell silent. The atmosphere became so awkward that it made one tense up completely, as if electrified all over. At least that was how Jiang Mian felt. After a period of silence, a voice finally came through on the other end of the phone. Qiyu's breathing grew slightly heavier, followed by his somewhat tired, husky voice. Jiang Qiyu, if you really have nothing better to do, ask them to give you some old newspapers to tear up tomorrow. Hearing the dissatisfaction in his words, Jiang Qiyu showed no reaction yet, but Jiang Mian beside her grew anxious. Although she didn't truly like Qiyu, she absolutely didn't want him to have a worse impression of her, and without caring about anything else, she immediately began to explain. Brother you actually But before she could finish speaking, his impatient voice came from the other end of the phone again. Also, if you can't sleep, instead of running to knock on someone else's door in the middle of the night, you might as well go downstairs and squat now, just in time to crow at dawn. After speaking without giving the two on this side time to react, the call was quickly hung up. Beep beep beep. Listening to the busy signal coming from the speaker, Jiang Mian looked at her in complete shock. You didn't say you would help me. Jiang Qiyu's smile didn't fade. After hanging up the phone, she said matter-of-factly. Setting facts aside, just tell me whether you helped or not. I did help, but... Oh, don't be too hung up on the details. Interrupting Jiang Mian, she raised her hand and patted her shoulder, speaking sincerely. With the relationship between the two of us sisters, if you have any difficulties in the future, just say it. I will definitely help you. Backfire. She didn't dare to say the last two words because the face of the person being helped opposite her was getting increasingly unpleasant. Jiang Mian couldn't tell that Jiang Qiyu was deliberately trying to intimidate her. But she was not an innocent girl unfamiliar with the world. Her expression quickly returned to normal. Without testing and confirming whether Jiang Qiyu was also reborn, she would not turn against her. Anyone else would be fine, but not Jiang Qiyu. Given her current level of madness and reckless behavior, there was no guarantee she wouldn't say something inappropriate on future shows. Thinking of this, Jiang Mian could only force a smile on her face and use the excuse of it being late to hurriedly leave her room. After the person left, Jiang Qiyu lay on the bed and, after some thought, picked up her phone to type. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it pokes. Are you asleep? No reply, which was quite normal. She just secretly called Qiyu, originally with the mindset of if I cause trouble, I'll hurt the enemy 1,000 but lose 800 myself. Over the years, the only attack power she truly acknowledged from the bottom of her heart was his. By cursing through Qiyu's mouth, she could also tell Jiang Mian that he treats them all equally, so there's no need to see herself as a stumbling block. But after all, she did disturb his rest, so logically, an apology was in order. Jiang Qiyu hesitated repeatedly, but in the end, fearing that the message might wake people up and cause a round of scolding, she simply abandoned the slight guilt in her heart. Just as she deleted all the words she had typed, she looked at the message sent from the other side. You. Writing a paper in the chat box. Spear dipped in shit kills, whoever frowny face grin. President Qi, you're still not asleep. You. I was originally asleep. Spear dipped in shit pokes whoever dies. He, then why not continue sleeping? You. Thinking about whether to go poop at Jiang Mian's door later. Spear dipped in shit pokes whoever dies. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it pokes. I think there's really no need for this, right? Chapter 46. Everything costs $2. In the end, this plan that completely overturned her worldview was stopped just in time. After Qiyu promised he wouldn't go crazy in the middle of the night, Jiang Qiyu finally put down her phone and went to sleep with peace of mind. The next day, everyone was still woken up by Director Zhang's broadcast alarm. After everyone finished washing up and gathered in the living room, Director Zhang picked up his little megaphone and announced today's task. I believe that after the deserted island trip a few days ago, everyone should be familiar with each other and have a very deep understanding. Today is the first day of the return of Donglian. We will take everyone to a mysterious place where you will need to personally choose a gift that satisfies you. In the afternoon, it's the part where everyone exchanges gifts. Ordinary dating shows usually have a gift exchange segment, but it generally requires the guests to prepare the gifts themselves. The production team made a slight modification to this, coordinating with the live broadcast, so that the audience can immerse themselves in accompanying the guests to choose gifts through the live stream. And during this process, the audience guesses who the guests will give their gifts to, enhancing the viewer's sense of immersion. So as soon as this rule was announced, the barrage was filled with cheers. Fans of various CPs danced wildly, their enthusiasm soaring. On the bus heading to the mysterious procurement point, Fang Shubai, sitting behind Jiang Qiyu, quietly leaned forward. He poked her arm with a finger, lowered his voice, and asked eagerly, his eyes full of anticipation, "Qiyu, who are you planning to give a gift to?" Jiang Qiyu glanced sideways at him, then pretended to think for a moment before answering. "To the person who gave me a gift and whom I like." For some annoying people, she only wanted to give them one thing: passing away. Upon hearing this, Fang Shubai's eyes lit up. Then he grinned, showing his shiny little tiger teeth, and asked, "So what kind of person do you like? And what kind of gifts do you prefer?" After saying this, he suddenly felt his words were a bit too obvious, so he quickly added, "I'm not asking because I want to know, just casually asking." Jiang Qiyu didn't expose him, but simply turned her head to look out the window with a calm, elegant demeanor, as if worldly matters were nothing but fleeting clouds. If you like someone, don't care whether he's tall or not, handsome or not, whether he has time to be with me, or what color Porsche he gives me. After hearing the last sentence, Fang Shubai almost fell headfirst off his seat. Just as I was about to say something more, I was suddenly interrupted by a sneer. I saw Lu Heng sitting not far away with a cold expression, his gaze toward Jiang Qiyu carrying a faint, barely noticeable disdain, as if half-jokingly saying, "I really didn't expect it, you're quite materialistic." No. Jiang Qiyu did not hesitate at all. She looked back at Lu Heng and shook her head firmly. "I'm even more materialistic than you think." Unexpectedly, she admitted it straightforwardly. Lu Heng was momentarily taken aback, then quickly withdrew his gaze, but the mockery in his eyes remained thick and unmistakable. Their conversation was, of course, witnessed by the viewers in the live stream, and immediately some haters began to make snide remarks. Jiang Qiyu is actually quite clear about this woman's self-awareness, materialistic and gold-digging. And giving a Porsche? Don't be ridiculous. If anyone gave her a Porsche, I'd laugh at them for life. What's wrong with being materialistic? If you're not materialistic, then work for free for the boss, right? You're so high-minded, go out to eat and beg. Let's see if anyone slaps your face until it's swollen. Lu Heng is way too controlling. What's wrong if our spear teacher likes Porsches? I like them too. I like it 2+1. Oh. The comments were lively, but the bus compartment fell silent. They had been sitting on the bus for a long time before finally arriving at the so-called mysterious purchasing point. Standing in front of the large 3-story procurement point, the 8 people looked up at the huge sign above that read 2 yuan General Merchandise Supermarket. For a moment, they all fell into silence simultaneously. Director Zhang announced that each person would have a shopping cart, and within the time limit set by the production team, there would be no limit on amount or quantity. As long as the items could fit into the shopping cart, they could be used as gifts for the gift exchange segment. And in this 3-story department store, the production team also placed 2 hidden gift boxes. These are special gifts worth far more than the 2 yuan items on the shelves. The restrictions of this shopping location instantly shattered the gift plans that several people had originally made in their minds. At the same time, the addition of this special gift mechanism greatly motivated the guests and enhanced the show's entertainment value. Of course, many viewers are naturally pleased to see them get the short end of the stick. Production team, you really understand gifts. Help, I thought poverty limited my imagination. But it turns out it's not being poor enough that limited my imagination. Ha ha ha. I'm already looking forward to it. How exactly will they twist the gifts they picked for each other? Just like that, after the show team finished reading the rules, they handed each person a shopping cart. As soon as the timer whistle blew, the 8 celebrity guests rushed in with conflicted expressions, accompanied by the store BGM chanting, "Everything in the store is 2 yuan. Pick whatever you want, buy whatever you want, all 2 yuan." No one knew where the show team found such a 2 yuan department store. It was a huge 3-story space with various categorized sections, shelves piled high with countless familiar and unfamiliar, useful and useless products in dazzling variety. Zhou Shun and Fang Shubai went straight upstairs as soon as they entered, while Jiang Ling and Jiang Mian circled around the first floor twice before also heading to the second floor. Lu Heng went to the cultural and creative products area, and Song Yan went to the household goods area. They all coincidentally adopted the same strategy. While looking for hidden gifts, keep an eye on what's good, grab it first and decide later whether it can be used. Only Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu were completely calm and unhurried, like customers simply shopping at the mall, leisurely pushing their carts down the aisles. Jiang Qiyu walked and browsed, stopping to look at things she liked or found interesting, but she didn't put a single item into the cart, just looked and moved on. Qiyu was even more extreme, actually leaving the cart at the entrance and wandering aimlessly around the first floor of the supermarket. Time quickly passed by second, as the 8 people scattered across the 3 floors of the mall, searching everywhere for the things they needed. Beep! Time's up. Soon the whistle sounded again. The staff secretly counted the items each had purchased, loaded them onto the car, and waited to return to the apartment to exchange gifts. After returning to Donglian apartment, the production team gave each guest half an hour to choose and wrap their own gift. Finally, everyone gathered in the living room, each holding the gift they were going to present, with varied expressions. Chapter 47. I'll accept the gift, but you can take back the sentiment. Alright, since everyone is ready, let's have the guests exchange gifts with each other. As Director Zhang finished speaking, Song Yan was the first to raise her hand. She held her carefully wrapped gift box in her arms and smiled at the live broadcast camera. I choose to give my gift to a talented singer. After speaking, she kept smiling and turned to look at the only singer present. Zhou Shun, this is for you. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone understood, and the bullet comments erupted in cheers. The favorite CP scores high. As expected, Song Yan is interested in Zhou Shun. Straightforward mature woman times talented singer. I'm shipping this CP first. Oh my god, so sweet. Sugar overload. Similarly, Zhou Shun beside her, upon hearing her words, although mentally prepared, still felt his earlobes flush red under the slightly teasing gazes of the crowd. He cleared his throat in a futile attempt to cover up, and after receiving Song Yan's gift, he smoothly handed over the gift bag in his hand as well. My gift is also meant for you. Mutual pursuit. They must be pursuing each other mutually. The cute CP is locked, and I chewed up the key. After they exchanged gifts, Jiang Mian also picked up the gift box in her hand and smiled at Qiyu. Yuge, this is my gift. Upon hearing this, Qiyu lifted his eyelids, glanced at the beautifully wrapped gift box in her hand, and nodded slightly. The wrapping is good. Then, without reaching out to take it or making any other move, he calmly withdrew his gaze. This Mr. Qi. Surely he doesn't think Jiang Mian just brought the gift for him to look at, right? Capitalists really have no manners. We wrapped the gift for Mian Mian so nicely and even handed it right in front of him, so why didn't he take it? Hey, you up front, I don't like what you're saying. Jiang Mian never said it was for Mr. Qi. What if it really was just for him to look at? Kids, you have to guess what they're thinking. Jiang Mian didn't expect Qiyu to embarrass her like this in public, and her smile stiffened. Then she realized he was probably still upset about last night. Her expression immediately softened, and she gave him an innocent smile. Yugo, I didn't think things through last night. Consider today's gift a small token of my sincerity. I hope you'll accept it. As soon as she said this, not only did Lu Heng's mind feel like it was about to explode, but the live comments also went wild. What? What did I just hear? I knew something would happen if there was no live stream yesterday. Please, director team, release the story from last night. Sleepless fans are ecstatic. So after all the twists and turns, Sleepless is the real couple. Bad luck. Sleepless cult retreat. 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 I raised the banner for Chang'er. Hearing her say that, Lu Heng almost crushed the carefully prepared gift in his hand, and Jiang Qiyu also looked at Jiang Mian with a face full of surprise. Chasing Qiyu? This girl really isn't afraid of getting scolded. Her worry was not unfounded. Sure enough, after hearing those ambiguous words, Qiyu just raised his eyes again to look at Jiang Mian. He didn't open his mouth to refute or explain anything, just nodded lightly. I'll accept the item, but you can take back your intentions. Ha 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 ha, laughing until tired. Taking a break, ha 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 ha. Who just said oversleep? Come out here and get beaten. As expected of Slap Brother, he looks down on everyone equally. Hasn't Qiyu always been like this? He even said Jiang Qiyu was ridiculous before. What does that prove? The comment section was in an uproar. Yu Mian Chang'er, Lu Mian Yen, and their respective fans were fiercely arguing, and the atmosphere on site was very awkward. Jiang Mian was once again left speechless by him, pausing for a moment before forcing a smile and casually pushing the gift in her hand toward Qiyu. Fang Shubai, standing nearby, immediately let out two awkward laughs to ease the situation. Qiyu, sister. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly and handed over the gift he had prepared. I picked this out for a long time and thought it would suit you well. Thanks. Jiang Qiyu didn't hesitate either and graciously reached out to take the gift. The giver, Fang Shubai, seemed to have more to say. He looked at the small square box in Jiang Qiyu's hand with hopeful eyes, his tone like a child asking for candy. Qiyu, who are you planning to give your gift to? Oh, this. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu didn't hide it at all and casually shook the small box in her hand, about to say, if you like it, I'll give it to you. Ahem. But she was interrupted by a sudden light cough from the side. With a clenched fist and an unnatural throat clear, Qiyu, who had been motionless like a mountain, finally lifted his eyes to look at her. In those deep, narrow eyes was an unmistakable warning. Strangely, Jiang Qiyu seemed to have thought of something, or perhaps she understood the complex emotions of pride and expectation mixed in his gaze. This gift of mine. She turned to look at Fang Shubai and shrugged helplessly. It's a gift for President Qi, to thank him for often cooking for us. Ah. Hearing her say this, Fang Shubai's eyes, which had been full of anticipation, instantly dimmed. If he had ears on his head at this moment, they would surely be drooping in disappointment. In contrast, Qiyu, who was waiting for an answer, was different. Although he was not as openly expressive as Fang Shubai, he still slightly straightened his body and took the small box handed over by Jiang Qiyu with raised, sharp eyebrows. Then, as if casually, he pushed the flat-bagged gift in front of him. Since that's the case, I won't take yours for nothing. Take this and trade with me. His almost double-standard behavior naturally greatly pleased the long-eared CP fans in the livestream room. Who dare say my CP is fake? Double-standard ships are always the solid proof, I say. This is way too double-standard. I won't say whose Slap Brothers favoritism is given to. I have accumulated virtue and done good deeds all my life. Seeing the CP become real is what I deserve. Don't cry, bye-bye. If Teacher Spear doesn't want you, we want you. Thank you, thank you. Jiang Qiyu smiled as she took the gift, but didn't take it to heart at all. After all, she had seen Qiyu wandering aimlessly on the first floor, probably just grabbing something casually to get through the task, just like herself. Over there, Lu Heng, for some unknown reason, turned around and gave his gift to a bewildered Zhang Ling, who, feeling flattered, returned her gift to him. The current situation is that everyone is holding a gift, except for Jiang Mian and Fang Shubai, who unexpectedly have nothing in front of them. But rules are rules, and Director Zhang could only follow the process and continue to announce. Alright, the gift exchange segment is over. Now please open your packages one by one, and show the gifts you received. And let's invite the givers to briefly explain the reason behind their choice of gift. Chapter 48. Boys all like electronic products. Following the order in which the gifts were received, Zhou Shun unwrapped the gift in his hand, revealing a mask with a heart pattern. Song Yan smiled slightly. A few days ago on the deserted island, Zhou Shun got caught in the rain, so the first thing I thought of when I saw this mask was him. Zhou Shun held the piece of love mask, which wasn't very valuable but was meaningful, in his hand and sincerely smiled at her. Thank you, I really like it. Then it was Song Yan's turn. What she received was a box of band-aids. They even had a pattern of little bears with floral designs on them. Zhou Shun smiled sheepishly and explained, I noticed you often wear high heels but sometimes your feet get rubbed red, so. Song Yan picked up a delicate and cute band-aid, examined it carefully for a moment, then looked at him with a bright smile and sincere tone. I really like your gift. Their interaction and unwavering choice naturally sparked cheers and screams from the fans of their adorable couple in the live stream room. It's just a pity that neither of them found the hidden gift placed by the production team. Next, it was Qiyu who received a gift from Jiang Mian. He quickly unwrapped the gift box, and inside were 2 tickets to a concert. Congratulations to Qiyu for unwrapping the first hidden gift prepared by our production team. Tickets to the Snow Lotus Grand Theater's large symphony concert. After Director Zhang finished the introduction, Jiang Mian smiled faintly at Qiyu, who had a calm expression, and said, This is something I happened to find on the 3rd floor. Consider it a bit of luck. I just wanted to share it with you. Her words were brief and to the point, neither seeming overly accommodating nor failing to convey her goodwill to the gift recipient. As expected, this sentence immediately caused fans in the live stream room to exclaim in sympathy. We Mian are really too innocent, we just want to share this luck with others. What's her fault? Whoa. Those who just scolded Mian, come apologize. I can't take it anymore, the flavor is too strong. For a moment I felt like I was in a tea garden. Oh. Finding the hidden gift was actually not a difficult task for Jiang Qiyu, who had been reborn. But if she could use the gift that Lu Heng gave her in her past life to win Qiyu's special favor, that would be even better. Jiang Qiyu wasn't really infatuated with Qiyu. She just couldn't help but act cute and clever in front of him, knowing full well his brilliant future. Men, after all, never really develop any ill feelings toward a woman who is interested in them but knows how to behave appropriately. Even if she never intended to become Mrs. Qi, being on good terms with Qiyu and having one more connection in the circle could only benefit her career. With this thought, her gaze toward Qiyu softened a little. But her coquettish look seemed to be wasted on a blind man. Qiyu didn't even glance at her and immediately looked at what Jiang Qiyu was holding. She saw Jiang Qiyu hold the gift given by Fang Shubai to her ear, shake it a bit, and then unwrap it in 2 or 3 quick motions. The gift was a small star-shaped glass bottle, inside of which were a few crookedly stacked paper-folded stars. Fang Shubai smiled broadly at Jiang Qiyu, his tone serious. I learned this temporarily by watching a tutorial. Although the folding isn't very neat, I put a lot of effort into it and hope you like it. As soon as he said this, the once dormant white spear girl in the comments suddenly became lively as if a seal had been broken. Ah! Someone come kill me to cheer those two up. You can always trust a puppy's love. Bye-bye, I can. Such a silly and obedient puppy. Teacher Spear, do you want it or not? If you don't, I'll steal it. Sincerity is the ultimate skill. I won't say who cried out of envy. Pretty good. Seeing him like this, Jiang Qiyu rarely held back and happily accepted the gift. I'll go back and set it up. Hearing this, Fang Shubai's ears, which had been drooping, instantly perked up. He squinted and chuckled foolishly twice, then turned to look at Qiyu beside him. Brother Qi, what gift did Sister Qiyu give you? Seeing him look over, Qiyu pretended to be casual as he unwrapped the small box in his hand. He knew very well that Jiang Qiyu wouldn't give anything impressive, but just now he still didn't want to see her hand the gift to someone else. Ahem. While Qiyu was unwrapping the gift, Jiang Qiyu took the opportunity to clear her throat twice lightly, speaking with a serious and sincere tone. Well, I heard that boys all like electronic gadgets, so I carefully prepared this. So this is what you call an electronic gadget? Qiyu frowned, looking at the small, exquisite yet amusing gift in his palm, and glanced at her with a mix of annoyance and amusement. 2 packs of non-fu batteries? I expected she wouldn't be able to perform well, but I didn't expect her to be this bad. Ha 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 ha, laughing so hard I need a break. Ha 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 ha. Who on earth classified non-fu batteries as electronic products? Who was it? Don't say those useless things, just tell me if there's enough power. Got it, tomorrow I'll give electronic products to the boy I love. Hee hee, it's the thought that counts, as long as the intention is there. Jiang Qiyu laughed heartlessly, then changed the subject by starting to unwrap the gift Qiyu had given her. While unpacking, she kept making excuses for herself. Who told Director Zhang that the gifts had to be chosen from the Tuyuan store? Batteries are already very high-end electronic products. Let me see what you're giving. She tore open the gift wrapping and frowned as she looked at the file folder in her hand. What do you mean giving me a bag to put it in? Qiyu, however, grumpily stuffed the 2 battery cells into his pocket, gave her a sharp look and said stiffly, "Turn it on." Jiang Qiyu, trusting him without doubt, raised her eyebrows and began to carefully open the neatly tied file folder, then without hesitation pulled out a thin stack of papers inside. Then she stood there completely stunned. Sister Qiyu, what's inside? Fang Shubai beside her saw her freeze on the spot and was puzzled. He gently patted her arm but she didn't move, so with a confused look, he took the stack of white papers from her hand. This is a transfer. Looking closely, he immediately widened his eyes and murmured in shock the 4 big characters on the cover. Transfer contract? After speaking, he immediately flipped open the contract document. Upon seeing the densely packed clauses inside, and the final signatures and seals from both parties that clearly weren't forged, his voice instantly rose by an octave. Brother Qi, you actually bought the store. Chapter 49. People can't give up money just for dignity. Brother Qi, how did you buy the store? At these words, not only Fang Shubai, but everyone present instantly focused their attention on the man with a calm and indifferent expression. Bought the store? Zhou Shun widened his eyes, his expression shocked. President Qi, what are you doing? I used to know that Qiyu was a rich man, but I didn't expect the thought process of rich people to be completely different from ours. President Qi, does your family still need dogs? Besides looking like a human, I'm actually quite dog-like. Slap brother is not a fool. He must have planned to buy the shop all along to give it to Teacher Spear. I'm totally obsessed. I can only say 666. Facing everyone's shocked gazes, Qiyu remained calm. Just as he was about to explain, someone suddenly interrupted with a loud, "Ow!" A thunderous roar in the sky, the old servant makes a dazzling entrance. Jiang Qiyu's previously stiff body suddenly moved. She excitedly clutched the file folder and looked at Qiyu, her tone unabashedly flattering. Young master, it's your old servant who is late. Her words not only startled everyone present a second time, but even Qiyu couldn't help but frown. You really are. Faced with Jiang Qiyu's pathetic demeanor, he was momentarily speechless and could only shake his head slightly, smiling wryly at her. And just at that moment, a slightly disdainful whisper suddenly came from beside. A person's dignity is sometimes openly priced. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the scene instantly froze. To be honest, although the amount for this department store was not small, it was nothing worth mentioning in the eyes of these people. Although Jiang Qiyu's performance was indeed a bit exaggerated, everyone just took it as a joke and moved on. But if someone took it seriously, they would inevitably be labeled as gold-digging and flattering the rich. And what Lu Heng said just now, though it seemed like an unintentional sigh, was actually a subtle criticism of her selling her dignity for money. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, the tone in the comments section began to shift. What was originally just playful banter gradually gave way to some critics laughing to death. Selling oneself into slavery just for a 2-yuan supermarket. Jiang Qiyu really has such a limited mindset. Teacher Changmao was just joking. No way, no way. Could someone really take this seriously? Just a passerby, I think Lu Heng has a point. After all, this is a show and there should be some proper guidance. Being materialistic is really disgusting. Just a passerby? I think you're a passerby from the underworld. Get rid of those deeply ingrained thoughts in your brain. It was just a joke, why take it so seriously? Gold digger despicable. Oh. On the big screen, the barrage of comments kept scrolling wildly, but no one cared to pay attention. The originally lively scene grew quiet because of a single sentence from Lu Heng, with undercurrents stirring. Qiyu frowned impatiently, ready to teach Lu Heng a lesson on how to behave. I'm telling you, you eat. But just as he was about to speak, Jiang Qiyu, with a calm expression, interrupted him. There's no helping it, great movie star. She turned her head and looked at Lu Heng without backing down, a smile growing more and more meaningful on her face. Who told us little actors to have such limited experience, unlike you, who always starts with 1,000,000 as the baseline? Her words were an obvious self-deprecation, but only those present at the birthday banquet that day understood. This was a warning to Lu Heng. That 1,000,000 worth of recordings was still in Jiang Qiyu's hands. Sure enough, after saying this, Lu Heng's face visibly turned ashen. But Jiang Qiyu suddenly changed from his deep smile to a carefree grin as he looked back at the camera. People can't just give up money for the sake of dignity, can they? Does that make sense? Holy moly. Why do I feel like this sentence is a bit off? Ha 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 ha, Teacher Spear, you really know how to pull a fast one. Exactly, someone just thanks a store and that's selling out their dignity, but when you're at work bowing and scraping, serving tea and water in front of the boss, that's being pure and innocent. Well then. Seeing that the situation was getting a bit out of control, Fang Shubai shook the transfer contract still in his hand and took the lead in breaking the awkward atmosphere. Qiyu, give me the document bag. I'll help you pack it up. No need. After he said this, Qiyu suddenly chuckled lightly and spoke, her tone carrying a leniency even she was unaware of. She has already packed it up. Fang Shubai followed his gaze to Jiang Qiyu beside him, only to see her delicate chin slightly raised, wearing an expression of a petty person who has achieved success. Remember to tell the finance department to send this quarter's financial report to my assistant for confirmation. After speaking, she pretended to twirl the fingertips of her right hand. Hiss. It feels like something's still missing. Watching her dramatic impromptu performance, Fang Shubai responded with a confused look. Missing what? Qiyu's lips curled slightly, her voice soft. Iced Americano. By the way. Leaning back slightly, Jiang Qiyu struck a pose like a greasy, domineering CEO workplace elite. When I was young, I liked to drink iced Americano to show off. Now I like iced Americano even more, because I like showing off more and more. Seeing her deliberately acting silly and funny, Song Yen was the first to lose composure and burst out laughing. After that, the atmosphere on site instantly thawed, and the barrage stopped tearing apart. The process then continued. What Jiang Ling received was the other hidden gift that Lu Heng had originally prepared to give to Jiang Mian. They were also 2 tickets to the Snow Lotus concert. Lu Heng received an exquisitely designed ballpoint pen. With the unveiling of everyone's gifts complete, this unexpectedly eventful yet exceptionally exciting gift exchange segment came to an end. And in this segment, the biggest winner was Jiang Qiyu, who had packed hers away. Another was successfully buying out the original owner of that 2-yuan department store at a price 10% above the market value within 10 minutes. Amid the chaotic battles in the live streaming room, the undisputed leader was the long-ear CP. After all, directly buying an entire shopping mall. Honestly, everyone had only seen such a move in Mary Sue novels. As everyone was chatting about the gifts they had received, Director Zhang appeared again with a megaphone. All right, now may the 2 guests who received the hidden gifts please pay attention. He paused, and seeing everyone's eyes turn towards him, he continued. Please check the date on the back of your tickets. Jiang Ling, holding the hidden gifts in her hand, trusted him without doubt and slowly flipped the 2 tickets over, carefully looking at the performance dates on the back. This is tomorrow? Yes. Tomorrow morning will be your first one-on-one mutual confession in You Understand Love. If the confession is successful, there will be a special car to take you to the city for a half-day date in the afternoon. Guests holding concert tickets can choose to go with the person they want to confess to. If the confession is unsuccessful, you will have to stay in the apartment and clean the entire building. Chapter 50. Headlong Charge Jiang Xiaomian. After the rules were announced, everyone dispersed on the spot. Jiang Qiyu felt a bit bloated after dinner, so she strolled out of the apartment building and paced back and forth at the entrance to help digestion. Ding! Just wandering aimlessly when my phone suddenly lit up. Even more so, Qiyu Jia, are you in your room? Spear covered in poop poking whoever dies. Not here. Even more so. Wanted to chat with you. Spear dipped in shit whoever it pokes dies. Please stop. Furthermore, didn't Director Zhang say today that tomorrow we will have one-on-one confessions? Oh. Spear dipped in shit whoever it pokes dies. And then, furthermore. Yes, I just think Sister Qiyu you're pretty great. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it stabs. Your feeling is absolutely right. Jiang Qiyu paused for a moment. Although she didn't understand the boy's sudden compliment, she still politely replied. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it stabs. You're pretty good too. Soon, another message from Fang Shubai arrived, filled with anticipation and excitement between the lines. Even more so, what about us? Spear dipped in poop kills whoever it stabs. We're all great. Even more so. After a long silence, the other side finally sent another message. Even worse. Sigh, I can't chat with the female guests, I have no charm, and I don't even know why I came to participate in this dating show. Facing the other party's self-defeating and defensive outburst, Jiang Qiyu nodded seriously and replied. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it stabs. It's okay, at least your self-awareness is accurate. Even worse. Fang Shubai on the other side of the chat almost choked on her words. Thinking of what Zhou Shun just said, he paused for a moment and decided to ignore her comment and keep going. Even more so. At this rate, I'll definitely have to stay in the apartment tomorrow to clean. Even more so. What should I do, Qiyu Jia? Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it pokes. A grand show. Even worse. Crying loudly. Not just on the show, I feel like if I keep going like this, will I never find a girlfriend in my life? Crying loudly. Crying loudly. Seeing him so heartbroken and sorrowful, Jiang Qiyu, though a bit impatient, still took pity on the crooked paper star and kindly tried to comfort him. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it pokes. Don't think like that, you're so young and still a popular idol, there will definitely be many people who want to be your girlfriend. Fang Shubai saw the situation and immediately struck while the iron was hot. Even more so. Qiyu Jia, if it were you, would you be willing? Spear dipped in shit. Whoever it pokes dies. The spear dipped in shit kills whoever it stabs. I've been here comforting you, so don't repay kindness with ingratitude. Okay? After replying to this message, she didn't think much and immediately put her phone on silent and slipped it into her pocket, patted her now settled stomach, and turned back to the apartment. Regarding Director Zhang's one-on-one confession tomorrow, Jiang Qiyu was really too lazy to think about it so much. Concert big cleaning. To be honest, she didn't like any of it, so she decided to leave it to fate and go with the flow. Whatever happens, happens. Passing by the kitchen, Jiang Qiyu hesitated for a moment, then turned around and went in to heat up a cup of boiling hot milk for herself. Carefully gripping the handle of the mug, she got on the elevator. When she reached the top floor, she was walking to her room while blowing on the steaming hot milk, but just as luck would have it, she collided with a rushing figure around the corner in the hallway. Ah! Damn it! In an instant, 2 exclamations rang out. Just as the cup of scalding hot milk was about to be knocked over and spilled on the two of them, in a flash Jiang Qiyu's hand flicked slightly. Whoosh! All the milk was spilled onto the floor, and the mug collided with the ground with a bang, shattering into pieces. Although she reacted quickly, some of the milk inevitably splashed onto her bare arm, sending a burning sting through her skin. Ah! Oh! Before Jiang Qiyu could even cry out in pain, the culprit who had knocked her over was the first to call out. She looked down at the large red marks gradually appearing on her forearm, then glanced confusedly at Jiang Mian, who was holding the back of her hand with a pained expression. Shaking her burning arm, she couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth slightly. Girl, are you born in the year of the pig? Is your innate skill headlong rush? Or what? These two Jiang sisters really have their own style. One sets traps while the other charges headlong. So why are they even participating in a dating show? They should just go straight to the military channel and be spicy female soldiers. But Jiang Mian, faced with her harsh questioning, kept her head down and said nothing. Tisk! Jiang Qiyu rolled her eyes and was about to bend down to pick up the broken pieces of the cup on the floor, but her movement was interrupted by a moderately firm low command. What's wrong? She looked up following the sound. Upon seeing it, wow. Is this really something she can see without paying? Qiyu strode towards the two of them, wearing only a bathrobe. Although the collar was not opened wide, the smooth lines of his muscles were still faintly visible. The carefully groomed hair was completely soaked, with a few strands hanging over the forehead dripping water continuously. His sword-like brows were tightly furrowed, eyes filled with the storm brewing like an impending mountain rain, and with long strides, he reached the two in just a few steps. After seeing the spilled milk and shattered cup on the ground, his already harsh gaze instantly became even sharper. What's going on? Ah? Jiang Qiyu forced herself to look away from the middle of the collar and pointed to the cup on the ground, saying, I brought up a cup of hot milk, who would have known? But before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Mian, who had been silently hanging his head beside her, suddenly spoke. It was me who didn't watch where I was going. It has nothing to do with Qiyu. Saying this, she bit her lip tightly and slowly raised her eyes, looking at the man with a helpless expression and slightly reddened eyes. It's my fault. I'll have someone come clean this up right away, hiss. Then, as if unintentionally, she moved the hand covering the back of her hand, revealing the fair skin reddened by the scald from the milk. This series of actions left Jiang Qiyu watching in awe. To be honest, every move this girl made was carefully planned. Thinking this, she instinctively looked up and around. There were no live broadcast cameras in the corridor either. Sure enough, an actor is an actor. They can get caught up in their role at any time. Just as she was lost in thought, she suddenly felt her wrist gently taken by someone. Upright arrow. She came back to her senses and just realized that Qiyu had silently grabbed her scalded arm. His handsome brow showing undisguised slight irritation. Can't you be more careful even if others aren't paying attention? Jiang Qiyu was about to argue, but just as she opened her mouth, the seasoned actor cut her off. Qiyu, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. It's just that I was with Yuji just now. She glanced at Qiyu but didn't finish her sentence. After a pause, she continued to Jiang Qiyu. I was walking too hastily. Are you okay? Facing her self-blame and concern, Jiang Qiyu slowly shook his head, withdrew his wrist from Qiyu's hand, and said to her with a double meaning. I'm fine. Are you okay? No. I'm fine. Qiyu beside her was not as reserved, standing with his arms crossed, giving Jiang Mian a cold glance, his tone unfriendly. If you're fine, just eat some liliumii in your own room. Running up to the top floor 8 times a day, aren't you tired? Even the elevator is tired. Chapter 51. I am a person with strong principles. In the end, it was Jiang Qiyu who contacted the staff by phone to handle the situation on site. Qiyu gave the two a deep look before turning around and going straight back into the room. Jiang Mian, afraid of alarming others and causing speculation among the live stream viewers, also hurriedly went downstairs. Qiyu, this is the first aid kit. Although the milk's temperature isn't too high, it's still better to deal with it as soon as possible. Thanks. Jiang Qiyu was about to take the first aid kit handed over by the staff, but just as she reached out halfway, a suddenly appearing hand snatched it away. The staff member was also startled and immediately turned to look at the suddenly appearing figure. Mr. Qiyu. At this moment, Qiyu, who had already changed out of his bathrobe but hadn't yet had time to dry his hair, appeared at the door of Jiang Qiyu's room. He held the medical kit in one hand and glanced indifferently at the staff member. Then I will just. The crew member suddenly seemed to have a moment of clarity, their eyes brightening sharply, and then they nodded and smiled very knowingly at the two of them. Leaving first. After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Qiyu to wave, he rushed into the elevator without looking back. His back seemed to carry a hint of unexpected excitement. After the staff left, Qiyu stood at the door holding a medical kit but didn't go in. Instead, he lifted his eyelids to look at the live broadcast camera on the ceiling and said calmly, "Come out, I'll dress your wound." Jiang Qiyu watched his back as he turned without any hesitation, slightly squinting her eyes. Just as she was about to retort, she recalled the 3-story Tuyuan Mall from earlier today. A smile instantly spread across her face again. I can bow and scrape to serve the powerful. With that thought, she immediately transformed into a loyal old servant, happily following the young master leading the way ahead. Not the grandmaster, but the young master leading the way ahead. Seemingly wanting to avoid the live broadcast camera, Qiyu brought the beaming Jiang Qiyu to the rooftop's open-air garden. Jiang Qiyu knew Qiyu had something to say, and didn't take his excuse of helping her apply the ointment seriously. She smiled and reached out her hand to him. "Give me the ointment, I'll do it myself, you." But before she could finish her sentence, her slender palm facing upward was covered by the man's knobby hand. Qiyu remained silent, gently turning the hand resting in her palm, and the soft, delicate hand naturally fell into his palm. "Don't move." He circled Jiang Qiyu's wrist with one hand, while the other held a cotton swab, unknowingly stained with milky white ointment, carefully approaching the faint red mark on her fair arm. The two sat facing each other, the gentle night breeze brushing their faces, the garden's ever-lit lamps shining on them, as if enveloping each of them in a faint halo. Jiang Qiyu looked at Qiyu, who was slightly bowing his head, carefully and attentively applying ointment for her, and blinked in surprise. It seemed that the night breeze carried a slightly intoxicating scent, and her usually scattered thoughts were completely blank at this moment. The man's expression was calm, and his usually sharp and unapproachable features appeared softer under the gentle lighting. His long eyelashes cast a large shadow beneath his eyes, his high nose bridge, smooth lines, and further down. It was the collar slightly open as he leaned forward to apply the medicine. Glug! Jiang Qiyu heard the sound of her own swallowing. In her mind, she was caught in a battle between heaven and earth, constantly wavering between the thoughts of, how can I spy on the young master? And let me see what happened, I didn't look carefully when he was just wearing a bathrobe. Qiyu, who had been diligently looking down while applying medicine, suddenly spoke coldly. You don't use your eyes when you should, but you look quite carefully when you shouldn't. Ah. Suddenly coming to her senses, Jiang Qi casually brushed the wind-tousled hair at her temples with another hand, trying to cover up and divert the topic. You're wearing so many clothes, is there something on your mind? Facing Qiyu's sharp gaze suddenly lifted towards her, she suddenly realized she had subconsciously spoken her true thoughts and immediately corrected herself. I wanted to ask if you have something to talk to me about? You better have. Qiyu raised an eyebrow, patiently applying the fragrant ointment carefully to the last red mark, then released the hand wrapped around her wrist. While putting away the medicine box, he casually said, Jiang Mian just came to my room looking for me. I was taking a shower and didn't open the door. Jiang Qiyu. He raised his eyes and gritted his teeth as he looked at her gaze starting to drift downward again. I'm talking to you, look me in the eyes. Caught sneaking a glance, Jiang Qiyu immediately lifted her eyes and, with a face thicker than a city wall, said confidently, I'm shy. Qiyu almost laughed angrily at her. It was the first time he had ever seen someone shyly staring at the area below another person's neck. He barely curved the corner of his lips, then suddenly his expression turned serious. Did you hear what I just said to you? I heard it. Jiang Qiyu naturally nodded. You said you were taking a shower, and Jiang Mian went to your room to look for... Wait. She had been a bit distracted earlier, but now repeating it, she realized something was off. Then she raised her eyebrows and looked at the annoyed Qiyu. You guys... Ouch. She hadn't finished speaking when her forehead was firmly bumped by a head, and the man's slightly restrained voice sounded. I said I didn't open the door. If you didn't open it, then you didn't. Why did you hit me? Jiang Qiyu mumbled as she rubbed her forehead that had been bumped, then suddenly thought of something and looked at Qiyu with a smile in her eyes. President Qi, today you handed over a 3-story commercial property at once. It's not just to show off your domineering wealth, is it? Qiyu put away the medical kit, gave her a cold glance and answered evasively. I'm rich, not sick. His words also indirectly confirmed Jiang Qiyu's guess. She smiled broadly without surprise, her tone as sincere as could be. Young master, please just give your orders, I will serve you faithfully without any complaints. Qiyu, seeing her servile and flattering demeanor, for some reason felt a surge of frustration in his chest, his expression slightly stiffening. This time I'm on the show, I do want to leverage the show's popularity, and based on the current market feedback, I hope you can use the remaining time on the program to block others for me, and successfully pair up with me in the end. As soon as he said this, Jiang Qiyu, who had been grinning widely, gradually withdrew her smile, a wary expression appearing on her face. President Qi, I am a person of strong principles. You cannot corrupt me with money. Qiyu raised an eyebrow. You're overthinking it, just acting in front of the camera. Jiang Qiyu sticks to her principles and bottom line. Then I can't either. The show is over 3 million. But on the other hand, Chapter 52 Confession Invitation. In the end, Jiang Qiyu still reluctantly accepted his proposal. It's not about the 3 million. It's mainly because she truly admires a man like Qiyu, who has so much wealth and billions. But while she was beaming with joy, Qiyu, who proposed this condition, felt conflicted. Jiang Qiyu's sincere assurance. Don't worry, I'm different from others. They are all genuine, but I'm purely after the money, caught him somewhat off guard. Is it still too late to regret now? And the answer is obvious. There's no time. Because after Jiang Qiyu said that sentence, she had already decided where to buy a house with those 3 million. The money hadn't been received yet, but every cent had already been mentally spent. Early the next morning, everyone was gathered by the production team in the living room, and each person took turns choosing whether to confess or whom to confess to. Guests who chose to confess needed to publicly invite their confession target on a date, and the person being confessed to could choose to accept or reject. Finally, the two who successfully arranged a date could go to the city together for the first day date organized by the production team. Those who did not successfully match could only stay in the apartment and do a thorough cleaning. The staff had all arrived, and the fans in the live streaming room were already raring to go. Fans of various CPs were frantically flooding the chat, all eagerly anticipating their favorite CP's sweet date. Jiang Qiyu sat opposite Qiyu. When he glanced over unintentionally, she casually gave him a confident look that said, "Watch me perform." Seeing that Qiyu ignored her, she then inadvertently glanced at Jiang Mian beside her. After recognizing him, she couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth slightly. After being scalded by milk yesterday, she applied ointment, and by this morning she was basically healed, with the redness almost completely gone. As for Jiang Mian, she had stuck an extra-large band-aid on the back of her hand, and as if afraid no one would notice, she kept brushing her hair with that hand from time to time. Really, don't be too ridiculous. Thanks to her efforts, it wasn't just Jiang Qiyu who noticed the clue. Song Yan looked surprised when she saw it and said, "Oh my god, Jiang Mian, what happened to your hand?" Finally discovered as she wished, Jiang Mian immediately started to cover up like she had a split personality, quickly hiding her injured hand under the table, then looked at Song Yan, who was concerned about her, and shook her head with a smile. "It's nothing, I accidentally burned it yesterday." As soon as she said this, Lu Heng instantly clenched his fist tightly, his cold gaze intentionally or unintentionally falling on Jiang Qiyu. Last night, he had originally mustered up the courage to find Jiang Mian, but saw her coming down from the top-floor elevator with slightly red eyes, covering the back of her hand. Afterwards, he indirectly asked the staff and learned that Jiang Qiyu had accidentally scalded Jiang Mian with the milk she brought up. Almost out of habit, he attributed this incident to Jiang Qiyu deliberately bullying Jiang Mian as before, and his dislike for her naturally deepened. It seemed his gaze was too obvious, as Jiang Qiyu quickly met Lu Heng's eyes. And without the slightest hesitation, he rolled his eyes before him. Don't care what he means, just scold him with your eyes first. Not only Lu Heng, but the livestream chat was also full of voices sympathizing with Jiang Mian. There were even quite a few conspiracy theories, forcibly linking it to Jiang Qi's encounter, accusing her of workplace bullying. However, these few scattered comments were quickly drowned out because Director Zhang appeared again with his little megaphone. Starting with Zhang Ling. "Please come up to our confession wall one by one. and say the name of the person you want to confess to in front of the camera. Since Zhang received a hidden gift from Lu Heng yesterday, it was only natural that today she would take the initiative to invite Lu Heng on a date. Hengji, can I invite you to go to a concert with me? But her originally confident smile was shattered by Lu Heng's firm shake of the head. Holding 2 concert tickets in her hand, she stood awkwardly in front of the confession wall that was specially painted pink. My Linglu got a bad ending. Have something good to eat. Only Lu Mianyan is the real one. LOL. She can't really think that Heng Shui giving her a gift yesterday means he likes her. Right? Oh. The first person to confess had an inauspicious start. With a reputation not much better than Jiang Qiyu's, Zhang Lingsua simply put on a good show in front of the camera. She proactively handed over the ticket in her hand to Song Yan, who was about to confess next. As Song Yan just stepped up to the confession wall, she only smiled and glanced over the male guests present without speaking yet, but Zhou Shun at the table couldn't sit still. He suddenly stood up with a tongue sound and took the initiative to walk over to her, volunteering himself. May I ask, can you choose me? Song Yan's smile grew even brighter, and her heroic eyebrows curved into a gentle arc. Of course. It was an expected answer, yet it still made Zhou Shun's cheeks flush immediately. He gentlemanly extended his hand, and when Song Yan smiled and placed her hand in his palm, the two held hands just enough and walked down from the confession wall. I'm dying from shipping them. I'm dying from shipping them. Please let them fall madly in love. This couple is truly mutually devoted from start to finish. So sweet. I believe in love again. Next, it was Zhang Mian's turn, who had been unexpectedly injured. She appeared graceful, walking slowly to the confession wall, and gave the camera a poised and confident smile. As the live comments flooded in, wildly guessing whether she would choose Qiyu or Lu Heng, Zhang Mian looked at the camera, her tone calm but resolute. I choose to give up. As soon as these words were spoken, not only were the other guests present greatly surprised, but the live comments also exploded. When Zhang Mian gave Qiyu a gift yesterday, I thought she liked him, but today's move really left me baffled. What's there to be confused about? None of us like anyone. Can't the beauty just be admired alone? Sis, kill me. Let some people fight over him. Sis doesn't care at all. Oh. Obviously, her act of giving up was much more clever than inviting any of the male guests. Not only did she win unanimous applause, but she also successfully reversed the downturn caused by being ignored by Qiyu yesterday, creating an image of herself as a beautiful and independent person. After saying she gave up, Zhang Mian glanced subtly at Qiyu and noticed a slight awkwardness on his face, confirming in her heart that she had made the right move. A sweet smile immediately appeared on her face as she turned around and took her seat. And the moment she saw Qiyu's slight nervousness, it was actually because Jiang Qiyu had just thrown her a flirtatious glance when everyone's attention was on Zhang Mian. That flirtatious glance was trivial and insignificant. Zhang Mian finished, and next it was the turn of the patient with facial tic disorder. Jiang Qiyu. Chapter 53. Coarse willow dustpan, fine willow dipper, who in the world dislikes ugly men? She stood up with high spirits and strode decisively toward the confession wall. Standing firmly in front of the camera, she began her heartfelt confession, which she had been brewing for half the night, with a serious expression and sincere tone. I want to confess to a male guest. I first got to know him online, and then met him for the first time on the show. I found him very interesting, not only handsome but also very wealthy. Later, I learned about his background and thought it was truly rare for a wealthy second generation in their 20s to honestly inherit the family business instead of going out to start a business and squandering the family fortune. This person is the shining star of our show, the walking spendthrift Qiyu, young master Qi. At that moment, the entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at the spendthrift, and for a while, no one even knew what expression would be appropriate. Not only them, the live stream chat was also filled with laughter. No, who exactly taught her to compliment like this? Alright, spear teacher. I know you got a commercial house yesterday, but maybe hold off on the compliments for now. President Qi spent money but didn't get a wife. Instead he got an old servant, ha 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 gaga gaga. Why does Jiang Qiyu talk like this? I actually feel like there's nothing between the two of them. Don't cloud things up in front of me, I don't want to hear it. Oh. But Jiang Qiyu didn't care about that and slowly shifted his gaze toward the man whose brow was slightly furrowed in embarrassment. With a tone full of 12,000 sincerity, emotionally and vividly said, President Qi, now my feelings for you are no longer simply about money. Qiyu's eyelid twitched sharply. Then what is it? It's purely about money. She spoke about money with great confidence, then turned to the camera and analyzed herself for the live audience. To be honest with everyone, I'm actually a money sexual. I only like wealthy people. But I'm not materialistic. I hope everyone can understand and respect every sexual orientation. Thank you. By taking the initiative like this, the words materialistic that the haters in the live chat had prepared already sounded very weak and powerless. Most of the netizens were also shocked beyond words by her seemingly nonsensical but, upon closer inspection, quite reasonable sophistry. Thanks for the invitation. Watching the live stream at 8 in the morning, I confirmed a sexual orientation I hadn't realized for over 20 years. I'll say it again, Teacher Spear deserves to be honored in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Teacher Spear, please start the class, I will definitely buy it. Jiang Qiyu nodded with satisfaction, then looked back at Qiyu, whose complexion was clearly worsening. She smiled with sparkling eyes and reached out her hand to the man, her smile shining like the blazing light of midsummer. How about it? Qiyu, go on a date with me. Faced with her straightforward confession, Qiyu, who had originally wanted to rush over and give her a hard slap, suddenly froze, that familiar feeling flooding back again. Seeing that he didn't speak, Jiang Qiyu thought her words hadn't touched the young master's heart, so she withdrew her hand and confidently extended the invitation once more. Young master, please allow your old servant to attend to you closely. Upon hearing this, Qiyu's lips, which had been slightly upturned, immediately pressed down, and he bit his back teeth in secret, speaking coldly. Do you think it's appropriate for the young master to go on a date with the old servant? Ah. Jiang Qiyu couldn't help but frown. He was the one who asked her to pretend to pursue him on the show, so why was she lowering herself so much? And this spendthrift even brought Xiao along? What's inappropriate about it? Seeing her impatient expression that seemed to say enough already, Qiyu felt even more displeased. His normally straight lips tightened further as he casually replied. Looks. Hiss. Why does this atmosphere feel so familiar? Confirmed young couple fight. My argument with my partner was exactly like this. Are you two fighting or showing off your love? Good morning to the whole world, except you two. CP fans, tone it down. Qiyu clearly dislikes Jiang Qiyu because of her looks. How can you still ship this? Where do you see disdain? Is it that no one loves you in real life? If Qiyu really likes her, why doesn't he just agree directly? Oh. Just as everyone was puzzled about what kind of relationship the two had, Jiang Qiyu smiled again, looking at Qiyu with a relieved expression, her tone filled with encouragement and comfort. It's okay, I don't mind. As the saying goes, rough willow baskets and fine willow ladles, who in the world dislikes an ugly man? As soon as she said this, the scene instantly became even more exciting. Qiyu narrowed his eyes dangerously, then suddenly stood up and strode toward the confession wall. He stood in front of Jiang Qiyu, slightly curling his lips and leaning down to look at her. The refined features of this handsome man with striking looks appeared even more three-dimensional under the reflection board. Jiang Qiyu knew from the start that he was stunningly handsome, but suddenly being face-to-face with such a face so close, she couldn't help but swallow nervously. The man's thick eyelashes drooped slightly, his gaze soft and lingering as he looked at her upturned nose and her slightly parted pink lips, surprised. You said. He raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing, seemingly to suppress the faint flutter in his heart. Am I ugly? But Jiang Qiyu, who was immersed in the beauty filter's impact, was suddenly awakened by Qiyu's slightly teasing voice. She blinked a couple of times to regain her composure, then locked eyes with him again without yielding, and said lightly, I don't mind. At this moment, the live stream chat was like a mad donkey suddenly bursting into a room full of screaming chickens. If all those on the screen had sound, surely everyone present would go deaf instantly. You two get married immediately. I'm not joking. Thick willow winnowing basket, thin willow fight, turns out I'm the real clown. Zhu Beiji never expected that his quotes would one day be used in such a place. Flirting, get out of here, 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 flirting, get out of here. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Director Zhang immediately picked up the megaphone and shouted, May I ask if Qiyu has accepted Jiang Qiyu's invitation to the date? In front of the confession wall with the pink background, Qiyu slightly lowered his head to look at her. Unable to understand the reason for his fluctuating emotions, he decided to set aside the unanswered questions and opened his palm to the rebellious old servant, with a defiant expression. Then I'll leave it to you. Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Qi met him at the bottom of the steps and immediately smiled flexibly. She looked down at the hand he extended to her, grasped it firmly, flipped it over and then. She stretched out her own arm, lightly pressing it under his flipped palm. Chapter 54. We all need entertainment after all. After Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu successfully formed a team. Next, Lu Heng also directly chose to give up along with Jiang Mian, causing a wave of nostalgia among the CP fans of Lu Mianyan. When it was Fang Shubai's turn, although he looked utterly disheartened, he still glanced somewhat unwillingly at the already formed young master and old servant duo. A single sentence, "I'm not here to disrupt you, I want to join you," immediately pushed this one-on-one date invitation to a new climax. However, due to the show's strict rules on one-on-one pure love, I could only regretfully stay in the apartment as a cleaner. Among the 8 guests, only 2 couples successfully held hands, which left many viewers feeling regretful, but most had already started looking forward to the day trips of these 2 couples today. After forming teams, everyone split into 2 groups. Lu Heng, Jiang Mian, Jiang Ling, and Fang Shubai stayed in the apartment, waiting for the professional cleaning staff to arrive for a thorough cleanup. Meanwhile, Zhou Shun and Song Yan, along with the couples Jiang Qi and Qiyu, set off for downtown G City together on the program cruise bus. On the bus, the staff informed them of the schedule and rules for their one-day date today. Donglian apartment is an hour's drive from the city center. The 2 pairs of guests need to use this time to plan the locations and itinerary for today's date through various methods. In simple terms, the production team acts as hands-off managers, not participating in any process guidance, only sending out one cameraman to follow the filming, allowing the guests to arrange today's date entirely on their own. Once the rules were announced, they received their phones. Song Yan and Zhou Shun immediately gathered together, searching for the best dating spots in G City on their phones while quietly communicating with each other. What do you think of this amusement park? What about this restaurant? How about we go to the aquarium? They haven't even started dating yet, but just by looking at how they act as if no one else is around, pink bubbles are already starting to float around them. A good-looking couple is truly a love that flows steadily with mutual effort. They're the only pair I root for in the whole show. The feeling of 2 people negotiating and compromising is really great. Watching this couple in love is truly healing. Please don't hesitate to generously shower us with sweetness. You're going to sweeten me to death. And I deserve it all. After filming enough of the sweet couple, the cameraman's lens shifted and caught the 2 who were completely silent the whole time, each looking down and fiddling with their phones. Besides most CP fans flooding the screen praising the couple's handsome and beautiful looks, and how well they match, a small number of netizens started to continuously bash them in the comments. Who exactly is shipping Chang'er? Isn't the interaction between these 2 really just for hype? To be honest, their interaction isn't sweet at all, there's no CP vibe. Yes, I think so too. They kept frowning and didn't talk much, seemed not very invested in today's date. Oh. The 2 were naturally unaware of the comments on the bullet screen, as they were both fully focused on the content on their phones. Jiang Qiyu furrowed her brows slightly, lowering her eyes and carefully studying the dating tips on a certain app. At this moment, she wholeheartedly put herself in the role of an old servant, vowing to give the young master a home-away-from-home dating experience. Meanwhile, Qiyu, who seemed indifferent and unconcerned about this date, had a chat window with Secretary Zhao open on his phone screen. A location. The CEO hasn't smiled in 10 years. Received. You wait. Just 2 words. Yet the other side seemed to have long anticipated what he would ask. Before Qiyu could say the next sentence, a highly efficient link to a well-liked high-end restaurant introduction on a certain platform was sent out. The CEO hasn't smiled in 10 years. Laugh, do you need help making a reservation? Forget it, I'll handle it myself. The CEO hasn't smiled in 10 years. Understood, President Xi. You also change that stupid username of yours. Oh. Haven't seen the young master this happy in a long time. Okay, President Yi. Qiyu's hand holding the phone tightened slightly, temporarily suppressing the urge to send him to the HR department to handle his resignation, and instead clicked on the article link sent by Secretary Zhao. An hour's drive is neither too long nor too short. The 4 of them arrived at the bustling city center with the program cruise bus. Although the production team's confidentiality work was done quite well, as soon as the 4 got off the car, some fans who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere surrounded them. Yin, your international runway show was really amazing. Brother Zhou Shun, when will you release a new song again? Our fan club has been waiting. Have the 2 darlings decided where to go on a date today? I recommend the aquarium in G City. A perfect dating spot. Compared to the passionate enthusiasm of Zhou Shun and Song Yan's fans, the situation with Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu was somewhat absurd. Teacher Chang Mao, my love for you is like spam messages. Replying TD can't unsubscribe me. Teacher Changmao, are you dating? No love, no money, typing a lot for you is the only skill this poor bee has. President Qi. I'm your fan, can you send me some money? As the staff escorted them out, Jiang Qiyu suddenly had an impulse, turned her head, smiled, and waved at the fans gathered nearby, asking, do you know any must-visit places in G City? With her question, many locals from G City naturally began to enthusiastically recommend places. Among them, a strong male voice thundered through the crowd like a bolt from the blue, shouting with firm and righteous conviction. Of course. We all need entertainment too. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously noisy crowd fell completely silent for a full 3 seconds. Even Jiang Qiyu almost tripped over a staff member who suddenly stopped in front of her. She looked towards the direction of the voice, a speechless smirk tugging at the corner of her lips. Buddy, sincerity is a killer move. Not something to be used recklessly. After a moment of silence, the fans on site immediately burst into laughter. At that moment, Qiyu suddenly seemed to see something, slightly leaning close behind her, subtly gripping her wrist. Run! In an instant, the two of them, like slippery eels, slipped through the crowd and quickly jumped into a Porsche parked by the roadside. This move not only caught more than a dozen fans off guard, but even the staff members who had been closely following the two were left completely baffled. So, it seems like this isn't the car prepared by the production team? The cameraman responsible for filming was even more confused, shaking the camera in puzzlement. In the blink of an eye, the fans quickly realized what was happening and immediately dropped the staff members to rush toward the Porsche that hadn't started moving yet. Woo! But before they could catch up, the powerful sound of an engine roared to life, and the luxury car's 100-meter acceleration performance came into play. The dark-colored Porsche quickly appeared before everyone, shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. Ah! The disappointed voices of the fans rose one after another. After a few minutes, just as everyone thought the two were leaving and were about to disperse on the spot, that familiar engine sound unexpectedly came from behind again. The cameraman who had been left standing there hadn't yet recovered when he saw a flashy luxury car stop right in front of him. The passenger door opened, and Jiang Qiyu's voice came from the back seat. Hurry up and get in. Without a second thought, his body moved faster than his brain, and he immediately jumped into the car with the device. When the fans ahead noticed something was off and rushed back, the car door was closed just in time. The fans who were a step too slow could only stand there, watching with regret as the car with the license plate number, the Porsche with license plate A886SB, disappeared from sight once again. Chapter 55. Is this the so-called dating hotspot you mentioned? Who? Sitting in the car with the license plate A886SB, Jiang Qiyu and the cameraman both let out a long breath at the same time. She turned her head to look at Qiyu sitting beside her, whose face was full of the expression "with Big Brother here. No accidents will happen." This was the question he had never gotten around to saying out loud. No, did you copy and paste this license plate? In Cydia, she remembered he was driving an imported Maybach, and the license plate seemed to be Beijing A886SB. How come when they arrived in City G, it changed to UA or 886SB? As she finished speaking, before Qiyu beside her could respond, the driver who had just shown off his drifting skills spoke first. Miss Jiang, you might not be very clear on this. Our boss Qi is quite consistent. The license plates are the same all across the country. Hearing this, Jiang Qiyu didn't have time to lament how even the most evil capitalists are so uniquely Chinibyo. She just felt the voice was somewhat familiar, looked up at the rearview mirror ahead, and met a smiling face she had once encountered briefly. Aren't you the one who? The driver in the main seat was none other than the person she had seen before at the airport, the slender figure she initially mistook for the parent of a lost child. Uncle Greyhound. It's me. While driving, Zhao Jin did not forget to politely smile at Jiang Qiyu through the rearview mirror. I didn't expect Miss Jiang to still remember. My surname is Zhao, and I am assistant to General Manager Qi. You can just call me Secretary Zhao. Hello. Jiang Qiyu silently swallowed the two words Ling Ti at the corner of her mouth, then as if she thought of something, tentatively spoke to him. Our task today is a one-day date, so could you please? It's no trouble. Zhao Jin smiled politely, and while driving, recited the lines he had prepared long ago. General Manager Qi attaches great importance to today's appointment, so he specially instructed me to be your. No, you might have misunderstood. Jiang Qiyu interrupted his long-winded and pompous speech, saying seriously, I want you to stop by the roadside and let me drive. No problem, you want to go what? The The Porsche with the license plate, A886SB, quickly set off again. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the car clearly reached a dividing line. Ahead, Jiang Qiyu was driving a $1 million luxury car excitedly, looking at the navigation while confidently assuring, "Don't worry, today I'll make sure everything is perfectly arranged for you, so you have an unforgettable date of a lifetime." In front of the camera, she found it hard to say directly, but the meaning was actually quite simple when translated. "Young master, this old servant will definitely serve you comfortably." She was enthusiastically planning the date, while Zhao Jin in the back seat felt as uneasy as sitting on pins and needles, like a thorn in his back, a fishbone stuck in his throat, and walking on thin ice. Having followed Qiyu for several years, although his face showed little expression at this moment, Zhao Jin still felt waves of chill. What was going on? Why is it so different from what he imagined? He showed no expression on his face, secretly took out his phone and started typing. "Haven't seen the young master this happy in a long time. President Qi, what's going on?" Before long, Qiyu also took out his phone and began to reply. "You. That's just how the situation is. Haven't seen the young master this happy in a long time. What about the arrangements I made? You. Forget it, let her be." Silently putting away his phone, Zhao Jin's gaze flickered back and forth between the two, feeling like he might have misunderstood something. Why does Miss Zhang's attitude towards President Qi seem like they come from the same system? That shouldn't be. Jiang Qiyu's driving skills were quite good, and she drove steadily all the way to the date spot she had planned out long ago. After getting out of the car, Qiyu stood in front of the magnificent building, looking at the towering steps. Oh. Even though I had long been mentally prepared, I was still stunned speechless by the destination before me. Not only him, but even Zhao Jin and the cameraman beside him almost couldn't keep a straight face. The live stream audience, who had already accepted her various provocative antics, were once again having their perceptions challenged. I'm not kidding, seriously, did I just see things? Is this the place? To be honest, Teacher Spear's mental state is good. She has always been good. Oh, this is the so-called dating holy place you mentioned? Qiyu only felt his temples throbbing, and the look in his eyes toward Jiang Qiyu clearly sharpened. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Jiang Qiyu, tell me, which good person arranges a date at the courthouse?" Yes, Jiang Qiyu was driving with several people all the way to none other than the main entrance of the Ji City District Court. Upright arrow. Facing Qiyu's suspicion, Jiang Qiyu was not surprised at all. She grinned and took 2 steps forward, introducing herself seriously. "You don't understand this, do you? As long as you bring your ID card, you can attend court hearings as an observer. I've checked, and there's a divorce trial happening soon." Seeing that his expression was still not very good, Jiang Qiyu repeatedly assured him, "Trust me, I come here often. This place is more interesting than watching any kind of performance." And so the two of them, adhering to the mindset of "since we're here," ultimately decided to go take a look. Due to the limitations of the date venue, the cameraman and Zhao Jin were left outside. Seeing this, the viewers in the live stream immediately transformed into King Gigi, flooding the chat with messages. Let me see, I also want to watch someone's divorce trial." What kind of mindset does it take to think of going on a date to watch someone's divorce? Everyone. There's a live broadcast of this trial on the G City Court's official website. Everyone hurry up. Good kid, you can even live stream this. I'm here. Chapter 56, Better to Get Married, or Can't Divorce. Soon as Jiang Qiyu's brain cramp plan was put into action, the official website of the G City local court suddenly flooded with a large number of netizens. Unfortunately, court trial live streams are different from entertainment live streams. Bullet comments cannot be sent in real time. But to be able to follow the guests and attend a court hearing online on a variety show, how should I put it? This is an extremely explosive situation, whether in the entertainment industry or the courtroom. Soon Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu, using their ID cards, smoothly entered the courtroom before the trial began and sat in the back of the audience seats. After the clerk confirmed the presence of both parties and participants in this divorce lawsuit, the court discipline was announced. The courtroom was solemn and dignified, yet in this atmosphere, Qiyu felt a certain indescribable emotion. During those years of letting loose abroad, he had tried everything, from glaciers and polar regions to extreme sports at 10,000 meters high, playing all the games, legal or not. If it weren't for a stroke of luck, he would have reported to the King of Hell several times by now. But even with such a rich life experience, dating at the scene of a divorce trial, this was still the first time. Thinking of this, He slightly turned his gaze to the woman beside him, who was clearly nothing special yet extremely unique. Although she was trying hard to keep a straight face, she still couldn't hide the burning light in her eyes, excitedly observing the divorcing parties in the courtroom. Qiyu subconsciously twirled his fingertips, his lips moving slightly, pulling out a barely noticeable smile, then slowly returned his gaze to the courtroom. He said nothing, not even making any big movements, but if Zhao Jin were here at this moment, he would surely say the line he had long prepared with a face full of surprise. It's been a long time since I've seen the young master this happy. But Jiang Qiyu, who was fully focused on guessing which of the couple was at fault, did not notice this ambiguous smile. Not even Qiyu himself was aware of it. After the presiding judge announced the start of the trial, both the plaintiff and the defendant proceeded with presenting evidence in court. The reason this couple ended up in court is quite explosive within marriage circles. The plaintiff wife first provided a series of evidence proving her husband's infidelity, including video recordings, audio recordings, and the man's hotel check-in records, and demanded that her husband leave empty-handed, with all marital property belonging to her. The evidence was very comprehensive, effectively nailing the husband's affair. At this point, everyone thought it was just a simple case of infidelity within the marriage, but when the defendant husband's defense lawyer stood up, the divorce case instantly exploded. The defendant's lawyer did not refute the evidence submitted by the wife, but added one more point. The so-called affair partner of the husband was a man. The civil code stipulates that, unless there is long-term cohabitation with an extramarital opposite-sex partner during the marriage, it may constitute fault. They argue that cohabiting with the same-sex partner does not constitute cohabiting with another person as defined by law, so the plaintiff should not claim compensation. Therefore, the marriage can be dissolved, but leaving with nothing is impossible. And just as everyone was feeling sympathy for the poor wife, something even more shocking happened. The husband, as the defendant, had his lawyer submit evidence in court proving that the wife had also committed multiple acts of infidelity during the marriage, although she did not cohabit with them as the husband did. And one less important point was that the person the wife had an affair with was the same as the person the husband had an affair with. It was actually the same person. Good grief. During this trial, Jiang Qiyu was startled 8 times, and when this last point came out, she couldn't help but mutter softly to herself. Goodness, truly good goodness. This is beyond just pure love warriors collapsing on the spot. Even the minotaurs shake their heads and exclaim that this couple are the real experts. During the courtroom debate, those two, who no one could tell if they were spouses or sisters, were practically itching to pounce and bite each other to death. Fortunately, the two have been married for 3 years without children, so there are no custody issues. The trial concluded, and the presiding judge announced a recess while the collegial panel deliberated. Jiang Qiyu took the opportunity to shake the arm of Qiyu beside her and leaned close to his ear, lowering her voice to say, "How is it?" Even though Qiyu was experienced and knowledgeable, he had almost been entangled in the relationship between these two moments ago. Now, he completely changed from his initial disdain and nodded seriously. Greatly benefited. In the end, after the deliberation, the presiding judge announced, both parties were at fault, but according to the civil code and marriage law, neither can be considered legally at fault. Thus, the presiding judge pronounced on the spot that the two were divorced, but the marital property would be divided equally. Agreed. The gavel fell, and the divorce lawsuit was thus settled. Even if the two were unwilling, they could not disrupt the court order and could only grit their teeth and turn away. After witnessing such a sensational case, Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu both let out a long breath. The two walked out of the courthouse side by side. Standing under the bright sunlight, Qiyu slowly spoke. "You said you used to come to watch trials like this often?" Jiang Qiyu hesitated for a moment, then gave a vague laugh. "Occasionally, only occasionally." Ignoring her attitude, Qiyu looked at the two people getting out of the car, slightly raising his eyebrows with a half-smile. "Doesn't that mean that whoever divorces you in the future won't get any benefits?" "That's not really the case." Jiang Qiyu turned to look at him, her smile radiant, her tone light and casual. "At least you can still gain a beautiful star ex-wife." As the two exchanged words back and forth, Zhao Jin and the cameraman, who had been staring at the door, quickly approached. A humanoid greyhound with agile steps rushed in front of the two, adopting the posture of a war correspondent, and interviewed them. "Both of you have sat in on this." Obviously, he had just watched the live broadcast of this divorce trial on the official website in real time, but for a moment couldn't find a suitable adjective, so he simply asked, "Having watched this trial, what are your impressions?" Jiang Qiyu smiled at the camera operator's lens, made a fist with her hand pretending it was a microphone, and seriously began to express her opinion. I think getting married is still the best. Oh? Zhao Jin immediately widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. This is how you say it? Not getting married means waiting alone in loneliness for death, but after marriage, you can look forward to each other's death. Jiang Qiyu smiled brightly, as if she had truly grasped some profound life philosophy, and babbled nonsense. When there is something to look forward to, life is just different. After speaking, she moved the microphone in her hand in front of Qiyu beside her, smiled at him, and signaled for him to share his thoughts. Qiyu did not look at the camera like she did just now. He simply lowered his eyes and glanced at her. Then, very cooperatively, he slightly leaned forward, bringing his lips close to her fist, which she was holding like a microphone, and casually said, "My feeling is, we can't get a divorce." Chapter 57. Not paying the B, just accompanying. My feeling is, we can't get a divorce. As Qiyu finished speaking, fans who had already watched the court trial live stream, and then moved to the live broadcast room were all fangirling intensely. Teacher Spear, marry me, I'll die early, and I'll name you as the beneficiary of my $1 million insurance. Who understands? Other people's CPs are still holding hands, but my CP has already promised not to get a divorce. If it weren't for my rational mind reminding me, I would have thought today was the live announcement of the two officials getting married. Family, I've already booked a spot to observe tomorrow's local trial. Is there anything more interesting than this? Oh. After watching the trial scene, it was only noon. Qiyu raised his hand to check the time, then turned to look at Jiang Qiyu beside him. What do you want to eat? Jiang Qiyu subconsciously touched her pocket, then thought of the task the young master had entrusted to her. After a moment of contemplation and carefully choosing her words, she smiled and spoke. I want to go to a romantic place with you to eat hot pot. You. Qiyu raised an eyebrow, and before he could say anything, he heard her next sentence. It doesn't have to be romantic, it doesn't have to be hot pot, it doesn't have to be you. As long as I'm not the one paying. Faced with such an expert at ruining the mood, Qiyu had already learned to let it go. He turned around and yanked open the car door, leaving her with just one sentence before getting in. Eat whatever you want, just keep your mouth shut. In the end, after Zhao Jin's strong persuasion, Jiang Qiyu reluctantly gave up the driving rights of the A886 SB. He then led everyone to a high-end hot pot restaurant under the Qi family for dinner. After a satisfying meal and drinks, Zhao Jin appeared at the right moment, originally full of confidence and ready to pull out his carefully planned date itinerary. But unexpectedly, he was interrupted again by the enthusiastic Jiang Qiyu. She first looked down and fiddled with her phone for a while, then showed a location in G City not far away and looked at the man opposite her. You treated me to dinner, so I'll treat you to a walk in the park. How about that? Qiyu just casually glanced at the location on her phone screen, paused for a moment, and then gently nodded. They've already been to the court, so what else could be unacceptable? Besides, taking a walk in the park shouldn't be a big deal, right? But the fact proved that Qiyu was still too young, careless, and underestimated the situation due to overconfidence. He stood at the entrance of what people called the park, took a deep breath, but in the end couldn't hold back. He raised his hand to her head, gently turned it to face him, then dangerously squinted his eyes and slowly leaned in, whispering from behind his molars. So this is the park you were talking about? Yeah. Jiang Qiyu's head was controlled, but she still raised her hand confidently, pointing at the huge stone monument at the entrance of the public park. Public cemetery, abbreviated as park. Ha ha ha, Teacher Spear, you really understand abbreviations. Woman, how many more surprises do you have that I don't know about? Actually, once you set aside normal thinking, Teacher Spear, both of these places are quite suitable for their dates. The family members in front, I feel the same way. Attending court hearings won't have fans causing disturbances, and besides the graves, the cemetery's environment during the day is actually quite nice, mainly because there are few people. Although it's clear that Teacher Changmao really put a lot of effort into it, I still have to laugh. Meanwhile, Zhao Jin beside him was dumbfounded, his lips trembling for a long time before he finally stammered out a sentence. The court. The cemetery. Are these places all ones you chose in advance? Of course. Jiang Qiyu removed Qiyu's hand from the top of her head, nodded seriously, then put her hands in her pockets and strode confidently into the largest wealthy cemetery in G City. What a joke, she was a person with very strict principles about dating, No matter who she went out with, she would carry at most 10 yuan in her pocket. And today, whether it was the court or the cemetery, these two places had one thing in common. That is free. If you don't pay for Part B, it's just companionship. Spending the least money to enjoy the most exciting activities is all about cost-effectiveness. Seeing her walk in with determined steps, Qiyu also let out a long breath and quickened his pace to follow her. After the two entered the cemetery, they realized that this place was vastly different from the graveyard they had imagined. Not only were there neatly trimmed, shady green trees everywhere, but the construction styles of the tombs were also varied, with many sculptures built for the departed. Although the cemetery was rarely visited by people, the sounds of insects chirping and birds singing were incessant. Strolling in such a quiet and pleasant environment naturally slows one's pace, allowing one to savor the unique scenery, which has its own special charm. Along the way, they also saw various tombstones and epitaphs. A small cemetery, but the tombstones are not the usual rectangular shape. Instead, they are carefully carved by artisans into the shape of clouds. Inscribed on one tombstone is the life of its owner, a little girl who died at the age of 8, with an epitaph full of childlike innocence. In the future, I want to be a free and unrestrained cloud. There is also a young man who died prematurely at the age of 30, whose tombstone bears only a simple phrase. No need to sleep much while alive. After death, eternal rest will come naturally. An elderly man in his 80s quoted the writer Hemingway. Excuse me, I'm not getting up. There are many other epitaphs that are striking or quite moving. Watching life and death with cold eyes, riding through the mortal world alone. The soul flies to heaven, the body rests in the soil. Nameless monument, who am I? Don't put cilantro on the offerings. These epitaphs, tinged with relief and even teasing, make one feel neither sorrowful nor heavy-hearted, even when walking in such a place. Facing death head-on is a pretty cool thing. The two of them walk side by side slowly and leisurely. Qiyu suddenly spoke, his tone calm and emotionless. If it were you, what would you want to write on your epitaph? Jiang Qiyu looked up at the dense branches overhead, pondered for a moment, and then answered directly. Life is like tofu pudding, sweet or savory, it doesn't really matter. It's all mushy anyway. With her words, the viewers in the live broadcast room also began to speculate about their own life's closing remarks. Before long, another highly discussed topic climbed the trending list. Hashtag your life's closing remarks hashtag. And so, the two of them wandered back and forth in this beautifully landscaped cemetery, strolling for quite a while before finally making their way out of the maze-like park. At this moment, it was just about time for the concert scheduled by the production team to start. Chapter 58. Feel free to film, dogs have no portrait rights. Zhao Jin rushed the two of them all the way to the Snow Lotus Grand Theater reserved by the production team. On the way, Jiang Qihuan, still quite interested, opened the live stream and checked out the group of Song Yan and Zhou Shun. They had finished the aquarium and amusement park itinerary and entered the theater ahead of schedule. Because the cemetery was located far from the city center, their A886 SB hurriedly arrived at the entrance of the Shuelian Grand Theater just minutes before the opening. Hiss! Zhao Jin slowly parked the car at a distance, and looking at the grandly decorated theater entrance, he couldn't help but gasp. The 6 major sects are besieging Bright Summit? They temporarily stopped across the street, looking out through the one-way car window glass. At the originally not very bustling theater entrance, it was now already crowded with a dense mass of people. As for their identities, they were all displayed on the light signs held up in the crowd. I carry the banner for the long ear. Who dares to be my enemy? Blow your nose first. Then pull up your pants. Jiang Qi walks the flower path with you. Put on socks before shoes. Long ear CP is the boss. Obviously, these light boards were held by others, but the awkwardness filled the cabin of this imported Porsche. The fans must have learned through the live stream that you would come to Shuelian Grand Theater, so they came here to wait. Zhao Jin turned his head to look at the two people in the back seat, asking, what should we do now? Although the live broadcast has a delay, they will soon know that we have arrived. Jiang Qi silently glanced at the entrance, already packed tightly by fans, then decisively exchanged a glance with Qiyu. Then, with the cameraman's cooperation, they quietly got out of the car. Zhao Jin then drove the flashy A886 SB, with the cameraman on board, and boldly sped up to the square in front of the theater's main entrance. Soon, the two lurking in the shadows could clearly hear a sharp, piercing scream of surprise even from across the street. It's the stupid Porsche. Then came more deafening shouts rising one after another. Jiang Qiyu. My long-eared CP. Manager Qi v me 50. Amidst the frenzied shouting of these people, Zhao Jin was also trapped in place, unable to move an inch while driving. Qiyu, get ready. Jiang Qiyu crouched down and carefully observed from a short distance, planning to slip into the theater from the side after everyone had gathered around. I'll count to 3, and then we'll all rush over together. She was intently watching the Porsche surrounded by fans, slowly adjusting her breathing. 1, 2. But before she could say 3, she felt her hand hanging by her side being tightly held by someone. Just as she was clueless, a man's voice with a hint of a smile came to her ears. Do you really want to go to the concert? Hearing his words, Jiang Qiyu was momentarily stunned on the spot. Hiss. Not gonna lie, her perspective suddenly opened up all at once. She blinked, slowly turned her head back, and unsurprisingly met a pair of eyes with a dazzling gaze. His eyes were narrow, with pupils sparkling like stars under the distant lights. Those eyes, which always carried a hint of arrogance no matter who they looked at, showed not a trace of pride this time, instead gazing at her with an intimate and gentle expression. It seemed as if seeking her opinion, yet also deliberately coaxing. Jiang Qiyu, do you want to run away together? Faced with his invitation, Jiang Qiyu slowly shook her head, a sly smile curling at the corner of her lips. How can this be called running away? What is that? Emergency evacuation. After speaking, she firmly grasped Qiyu's hand in return, and the two of them ran wildly in the direction opposite the theater. The two held hands tightly. At this moment, footsteps, breathing, heartbeat, and even the accelerated flow of blood were almost in sync. The only difference, perhaps, was the thought processes of the two individuals. Qiyu's heart pounded like a drum, his breathing deafeningly loud. This was the first time in years since he quit extreme sports that he had felt his heartbeat quicken like this. The amazing thing is that hiking and running on such an ordinary night is even more thrilling than gliding above 10,000 meters in the sky, cheering at the snowy summit, or successfully opening a parachute at the landing limit. This is more breathtaking than all the excitement he has experienced before. Jiang Qiyu also experienced the same rapid heartbeat and shortness of breath. She was just more excited, completely focused on leaving work early. And so, the two people with different thoughts but the same goal held hands and boldly walked away amidst the pursuit and blockade of numerous fans. They call it by a noble name: emergency escape. After leaving the theater's vicinity, the two quickly hailed a taxi, successfully escaping the organization. Afterwards, they didn't return to the apartment immediately. Jiang Qi met up with Qiyu, and after quickly disguising themselves at a small shop, she smiled mysteriously at him and said, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll treat you to some yakitori. Qiyu thought she had suddenly developed a conscience, and was planning to take him to some Japanese restaurant for a splurge. But before he could react, he was pressed down onto a small stool at a roadside barbecue stand. Boss, bring 2 jin of grilled chicken giblets. Jiang Qiyu, wearing a mask and not afraid of being recognized on the street, shouted to the busy barbecue owner while holding a greasy menu. 2 more pitchers of beer. Qiyu, dressed in casual clothes worth nearly 6 figures, didn't mind being pressed down at such a roadside stall at all. He just slightly raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Do you really like drinking? Last time at old Master Zhang's birthday banquet, she not only downed 3 shots of baijiu right away but also sneaked away with a half bottle of Maotai left on the table when no one was paying attention, holding it close like a treasure. Not bad. Jiang Qiyu waved her hand casually upon hearing this. I don't understand why some people get addicted to drinking. I used to drink every day, and never got addicted. Qiyu looked at her seriously spouting nonsense, the corners of his lips beneath the mask involuntarily twitching. Not addicted but drinking every day? Don't care. Just as the two were talking, the Chinese-style grilled chicken and beer were placed on the table. The two hadn't eaten much at noon and had been wandering around the cemetery all afternoon, so they were really a bit hungry by now. But just as they were about to have a hearty meal, an angry voice suddenly came from the table beside them. We don't know you, please leave. The two exchanged a glance and almost simultaneously turned their heads. At the table where a few girls had originally gathered, 3 men suddenly surrounded them. Not only did they verbally harass the girls, but one of them even grabbed a girl's arm with a lewd tone. It's late at night, you girls must be so bored eating together, why don't we share a table? At this moment there were quite a few people around but everyone still remained silent. Seeing that the disgusting man was almost leaning his body against the girl, Jiang Qiyu suddenly stood up with a whoosh. Then she took out her phone, started recording and strode forward. When those few men stared over in surprise, she smiled and said, Sorry, it's my first time seeing a dog share a table with people. It's quite novel. You don't mind if I take a picture, do you? You woman, mind your own business. Just as the three men realized what was happening and immediately glared, ready to shout angrily at the woman wearing the mask. Then a tall man, also wearing a mask, stood up unhurriedly, took 2 steps behind the woman and said casually, "Go ahead and film, dogs don't have portrait rights." Chapter 59. Don't get rough, use a thin one. Damn it, this woman. Because Qiyu was present, those 3 men somewhat restrained themselves, but they still didn't want to lose face. One of the black, burly men came forward, his eyes flashing fiercely as he looked hard at the 2. Are you trying to meddle? Jiang Qiyu still held up her phone without responding to him, but she took a small step back and lowered her voice to whisper to Qiyu beside her. Why did you stand up too? Didn't I just signal you with my eyes to hold them off while you quickly call the police? But Qiyu just lowered his eyes and glanced at her, then imitated her movement to lean closer, though his voice did not lower. I thought you just gave me a 6 sign. Jiang Qiyu rolled her eyes and made the phone calling gesture again. 6. It's okay. Qiyu smiled at her, then casually took out his phone and said calmly, just call now. Then, under the fierce gazes of the 3 men, he pressed 110 with complete composure. Damn it. Seeing the man and woman in front of them wearing masks act so recklessly, even calling the police right in front of them, those usually arrogant men immediately exploded in anger. One of them kicked over the nearby table with a single foot, grabbed the empty wine bottle at his feet with one hand, and cursed as he charged forward. You fucking called the police. I even raped your woman. After coming over without saying a word, he grabbed the bottle and raised his hand, ready to hit Qiyu on the head. At that moment, the emergency call that had just been made was answered. But before the operator on the other end could speak, Qiyu shoved the phone into Jiang Qiyu's hand, then without hesitation faced the man with the bottle, lifting his long leg. Bang! The first man who rushed forward was short in stature. Qiyu lifted his foot and cleanly kicked him in the chest. That powerful kick almost sent the seemingly sturdy man flying backward, crashing hard onto the table where several girls had already left. The already fragile table instantly shattered, with dishes and plates broken all over the floor. The other 2, seeing their companion injured, were instantly filled with rage. You're asking for death. Damn. One of them grabbed a chair, the other randomly picked up a broken table leg, and they charged at Qiyu like madmen. Watch out. Jiang Qiyu had just finished telling the police their location when she turned and saw those 2 mad dogs recklessly rushing over, instinctively shouting a warning. But Qiyu showed no fear facing the 2 aggressive attackers. Instead, he stepped forward, dodged the wooden stick swung at his head, and nimbly avoided the chair swung at him. He dodged the 2 attacks without a scratch, then shook his long unused arms and took up a professional fighting stance. If you guys are this unaggressive. He tilted his head at the 2 who were a bit slow to react, his tone dripping with arrogant contempt. Then I'm going to attack you. Coincidentally, fighting illegal boxing matches in underground casinos abroad was also one of the ways he once sought thrills. And when he fought in matches, he had a special little hobby. Bang! Ah! Shut up. Why does your mouth smell so bad after eating shit? Bang! Bang! Ah! Ah! What are you yelling for? The tartar on your teeth weighs 2 tails more than your brain. Then, the expressions on the faces of the onlookers changed from fear and terror to even greater fear and terror. During the brief 10-minute fight, the expression on Jiang Qiyu's face gradually shifted from initial surprise to excitement. When she noticed the man who had been kicked down trying to struggle to his feet, she circled around from the side, holding a wine bottle. After the man finally managed to sit up, he fixed his target. Bang! Knocking the man down to the ground again, she gave a sheepish smile to the surrounding crowd who looked terrified, and pointed at the man on the ground, sighing. Look at this young man, such a strong body. He just falls asleep as soon as he hits the ground. After the other 2 collapsed to the ground wailing, Qiyu took the stolen table leg and walked toward the man who had started the fight. Jiang Qiyu wasn't seriously hurt from the earlier attack. He was just stunned for a moment before regaining consciousness. At this moment he sat up holding his head, only to see the man like a demonic Satan, stepping closer to him with a wooden stick. Listening to the endless wails of his companions beside him, he was momentarily speechless, his trembling hands supporting his body as he tried to escape. But Qiyu saw this and stepped forward 2 paces, suddenly stomping on his chest, shaking the blood-stained wooden stick in his hand, and leaning down to look at the man. What did you just say? His expression was not fierce, and his tone was even quite indifferent, But to the man's eyes, it sounded like the whisper of a demon, chilling to the bone. I was wrong just now. Before he could finish speaking, the foot pressing on his chest pressed down harder, leaving him unable to say another word. I don't like that sentence, so please take it back. Qiyu shook his head. Then with one hand grabbed the incredibly thick wooden stick and made a move as if to shove it into the man's mouth. Just as she raised her hand, she felt her arm being grabbed, followed by Jiang Qiyu's slightly serious voice coming from behind. Don't get rough. Turning around in confusion, he saw her holding a steel rod, picked up from who knows where after someone else had finished using it, her smile sinister. Give me a thin one. Ah! Before Qiyu could make a move, the person under his foot was scared by these two living hellish figures and let out a howl, rolling his eyes before fainting. Cheers gradually began to rise from the crowd. Amazing, amazing. Such skill, so cool. Good. Well played. Jiang Qiyu finally came to her senses, relieved that both of them were still wearing masks and wouldn't be recognized on the spot. Just as she was thinking of taking the opportunity to escape, the sound of police sirens gradually grew louder in the distance. Facing several police officers who quickly pushed through the crowd and rushed in, Jiang Qiyu pulled her teammate with 3 kills beside her and smiled awkwardly, saying, "Officer, what if I told you? They were like this when they arrived." The few police officers looked at the chaotic scene before them, as well as one unconscious man and 2 men continuously screaming on the ground, and said righteously, "Please come with us." Chapter 60. What are you doing in the urology department? Their class left at 7, and they arrived at the police station at 8. Those 2 jeans of roasted chicken giblets and 2 bundles of beer were not touched at all, and Jiang Qiyu felt so distressed that she was not feeling well. When they arrived at the police station to give their statements, it was fortunate that she had been holding up her phone and actually recording. Using that on-site video as evidence that the other party made the first move, it could normally be classified as mutual fighting, and then the police could proceed with civil mediation. Ouch! I'm dying, my chest hurts, I can't catch my breath. I've broken a bone, I might have a fracture. I'm dizzy, I want to go to the hospital for an x-ray. I have a concussion, I can't take it. But the 3 people on the other side have not cooperated with the investigation since arriving at the police station. For every 8 questions the police ask, they have 10 complaints about how they are about to die from suffocation. The summary is just one sentence. This beating cannot be in vain. They must pay compensation. The few on-duty police officers had no way to deal with these regulars at the police station. Multiple reprimands failed to get them to cooperate smoothly. Just as the situation was reaching a deadlock, an even louder and more painful wail echoed through the police station. Oh! Jiang Qiyu was seen tightly clutching her own hand, her face full of pain and panic as she looked at the police officer who had been startled by her sudden shout. "Officer, I think I might have to amputate." She had just searched her entire body and only found a nearly healed wound on her palm, which was probably left when she hit that person on the head with a wine bottle. However, her ability to twist right and wrong was truly remarkable. With a quick glance, she immediately recreated the scene. In the chaos just now, I don't even know who it was, a wine bottle flew over. Damn! As soon as they heard her words, the few people sitting on the other side instantly got agitated. This woman is talking nonsense, we damn well didn't move at all. But before the man could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. Touch her. Feeling an icy gaze fall upon him, a fear as if being watched by a beast instantly swept through his heart. The unfinished retort twisted in his throat and was swallowed back. He didn't dare to meet the eyes of that living devil of a man, instead turning to clutch his chest and start putting on an act. Ouch ouch. Hey yo hey. They howled and Jiang Qiyu howled along with them. As the saying goes, evil people are dealt with by other evil people. Just now at the barbecue stand, they wanted to start a fight but ran into Qiyu, this living devil. Now at the police station they tried to act shamelessly again, only to encounter Jiang Qiyu, who is even more shameless. Qiyu just sat quietly beside her, watching her howl without stopping her, occasionally using his gaze to threaten the 3 men sitting not far away. Those 3 couldn't win in a fight or in shouting. All of them were so frustrated their eyes turned red, almost breaking down and crying loudly right there in the police station. After only a few shouts, the police officers on duty that night at the station really couldn't take it anymore. And looking at the 3 thugs' faces, battered and bloody, they really should go to the hospital for bandaging first. So the 2 groups paused their mediation, and accompanied by the police, they all went to the hospital for examination, treatment, and injury assessment. At this time there weren't many people in the emergency room, So Jiang Qiyu decided to go all out with the act. First, she registered at orthopedics for an external injury check, then had a CT scan to check for internal injuries, and finally went to psychiatry to firmly confirm psychological damage. Finally, the doctor's diagnosis was, it was recommended that the man behind her get his wounds dressed first, so she didn't need to be examined. After the doctor's reminder, the two of them noticed that Qiyu's hand still had abrasions from hitting too hard. Just like that, she nervously helped Qiyu sit on the bench in the hospital corridor, carrying a large stack of intimidating-looking test results, all of which were normal. She crouched down beside him, her face full of concern, and asked, I was just too focused on acting earlier. Why didn't you say anything when you got hurt? But Qiyu just gave her a strange look, paused for a moment, and then answered seriously. I was afraid if I said it, you'd make me howl with you. I think it's embarrassing. Jiang Qiyu gave him a sharp look in annoyance. So if I bawl at the police station, that's not embarrassing? It is embarrassing too. Facing her eye roll, Qiyu slightly lowered his gaze towards her, his eyes filled with amusement. But it's a little better than me bawling myself. She despised the wicked capitalist in her heart, then pursed her lips and slightly tilted her head to look at him. Besides your hands, where else does it hurt? After speaking, she quietly pondered to herself, maybe I should check everything just to be sure. The man sat quietly in the chair, looking down from above at the girl crouched before him. A gentle gaze traced inch by inch over her soft hair, bright eyes, a straight and perky nose, finally resting on her slightly pursed pink lips, seemingly due to worry. You. Qiyu slowly lowered his head and leaned toward her, his tone carrying a subtle hint of seduction. Worried about me? Of course. Jiang Qiyu did not deny it at all, and immediately nodded very seriously. She glanced around furtively with shifty eyes, then imitated Qiyu by moving even closer to him. The distance between them was indeed a bit much. Qiyu could even smell the faint sweetness on her from this hospital corridor filled with the scent of disinfectant. Just as he was momentarily stunned by their proximity, he heard Jiang Qiyu deliberately lower her voice beside his ear. Do you have any hereditary diseases, chronic illnesses, infectious diseases, allergies, or anything? We'll get them all checked out. Whether it's inflammation or athlete's foot, we'll blame it all on them. As soon as she finished speaking, the little deer that had been jumping wildly in Qiyu's heart just now suddenly died on the spot. He quickly stepped back to create some distance between them, his body leaning slightly backward, his tone somewhat displeased. No. Ah. Jiang Qiyu pouted a little disappointedly. There was nothing she could do. Her health was a bit too good right now. Not even a single canker sore in her mouth. There was no way to fake it. She had originally wanted to find some leverage on Qiyu, but now that plan had failed as well. Isn't it said that in novels 9 out of 10 CEOs have stomach problems and one has gynophobia? How come he's so full of vitality? Tisk. Seeing her face full of hesitation, Qiyu impatiently shook his injured right hand, then moved his left foot, which had been aching faintly since a while ago. He spoke to the person who was trying hard to find fault with him. Besides my hand, my heel also seems to hurt a bit. You should go register for a checkup. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the person who had been frowning gradually change expression, giving him a strange look up and down. Immediately, she raised her hand and patted her own knee, then stood up firmly and walked toward the registration window. Qiyu frowned slightly, struggling to keep up with her erratic train of thought. What kind of madness was going through this person's mind again? But soon he understood the meaning behind Jiang Qiyu's slightly surprised, sympathetic, and even comforting look from just now. Is this the appointment you made? Looking at the registration slip she excitedly brought back, Qiyu felt a splitting headache and squeezed out through his teeth. Why did you make an appointment with the urology department? Jiang Qiyu was stunned for a moment, her face full of confusion. Didn't you say your heel hurts? Chapter 61. You should eat when you're in a bad mood. Qiyu almost fainted from anger. After sending someone to cancel the urology appointment, he went to the surgery department to bandage his wound. Just as he finished everything, Zhao Jin, who had received the news, arrived late and without a word, slid directly and pounced in front of him. That heart-wrenching scream rivaled that of someone in the police station just now. President Qi. And behind him there was clearly the same person, his face full of worry and urgency. Director Zhang, the chief director of the show. You understand, love. He was holding a large bouquet of lilies, hurriedly stepping forward, his expression a mix of hesitation and fear. President Qi, are you feeling well? His face was cautious, but inside he was burning with rage. Damn it, Who the hell was the bastard that leaked the theater's exact address and start time to the fans? If it weren't for the huge number of fans this time and the production team failing to notice and manage it in time, this ancestor wouldn't have fallen behind. Now it has even escalated to the police station and hospital. The impact of this incident on the show's reputation is minor, but if something were to go wrong with young Master Qi during his time on the show, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking this, director Jiang put down the still live-streaming production team and hurried to the hospital with Zhao Jin without stopping. Even when Zhao Jin was parking, he bought the largest bouquet of fresh flowers from the flower shop at the entrance. But Qiyu showed no reaction to his nervous appearance, only slightly nodding and saying, "It's nothing serious." After speaking before director Jiang could say anything to comfort him, he turned to look at Zhao Jin, who had transformed into a hurried king, and his voice grew serious. "Handle those few people." Zhao Jin had followed him for several years and naturally understood what Qiyu's words meant now. He nodded slightly and then turned around and left directly. What people pursue in life is nothing more than money and power. And money and power have been inseparable since ancient times. Those few thugs were probably still dreaming of extorting a big sum by faking injuries, unaware of what kind of great Buddha they had unwittingly provoked. After Zhao Jin left, director Jiang became even more reserved. President Qi. He was about to explain the situation with the fans at the theater entrance to Qiyu when he heard a cheerful voice behind him say, "Qiyu, you really don't have." Director Jiang. Jiang Qiyu canceled her urology appointment, bought 2 bottles of water from the vending machine downstairs, and as soon as she went upstairs, she saw Zhao Jin hurriedly greet her and then leave. As soon as she entered the room, she found director Jiang from the production team sitting in the hospital room. She had originally been cheerful, but now she felt the awkwardness of a good student caught red-handed by the head teacher while skipping class to go to an internet cafe. She sulkily waved at director Jiang, deciding to speak first and change the subject before he could scold her. Her gaze fell on the huge bouquet of lilies still cradled in his arms. Jiang Qiyu pointed at it and smiled awkwardly. "Director Jiang, are you planning to sell these?" "Ah." Director Jiang was thinking about how to explain the program team's mistake to Qiyu. Suddenly caught off guard by her question, "I didn't really think it through at the time," just gave a nervous laugh and said casually, "At my age, it's probably not appropriate, right?" "Ah." Jiang Qiyu nodded slightly, then suddenly widened her eyes. "Ah." As soon as director Jiang said this, he immediately realized something was wrong, but before he could correct himself, he heard the slightly amused voice beside him say, "She was talking about flowers." Director Jiang thought it was flowers. Of course, flowers. Director Jiang broke out in a cold sweat, clutching the flowers in his arms and looking flustered at the two who understood instantly. "I said at my age selling flowers is just not appropriate." Jiang Qiyu smiled. "Is that so?" Director Jiang panicked. Yes, it is." Immediately after, he turned and placed the lilies he was holding on a nearby table, then said seriously to the two of them, "Well, the production team has temporarily said that the two of you were unable to attend the concert due to force majeure, and can only return to the apartment." Saying this, he looked at the bandages wrapped around Qiyu's right hand and left foot, and tentatively asked, "But in this situation, do you still need to stay in the hospital for observation?" "No need." Qiyu put on his shoes and got out of bed, looking as strong as steel and iron, and calmly said to him, "Try not to let today's matter spread. I'll handle the rest." Jiang Qiyu's injury healed neatly without even needing a band-aid. And Qiyu's abrasions were not serious either, so the two of them followed Director Zhang's car back to Donglian apartment. They confessed in the morning, went to court in the late morning, visited the cemetery in the afternoon, and ended up at the police station in the evening. This explosive one-day date, which could be called a sensation throughout the entire entertainment industry, came to an end just like that. It was already very late when they returned to the apartment. Everyone went back to their rooms to rest, and the lights in the living room on the first floor were dimmed to the lowest setting. After such a full day of experiences, it was no lie to say they were tired. As soon as they entered, the two of them headed straight for the elevator, went all the way to the top floor, exchanged a quick goodbye, and then promptly went into their own rooms. Jiang Qiyu originally thought she could fall asleep as soon as she touched the bed, but after washing up and lying down, she tossed and turned and just couldn't fall asleep. She simply reached for her phone and opened the lover's circle. Spear covered in poop kills anyone it touches. Coming back late at night, I saw many delivery guys still rushing around on the streets delivering food. Suddenly, I felt a flood of emotions. Others are still eating this late, so what reason do I have not to eat? She hadn't had a single bite of the Chinese-style grilled chicken tonight, and by now her stomach was already growling with hunger. But after this post was sent out to the friend circle, no one showed any interest for several minutes. She touched her empty stomach, then opened the chat window of someone who definitely hadn't gone to sleep yet. Spear covered in shit stabs whoever dies. I'm not in a very good mood right now. This time before long, a reply came from the other side. You. Then don't say anything. I'm in a good mood and don't want you to affect it. She didn't care about his reply at all and kept talking to herself. Spear dipped in shit kills whoever it stabs. Do you know what you should do when you're in a bad mood? You. I don't want to know. Spear dipped in poop kills whoever it pokes. When you're in a bad mood, you should eat something. You. Spear dipped in poop kills whoever it pokes. Because sadness makes you want to chew. You. Spear dipped in poop kills whoever it pokes. So? Looking forward. You. Gum. Spear dipped in shit whoever it pokes dies. I don't like this sentence. You going downstairs late night snack. Spear dipped in shit whoever it pokes dies, bro. You are my only bro. Chapter 62. You know how to stir up CP. Since that thrilling one-day date, Jiang Qiyu has been following what the two of them agreed upon. On the show, she launched a self-righteous offensive against Qiyu. Specifically, she gave him a perfect score on the daily heartbeat rating every day and sent him some clingy, almost harassing messages before going to bed each night. For example, she would unwaveringly choose him during every duo activity and openly give him affectionate gazes from time to time. But these were still minor issues. What puzzled Qiyu even more was yet to come. During a fishing trip organized by the show team, she accidentally slipped and fell into the sea, and Qiyu rescued her ashore. To show her gratitude, after the event ended and they returned, she excitedly cooked a big pot of soup with a beautifully selected octopus and brought it to his room. If it weren't for Qiyu's extensive knowledge, he might not have immediately recognized that the so-called beautiful octopus was actually a highly poisonous blue-ringed octopus. Maybe dating shows will have to turn into legal shows on the spot. When the production team organized everyone to go to a temple to pray for blessings, Jiang Qiyu solemnly vowed in front of the camera to draw a fortune slip for herself and Qiyu to seek a match. As a result, she changed 3 fortune slip tubes and broke 16 bad slips but still couldn't draw a good one. In the end, it was only under the persuasion of the temple monk saying, "This is all superstition," that she reluctantly gave up this activity. Later, the production team arranged for the guests to have a barbecue and drink together, aiming to get everyone to express their true feelings and thoughts. But after a few bottles of alcohol, Jiang Qiyu immediately transformed into the party's disciplinary inspector. In her own words, "My eyes are the measure. No one can escape drinking." Seeing someone put fruit in their cup to try to avoid drinking, she shook her head in disappointment. "Take your fruit salad to the kids' table." Feng Shubai advised her to drink less, and she solemnly promised while holding the bottle, "If I take another sip, I'll punish myself with 3 more cups." In the end, everyone got more and more drunk, and by the end almost everyone was passed out. Only she, in a half-drunk, half-awake state, held Qiyu, who hadn't touched a drop due to alcohol allergy, and passionately confessed, "Young master, you must believe me. Everyone else is sincere with you. Only I'm after your money, young master." The show team asked the guests to make DIY tokens to exchange with each other. Others were making engraved rings, or customizing earrings and pendants. Jiang Qiyu measured the head and tail for Qiyu Liang, huffing and puffing as she polished for a long time, creating a crooked and twisted shape that was still vaguely recognizable. Pure silver tightening curse. Qiyu was no less impressive, pulling out a pair welded together in the middle with a silver chain. Sterling silver handcuffs. The two of them teamed up and blew up the entire token circle. And in the second one-day date, Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu were still paired together. This time, Qiyu learned from the first date's lesson and arranged the entire itinerary himself. On this day, Jiang Qiyu experienced all the fancy ways to self-sabotage that she could think of in this world, and even those she could never have dreamed of. Roller coasters and free-fall rides are just appetizers. Bungee jumping, racing, paragliding, diving, skydiving, flying a plane. At a height of 100 meters, Qiyu excitedly shouted in her ear, "Are you happy?" Jiang Qiyu could only roll her eyes and reply weakly, "Almost. Almost." After a whole day of various extreme sports, she couldn't help but wonder whether Qiyu was trying to show off their love in front of the camera, or if he was waiting for the right moment to take revenge for the blue-ringed octopus case. Over the past week, the show You Understand Love has not only had extremely high live broadcast ratings, As soon as the highlight clips were aired, they immediately attracted a large number of viewers, and the show's ratings kept soaring. Jiang Qiyu also went all out for those 3 million, using every possible means to interact and share sweet moments with Qiyu in front of the camera. But the harder she tried, the more bittersweet the outcome appeared. At the very beginning, when the two had little interaction, the footprints of the long-ear CP fans could almost be said to cover the entire internet, with trending topics appearing one after another. Even their normal interactions used to be recorded by fans, edited into slow-motion loops to enjoy the sweetness. But now it was her turn to really want to hype the CP. However, the situation developed in a direction completely opposite to her plan, wildly running counter to it all the way. The originally trending hashtag #longearcp is real hashtag gradually changed to #is-longearcp hashtag. Later it became #longearsbreakupcp hashtag Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu seem to be at odds hashtag #spearslap stop going crazy we're not shipping them anymore. After various mysterious actions by the two, fans unanimously concluded all their inhuman behaviors one after another are a show of defiance against the CP fans, implying that they are unwilling to be tied together, but because they can't say it openly, they resort to such extreme ways to hurt each other. Big fans of the long-ear CP super topic, one after another, come to terms with reality and angrily unfollow. In just a few days, the CP super topic that was originally close to 1 million fans has now dropped to less than 100,000, and the number is still decreasing. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu, who has been living in the love apartment, without a phone and isolated from the world, knows nothing about this. She was still working hard and feeling heartbroken, earnestly playing the role of Qiyu's pursuer. Today, the task given by the production team was randomly acting out a script. The production team would randomly provide a scenario setting, and several random guests would each play different roles, acting out the scene according to their own understanding of the plot. Soon, director Jiang gave the first scenario prompt. In a cafe, a man takes his new wealthy and beautiful lover to break up with his old flame. After stating the scenario, he randomly drew name balls from the box to assign roles to everyone. This man is our Lu Heng, the actor Lu. The old flame, Jiang Qiyu, played by teacher Chang Mao. New love, Feng Shubai. As soon as the list of these 3 people was announced, everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Feng Shubai looked dejected. Huh? Why is it me again? Last time he disguised himself as a woman, he was turned into memes and remix videos, and those things are still widely circulated on the internet to this day. Why are you pretending to be a woman again now? Only Jiang Qiyu smiled and patted his shoulder to comfort him. It's okay, everyone has their own taste. Sister Qiyu. Just as Feng Shubai was looking at her with a touched expression, he heard the next sentence. I try not to feel nauseous. Chapter 63. How about I take care of you during your confinement? The drawing was random, and Feng Shubai could only accept the outcome. After a simple makeover, the few of them quickly took their seats on the simple set prepared by the production team. Jiang Qiyu and Lu Heng didn't tidy up much. The main thing was that the makeup artist found a golden wig for Feng Shubai. As soon as he put it on, everyone immediately felt like they were back on the set of a romantic movie, and the audience was amused by his sour face. It's okay, bye-bye, a lifetime will pass quickly. Little brother bye-bye can already consider living on another planet. I would never laugh at my own idol, I just got porcelain veneers done and wanted to show them off to everyone. Oh. Alright. Seeing that the 3 were ready, director Jiang immediately took out a small megaphone and held it to his lips. Action. Jiang Qiyu had to admit that although Lu Heng was annoying, his title as the youngest dual best actor in history seemed to be well-deserved. Even when facing Feng Shubai's disgustingly sloppy appearance, he could get into character within a second after the director called start. He grabbed Feng Shubai's hand and then unabashedly pulled his instantly tense body halfway into his embrace. His expression was gentle and affectionate, clearly showing the face of a phoenix scumbag. Baby, it's her who's been clinging to me all along. Feng Shubai was grabbed by him, immediately shivering uncontrollably all over, but still professionally spoke his lines. Bah. Baby, your ex isn't that great either. Jiang Qiyu looked at the two of them forcing this kind of love, and only by gripping her thigh hard under the table with her left hand did she manage not to burst out laughing. You. She widened her eyes, trying to muster 3 parts anger, 3 parts indignation, and 4 parts heartbroken despair. Looking at Lu Heng's expressionless, deadpan face, she said incredulously, You want to break up with me for a man wearing a wig? The moment she said this, The two people opposite instantly felt as if a fishbone was stuck in their throats. It was still Lu Heng who subtly patted Fang Xiubai's arm, bringing him back to his senses from the endless embarrassment. He cleared his throat twice, once again trying to embody the role of this wealthy and beautiful woman, casually pointing in a direction and speaking arrogantly. Do you see that red Ferrari parked at the shop in trance? After Jiang Qiyu nodded, he tilted his chin at her again, looking very arrogant. Mine. Yours. Yeah. Fang Xiubai became more and more addicted to acting, confidently flicking the golden curls hanging by his neck, showing off his rich and beautiful persona. At 20, paying in full for a car through your own efforts, surprised? Your own efforts? Faced with his flashy display of wealth without any tangible proof, Jiang Qiyu followed his words and asked, "What kind of work do you do?" Fang Xiubai smiled faintly, his tone carrying 3 parts innocence, 3 parts sincerity, and 4 parts disdain. Do some mental work on the parents. Seeing him messing around, the fans in the bullet comments who were originally laughing out loud started going crazy. I don't believe it. I've been doing mental work on my parents for 3 years, and they still haven't agreed to buy me a Ferrari. I am 22 years old, and today I just bought a house in City A with full payment. None of this was supported by my family. It was all imagined and achieved through my own hard work. I quit my job and returned to my hometown 6 months ago. My grandfather's pension is 8,000 a month. I give him 4,000 and keep 4,000 for myself. It's not for anything else, just pure filial piety and companionship. Jiang Qiyu couldn't help but curve her eyes slightly. To divert attention, she lazily leaned back in her chair, imitating Qiyu's usual arrogant demeanor, chuckled lightly twice and seized the initiative. Did you see that silver-gray Porsche next to it? Although Fang Xiubai didn't understand her meaning, he still nodded along with her words, then questioned with a face full of doubt. What? Is it yours? Not really. Jiang Qiyu didn't act pretentious at all, and immediately shook her head confidently. Just letting you take a look. Lu Heng frowned, looking at her face full of disdain which really didn't seem like acting, his tone unfriendly as if implying something. Bringing my baby here today is to make it clear to you. Don't bother me anymore in the future. Tch. Smack. She was about to speak up in rebuttal when Fang Xiubai suddenly slammed his palm hard on the table in front of him, arrogantly and defiantly saying, "This is 10,000, stay away from him." As soon as he said this, the words Jiang Qiyu had on the tip of her tongue circled around and were swallowed back. She immediately put on a solemn expression of being impervious to wealth or poverty, looking angrily at the pair of dog men opposite her. Take your ugly money away. Our pure love cannot be bought with mere money. Seeing her like this, Fang Xiubai, who was already deep in character, suddenly slammed the table again. 200,000. Take your filthy money back. 300,000. We've been together for 3 years. Can those memories be measured with money? Fang Xiubai suddenly stood up. 500,000. Jiang Qiyu also sprang up without yielding. No way. The other 5 sitting on the side as the jury could only watch the two going back and forth with confused expressions, completely ignoring Lu Heng's acting beside them. Song Yin covered her mouth with her hand and whispered, "What are they doing?" Zhou Shun, who didn't understand acting, could only shake his head in frustration. I don't get it. Go abroad for a year of advanced study and then come back to watch. Leaning lazily behind the two, Qiyu only slightly curled the corners of his lips and spoke lightly. They're gambling. Gambling. Jiang Mian turned back to look at him. Gambling on what? Fang Xiubai bets that the current president will leave that man because of money, and Jiang Qiyu is also betting. Qiyu's gaze remained fixed on the two with shallow acting skills in the arena, his tone indifferent. I bet he will continue to raise the stakes. Sure enough, when Fang Xiubai suddenly raised the amount to 1 million, Jiang Qiyu's expression immediately changed from anger to joy. Holding Fang Xiubai's hand, which was red from repeatedly slapping the table, with a face full of smiles, she shook it up and down vigorously. When are you two getting married? Otherwise, I'll come take care of you during your confinement period. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease taking this money. Faced with her mood changing faster than flipping through a book, not only was Fang Xiubai stunned, but even director Zhang behind the camera looked disappointed and frustrated. Qiyu, is this how an ex who's been cheated on should treat their romantic rival? Upright arrow. Jiang Qiyu immediately turned her head upon hearing this, shaking her head at director Zhang with a look of disapproval. How is this a love rival? This is my half-sister from a different father and mother. Chapter 64. Who says a general can't steal things? Everyone was amused by her words, and the originally informal impromptu acting challenge was enlivened by her, bringing energy to the atmosphere. The second group drew Song Yan, Zhang Ling, Zhang Mian, and Zhou Shun to perform a Republican-era play together. Although Song Yan and Zhou Shun are not professional actors, their improvisation and collaboration brought a lot of laughter and joy to everyone. Soon it was the third group's turn, and director Zhang gave them a script set in ancient times. The roles included a general returning triumphantly from a campaign, the general's wife who had waited faithfully for 3 years, the steward of the general's household, and an orphan girl whom the general brought back from the border. This time the drawing of lots was incredibly insightful. Qiyu played the general returning victorious, and Jiang Qiyu played the wife who steadfastly guarded the cold kiln. The orphan girl was played by Jiang Mian, and the housekeeper was portrayed by Fang Shubai, who claimed he would never play a woman again in this lifetime. Once the characters were confirmed, the audience in the live stream instantly became energized. Director Zhang understands what we want to see. No way, this can also be a sure scene. Good to watch, love to watch every day. As a former fan of the Chang'er ship, seeing them play a couple still brings genuine joy. No way, are there still people shipping Chang'er now? These two are about to destroy each other. How can you still ship their love-hate relationship? The oversleepers continue to rejoice. The White Spear Lady raises the CP banner high. Gorgeous Lady times loyal butler. Help me up. I can still ship this. In the 10 minutes of a few simple costume changes, the various CPs were already fiercely arguing in the comments. Soon, according to the plot, Jiang Qiyu and Fang Shubai made their first appearance. Fang Shubai was dressed in a butler's uniform, and to highlight his masculinity, he even had a makeup artist glue 2 small mustaches on him. He stood with his head lowered behind the general's wife, who was dressed in simple ancient clothing and sat gracefully and quietly, then slightly bowed and cautiously spoke. "Madam, please have something to eat. You've lost quite a bit of weight." Faced with his concern, the general's wife remained calm, her face full of worry. "If he doesn't leave, I can't eat." If there's no news from him, I can't eat." The butler was momentarily stunned, but still intensified his tone according to his understanding of the character. "Since the bad news from the border arrived and the general went missing, you haven't eaten anything for 2 days, madam. Please have some porridge." The general's wife shook her head again and spoke in a low voice. "Now is not the time to celebrate." "Ah." Fang Shubai was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. Confused. But then the general's wife, who had originally looked sorrowful, suddenly changed her worried expression and looked at him with a face full of frustration and disappointment. "Drinking porridge now, can you still eat at the feast after someone dies? Ha 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 ha. You really know how to enjoy a feast, my long-eared bee. But first allow me to laugh for a while." Only then did Fang Shubai fully realize, putting himself in the butler's shoes, looking at the madam with a face full of grief and anger, about to advise her to always think positively, when he suddenly caught sight of Qiyu and Jiang Mian entering the scene. Director Zhang beside him acted as the off-screen voice. "The general is back. And he brought along a woman as beautiful as a flower." The steward couldn't bother to educate the lady on ideology, and immediately rushed forward, shouting, "Welcome back, General, victorious in battle." Jiang Qiyu sighed deeply and slowly stood up. She turned her head to look at Qiyu, who was striding forward in his armor, and Jiang Mian, who followed behind him with graceful steps. Just as she stepped forward halfway, she heard the man's voice, not very serious and slightly teasing. "Madam just now said, wait until someone dies? What death? Who died?" The general must have misheard. She denied it confidently, then immediately turned to look at Jiang Mian behind Qiyu, smiling kindly. "This must be the younger sister, right?" Jiang Mian stepped forward politely, slightly bowing as she was about to respond, when Qiyu's voice suddenly rang out. "No, she is older than you." Because director Zhang only provided the setting, all the lines and plot need to be improvised by everyone. So Jiang Mian was only slightly stunned for a moment, then obediently added a backstory for herself. The young lady's father and brothers sacrificed their lives on the battlefield to save the general. Now the whole family is gone except for me alone. The general, kind-hearted and righteous, took me back to the general's residence. As she spoke, she even pretended to wipe her eyes, looking pitiful and softly said, "I know my humble origins and dare not ask for more, only hoping the madam will allow me to stay in the residence to clean and serve." "Hey upright arrow, little sister, what nonsense are you talking about?" Before she could finish her words, Jiang Qiyu grabbed her hand and spoke warmly. "Since your father and brothers have a favor with the general, then you are benefactors of our general's residence. All the chores in the house are done by servants. As for you, little sister. She held Jiang Mion's hand affectionately, looking like a sister deeply bonded, and said, tomorrow, let the butler take you out to find a job. Huh. Hearing her say this, Jiang Mion was stunned on the spot, not knowing how to continue playing along with the scene. Outside the scene, Director Jiang saw that Qiyu also had no intention of stopping Jiang Qiyu, so he immediately opened his small loudspeaker and began adding to the setup. At that moment, suddenly half of a jade pendant fell from the lonely girl. The general looked closely and found that it was a matching piece to the jade pendant he held. And this jade pendant was exactly the one given to me by the mysterious white moonlight 3 years ago. Upon hearing this, Qiyu first cast a cold glance at Director Jiang, who was stirring up trouble, then calmly looked over at Jiang Qiyu, whose face was full of anticipation for the show. He shrugged slightly and said casually, see, I told you it was stolen by someone, didn't I? Upon hearing this, Jiang Mion almost fainted, but she quickly recovered thanks to her years of experience as a leading actress. She looked at Qiyu, her eyes slightly red. General, what do you mean by this? This jade pendant has been worn by me since I was a child. It is by no means stolen. Beside her, Jiang Qiyu took the opportunity to pour fuel on the fire, smiling as she looked at Qiyu. General, what does this mean? Could it be that the half-jade pendant you treasure every day, as if held close to your chest, is a pair with the one my younger sister has? Qiyu paused for a moment, then pretended to take out the half-jade pendant from his chest, looking at Jiang Mion with a complicated expression. He was silent for a long time before letting out a deep sigh and speaking in a heavy tone. Actually, I stole this. Jiang Mion was directly disheveled in the wind. Jiang Qiyu looked at him amusedly, asking knowingly, how come a dignified general is still stealing things? What's wrong with the general? Qiyu was not the least bit ashamed, standing with his hands behind his back confidently, as if a surge of righteous energy spontaneously emanated from his body. Who says a general can't steal things? Then why did you only steal half, leaving the other half for someone else? I only like that half, got a problem? Chapter 65 CP Stew. In the end, this third skit concluded with General Qiyu holding the jade pendant he had stolen, admitting his mistake and returning it with a sincere attitude to the orphan girl Jiang Mion, bringing about a happy ending. The game ended today amidst everyone's laughter and joy, although most of the audience had already decided that Qiyu and Jiang Qiyu could never be a couple. But quite a few people are still shipping the friendship between the two. And because of the unexpected B of the long-ear CP, the long-suppressed by Mao girl suddenly made a desperate comeback. She successfully suppressed the already B-leaning E Lu Mian Yen, becoming a major CP on par with the popular CP. The Yu Mian of Qiyu and Jiang Mian also shows signs of emerging. In the midst of this fierce competition and the chaotic mix of CPs, the variety show had already progressed to the later stages, and many CPs were still unclear. The production team then began to implement their plan. Next, we will head to a farmhouse ranch for a 2-day, 1-night group activity. During this time, a voting window will pop up in the live stream in real time. The group activities will be entirely based on the audience's votes. In other words, the upcoming CP pairings will be decided by thousands of viewers. As soon as these words were spoken, the live stream chat first filled with a burst of incredulous. Then it went crazy, flooding the screen. Director Jiang, you really understand the audience. So what you're saying is, if the fans can stir things up, they'll just switch couples. Let me say first, I hate forced pairings the most, but if the right to force pairings was given to me, then just forget I said anything. In the 4 streets of Chengnan and Chengbei, if you throw a white spear, you're the boss. The waves behind the Yangtze River push the ones before. My white spear is the first strike. Oh. And so, on the way to the farmhouse ranch before the 8 people packed up, the voting window in the live broadcast room showed the votes for several popular CPs skyrocketing wildly. Fans of each CP were all giving their all, even roping in distant relatives to fiercely protect the CP they had chosen. Jiang Qiyu sat by the window, turned to Qiyu beside her, and showed a determined expression, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. Last time during our day date I sneakily checked, our CP's super topic has the most fans. This little voting thing will be a breeze to win. It's quite a coincidence that Jiang Qiyu, without her own phone, naturally couldn't hear the current buzz outside. As for Qiyu, although he had one, he wouldn't deliberately pay attention to any CP fan forums. Of course, neither of them knew that, for various reasons, they had already been labeled by the outside world as mutually disgusted. So, faced with Jiang Qiyu's confidence, Qiyu hadn't yet realized something was wrong. He just slightly curled his lips and spoke softly. So confident? Of course. Jiang Qiyu gave him a knowing wink with a look of complete confidence. You have the means to invest and I have the ability to spend. If we team up, we're sure to accomplish great things. Hearing her say this, Qiyu only frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased about her idea of teaming up. But after thinking it over, he felt there was nothing wrong, so he stopped dwelling on her choice of words and just gave her a casual glance without saying anything further. And so, with all sorts of thoughts in their hearts, the group smoothly arrived at the farmhouse ranch that had long been arranged by the production team. As soon as they got off the vehicle, before they could greet the ranch owner who came to receive them, they saw a figure rushing swiftly from afar. Riding underneath was still a cow? Moo. Long spear to share. Jiang Qiyu raised her hand above her brow to shield her eyes from the sun, squinting as she tried to make out the figure on the cow's back that was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, as if finally recognizing that person, she suddenly widened her eyes. Prince Nyo. Traitor Knight. She and Fang Shubai exclaimed at the same time. The figure riding the ox joyfully rushing towards them turned out to be the wealthy second-generation coach who had helped them on the deserted island. The fan whom Jiang Qiyu called the traitor hero. The Ox Prince. The Ox Prince drew closer and closer to the crowd, soon arriving right in front of them. Just as he was about to grin widely and wave to his long-unseen idol. Teacher Spear, we meet again. But before he could finish speaking, the bull beneath him didn't stop at all, carrying him forward relentlessly past the crowd, continuing to gallop toward the distance. Face off. What just passed by? What was that thing? Fang Shubai looked at the increasingly distant figure, his tone involuntarily filled with confusion. Could it be that this traitorous hero wasn't here to welcome them? Jiang Qiyu was also puzzled upon hearing this, and was about to say something when she heard the burly bearded ranch owner who had come to receive them speak in a deep voice. Don't mind him, he got kicked in the head by a cow when he was a kid. Then, he immediately put on a big smile and enthusiastically greeted everyone. Welcome everyone to our ranch. Everyone could only temporarily overlook this little incident, and stepped forward to shake hands with the enthusiastic ranch owner. At this moment, Director Zhang off camera also put on an oversized megaphone and began announcing the upcoming task procedures. Up to now, based on the CP voting situation in the live room, we will temporarily form pairs. During the task, we will make corresponding adjustments at any time according to the real-time voting data. Next, I will announce everyone's current groupings. Zhou Shun and Zhang Mian are a group. Lu Heng Jiang Ling 1 group. Qiyu Songyan 1 group. Fang Shubai Jiang Qiyu 1 group. Goodness, with these groupings the 8 people were instantly thrown into confusion. This kind of CP stew is mainly about making everyone dissatisfied. The fans of various CPs in the bullet comments are also wailing, suffering heavy casualties. Who exactly voted for this? Could it be that the production team rigged the votes on purpose? Help, who came up with such an explosive combination? Come out, I promise I won't hit you. Besides some CP fans, a larger portion of the votes come from people who don't follow any celebrities, but just enjoy watching the drama and chaos unfold. Switching partners in love, it's good to watch, love to watch every day. I'm coming clean, I have a twisted sense of humor, and like to see jealousy flying everywhere. What's the point of a CP being together every day? Sometimes you need to switch teammates to get some double standard sweetness like this. Don't you understand shipping CPs? Jiang Qiyu, who had originally been confident that she would be paired with the young master, was also stunned for a moment and exchanged a glance with Qiyu, who was equally caught off guard. Unintentionally, they both saw astonishment in each other's eyes. However, to the audience, this exchange of glances looked like 2 people who were utterly hostile and mutually disgusted. Fortunately, Chang'er isn't in the same group. Otherwise, who knows how these 2 would fight. Also, judging from the previous situation, the Longyear group will inevitably slaughter each other, and the scene will be extremely intense. Don't say that, why didn't I think of that? I suddenly had a bold idea. Among the 8 people on the scene, only Fang Su was grinning broadly and laughing loudly. He faced the camera, speaking animatedly. What, how did you know I'm teamed up with Teacher Spear? Has the news spread this fast? However, while he was still grinning widely and hadn't fully withdrawn his smile, Director Zhang, who was watching the real-time voting data, suddenly furrowed his brows. Wait. Chapter 66 Prince Nyo? Nyozi? Life is like this. It often deals you the heaviest blow just when you are most elated and careless. Fang Shubai said so. Because just as he was happily showing off in front of the camera, Director Zhang's words immediately froze his expression. The data was misread. Regroup now. Zhou Shun Jiang Qiyu 1 group. Fang Shubai Jiang Mian 1 group. Qiyu Songyan 1 group. Lu Heng Jiang Ling 1 group. As Director Zhang finished speaking, before everyone could react to the grouping, a deep and prolonged call came from afar. Long, spear, teacher. The ox carrying the little ox prince on its back charged wildly towards the crowd from another direction once again. Wait for me to figure something out. Then just like before. Get down. Then sprinted away wildly again. The ranch owner seemed to be accustomed to such scenes. Without changing his expression, he introduced himself to the shocked crowd. Hello everyone. I am the owner of the Nyoma Ranch. You can just call me Uncle Nyo. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu immediately shifted her attention from Prince Nyo Nyo to the bearded Uncle Nyo, her tone filled with curiosity. Uncle Nyo, the name of your ranch? The ranch owner, Uncle Nyo, was as straightforward in personality as he was in appearance. He waved his hand broadly and explained loudly. My surname is Nyo, my wife's surname is Ma, and it just so happens that here we have both cattle and horses, very down to earth. Then, Jiang Qiyu had a bad feeling in her heart and couldn't help but raise her hand to point at the figure already being led away by the cattle into the distance. His name is him. Uncle Nyo said sincerely. He's my son, his full name is Nyo Jianjun, you can just call him Nyozi. Nyo-zi. Hearing this name, Fang Shubai almost stumbled and fell flat on the ground. Not only him, but the fans in the live stream were also shocked beyond words. Can this really be called that? Prince Nyo-Nyo, abbreviated as Nyo-zi, no problem, right? No one is saying anything, right? Then I won't say anything either. The entire court of civil and military officials hesitated. Not a single person dared to speak. Then I shall remain silent as well. But Nyo Shu did not detect the shock in Fang Su's plain words. He smiled cheerfully, his tone easygoing. This child usually doesn't like being called by his nickname, but I think you won't mind. He is a loyal fan of your show. All right. Everyone was still stunned by the shock of the name. No, the name of the bull, when Director Zhang, holding back laughter, brought the topic back. The group divisions are temporarily set. From now on, everyone will be settled based on fan votes every hour, with team arrangements changing at any time. Get ready. Next, we will start the first task of our 2-day, 1-night ranch trip. Check in at the ranch using any mode of transportation. The specific check-in locations and the required photo poses have already been sent to your phones. Whoever collects all the check-in points first will get the first pick of the ingredients needed for lunch. One more reminder to everyone. The team that finishes last will have no ingredients to choose from. Please hurry up and pick your preferred mode of transportation, and set off. After hearing the rules of the first game, everyone looked at each other in confusion, then followed Uncle Nyo's gesture to look at the 4 groups of transportation parked nearby, each one more ridiculous than the last. 2 pairs of roller skates. 2 scooters. A convertible children's car. An old yellow ox identical to a bull. Jiang Qiyu, who was closest to the station, reacted the fastest and walked over in just 2 or 3 steps. Quick-eyed and quick-handed, she grabbed the roller skates and took off running. While running, he didn't forget to call out to his stunned teammate Zhou Shun, who was standing still. Teacher Zhou, what are you standing there for? Charge. Oh. Only then did Zhou Shun snap out of it, gave Songyan a glance and quickly ran to catch up with Jiang Qiyu, who was already boldly sitting on the ground changing her roller skates ahead. Teacher Chong, teacher spear. When he got closer, Jiang Qiyu, who was already standing on her own, looked at him ready to go, her tone passionate. Teacher Zhou Shun, youth cannot wait. Change your shoes and set off now. But Zhou Shun looked at the remaining pair of roller skates beside her, feeling troubled. He scratched his head with a helpless expression and said, I can't skate. Jiang Qiyu, who held the title of Super Dancing Queen of the Ice Rink in her previous life, was stunned for a moment. Can't skate. She glanced at the transportation already taken by others, then finally her eyes shifted, and she looked at Zhou Shun with a sly smile. Teacher Zhou Shun, is your chassis stable? Huh. Just like that, Zhang Ling sat in the convertible children's car, while Lu Heng, unwilling to get in, just followed behind her with a stern face. Jiang Mian sat on the old ox's back, while Fang Shubai held the reins with a worried and fearful expression. Qiyu and Songyan each had a children's scooter with handlebars. Jiang Qiyu was wearing roller skates on her feet, tightly gripping a blue scarf in her hand, while the other end of the scarf was firmly tied around Zhou Shun's hands. Only a world where Zhou Shun is injured has been achieved. Production team, you understand transportation. Is this bull safe or not? Don't let Mian Mian fall Teacher Spear, I told you to pair up with Zhou Shun, not to escort him back to the capital. Our commander Hung looks so proud, but did anyone notice he just sneaked a glance at old Huang Niu? Who he was looking at I won't say. President Qi also looked at Teacher Spear. If it were before, I would be shipping them, but now I guess he's just relieved he wasn't arrested in public Ready. After everyone was ready, Director Zhang took the upgraded megaphone and shouted with all his might. Start. With Director Zhang's command, the game officially began. In order to successfully obtain the ingredients for that day's lunch, everyone gave their all and headed towards the first location on the phone map. Jiang Qiyu took a deep breath and turned to look at Zhou Shun behind her, who was wearing roller skates with his hands tied together by a scarf. Teacher Zhou Shun, squat down. Of course, Zhou Shun, who couldn't skate, didn't dare to complain and immediately obediently squatted down. After adjusting his position, he loudly said, I'm ready. Good. Upon hearing this, she slightly crouched down, raised her arms and struck a forward stance, suddenly exerting force. Go. Chapter 67 Outstanding Alumni of Harbin Buddhist Academy. And so, everyone went crazy in their own way like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. For the lunch ingredients, they desperately headed towards the first checkpoint marked on the map, the Wizard of Oz maze. Along the way, Jiang Qiyu was sprinting wildly ahead, while Zhou Shun was screaming wildly behind. The two of them sparked like lightning all the way, leaving the other 3 groups of guests far behind. Just as Zhou Shun thought he was about to see his great-grandmother, the sled dog that seemed to be sprinting wildly ahead suddenly slammed on the brakes. Bang! Jiang Qiyu let go in time, while the completely unprepared Zhou Shun plunged headfirst into the maze's outer wall made of bushes. Before he could even struggle to pull his head out, he heard Jiang Qiyu's excited voice. Teacher Zhou Shun, wait for me outside. I'm going to the center of the maze to get something. After saying that, she didn't even bother with Zhou Shun, who was still struggling with his butt stuck in the bushes. After accepting the task from the checkpoint staff, she slipped into the entrance. Zhou Shun huffed and puffed for a long time before plopping down on the lawn beside the bushes. Glancing at the other teams gradually catching up in the distance, he shouted desperately towards the disappearing entrance where Jiang Qiyu was. Teacher Spear. Keep it up. But at this moment, Jiang Qiyu could no longer hear his passionate cheers. Because she was lost. Passing that seemingly very familiar fork in the road for the 8th time, Jiang Qiyu had completely lost track of east, south, west and north. Up is north, down is south, left is west, right is east. Just as she was about to stop at the fork for the 9th time to make a happy choice between 2 options, the sound of wheels rubbing against the ground suddenly came from behind her. Immediately after, a man's voice with a hint of teasing sounded. Lost your way. Jiang Qiyu suddenly turned around and saw a figure slowly emerging from the corner. Although the man had an excellent body proportion, his posture was by no means handsome. Because the handlebar of the children's scooter he was standing on was too low, he could only bend slightly, occasionally stretching out one of his evenly long legs to push off. How should I describe it? It has the aesthetic of Lin Daiyu uprooting the weeping willow, and Shui Baochai punching Zheng Guanqi. Just as I was thinking this, Qiyu slowly stopped his children's scooter beside her. Even in such an awkward posture, the man showed no embarrassment at all. He stood casually on one foot, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he looked at her. Zhou Shun said you came in a long time ago. Why didn't you keep going? Faced with his malicious taunt, Jiang Qiyu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Then why didn't you go to Tsinghua? Is it because you didn't want to? Qiyu shrugged with a casual tone. It's because I chose the offer from Harvard. Jiang Qiyu frowned. What the hell? Faced with her clear-eyed stupidity, Qiyu did not respond, only shifting his gaze back to the fork in the road ahead. Without hesitation, he chose the right path and stepped forward with a single push. Only leave a clueless person standing there with one sentence. Harvard. After Jiang Qiyu realized, she sneered disdainfully and muttered softly. TCH. How can Harbin Buddhist Academy compare to Tsinghua? Saying this, he immediately hurriedly swung his legs to catch up with the person ahead. Because the children's scooter was too low and Qiyu's height was limited, his speed naturally couldn't match Jiang Qiyu, who was skilled at skating. Within a few breaths, she caught up to him. Jiang Qiyu caught up to the distinguished alumnus of Harbin Buddhist Academy who was earnestly scraping the ground, tilted her head slightly, and said cheerfully, "Thank you to this Buddhist practitioner for showing me the way. Then I'll go ahead first." After saying that, she walked briskly with her hands behind her back, overtaking Qiyu, who was sliding forward slowly, heading in the right direction. Qiyu, who was overtaken by her, said nothing. He just quietly watched the person's retreating figure disappear around the corner. The corner of the lips curled up, then suddenly turned around in the completely opposite direction and strode away. Only a slightly amused whisper remained, dissipating in the wind. "All's fair in war." Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu enthusiastically slid forward with all her might, only to realize at the end that this path was a dead end. She had no choice but to turn back, but at the fork in the road just now, she happened to run into Qiyu, who had already successfully obtained the mission card at the center of the maze. Only then did she realize she had been tricked. She immediately gritted her teeth and charged forward. "You brat!" Just as she was about to deliver a humanitarian reprimand to this Buddhist cultivator, she saw him wave the mission card in his hand at her, smiling sincerely. "Teacher Spear, you walked too fast just now and didn't stop me. You're not mad at me, are you?" Jiang Qiyu took a deep breath and grinned at him with a smile that was hardly a smile. "How could I bear to be mad at you? I'd rather kill you." I'm the one who should be saying I like you to. The two words "like you" were almost crushed by her molars. Qiyu pressed his lips together, trying hard to hide the smile on his face, but the faint glimmer spilling from his eyes inadvertently revealed the joy in his heart at this moment. He leaned in slightly, lowering his gaze to look at the person in front of him whose eyes seemed to want to cut him down, and spoke softly. "Is that so?" "Yes." At this moment, Jiang Qiyu still hadn't forgotten their business agreement. Unsure if there were cameras around, she tilted her head back with a forced smile and replied, "True affection means not having the heart to blame, just like people from Yunnan don't blame mushrooms for being poisonous, but firmly believe they just didn't cook them thoroughly." Faced with her twisted reasoning, Qiyu still couldn't help but slightly curl the corners of his lips. Then he reached into his pocket, pulled out another task card, and held it in front of her. "Stop liking mushrooms." Looking at the small task card in front of her, Jiang Qiyu's originally tightly pressed lips instantly broke into a cheerful smile. "Since you're being so polite." She reached out to take the task card and flashed a bright smile at Qiyu. "Then I won't be polite." Then she turned around without looking back and ran wildly towards the exit. Qiyu, who had been outmaneuvered, showed not a trace of anger on his face. Standing still, quietly watching her lower her body and slide desperately away, he shook his head with a wry smile. Truly heartless. After finally finding the exit, Jiang Qiyu handed the hard-earned task card to the staff. After verification, the staff asked her and Zhou Shun to pose as a couple in front of the maze exit. After taking a photo for check-in, they could proceed to the next location. The two were not shy at all. They confidently made a heart gesture at the door. After the staff took the photo, they hurriedly left. This scene happened to be seen by two other people. Song Yan, who had long been waiting at the door with her arms crossed, looked at those emotionless task-performing machines and said meaningfully, "Do you think the four of us, does this count as a transfer romance?" Qiyu raised an eyebrow nonchalantly at her words and replied calmly, "Who is in love with whom?" Song Yan shrugged, her expression intriguing. "Who knows?" Chapter 68. Is beef jerky delicious? Besides the Wizard of Oz maze, the four groups of guests also took their own vehicles to visit and check in at the horse farm, cattle shed, pig pen, sterile factory, and so on. In the middle, the group was adjusted once again. In the end, when everyone had checked in, thanks to the relentless efforts of the CP fans from each side catching up, the CP groupings finally changed. According to the ranking based on the speed of completing the check-in tasks, the order is: Song Yan and Zhou Shun's group came in first, Qiyu Jiangmian second, Lu Heng Jiangling third, and Fang Shubai, who finally ended up in the same group as Spear Teacher, hadn't kept the smile on his face for long before Director Zhang informed him. This noon, the two of them have no ingredients to use. Ah! Fang Shubai sighed in disappointment, glancing up at his new teammate like a young wife. He saw Jiang Qiyu's flushed, tired face faintly glowing green. She had worked hard all along, ranking among the top in progress, but unexpectedly, just like a horse stumbling or a dog losing its paw, she was dragged down at the end by this unlucky Fang Shubai. As everyone swapped teammates, they also had to change their means of transportation. Fang Shubai excitedly suggested that they decide by playing rock, paper, scissors. As a result, He himself lost 3 games in a row and tearfully led the old ox back again. In response, Jiang Qiyu, whose smile gradually shifted to the faces of the audience, said, "You stabbed me in the back, but I don't blame you because I considered you a friend." This old ox looked honest but was actually full of rebelliousness. The two of them struggled and pulled each other for 10 minutes before barely moving a step. In the end, it was only when Jiang Qiyu tied a bundle of hay and hung it in front of the old ox that they were spurred into a fierce chase. But just as they were about to catch up with the third-place rider in the children's convertible, Fang Shubai caused another problem. During the task of catching the little pigs in the pig pen, due to a momentary lapse, he accidentally let all 20 or so piglets out of the pen. And so the two of them followed the staff, chasing pigs everywhere. By the time all 27 piglets were rounded up, a long time had already passed. In response to Fang Shubai's sincere apology, Jiang Qiyu said again, "You stabbed me in the back a second time, but I don't blame you." "Really? Thank you, Qi. Because I have already been stabbed to death by you." In the end, the two of them still hurriedly completed the task, but according to the game rules, the ingredients were indeed gone. Just like that, Jiang Qiyu and Fang Shubai could only watch helplessly as the others started cooking with various ingredients. Lu Heng and Zhang Ling were given a basket of vegetables. Qiyu and Zhang Mian each got a few more pieces of meat. As the first-place winners, Song Yin and Zhou Shun had not only meat and vegetables, but also fresh milk from the ranch and seafood provided by the production team. Watching their former teammates, the official couple, sweetly preparing a simple yet delicious seafood hot pot feast. Jiang Qiyu, who could only drink water from a bowl to stave off hunger, glared green with envy. "Their happiness is too loud, it drowns out my sadness." Click. Fang Shubai squatted nearby, silently munching on the carrot the ranch auntie had secretly handed him earlier, nodding vigorously. "Same here. Seeing them so sweetly bathing in the river of love is really annoying." "Me too. I'm going to hire someone to pee in the river." "Me too." "Huh." Fang Shubai was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Jiang Qiyu, whose face was full of envy, jealousy and hatred, and said weakly, "Isn't this bad?" "What's bad about it?" "Teacher Chongmao." Jiang Qiyu was halfway through speaking when suddenly a familiar voice came from afar, interrupting her. Several people turned their heads in the direction of the sound. They saw Niuzi, the ranch owner Uncle Niu's son, Niu Jianjun, who had been taken away by the wild calf since the morning and hadn't appeared all morning, gradually approaching on a sidecar-equipped baga cart. He soon arrived at the group's outdoor stove. Only when he got closer did they notice that in the sidecar, there was also a Chinese rural dog covered in yellow fur. "Teacher Chongmao." A man and a dog got off the car. Niu Jianjun seemed to have even darker skin than when he was on the deserted island before. He grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and glanced around shiftily. After confirming there was no threat, he excitedly pulled out a big bag of stuff from his bulging pocket, stepped forward, and stuffed it into Jiang Qiyu's arms, saying eagerly, "Teacher Chongmao, I know you didn't have lunch, so I secretly stole my dad's key and got you some beef jerky from the storeroom. Eat it quickly." Looking down in confusion at the large pack of beef jerky in her arms, Jiang Qiyu was instantly moved to tears, which streamed down the corners of her mouth. She bent down to put down the bowl, holding the beef jerky in her arms with a look as if she had seen a loved one. "Good beef jerky. Sister really didn't waste you." "Huh. You really didn't waste sister." "Hee." Niu Jianjun chuckled twice, then suddenly felt something was off. He widened his eyes and stared at his idol, who was busily unwrapping the package. "You? What did you just call me?" Jiang Qiyu bit on the beef jerky and handed the rest to the eagerly waiting Fang Shubai, mumbling indistinctly, "So awesome." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the tall and burly Niu Jianjun suddenly act as if he had mutated, springing up fiercely and then running out wildly like a madman. Standing in an open area, he pointed to the sky with one hand and shouted angrily, "Old Niu, I told you, do not call me Niu. See?" Jiang Qiyu paused her chewing motion, then turned to look at the boy band idol beside her who was tearing beef jerky with his teeth, expressionless and unbothered. Who is he talking to? Fang Shubai shook his head and hadn't replied yet. Qiyu, who was rolling up his sleeves by the stove and plating a dish of stir-fried beef, didn't even look up and said calmly, "To the drone surveillance." Niu Jianjun shouted for a while before remembering that his idol was still watching, then glared twice at the drone hovering overhead. Then, as if nothing had happened, he happily trotted back to Jiang Qiyu's side, watching her chew on beef jerky, A love-struck smile plastered all over his face. Teacher Spear, do you still remember me? I am your idol. Oh, no, you are my idol. Jiang Qiyu nodded slightly. Of course I remember the traitor hero. Aren't you no longer at the special training facility? Faced with his idol's concern, his smile stretched almost to the back of his head. Yes, I'm no longer out there struggling, preparing to return to family life. Fang Shubai also came closer upon hearing this. So what are you doing at the ranch now? Niu Jianjun looked proud. Currently a full-time son at home. Seeing Jiang Qiyu's speechless expression, he quickly changed his tone and continued. Teacher Changmao, I have a small request. After saying this, he shyly fidgeted with embarrassment. After panting and holding his stomach for a long time, he finally spoke with cheeks flushed red against the strange look from Jiang Qiyu. Can I hug you for a moment? Hey, downright arrow. Shoving a whole beef jerky into his mouth, Jiang Qiyu waved his hand casually. What is this? When? She hadn't finished speaking when a crisp metallic clink interrupted her. Turning her head towards the sound, she saw Qiyu leisurely reaching out to untie the apron tied around his waist after casually tossing the frying spatula into the pan. The man deliberately raised his eyes casually, just meeting her stunned gaze. He paused slightly before speaking in a nonchalant tone. Is the beef jerky tasty? Jiang Qiyu blinked, not understanding his meaning. Do you want to try some? He, however, looked down without answering her question, using his eyes to gesture toward the 5 dishes on the stove, each rich in color, aroma, and flavor. I accidentally cooked too many vegetables. At this moment, she instantly understood, her mouth stretching wider than Niu Jianjun's just now. All for me to eat. Qi Yue's lips twitched imperceptibly. Wash your hands. Chapter 69. Just love that warm bite. Because of Qi Yu's ambiguous invitation, the viewers in the livestream room were completely confused. What's going on? Aren't these two supposed to be killing each other? Why is President Qi still so kind as to invite Jiang Qiyu to eat? Not poisoning anymore, right? Not poisoning, but reasonably suspecting laxatives. This explanation makes sense, Teacher Spear. Please go easy. Can't it be that Slap Brother changed his mind? Wants to reconcile with Teacher Spear? My long ears are making a limited time comeback. The possibility of the former is almost zero. Don't forget how they were holding back to kill each other before. Oh. Even though Jiang Mian, who was grouped with Qiyu, was unwilling in her heart, she couldn't say much in front of the camera. She just smiled faintly, adopting the demeanor of a hostess as she said to Jiang Qiyu. Qiyu, no need to be polite. Brother, you made so many dishes, it would be a waste if the two of us can't finish them. This posture of asserting sovereignty is... I smell gunpowder. What nonsense are you talking about? Our Mian Mian is beautiful and kind-hearted. Inviting someone to eat together is being maliciously misinterpreted. Regarding her attitude, Jiang Qiyu, being the kind of person who isn't very perceptive, naturally didn't notice. She happily washed her hands with Fang Shubai, moved a chair and cheerfully rushed over. After placing the chair, she didn't forget to grin at Jiang Mian. Don't worry, I won't be polite. After saying that, she plopped down and picked up her chopsticks to start showing her lack of politeness. Goodness, that was really blunt. Not only was she blunt, Fang Shubai was blunt too. Forget about social graces, the two of them together couldn't even muster a whole ounce of tact. While eating, the two of them didn't forget to praise Qiyu endlessly. Fang Shubai, Brother Qi, you are really virtuous. Jiang Qiyu, others have boyfriends like brothers or boyfriends like fathers, but you are like a mother. Fang Shubai looking excited. Then what am I like? Jiang Qiyu, you are like a weapon. Ah, sword. Qiyu almost broke the chopsticks in his hand. Don't force me to slap you while I'm eating. Just as he was angry, suddenly a fair hand used the communal chopsticks to place some beef into the bowl in front of him. Qiyu looked up and met a pair of bright eyes. Jiang Qiyu smiled awkwardly and said, "This is delicious, you should try it." Looking into those sparkling eyes, his anger instantly vanished without a trace. The awkward and amusing conversation at the dining table naturally caused a burst of laughter among the viewers in the live stream. Ha ha, Bai Mao, you praised it very well. Listen to me, no more next time. What's with this strong family atmosphere? Except for Jiang Mian not getting a word in, the three of them really do look like a family. Slap Brother is like the mom, Spear Teacher is the dad, and Bai Bai is their silly son. Don't leave yet, the way we interact at the dining table is exactly the same as the roles you described. Oh. Just as Jiang Qiyu was eating diligently and seriously, a low call from Niu Jianjun suddenly sounded behind her. "De Huang, don't run around." Then she felt something brush against her calf. Looking down, she saw the Chinese rural dog that had come with Niu Jianjun in the 8-passenger vehicle earlier, had somehow slipped under the table. At this moment it was grinning, wagging its tail enthusiastically as it looked at her. The dog named De Huang, seeing that this human had made eye contact with it, wagged its tail almost like a propeller, licking its dog face as if trying to scam some food and drink. Jiang Qi, upon seeing the situation, rummaged around and picked out some non-spicy meat to place in front of it. "I'll just give you a little bit, okay?" Woof woof. De Huang was even happier, rushing over and devouring the bit of beef completely. After eating the meat, it realized how easygoing this human in front of it was, so it enthusiastically wanted to rush over and get close to her. But Jiang Qiyu didn't indulge it at all. She firmly waved her hand at the big yellow dog's hopeful face. "Go away, off to the side." The big yellow dog seemed to understand her refusal, its tail slowly drooping, and it turned around disappointedly to leave. "Wait." Just then Jiang Mian, who had been quietly eating, suddenly spoke. She showed a sweet smile, holding a plastic box filled with meat, slightly bending down and gently calling to De Huang. "Come doggy, come over here to sister." Seeing this, De Huang naturally regained his energy and wagged his head as he approached. "Hey, don't." Jiang Qiyu wanted to speak up, but saw Jiang Mian holding a box, smiling brightly as she said to her. "Actually, the puppy's thoughts are very simple. He just wants to eat, but he doesn't realize that being too enthusiastic might scare you." After saying this, she affectionately patted De Huang's head, very amicably allowing him to enthusiastically lick the palm of her hand. "Actually, Qiyu, you don't need to be afraid. Dogs raised at home like this usually don't attack people casually." After a while of playing with De Huang, she gently placed the food box by De Huang's feet, then looked up at Jiang Qiyu, whose expression was not good, and smiled gently. "Qiyu, you haven't raised a dog before, right? I really like small animals. If I weren't so busy with work, I would really want to have my own little dog." Her words carried a faint hint of tea, but her smile was serene, as if she was just speaking casually. And seeing this scene through the camera, Jiang Mian's fans in the live stream room collectively erupted. "Oh, my Mian Mian is so loving. I love puppies too." Doggo commands everyone to stand up. "Our Mian Mian is beautiful and kind-hearted. Unlike some people who pretend to feed the dog, but actually look down on it in their hearts. Trying to put someone down, huh? You think others are looking down on you again? Humph, when you meet a little animal, their character is immediately clear. Anyone with eyes can see it for themselves. No matter how well you pretend, the truth will slip out during a live broadcast." "Oh." The barrage of comments was lively, but it didn't affect Jiang Qiyu's increasingly strange expression in the slightest. She stopped scooping rice with her chopsticks, about to say something, when she heard Niu Jianjun's slightly apologetic voice approaching from behind. "I'm really sorry. I usually let him run around freely in the pasture without a leash. Just now I wasn't paying attention and he ran over." The little Prince Niu, who hadn't managed to hold his idol earlier, was squatting behind the cameraman, using his phone to take a 360 degrees video of Jiang Qiyu preparing to leave and post on Weibo. In a moment of carelessness, he let De Huang run over. He bent slightly forward, smiling apologetically at everyone. "Sorry, I hope I'm not disturbing your meal?" Jiang Mian, who was looking at De Huang with a kindly motherly smile, simply smiled generously and waved her hand, her tone easygoing. "It's okay. Its name is De Huang, right? It's really cute." After speaking, she waved again at De Huang, who had already eaten and drunk his fill. For the benefactor who gave him meat, De Huang would always respond affectionately, shaking his head and wagging it as he stuck out his tongue to lick. "Haha." Niu Jianjun smiled at her a little embarrassedly, then stepped forward and grabbed De Huang, pulling him aside. Pressing down on his dog's head, he scolded him seriously. "You ate someone else's meat today, so you can't go out and eat shit anymore, do you understand?" "Oh." Jiang Mian froze in place, the smile on his face cracking inch by inch, his voice seeming to tremble. You said it, what does it eat?" Niu Jianjun looked at her cautiously. Eat shit." Jiang Qiyu, who had been making a strange expression all along, finally seized the opportunity to speak. "I was just about to remind you. On my way to the mission, I saw it following behind the old yellow ox. The ox dropped a pile and it ate a pile. It just loves to eat that warm stuff." After saying this, Jiang Mian's expression became even more dazed. Qiyu, who had long since put down his chopsticks, couldn't help but sneer, his tone filled with undisguised mockery. Actually, the puppy's thoughts are very simple. It just wants to eat, but doesn't know that it's poop. Chapter 70 Counting Ducks. Halfway through the meal, Jiang Mian, unable to care about the ongoing live stream, turned pale and directly lowered his head to escape. Left behind with a completely confused expression, De Huang tilted his head and stood in place, looking puzzled at the staggering and flustered back of his benefactor. After all 8 people finished their meal, Director Zhang announced a new round of groupings. This time it was unclear how the audience voted, but surprisingly, the pair with the fewest CP fans, Chang Er, was unexpectedly grouped together. Fang Shubai waved at Jiang Qiyu with a reluctant expression, then swung his arms and ran towards Zhang Ling. Qiyu stood still without showing any emotion, glancing at Jiang Qiyu, who approached with a smiling face, his expression softening for a moment. However, just the two of them standing together made the audience start shouting excitedly. Oh my god, so many people want to see the long-eared ones tear each other apart? How much do they hate each other? Is it really okay to put these two together? Won't there be another blue-ringed octopus or deadly parachuting incident? This kind of alternative battlefield is great to watch, love to watch every day. President Xi is so handsome, President Xi is so handsome, President Xi is so handsome, President Xi is so handsome. Teacher Spear swings the big knife, cutting off the capitalists' heads for us. In the afternoon, the production team assigned each group a different ranch experience task. Fang Shubai and Zhang Ling coax all the little lambs to sleep. Lu Heng and Jiang Mian perform the required actions together with the little pig. Zhou Shun and Song Yan drive the lawnmower to draw the specified pattern in the pasture. Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu need to count the entire number of ducks in a duck farm. The group that completes the task first will get to choose tonight's accommodation first. Since the task locations are far apart, the production team has temporarily announced that the voting group settlement time will be extended until the afternoon tasks are completed. In other words, this entire afternoon their group will no longer change. When this news came out, it was a mix of joy and sorrow for different parties. Especially Jiang Mian, her usually sweet smile was barely holding on. Just now she had found a place to wash her hands thoroughly, but she still felt a lingering smell of cow dung mixed with dog saliva on her body. On top of that, she ended up paired with Lu Heng. Facing this man who was the closest to her in her past life, and also caused her the most pain, she really couldn't maintain a calm attitude at all times. Is Lu Mianyan really a bee? What's with this vague sense of divorce between the two of them? Don't say it, really don't say it. These two used to be a super hot CP, so why did they suddenly go quiet? Is there really something going on between them? If you ask me, the more flashy long ear is, the faker it seems. I'm increasingly feeling that Lu Mianyan is the real deal. To be honest, I also think long ear is fake. How could someone just give away an entire store right off the bat? It's probably a script. Jiang Qiyu's works are few, but their marketing is top-notch. Stop talking nonsense earlier. Did Teacher Spear offend you? Don't force me to slap you when I'm this happy. LOL, some White Lotus girls are desperately trying to get close and stir up a CP with President Xi. Even Yugu has called out, so why doesn't President Xi respond to her? With President Xi's status, if he wasn't willing, would he cooperate with Teacher Changmao to hype it up? Who can really say what's going on between the capital parties? I don't know if it's because of the rumored discord between Jiang Qiyu and Jiang Mian, but whenever Jiang Mian is mentioned, someone always comes to drag her down. But now Jiang Qiyu is no longer the black and red fanless sister she used to be online. Although the number of fans she, Nuhilu Changmao, gained during this period was not as many as Jiang Mian's, their combat power was extremely strong, and each one was very talented. Jiang Mian had a large number of fans, and Jiang Qiyu's fans were highly aggressive. Neither side could stand the other, and they often clashed under the Weibo trending topics. Arguing in the live stream bullet comments had become the norm. However, this place was different from Donglian apartment. Without a big live screen, the parties involved were naturally completely unaware of this. After understanding the rules, the production team showed great mercy, and no longer let them use those explosive vehicles from the morning. Instead, they provided 4 groups with 4 baga cars. Jiang Qiyu was the first to dash forward, her face full of excitement as she sat in the driver's seat of the baga car. After putting on the helmet, she twisted the handlebar hard. Boom! A graceful figure drifted over and stopped beside Qiyu, baring teeth and a smile. Handsome, want to get in? Faced with her sudden sprint, Qiyu stood firm without retreating even half a step, merely curling his lips slightly and said leisurely, "What price?" Seeing him respond, Jiang Qiyu's smile grew even brighter. She patted the side of the truck bed, not forgetting her task of hyping their CP. True love is priceless. As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Qiyu's face turn dark, but the audience was also utterly speechless. Teacher Spear, please stop with those lame jokes. It's obvious that Teacher Spear has no interest in President Xi at all. If there was even a little interest, wouldn't it be more subtle and restrained? Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyu, completely unaware that her CP was a flop and that the more she pushed it, the worse the reaction became, was still happily giving herself silent praise in her heart for her perfect response. Qiyu shook his head, took a step and sat down in the side bed of the baga truck. But since he was tall with long legs, he could only curl up in an awkward position inside the truck bed. Just as he sat down, he looked up and saw Jiang Qiyu's schadenfreude smile. Qiyu frowned slightly and decisively reached out. Pinching her cheek, he gently turned her head to face forward. Hurry up and start. Just watch. Tut 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 tut. Soon Jiang Qiyu drove the baga car to the duck park on the south side of the ranch. After getting off the car, the two looked at the huge duck house fenced off in front of them, and the hundreds of ducklings inside that were constantly running around. Jiang Qiyu opened her mouth wide, her face full of shock and confusion. This nosy family is really something, huh? Otherwise. Qiyu glanced sideways, his expression tinged with a hint of mockery. You think they'll let you off that easily? After speaking without waiting for Jiang Qiyu's reaction, he stepped towards the fence and stood quietly on the side to observe. Jiang Qiyu muttered to herself under her breath, then eagerly followed along. She stood beside Qiyu, first following his gaze to look at the happy little ducks, then looked up at him, her tone tentative. You aren't counting them now, are you? But Qiyu still scanned the duck paradise with sharp eyes, replying casually. Did you see it? What? The duck's leg. Jiang Qiyu scratched her head. Is it delicious? Go away. Qiyu gave her a displeased glance, then raised his hand and pointed to the leg bands tied to the little duck's legs. They have numbers. Chapter 71. No, don't close the door. According to Qiyu's guess, each duck in this farm has a leg ring with a number engraved on its foot. As long as you find the duck with the highest number, you can know the total number of ducks. But even so, it wasn't easy. They had to enter the enclosure, catch the largest numbered ducks they could see, and then look for ducks with even bigger numbers. No wonder the production team scheduled only this task for the entire afternoon. The two of them weren't pretentious at all. After changing into their work clothes, they strode directly into the duck park. Jiang Qiyu tugged at the pants of her work uniform, clenched her fist with determination, and looked at Qiyu, cheering each other on. Don't worry, the two of us together are just 4 big words. Gaga random grab. Qiyu had a feeling she was about to say something stupid again. Raising an eyebrow, he patiently asked back. What do you mean? But she just pointed at the ducks with one hand. They're in charge of the gaga. Pointing at the tip of his own nose. I'm in charge of chaos. Then he turned his fingertip to point at him. You're in charge of grabbing. Finally, he summed up. Chaotic grabbing. The viewers in the live stream instantly burst into laughter. You understand how to split things. Teacher Spear. Clear division of labor. No problem. It feels like Long Ear may not be a couple, but their relationship shouldn't be that bad, right? As for her explanation of grabbing wildly, Qiyu only commented with 2 words. You ga. Just these 2 words instantly changed the mind of the person who was originally planning to fish in troubled waters. Fishing paused. I'm going to catch ducks. Jiang Qiyu, with a serious expression, immediately became full of fighting spirit and charged towards the little ducklings that looked cute now and would look delicious later. Qiyu looked at her with a dark expression as she lowered her body without any sense of dignity, spreading her arms wide, and let out a he laugh, constantly chasing after the quack quack scurrying ducklings. A sudden feeling of helplessness rose in his heart. But he quickly pushed the feeling aside, strode forward, and joined the duck-catching team. Only his movements were much more normal compared to the way Jiang Qiyu, that weasel, stood up. Amidst a continuous chorus of quack-quack sounds, Jiang Qiyu's exclamations kept interspersing. 265. 403. 582. 1093, damn it. Qiyu, who was looking down catching ducks, immediately looked up in the direction of the voice upon hearing her exclamation. He saw Jiang Qi at this moment grimacing and lying on the ground. But even though she was hurt from the fall, crying out ouch ouch from her mouth, she still tightly held onto the duck numbered 1093 in her hand. Qiyu immediately dropped the duck in his hand and strode forward, grabbing her up from the ground with one hand, frowning as he asked, Where did you fall? Are they really not on good terms? Suddenly kind of shipping them. Shipping +1. Jiang Qiyu was pulled up by him and barely managed to stand steadily. Frowning with a pained expression, she looked up at Qiyu and opened her mouth wide, howling without any sense of dignity. I've hurt my groin. Wah! Seeing her like this, Qiyu frowned and couldn't help but say, shut your mouth, I can see your stomach. Sorry, when I just said good knock, I was talking nonsense. Nonsense +1. Qiyu gave her a displeased glance, then quickly looked back at the little duck still scurrying around. After a moment of thought, he said to her, wait here for me a moment. I'll go to the warehouse to find some tools. After speaking without waiting for a response, she took off her gloves and turned to walk into the building. Tools. Jiang Qiyu tilted her head, ignoring the dull pain in her hip, and called out to Qiyu's back. What tools? But that person seemed not to hear at all, striding away from this quacking duck paradise. After waiting for a long time without seeing Qiyu return, Jiang Qiyu looked suspiciously at the camera filming the scene. You think this kid wouldn't slack off on his own and just leave me here quacking and flapping around? She rarely interacts with the audience, so the silly netizens naturally wouldn't miss the chance to stir things up. You too, sis, want to catch him? It's really chilling. Didn't expect Teacher Spear to encounter something like this. Call the police and catch him. I'm not joking. Teacher Spear. This time you must take up the weapon of the law to defend your rights. Justice may be late, but it arrives. I'm going to leave a message on the Qi official website right now to cyberbully him. But she couldn't see the netizens' antics. She just squinted slightly and silently stared in the direction where Qiyu had disappeared for a long time. Suddenly, as if she had finally made up her mind, she slightly turned her gaze toward the camera and looked at the cameraman who was not allowed to speak during work hours. Big brother, I'm counting on you to take care of my 1093. Give me 5 minutes, I'm going to drag that lazy guy back. Before the cameraman could react, a quacking duck was shoved into his arms. He fumbled to catch it, pressing down with one hand on the 1093 they had finally caught. When he looked up again, all he could see was Jiang Qiyu's back as she climbed over the fence using both hands and feet. He didn't dare call out or put the duck down, so he could only carry the camera in one hand and hold the duck with the other, stumbling as he hurried after her. Jiang Qiyu ran quickly, rushing into the building and sprinting towards the direction of the first-floor warehouse. As for why she was so excited, it was nothing much, just that seeing her colleagues slacking off without including her made her feel worse than if she were dead. The entire first floor of this building was a warehouse, and because of the program recording, the interior of the building was empty at this time. She felt her way all the way from warehouse number 1 to number 13, and finally heard some noise inside. Without a second thought, she suddenly pushed open the slightly ajar warehouse door, and after going in, quickly closed the door behind her. She took 2 quick steps to stand in front of Qiyu and laughed loudly twice. Haha, got you caught, didn't I? Qiyu held a roll of net under one arm. When he saw someone suddenly jump out, his expression didn't change in the slightest. He lazily lifted his eyelids, glanced at the tightly sealed warehouse door behind Jiang Qiyu, then lowered his gaze back to her, his eyes slightly darkening. Seeing his demeanor, Jiang Qiyu reluctantly withdrew her smile and exchanged an awkward look with him. The two were silent for a long time. Unable to hold back any longer, she tentatively spoke. So quiet, I thought we always had something to say. Qiyu clenched and unclenched the hand hanging by his side, then finally suppressed his raging anger. He raised his hand and pointed to the big door behind her, gritting his teeth as he said, "Didn't you see a piece of paper posted at the door when you came in, with 4 large characters written on it?" What characters? No, close the door. Jiang Qiyu then realized what she had overlooked. Facing Qiyu's sullen expression, she took 2 hurried steps back, waving her hands repeatedly. I don't know. I can't read. Ignorance is bliss. Right? Jiang Qiyu. Spare this old servant's life, young master. Chapter 72. I will tell you later. Faced with Jiang Qiyu's tearful plea for mercy, Qiyu first let out a long sigh, then casually threw the net he had found onto the ground. He glanced up at Jiang Qiyu, then calmly began to roll up his sleeves. Qiyu. Seeing his state, Jiang Qiyu's hair stood on end instantly. She shook her head hard and stammered. Calm down, I am not that guilty. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Qiyu gave her a displeased glance, rolled up his sleeves, and without saying anything else, walked straight to the door he had been led to, gripping the handle and pressing down hard. It really wouldn't budge. It seems the reason the staff put up such a huge notice on the door wasn't just for show. No wonder, after searching all this way, this was the only warehouse door that was open. He furrowed his brows slightly, but his expression soon relaxed again. Outside the door came the sound of light, rapid footsteps. Because Jiang Qiyu slipped away quickly, she didn't notice the warning notice posted on the door and closed it casually. But because she left so quickly, the cameraman was left outside the door. Thinking of this, Qiyu bent his fingers and gently knocked twice on the door. Then the somewhat chaotic footsteps gradually grew closer, occasionally accompanied by a few inexplicable quack-quack sounds. When the cameraman finally arrived outside the door, Jiang Qiyu immediately rushed over with a face full of hope, pressing herself against the door. "Cameraman, did you see the 4 big characters on the door clearly?" Soon, a response came from outside the door. Quite aloof. She then asked, "Try it, can you open the door from the outside?" After she said that, the door lock made a sound, followed by another. Upright arrow, down right arrow. Jiang Qiyu recognized it. This meant no. She exchanged a glance with Qiyu, then tentatively spoke to the cameraman. "Bro, do you have something in your mouth?" After an awkward silence, the cameraman's conflicted voice came from outside the door again. "Rules 1 word, $5. In his heart, he silently mourned the cameraman, who was also a fellow worker, for half a second, then condemned director Zhang's harsh rule for another half second, before Jiang Qiyu spoke again. "Then hurry up and find someone to rescue us. We're locked inside." There was another moment of silence, and the cameraman once again expressed his concerns in the briefest terms. "Leave 200. Hiss. Jiang Qiyu was about to say something more when Qiyu Huan beside her crossed his arms and spoke calmly. "If you go find someone now, I'll reimburse your fine. But 10 times. All right, President Qi, I promise to complete the task and rescue the 2 of them safely in the shortest time possible. President Qi, please rest assured. President Qi, please rest assured. I will definitely live up to everyone's expectations and do what I say. You 2 just wait calmly where you are and don't move around. Stay safe and be cautious. Take care, moi." And so, driven by the power of capital, the cameraman passionately recited a monologue without a single breath break throughout. Holding the gun number 1093 and the live streaming equipment, he laughed heartily and quickly ran off, leaving the 2 people locked in warehouse 13 staring at each other in silence. After a long while, Jiang Qiyu glanced at Qiyu Gan and chuckled twice, trying to make excuses for herself. As long as there is an audience in your heart, anywhere can be a stage. Don't play that idealistic nonsense. Obviously it didn't work. As soon as Qiyu finished speaking, he immediately turned around. Jiang Qiyu frowned slightly and muttered softly, "If you can't even stand me, how will you be able to handle anything when you enter society?" Her voice was very low, but the 2 of them were in such a quiet space at the time that not only could her low muttering be heard clearly, even the sound of a needle dropping to the ground would be audible. Qiyu paused at her words, then slowly turned to look at her, raising an eyebrow with a lazy tone. "Who said I can't handle it?" Unexpectedly, he responded, and Jiang Qiyu immediately shook her head and pretended to be clueless. "What? Who said that? Did someone just speak?" "Yes. But who would have known that Qiyu would suddenly take this topic seriously? You just said that even I can't stand you." It was near dusk now, and the warm, gentle sunlight fell on his sharply defined face, casting a warm and soft halo around him as he stood with his back to the window. "No." The man slowly shook his head, his tone calm. "My tolerance threshold with you is much higher than you imagine." Although she couldn't see his face clearly, Jiang Qiyu heard a hint of seriousness in his slightly amused tone. Whether it was because of the strong sunlight or the confined space, she was momentarily distracted and involuntarily squinted her eyes before slowly speaking. How high could it be? As soon as she finished speaking, the man, as if he had been waiting for her to ask that question, suddenly stepped forward half a step. The distance between the 2, which had originally been neither too far nor too close, suddenly shortened. But she did not retreat. She simply watched quietly as Qiyu leaned toward her, his body surrounded by a faint, hazy glow. "There is." Speaking, the man slowly reached out his hand. His movement gently brushed the top of her hair, which was also dyed golden by the sunlight, and even his voice seemed to shine brightly under the warm light. She felt a gentle force pressing lightly on her head, and his voice came to her ears. "This tall." "Ah." Jiang Qiyu blinked, her mind seeming a bit slow to catch up. 1 meter 65? The hand that Qiyu had lightly placed on top of her head instantly relaxed its pressure. He pressed his lips together and straightened up, but still maintained the slightly intimate distance between them, lowering his gaze to look into her bright pupils, and spoke softly. Jiang Qiyu. Ah. I used to do everything head-on, never looking back, but this time it seems a bit different from before. Ah. I started to reflect on whether that previous decision was really the right one. Ah. Actually, completely captivated by his celestial demeanor and the delicate, ethereal face typical of the entertainment industry, Jiang Qiyu hadn't been paying attention and only now came back to her senses. She blinked again and asked in confusion, "What decision?" Well. He was about to speak when suddenly a rapid pounding on the door interrupted him. Immediately after, the passionate solo monologue performance of the cameraman outside the door began. Manager Qi, Teacher Jiang. Are you still inside? Are you okay? I've already found the staff. They said the warehouse door is broken and they were preparing to fix it, but it hasn't been repaired yet. I didn't expect it to trap you two like this. But don't worry, our people and the ranch staff have all arrived. We will definitely rescue you in the shortest time possible. Besides his rapid speech, there was also a concerned call from an enthusiastic fan. Teacher Spear. You haven't passed away, right? The two turned their heads simultaneously, hearing the sound of the door lock being pried open with some tool, and again, their eyes met each other's without planning to. Qiyu's lips curled slightly, revealing a mesmerizing, enchanting smile to her amidst the chaotic and noisy environment. I'll tell you later. Chapter 73. You got it right. Since today's matter was indeed her mistake when Qiyu said, I'll tell you later. Jiang Qiyu decisively swallowed back the almost blurted out phrase, half a sentence, arsenic mixed with rice, narrowly avoiding disaster. Because the production team was constantly monitoring the live streams of the 4 groups of guests, they found someone to rescue them at the first sign of trouble. So they were locked in the warehouse for no more than half an hour in total. But during that half hour, besides Director Zhang being extremely anxious, the millions of fans in the live stream were even more frantic. Now that the two were rescued completely unharmed, opinions about the missing half hour gradually split into 2 completely opposing camps on the comment stream. One camp was their respective die-hard fans arguing, how could it be such a coincidence that the 2 of them were locked together in the warehouse? Could it be that someone wanted to climb the ranks and deliberately cause trouble? Yes, you're the one with the promotion obsession, seeing everyone as a rival. I think you want to climb the ranks the most. Didn't you see that Qiyu went first? If anyone deliberately caused trouble, it was Qi. How to put it? Shit fans really have a knack for throwing dirty water. I wonder how they managed to pull out all the stops in just half an hour. Oh, is Teacher Spear the one using those sneaky tricks? The moves she wants to use were already in that blue-ringed octopus soup that breaks your heart just by smelling it. On the other side, the long-eared CP fans are stirring up old flames. Oh my, what kind of plot is this? Isn't this a pure sweet idol drama? No wonder the CPI ship has a bit of mysticism about it. Secretly suspecting, Brother Slap's face was clearly very happy when he came out. Is this the kind of smile you only get when trapped in a warehouse with someone you dislike? I won't say who I'm shipping. None of you ship. Give all the long-eared sugar to me alone. KSWL. More often, it was just a war of words sparked by mutual disrespect among several parties. But at this moment, Jiang Qiyu, who was with Qiyu, was busy pulling nets inside the fence and didn't have much mind to care about these trivial matters. The 2 of them used the net that Qiyu found to herd all the ducks into a corner of duck paradise, leaving only one exit in one corner of the net. Then Qiyu was responsible for herding the ducks, while Jiang Qiyu held the 1093, the one that had almost developed a bond with the cameraman, and checked the numbers on the ducks' feet one by one at the exit. Using this method, the task of counting the ducks became quite effective for the 2 of them. After several rounds, Jiang Qiyu finally held the one numbered 1314 in her arms, and ran wildly through duck paradise like an excited big female monkey. The 2 changed out of their work clothes, took the mission answers, and got into the baga car to leave. Jiang Qiyu still looked back deeply and glanced at those ducks. With a melancholy expression, she sighed. Humans are really too selfish, the ducks are so adorable. As she spoke, she wiped the tears flowing from the corner of her mouth and continued. They should just go back to the big cumin. Qiyu sat honestly and obediently with his legs folded in the back of the baga truck, and upon hearing this, he glanced at her sideways. The task is timed. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Qiyu put on her helmet at lightning speed and twisted the throttle of the baga truck with all her might. But it was still too late. Even though she had rushed to the task submission point where the director team was at the fastest speed, she still saw the other 3 teams had already submitted their tasks. Fang Shubai saw her and immediately waved excitedly. Qiyu, hurry up, you're the last ones left. As expected, their group came in last place, so they had to choose their accommodation last. Fortunately, dinner was not affected. After a busy day, the 8 of them enjoyed a luxurious all-beef feast carefully arranged by Uncle Nyo, the ranch owner. They also thoroughly experienced the ranch's bonfire dance performance. Among the 8 people, one Fang Shubai is the type who gets wild when people come around, and Jiang Qiyu is just naturally crazy. The 2 of them got so excited that they directly rushed into the circle of the bonfire dance, holding hands with the performers and dancing a bizarre bonfire dance. Fang Shubai had a dance background, so his movements were fairly coordinated, but Jiang Qiyu really had no dance sense at all. But she didn't care in the slightest and still joined in the fun, dancing with great enthusiasm. On the bullet screen, her haters hadn't even started, but the fans couldn't take it anymore. Sis, what kind of indecent moves are you doing with your beautiful body? Old Spear Immortal, has the Dragon King still not sent rain? Stop this farce immediately, I'm not joking. When others dance, it's a light and brisk walk. Teacher Changmao is a black bear planting trees. How can you all laugh like this ha 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 and say ha ha like that ha 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 about Teacher Changmao? Finally, after the bonfire performance ended and everyone was well fed and satisfied, the production team suggested that the guests could participate together in an interactive game. The staff handed each of them a note and asked everyone to sit in a circle around the campfire. Once ready, Director Zhang picked up his special megaphone. All right, now that everyone has a pen and paper, please write down a secret of your own on the paper, but do not sign it. After writing, pass the secret note in your hand to the next person in a clockwise direction. Everyone, don't feel burdened. This secret note will not be revealed in front of the camera. Only the 2 of you will know. Jiang Qiyu scratched her head while holding paper and pen, her expression somewhat troubled. Her biggest secret was that she had transmigrated into a book, but telling anyone would only reinforce their stereotype that she was crazy. She was worried about not knowing what to write when her gaze involuntarily glanced at Qiyu, who happened to be sitting clockwise from her. The flickering campfire cast his profile in sharp relief, making his face appear especially 3-dimensional. No matter when, his face could always wildly dance to Jiang Qiyu's aesthetic tastes. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but recall the ambiguous words he had said to her when she was locked in the warehouse that afternoon. I used to do everything head-on, never looking back, but this time it seems a bit different from before. I've started to reflect on whether that previous decision was really the right one. I'll tell you later. She suddenly became very curious about what kind of decision could make someone like Qiyu so cautious and hesitant. So, she lowered her head and slowly wrote her heartfelt words on the paper. I'm very curious about your secret. After finishing writing, she immediately looked up at Qiyu, only to unexpectedly meet a pair of narrow eyes that seemed to be smiling yet not. Soon, everyone took turns exchanging their own secrets according to the rules Director Zhang had mentioned. Among them, Jiang Qi received a note passed from the right by Jiang Mian, on which was written an ambiguous sentence. No matter how many times we start over, I will never lose to you. And sitting to the left of Qiyu, Song Yen received a note with bold handwriting and sharp strokes. It read, You got it right. Chapter 74 Thank you, Tent Hero. Jiang Qiyu was momentarily stunned when she first took the note in her hand. Then her expression slightly darkened as she turned to meet the gaze of Jiang Mian, whose eyes flickered with determination. She raised her eyebrows slightly, her face calm on the surface, but inwardly she was filled with doubts. According to the original story development, by the middle to late stages of the dating show, Jiang Mian and Lu Heng had already become so ambiguous that they no longer hid their feelings. Even in front of the camera, the two would exchange meaningful glances and secret signals. The hardcore fans were driven to desperation, while the CP fans celebrated every day like it was a festival. But looking at the current situation in the blink of an eye, the originally top trending CP, Looming, is now even ranked behind the White Spear Woman, clearly indicating that the two have unbound. Although her unexpected appearance caused the development to stray wildly from the original plot like a runaway dog. But she prided herself on never having interfered in the relationship between the male and female leads, let alone influence the development of their romantic storyline. After much thought, the root of all these problems almost entirely traced back to one person, Jiang Mian. Thinking of this, she involuntarily took a sharp breath in her heart, as a bold and absurd guess gradually took shape in her mind. This girl wouldn't be going crazy like herself, right? She was carefully observing Jiang Mian without leaving any traces, but after Jiang Mian looked away, she chatted and laughed with the people around her, behaving completely normally. It seems like the mental state is completely different from my own. Rejecting the absurd guess from just now, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration and unfolded the folded note in her hand again. No matter how many times we start over, I will never lose to you. Start over several times. Start over. Could it be that Jiang Mian has been reborn? Impossible, impossible, this is way too fantastical. Why impossible? She can even enter books, so what if Jiang Mian has been reborn a few times? Impossible, impossible. After rebirth, she definitely wouldn't draw a clear line with Lu Heng. Isn't this supposed to be a sweet romance story set in the entertainment industry? How could it be impossible? Maybe Jiang Mian wants to be the leading lady of this world, gathering all the handsome men into her harem. It's only natural. Maybe impossible. She was torn inside and accidentally blurted out what was on her mind. Although the sound was not loud, it still caught the attention of Qiyu beside him. He glanced sideways, a flicker of eager fire dancing in his dark pupils. What is possible or impossible? Ah! Suddenly coming back to his senses, Jiang Qiyu looked at Qiyu and earnestly began to babble. I say all that love and romance is fake, only communism is real. Anyone can betray you, but Marxism will never betray you. Faced with her sudden outburst, Qiyu was now used to it. He calmly turned to face her leisurely and said with a composed expression, then tell me, what are the three main components of the Marxist theoretical system? Jiang Qiyu stiffened on the spot upon hearing this. After a long silence, she sighed deeply, shaking her head with endless regret and sorrow in her tone. In the end, it was I who betrayed Marxism. Humph. Before Qiyu could speak, he heard a soft chuckle of moderate volume from not far away. The two who had been huddled together speaking both looked up in unison. They saw Lu Heng openly looking their way, his expression seemingly showing disdain for Jiang Qiyu's moment of hesitation just now. Qiyu lazily lifted his eyelids, not paying much attention to Lu Heng, and turned his head to speak flatly to the person beside him. What, have you also let him down? Jiang Qiyu immediately frowned. Are you questioning my taste? Or are you trying to deliberately make me feel disgusted? Then why does he act like a resentful husband all day long? This sentence seemed deliberately said for someone to hear, and Qiyu slightly raised his voice. I don't know. Jiang Qiyu's face showed confusion, but her pair of smiling eyes, curved early, revealed her cheerful mood at the moment. Undergraduates can't understand this. I'll take another look after I do some graduate studies. The man shook his head seriously. No need to study further. Even after finishing, you still won't understand. How do you know? Qiyu shrugged. Because I finished reading it but I don't understand it. The two of them exchanged words back and forth, without a single curse, yet they openly and covertly criticized Lu Heng thoroughly. Angrily, he clenched the fist hidden behind his back tightly, his eyes dark and fierce as he looked at the two who were echoing each other. But since it was currently being broadcast live in panoramic view, he could only forcefully suppress the anger in his heart. Lu Heng himself has the persona of a cold and taciturn top actor, so when faced with their combined verbal attacks that are greater than the sum of their parts, he could only grit his teeth and swallow the blood. The current live broadcast is a panoramic shot of 8 people, with the cameraman standing at a distance from the group to film. Qiyu and Jiang Qiyu hadn't turned on their audio equipment, so these conversations naturally weren't recorded. The audience, of course, had no idea what was happening here. They could only see Brother Slap and Teacher Spear huddled together, chatting and laughing, seeming to get along very well. What's going on? These two were practically trying to kill each other on the show last week. How come they're getting along so well now? I'm confused, completely confused. Can I ship Chong Air or not? Everyone, don't worry. I'll go ask my contacts in the entertainment industry. Ha ha ha. The long-ear CP fans have finally turned the tide against the odds, about to usher in a glorious era belonging to long-ear. Ha 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 ha. Sisters ahead, if you have the chance, go take a look, okay? Oh. In the end, after a whole day of tasks, the 4 groups of guests chose their accommodations for the night in the order they completed their tasks. Zhou Shun and Song Yan chose the luxury suite of the ranch-style guest house hotel. Lu Heng and Jiang Mian chose a standard room in a guest house hotel. Fang Shubai and Jiang Ling could only sleep in the staff dormitory. As for Jiang Qiyu and Qiyu, it's not. Jiang Qiyu looked at the tent parts that the production team tossed in front of her like a rag, and Guotsue almost blurted out, no place to stay is one thing, but do we have to assemble the tent ourselves? The only response she got was a thumbs up slowly extended by the cameraman, who valued every word. Because the director and crew had finished work, the cameraman needed to stay here to film the two of them assembling the tent. Jiang Qiyu looked listless, completely at a loss when faced with the pile of parts on the ground. She turned her head to look at Qiyu, who had quietly almost finished setting up his tent, and tentatively asked, are you still afraid of the cold? Hearing this, Qiyu's smooth, flowing movements suddenly froze, and the steel frame tube in his hand nearly pierced the tent. He paused for a moment, then continued assembling as if nothing had happened, his tone carrying a hint of feigned surprise. Don't shout, I'll set it up for you right away. Upon hearing this, someone immediately broke into a broad smile, changing expression faster than flipping a page. Thank you, Tent Hero. Chapter 75. Madam, the CO has been gone for 3 days. Although the production team was ruthless in making them sleep in tents, they still prepared sufficiently warm sleeping bags for the two of them. That night, listening to the chirping of insects and birds on the grassland, accompanied by a gentle breeze as they fell asleep, was quite an interesting experience. At night, because Qiyulin tightly wrapped her sleeping bag before going to bed, Jiang Qiyu surprisingly did not experience any discomfort from being in an unfamiliar bed and slept soundly until dawn. However, after struggling to pull herself out of the sleeping bag and crawling out of the tent using both her hands and feet, she found that the other tent, which had been securely pitched to her left last night, had suddenly mysteriously disappeared. She searched back and forth 3 times, even checked the nearby corral, but there was no sign of Qiyu. Just as Jiang Qiyu began to suspect that the young master had been kidnapped, the production staff found her. They informed her that after receiving a phone call in the early hours last night, Qiyu had directly contacted director Zhang and temporarily left the show's recording. This matter was also officially announced to the audience by the production team after the live broadcast began. As for the reason, they only stated that Qiyu's temporary departure was due to force majeure. However, no specific return date was given, and it was not even explicitly stated whether he would come back. And this disappearance lasted for a full 3 days. For 3 days, Qiyu showed no signs of returning to the show, and there was not a single piece of news about him from the outside world. The remaining 7 continued to carry out their tasks and play games as usual. And the fans have gone from initially looking forward to and calling for his return, to various speculations about his sudden departure. Some say there might be issues at the Qi family branch that require him, as the decision-maker, to take charge. Others say that this young master might have joined the dating show just for fun, and now that he finds it uninteresting, leaving abruptly is not impossible. There are also those who say he had some irreconcilable conflict with a certain guest. And the final target of this speculation was obviously Jiang Qiyu, who was accidentally locked in the warehouse with Qiyu before he left without notice. For a time, rumors about Jiang Qiyu spread like wildfire. But unlike the usual widespread online backlash, this time she had a group of fans who were strong in their belief and dared to go crazy. This group called themselves the Shield. And they are organized but undisciplined, fiercely battling online against Jiang Qiyu's haters and malicious marketing accounts that smear her. Some say Jiang Qiyu drove Qiyu away, accusing her of trying to climb the ranks. The Shield rushes forward. You're climbing the ranks, the main character pairs with a wild boar. Some say Jiang Qiyu doesn't know how to love herself. The Shield reacts at the slightest hint. The dog says others don't love themselves, but isn't the main character just a rotten cabbage? Some say Jiang Qiyu actually has a bigger financial backer behind her. The Shield quickly arrived. You go to work, isn't it hard? The boss is considered your patron? I chase stars, I vote, patrons have to kowtow twice. Someone else said Jiang Qiyu's fans are too intense. The Shield immediately gathered. You're absolutely right. Take some antihypertensive medicine to stimulate your appetite. With the explosive popularity of this dating show, Jiang Qiyu, who originally just wanted to make a final profit in the entertainment industry, and then leave, unexpectedly became the biggest beneficiary. Before appearing on the show, her reputation was terrible, with negative rumors flooding the entire internet. After the huge success of You Understand Love, she quickly became the most talked about of the 8 guests, and the show frequently trended on social media during its broadcast. Moreover, because of Qiyu's sudden departure without a word, the discussions about her have been relentless and ever-changing. When Qiyu left, it was already the final week of the show. This nationally popular dating reality show was also about to come to an end. No matter what the outside world was saying, Jiang Qiyu, confined in the seaside apartment, had no way of knowing. The only thing she was worried about right now was the 3 million commission promised by the young master. Is this kid coming back or not? At the time they didn't make him sign any document or stamp anything. Now that he's run off he won't just deny the debt, will he? I underestimated it. Qiyu. Feng Shubai waved his hand in front of her eyes. After returning from the ranch, the production team unusually arranged some simple games that could be played inside the apartment, allowing the 7 of them to spend a warm and leisurely few days. Now it was free time after dinner, and Feng Shubai pulled Jiang Qiyu, who was daydreaming about space, to play chess together. It's your move. Ah. Jiang Qi finally came to her senses and lowered her eyes to look at the Chuhan border before her. After pondering for a long time, she slowly picked up the marshal in front of her, then crossed the entire board in one move and placed it on Feng Shubai's general. Check. Feng Shubai, who hadn't moved a step but was instantly checked by his opponent, was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the serious-faced opponent, somewhat puzzled. Sister Qiyu, what are you doing? She slowly picked up her own handsomeness, showing it to him with a serious expression. This is what I call handsomeness soaring to the sky. As soon as she said this, Feng Shubai immediately understood, picked up his own cannon, and directly ate her horse. This is my Italian cannon. Jiang Qiyu squinted, flipping the general piece he had just captured upside down on the board. This is called defection. Feng Shubai imitated him, placing the 2 elephant pieces from his own camp together. You can't turn him. His partner is with me. Jiang Qiyu didn't expect him to be so good at using his opponent's tactics against them. She frowned and used her own handsomeness to flip his horse off the chessboard. Then she turned off her microphone and whispered, I call this go to hell. After speaking, he opened it again. Teacher Spear, you really understand automatic muting. Such a considerate artist saving so much trouble for post-production. She really makes me want to cry. The way you 2 play chess would be absolutely explosive in this game room. Oh. Feng Shubai saw her lack of enthusiasm, scratched his head, and tentatively said, Qiyu, are you worried about Brother Qi? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiyu raised her eyebrows and asked in return, Are you worried about him? Of course. Without a second thought, he nodded directly, then leaned over with a look of melancholy, resting his elbow on the chessboard and supporting his cheek with his hand, saying, I don't know what happened to Brother Qi this time that he left without a word. How come there's not a single piece of news? Who says otherwise? Jiang Qiyu casually agreed, her eyes discreetly lowering to the phone placed beside her hand, her expression calm. Qiyu did leave without notice, but it wasn't completely without any news. When he left, he also took the phone provided by the production team. And on the anonymous confession page of her Understand Love app, there was a message she hadn't chosen to make public, sent anonymously last night. Content is, I've reflected on it, want to know the result. Faced with this obviously anonymous message from the young master, she, as an old servant, had a vague sense of foreboding.